at the physical location, then I'm seeing the physical location. But if it's not the physical location I'm seeing, it's apparent. Okay, so the horizon by default will always be apparent, right? And they just couldn't say that.
It destroys their paradigm. They don't want to answer.
Yeah, that's kind of where I ended up with it. And then I just got muted and dogpiled, and I was like, yeah, no.
Damn.
Like the double speak is too much. You know what I mean? Like, am I looking at two horizons? No. Okay. Am I looking at a physical horizon? There is a physical horizon, but you're not looking at it. What you see is the apparent horizon.
Young Crit,
Like, okay,
what's
so
up?
Who's talking?
Is Crit there?
No, but we are here. What can I do for you?
Just curious what Crit believes in.
No. I'm curious what you believe in. You want to share?
He believes
With
in
us?
green
I'm
dragon.
agnostic on if the Earth is a globe or flat. Because you can never be 100% certain in it.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Why? Why can't you be 100% certain?
Because I can't go in space right now, at least me myself.
Who says that's the only method?
Me.
Why? Have you explored
How
other
else
methodologies?
can I look at the curvature?
You can measure it.
Yeah, but that would be 100% certainty.
It would be?
It wouldn't be.
Why?
It can say something and then I go to space and then all of a sudden it's a globe, so it wouldn't prove it.
No, if the surface doesn't measure to have any curvature, then if no matter how far you get away from the surface, it will never appear to be as a ball unless there's some sort of weird wonkly donkly fucking optics
Yeah,
going
dude.
on.
I'm not saying your argument isn't extremely convincing. It's just never going to be 100%.
He's a brain in the jar. Never mind.
Yeah.
100%, yeah.
That's very sad.
hmm
Yeah.
Very sad.
Mhm.
Anything else?
I mean, you don't sound sane. Well, what else is there to
Don't
talk
sound
about? What will you about? Yeah.
Yeah, that makes total sense.
Yeah. You belong in asylum.
Yeah, that makes total sense.
Yeah.
Well, can you know anything with 100% certainty?
Yes.
Oh, okay. There you go.
You want to hope so, right? Holy.
All right.
Imagine
So
not,
you don't think?
not
Sorry,
knowing
go
you exist. Yeah, go on.
Yeah. Can you be sure that you exist?
My raw perception, yes.
All right. Fair enough. And there are other things in reality that you can know with 100% certainty.
Yeah, logic.
What about in the physical world?
All such as what?
Well, can we determine objectively that, like an object has specific characteristics?
Characteristics referring to like the qualia or what?
Well, let's say geometry, for example. Can we be certain of an object's geometry? Like
Yeah,
a
because I
measurement?
can observe it.
You can observe it and measure it, right?
Yeah, and don't be mistaken. Like I'm not saying it's not an illusion, but it's real, even if it's an illusion.
Wow.
I don't know where to go with that, man.
Sometimes you just gotta let them just sit there because there's nothing else you can say to that. reality is just an illusion or whatever fuck you
I didn't say that. I don't know where you got that from.
Brain in
I
the
don't know
jar.
where you got that from.
Brain in the
Where
jar.
did you get that from?
That you're on Discord.
I don't think I
Brain in
ever
the
said
jar.
that. You can imagine whatever you want, but that's not what I said.
How do you know?
How,
How do you know you never said it? How do you know anything? Ooh.
how would you know it's an illusion without something to compare it with, without a reality to compare it with?
What do you mean? I don't know what you mean.
It'd be counterfeit.
I'm not sure what you mean. Do you want to?
I can explain it real
You need
fast.
to-
If I gave you $100 bill, right? You'd know real fast if it was a counterfeit by comparing it to another $100 bill, right?
Yeah.
Well, if reality, if all of reality could be an illusion, right? But reality is the standard by which we determine whether something's an illusion or not, or a counterfeit, for example. Then what is the basis for determining that all of reality is just an illusion? What's the comparison?
Let me have a think about that. Making a valid point, by the way.
This guy sounds like Sasha 2.0.
Wait, you said Sasha?
Yeah, Sasha is a guy who was definitely a Glover when he first started coming around, but he was a reasonable Glover. And the fact that you just said, "Oh, you made a valid point," let me think about that for a while. So I gave you a compliment.
What's the... So the name's just Sasha?
Yeah, don't worry about that. Think about what you're supposed to be thinking about. Don't let me distract you. Continue.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I'm sleep deprived. I can't really answer that right now.
Fair
It's
enough.
all right, man.
All right.
Take a nap. You'll be good.
Tread carefully. Some of these people made the claim that modern physics, Newtonian and Einsteinian physics, does not support a spherical Earth.
No,
Ask him to cite
that's
his source.
It's a citation.
right.
Ask the person to cite their source, bro.
Those are being claimed to be in support of a globe Earth, right? We're saying, and we'll challenge that those things aren't even supported themselves, let alone become support for something else.
See, that's interesting to me. Why you think that Newtonian and Einsteinian physics don't have empiric? Like, I'm just a little bit like I'm confused. Like, what's the reasoning behind that claim?
Let me help you out, okay? We all agree that the laws of logic are true. So the law of cause and effect is true, right? Everybody? Does everybody agree?
Yeah.
So since
Yep.
nobody disagrees, I can demonstrate that what is holding down the oceans is not Newtonian or Einsteinian gravity. Real quick. So if I were to boil a cup of ocean water, it would stick to the surface. I could also put it in a vacuum container, turn on the vacuum pump, and after 3 days, all the water will boil out at a low temperature. So what's actually holding down the oceans, and this is demonstrable, empirical, is low temperature and high gas pressure. That's what's holding down the oceans. Now, if you think that it's actually gravity, all you have to do is manipulate your presumed cause, like I manipulated gas pressure and or temperature, right? But you're not going to manipulate the relative density because that's the actual cause. Because when you boil the water, when the water goes from liquid state to gaseous state, liquid state compared to the atmosphere, it's very dense, right? But when it phase changes into gas, it's very buoyant. So that phase
Oh,
change.
the whole buoyancy argument. Okay.
Right. So all you have to do is use my presumed causes as your control variables, right? Because you don't want to manipulate my cause to prove your cause. So you're going to use your cause, whatever that is, mass attracting mass or the bending, warping of space, whatever and you manipulate that and make the water go up or down, or any object in a medium go up or down without manipulating buoyancy or density. Thanks.
Interesting. So that's an experiment that you would conduct to demonstrate that it's not gravity, but in fact like density of the water, I presume, of ocean water.
It's specific gravity. If you give that a quick search, because there's different types of gravity. There's dark gravity, Newtonian gravity, Einsteinian gravity, Milgromian gravity, right? They're all trying to explain the same effects, right? But mine, I can actually show you the cause. It's not heat and gas pressure when you're talking about why does a steel anvil float in a pool of mercury, but it's the relative density between the object and the medium that it's in, which makes it decide whether it's going to go up or down.
Larry, I got a problem with your demonstration there, bud.
Go for it.
So all you are demonstrating is why water stays in either a liquid or a gaseous state under certain conditions. Your experiment does not explain why the water in that chamber is at the bottom of the chamber.
Doesn't need
Because
to.
the densest object in the medium.
Say that again.
It's the densest object in a medium. In the medium, excuse me. So you have to understand, right? You can say buoyancy and density is described mathematically and it's all due to gravity. But I'm talking about empirical, observable, testable, repeatable, and most importantly, falsifiable. If Newton's apple would have fell in a pail of water, it would have went down, reached equilibrium, and then floated near the surface. Right? But if you would have drained that water, just like a cup of ice, the apple goes down. You put water back in, the apple goes up. The only thing I'm manipulating is the relative density between the apple, which is the object, and the medium that it's in, which is gas or liquid water.
No, that's not what
Platypus.
Oh,
Platypus. Take 5.
Yeah.
He's talking
So
to
you
Andy.
disagree?
No, Larry, no, just hold on.
Yeah.
Here's what's going on.
Okay, sure.
Yeah, I just wanted you to talk to Hanny. Platypus is here all the time. Hanny's not going to be here all the time.
Platypus is here to derail the conversation and take the heat off of Annie.
Yeah, no, you go ahead. Go ahead, Larry.
You just had a
Get
point.
stuck in it.
No, he didn't.
What'll happen is we'll get stuck into it with Platypus, and all the other new people that we haven't spoken with at length will leave.
Okay, interesting. Yeah, I mean, hold on. Can you guys hear me still? Sorry, something happened
Yes.
to my computer. Okay. Give me 1 sec. Sorry, something weird is happening. Okay. No, I was just gonna say, I think you touched on it in your explanation of your experiment. First of all, density, I don't know if you highlighted this or not, but density is not a force that can act upon an object. It's a property of an object. I don't know if you made that clear. Yeah, it's like
Of course, density is not a force, but buoyancy is the force that holds things up. So if you look at a hot air balloon, a helium, hydrogen balloon, whatever, right? It's up because it's seeking equilibrium and it's being displaced by the medium that it's in, right? And this is not really sorry?
which is gravity? The medium being gravity?
no.
No, specific gravity is talking about the relative density between the object and the medium that it's in. So a river rock is going to be at the bottom of the river. If you pick it up, you've added force to it, right? And when you let go of it, there's not enough buoyant force to hold up the rock. What's it going to do? It's going to seek equilibrium and go right back down into the water. But if you drop a beach ball into the river, it doesn't sink, does it? Like, you ever drink a cup of iced tea? You drink the tea and the ice goes down, you fill the tea back up, the ice goes up. This is everywhere in nature. You can't really argue against this because you've played with a rubber ducky, I'm sure, right?
Yeah, I can't answer yeah.
Right, so this is called specific gravity. So there's Milgromian gravity, also known as MOND, M-O-N-D, right? Then there's Newtonian gravity, then there's Einsteinian gravity, and some people postulate the dark gravity theory, right? But my theory is actually scientific because you can manipulate the cause and see the effect right in front of you. So mine is the only one that is scientific unless you say, hey, I'm going to use your variable, right, which is the relative density, as my control variable, and I'm going to have a new independent variable, which is my presumed cause. And then if you manipulate your presumed cause, then you can make objects go up and down like I can. I would surely love to see that, right?
If there's something else that you can vary and manipulate to cause this phenomena, then we'd love to see it.
So I hate to say it, but they taught you wrong that it's mass attracting mass. It's actually mass over volume dictates the direction an object will go in a medium. And it turns out there's no such thing as a vacuum. Even if you suck out every single atom and molecule from a volume or a container, it's still not empty. So that's a medium. So there's always a medium. And if you put an object in a medium, it's going to go up or down because of relative density.
You deafened, Larry.
Ah. Why do they keep
Good explanation. I know that was a great explanation. I don't know, but hopefully other people benefited from it.
Exactly.
Or maybe a call or something.
No, it's the same pattern though. I've been here like a couple times today, right? And I keep making that argument, and as soon as we start talking about gravity, people run.
Yo, Heretic, you there, bro?
What'd you say?
Wait, is Heretic in the VC?
Yeah, and the poor guy that just said, no, that's not correct. Things don't go up or down based on the relative density. I mean, did somebody buy this dude like a rubber ducky or something?
Do you guys think there's a word in the English language for every concept that exists?
Oh boy.
What's that got to do with the topic, Jackson?
Oh, if you don't want to answer, that's fine.
Yeah, what does it have to do with the topic? Give me the relevance. Perhaps it does. It is relevant, but you have to make it relevant. If it's not, then it's not.
So Heretic was what did he say? He said Heretic says he doesn't define words. I have the dictionary for that. Because I said it depends how you define real.
Oh, this is a brain in a jar explaining why being a brain in a jar is okay.
He can't VC right now, but looks like he's not going to be able to jump on the mic.
Oh, jar.
Yeah, so anybody who wants to argue
So can you guys answer the question or no?
Yeah, can you guys answer my question? I just need an independent variable of your presumed cause of why things go up or down.
Yeah, I'm talking about my question.
That's irrelevant to the conversation, so you're basically gaslighting us and trying to get us to bite on your red herring.
Yeah, he's trying to bring the side chat
that's
here into the VC, Larry.
So is there anyone out there?
I'm red herring.
Is there anyone out there who can give me their independent variable of their explanation as to why things go down? That I can manipulate and see things go down or go up, or both. All I'm asking is for the peer review process, right? You guys look at mine, go test it out with some water and ice, because water is the only, thing that we know of that when it freezes, it expands. So when it expands, that increases the volume, right? It still keeps the same mass, so it's going to be more buoyant. That's why ice floats. If it didn't, it would crush all the sea creatures whenever something froze. Because if it shrank, it would become more dense. It would go down. Does anybody disagree as to why the ice goes up or goes down? Nope. All right. Moving on. But did you see how the person that was texting Sasha 2.0, or Sasha was reading the text? Sorry, I don't know your name. I'm driving. I can't see the screen. But did you see how he said that we deny gravity when actually I just gave like a perfect explanation of how gravity actually works, and no one is willing to step up to the plate. No one's willing to step up to the plate and give their own independent variable, which I'm open to. The mic is
Honey can. Honey can.
Wait, I'm just a little bit. I just want to go through your experiment once more. So, are you saying that the constant that's responsible for our ocean water, what's the word, like falling to the center of the earth, is the constant is the variable responsible density in your experiment? Is that what you're trying to propose?
Because the water is dense in liquid form and in ice form, but when it gets hot enough and the molecules get excited and there's a phase change, when those molecular bonds are broken, it causes water to be extremely buoyant. It's the rain cycle. It's rain cycle 101. Why does the rain go up? Buoyancy. Why does it go back down? Because the bonds are created again when it turns back into liquid, and then it causes the water to go down. You know about the rain cycle, I'm sure.
Yeah, I just have for me, there's just a few holes in that experiment because, well, like I mentioned before, again, density is a property of an object, of a mass. It's not like a force like gravity is. But the thing is, like I think if I remember correctly, again, I think, I don't know if you were here when I was conversing earlier in this VC, but I was mentioning how I'm not the most scientifically literate, but I'm pretty sure the gravitational constant affects density. Like, I'm like 90, I'll look that up later, I'm like 90% confident, but I'm pretty sure density goes up the greater the force that's being exerted on a mass, or on an object, and then I think it like vice versa. The inverse happens when there's less gravity present on a, yeah.
Well, first of all, I never said that density was a force, right? I think I said that earlier. I don't know if you heard me or not. But a buoyancy is the force, right? Because the buoyant force is what moves the water when it phase changes up, or the ice when it freezes to the top of the water. So it has nothing to do with density being a force. And even though, yes, you can describe things mathematically, but math isn't science. So right here, at this point, I got the science on my side, and you're making a category error by appealing to mathematics.
No, I'm just mentioning gravity and density. I'm just speaking to a relationship between density and gravity. I'm not I didn't invoke math anywhere in my statement, but
when you said density is described with gravity, that's when you did it. I don't know. You said that you were kind of a little blurry on the topic, but whether you know that you did it or not, that's when you did it. Because if you look at the formula for density, gravity is going to be in there, right? But math describes things, right? So it's quantitative, whereas science is qualitative. So it's a category.
Science is qualitative?
Is it not?
Science is quantitative and qualitative. It's not just qualitative.
Do you think math is science?
No, but science is absolutely quantitative. And there's so many domains of science that require and are based in math. Science absolutely maybe the phenomena is qualitative in nature, but science absolutely has many quantitative elements. I mean, if you're trying to devise an experiment, you need to have certain measurements. Let's say you're trying to devise some sort of chemistry, an experiment involving chemicals. You need to have a certain number of milliliters of chemicals. Absolutely, there's quantitative elements.
That's not science. That's not.
That's absolutely science. What? How is that not science?
We're talking about natural science.
Yeah, natural science, where you observe a natural phenomenon. Say, unless you observe those two chemicals mixing in nature, and went, oh, why is, or saw an effect, like you saw bubbles coming up from the surface, and you hypothesized that that the chemicals inside the soil mixing together is why that's happening, then you don't have an experiment.
Before y'all go away from the buoyancy and Archimedes principle, do you know when Archimedes principle for buoyancy came out?
I don't know. Someone will.
Archimedes' principle is a couple thousand years old.
Right. So it's about 200 BC or so. So when did gravity? When was gravity invented or postulated? Do you know?
I don't think gravity was invented.
Yeah, well, gravity was
Gravity was discovered, and then anyways, I think that's getting into a side conversation.
because you say, well, Archimedes' principle has buoyancy in it. I mean, gravity in it, but it didn't. Archimedes' principle didn't have a formula. Actually, Archimedes' principle was just something written down by him.
So what? So
I mean,
what's the
it's an
principle?
interesting conversation. I just think it's sidetracking the
No, because
original
what you
No, it's not.
mentioned. No, because what you mentioned to Larry was that you believe that gravity is in the formula of Archimedes' principle.
Yeah, she said that gravity or density has gravity in it,
You said
right?
arc. Okay, I didn't hear.
Buoyancy.
Okay, so that's what. Sorry, I didn't hear what you were saying. I thought I didn't. Okay, so you're talking about what's the Archimedes principle? I think that's related.
He was the one that created
Buoyancy.
the buoyancy principle.
Yeah, he's the one that invented the buoyancy principle, right? I think Larry
Correct.
said yes. Okay.
Real quick, Hanny, can you please explain the difference between a force and a pseudo force?
Exactly,
Yeah,
Hanny. That's what I thought. Hanny, you better fucking answer.
So buoyancy,
Pseudo
right?
force.
Buoyancy is a force. It's measurable, right? The displacement pushes things up, right? And a pseudo force would be like centrifugal force, where you spin something really fast to create that pseudo force, but it's not there in nature.
Okay, I mean that was fun to learn, I guess. I can go back. Can I go back very quickly to the point I was trying to make about the relationship between gravity and density and why they are in fact related. So when it comes
Gravity
to
is not a force, for one. I just wanted to be clear. Gravity is not a force. No, it is not.
What is gravity? Wait, this
I
is
posted
wait.
that
That's
earlier for you. I posted that way ago. It's probably gone now. Even the chat's reset.
Wait.
But yeah, I
Gravity
gave you a
is
bunch
not
of
a
citations.
force. I'm so sorry. I'm not trying to sound like angry. That's just the
I'll
first time.
post them again.
Gravity is
What
not
is
a
that?
force.
Post citation.
It's called a pseudo force because it's treated as one, but it is not a force. Math is not a force, and your frame of reference can't be a force either.
Gravity is absolutely
Yeah,
a force. I don't know in what world.
Hold on, I'm coming in with a point of clarity. If anybody's going to be saying that gravity is not a force, then we need citation for that lady, please.
Yeah,
I'm just saying. I'm just watching I'm gonna be modding, just making sure that if you guys are saying that, make sure you back it up with citations
Yeah,
for the lady.
please offer me one like peer-reviewed. Like I would love to hear what evidences you guys have to support
the mainstream.
hypothesis that gravity is not a force.
All right.
That's
All right,
anyways.
Henny.
Post in the side chat.
Yep, you gotta keep watching the side chat because stuff's gonna be posted there for you. So just
All
monitor
right.
the side
No,
chat.
I'll check it out for sure. I was just going to say that when it comes to mass and when so the reason why density exists is because when mass is compressed, and all the particles are compressed very and tightly packed, that's what we would describe as density, right? So the force that's causing those particles to be tightly compressed together is gravity. It's like that's what's causing.
That's a baseless assertion.
Baseless
assertion. Yeah, because I can demonstrate my gravity. Can you demonstrate yours?
Your gravity. Why is there a domain on? There's a patent on gravity now. You have a patent on gravity.
No, I'm saying specific gravity, right, is the one that's my claim, right? I shouldn't have said my gravity. I should have said my claim, right?
Okay.
And just because you're describing the way that this is working and saying gravity, but you're describing specific gravity by using some other type of gravity. So if you want to validate your claim, all you have to do is manipulate your presumed cause and make things go up and down like I can. because science is never settled. I'm open to seeing your science and your claim of why gravity is acting the way that it acts. I'm open-minded. Show me.
I mean, sure. I mean, I can look up I haven't conducted an experiment myself, but that is in fact scientifically what is causing the force that's causing the particles to compress together. I can pull up an experiment if that's helpful and like pull up a model. We can go through this together.
You have to back up your claim, Handy. That's what he's asking. Make sure that you either cite a source.
That I cite source. Okay, yeah, for sure. I'll do that right now. Thank you.
So, Henny, also, there's many sources that have been dropped in the chat for you that I don't think you've read, because there's about 10 different citations.
Yeah, I mean, I can't. Obviously, I'm talking. I can't read and talk at the same time. That's not a skill that I.
Yeah, here's what I think needs to happen, because we got to actually scroll up a little bit to catch up to what's been posted. If we want to, we can take some time out and maybe go through from like where T-Dub is. Maybe he can read a couple of citations and then give the links, and then so that it doesn't get like lost in the sauce, because it's gonna get scrolled. It's gonna be too far up.
Give me a second.
I'm just saying. I don't know, unless you guys just want to roll with the punches. And
yeah,
she's just not. She's gonna hear you citing something, but she'll never read it because she's in the middle of like trying to argue for it. So it's gonna get lost through text.
I think Quetzalcoatl has some good ones there as well. Just above.
Yeah, so however you want to do it, but we got to go through them if we're going to give a citation. That way she can hear that you guys are posting.
Yeah, I think since we made the claim that gravity isn't a force, we should probably start with that first and throw the citation, and then she could look up whatever experiments she could find for.
Yeah, this is there. Yeah, there's many. I mean, it's interesting, honey, that you have not heard that. That's just so shocking to you, but it's okay. Just 22 minutes after the hour, Quetzalcoatl has many citations describing gravity as not a force. So, not a force, not a force, not a force. Do you see all those? Wikipedia, university.com, math.ucr.edu.
Wikipedia says that gravity is not a force?
Physics.org, you like that one? According to this theory, gravity is not a force. Yep.
This is so.
Once you realize
I'm gonna be real. I'm very intrigued because I've never heard.
Once she realizes that gravity is not a force, she can't deny that buoyancy is not a force. That's actually a force.
Hold on, 1 second. One second.
Yeah, I mean, if you've been educated in the American public school system, you've been done a disservice, because gravity is in modern physics considered to be not a force. Nonetheless, because of the way textbook publishers operate, they continue to put in elementary and middle school and even high school textbooks teaching gravity as a force. I do not, I have many theories as to why this is. Largely it's because, the larger states, such as California, decide which textbook they want to adopt, and then the textbook companies, because they're profit motivated, they adhere to whatever these schools dictate, and then they keep teaching children wrong things that they know are going to have to be undone when they get to the university level. So you've been done a disservice, and we're here to correct that disservice.
I don't think it's a disservice, but hold on. You made a claim that Wikipedia is arguing sorry, I can't
honey,
talk.
please, just take a minute.
Let's go to physics.org.
Gravity takes a slightly different meaning, the observed force between objects and the earth. And then I'll read another paragraph as well. However, for most applications, gravity is well approximated by Newton's law of universal gravitation, which describes gravity as a force causing any two bodies to be so that's in Newtonian physics. I'll grant that I don't know about, again, there was other kinds of physics mentioned. I don't know if, let's say in Einsteinian physics, whether or not gravity is considered a force, but definitely I can vouch that Newtonian physics.
No, it's not. I can give you a quote from George Musa from Scientific American saying it literally is not a force, and talking about how we do, and we must think of Newtonian gravity as a force, but that doesn't mean it really is a force. And then he says, but then again, we're not working at the really is level.
Okay, but he follows it up by saying we're not working at the really is level. That's an article, right? So I would love to see that article, because it's
an interview with with a fellow,
Because
and I can give you the full length interview if you like, or I can give you clips out of it as well.
I'll just take the full length interview, but I'm just saying if this is not in peer reviewed journals, I just don't. I think that it doesn't hold.
By George
Wait, I just
Musa.
realized I don't think Honey's in my Discord server.
What's that got to do with what we're talking about, Jackson? Just because you want to
it doesn't.
You want to interrupt?
It doesn't.
So, Heine, you said if it's not if it's not peer reviewed.
Yeah, I think science is like empirical science relies on peer reviewed journals. Like
George Musa is a peer reviewer.
Right, but I mean, are you saying Einstein is not? Are you throwing down Einstein?
Is Einsteinian physics not peer reviewed?
No, what he's trying to get at is that Einstein superseded Newton about 110 years ago.
Yep.
So I did drop a citation in there for that, and I'm sure there's many others, but Newton's two crowning achievements, the laws of motion and the laws of gravitation that had reigned supreme since published in the Principia in 1687, were toppled from the throne by Einstein. So that's Physics Libretex, right? Now, there's some big differences between Newtonian mechanics and general relativity. So what you're discussing is Newtonian mechanics, where gravity is a force that acts at a distance, which states that every mass attracts another mass with a force proportional to the product of their masses. In general relativity, Einstein's theory of general relativity, gravity is not a force, but the manifestation of the curvature of space-time. Okay, so not a force. So Einstein superseded Newton, and then we've got about 30 or 40 different citations here in the chat that talk about that exact point. So no, today gravity is not considered a force. It's the bending and warping of space-time, creating a gravity well.
Yeah, so I just want to, because I think I would say that's a good point, and I was talking to someone earlier about this. Sorry, Larry, I'll just make a quick point, and then you can go. Because I do agree that yes, Einstein, like you said, superseded Newton, and his model of gravity is a little more all-encompassing in a way that Newton didn't anticipate, and I don't think could have in his time. And so I totally agree with you. I just think that Newtonian mechanics is still relevant in physics. It's not like we've discarded Newtonian mechanics and it's never been applied.
Yeah, but this goes far, honey. This goes far beyond what you believe to be true. It's already been proven by what they're accepting in the mainstream rhetoric. So mainstream rhetoric is dictating how to view this in a specific way. So you can't just say, I think it's useful, because they're not saying that in these citations, which is what the people here are trying to let you know. The citations are what's standing against what you're saying. So your opinion and credulity is going against what the citations are saying. So it doesn't matter how you feel about it. It only matters what they've already said is the case.
And Hanny, and what if I tell you, Hanny, and what if I tell you, even not even Newton liked it, the gravity at a distance, instantaneous gravity at a distance?
Well, I feel like if you're making that claim, Henny, that you're believing in some way.
Hold on, wait. Because I'm being bombarded with a lot of questions.
Yeah, sorry.
So I'll take it. I'll take it one at a time.
I'm gonna repeat it again. What if I tell you Newton didn't even like the gravity thing that he supposedly invented or whatever, or discovered?
I don't even know what that statement means. I don't what do you mean that he doesn't like gravity?
Alpha didn't want to give her the quote.
Yeah, I'll post it in. Hold on, Hanny. I'll post it in the text chat. But this is important. This is important because this is what he wrote to Bentley. It was February the 25th, 1693. It was quoted in the works of Richard Bentley, so 1838. Hold on a second. Give me a moment.
Okay. I don't see how... Okay, go ahead. I was just going to say, I don't see how him liking or disliking gravity has any weight or significance whatsoever.
It does because this was actually formulated years after his death. He didn't want to describe to him, Henny. Look, Quetzalcoatl has a better version than mine. I put a snippet out of. There's many different
Okay.
ways that you can look at this, but Quetzalcoatl's a little bit more legible.
Yes, okay. Can I just say something about some of the citations that I'm seeing? And I'm not saying
Sure.
that I am, a peer reviewer myself. I'm someone who has published any sort of credible work in any scientific journal whatsoever. But a lot of the citations that I'm seeing, and I don't know how familiar you guys are with like analyzing like credibility of sources, but a lot of these are coming from not scientific journals, but like journals that where you can just publish anything, and you can publish any sort of material. What's like here? I'll give one example. I think
You need to read this. You need to read this before you go on.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
credentialism is a form of bias.
All right.
Don't
So
engage in relation. No. Go ahead.
So either somebody can read it to her, that way it can flow with the chat, because if she stops and reads it, she might read it at her own pace and stop halfway. So perhaps somebody wants to read it.
It is I can read it out loud. It is
Sure, go ahead.
inconceivable. Do you want me to read the "It is inconceivable"?
You can go to Quetzalcoatl at 34 minutes after the hour. Quetzalcoatl,
Quetzalcoatl.
34 minutes after the hour.
Wait, can you send it again? I'm so sorry. I'm not seeing what you're talking about.
34 minutes past the hour. The one with the image and the raw text above it.
Image and text above it. Is this an interview with George Musser?
No, it says, "'Tis inconceivable that inanimate brute matter should, without the mediation of something else which is not material, operate upon and affect other matter without mutual contact, as it must, if gravitation, in the sense of Epicurus, be essential and inherent in it. And in this one reason, why I desired that you would not ascribe an innate gravity to me, that gravity should be innate, inherent, and essential to matter, so that one body may act upon another at a distance through a vacuum, without the mediation of anything else, but by and through which their action of force may be conveyed from one to another, is to me so great an absurdity that I believe no man who has in philosophical matters any competent faculty of thinking can ever fall into it." This is an original letter from Isaac Newton to Richard Bentley.
Okay, does he? I don't see anywhere though. Okay, because I'm trying to parse out what he means by certain things, but it doesn't seem anywhere that he's discrediting gravity as a
As mass attracting mass. As a force. Right.
He didn't want it ascribed to him, Henny.
Hold
Did
on,
you know that?
Hold on, I'm gonna reread this because I just want to make
Sure.
sense of it for myself and not. Yeah, if that's okay. Thank you. This is interesting. Okay, thank you.
Oh boy, quite the educational class we got here going on.
From what I'm understanding in what she's saying, because she did say that she agrees that Newton was superseded but is still relevant, that she must believe somehow Newtonian gravity and general relativity, or Newtonian mechanics and general relativity, somehow work together hand in hand.
They're diametrically opposed to each other, right? Because with Newton, all motion is not relative, right? It's absolute. And Newton believed in it, or Newton, what's ascribed to Newton said that there's instantaneous action at a distance. So that would mean that gravity is faster than the speed of light, which according to Einstein, nothing can move faster than the speed of light.
Correct.
I like what Lade 2 posted there too. A bit of a comparison between some of the principles.
Oh yeah, I was trying to do you a service there by showing you, and everybody else is showing you that like scientific source after scientific source. I mean, I think there's not going to be a lot of peer-reviewed articles about it because it's just accepted, and it's been accepted for so long. I mean, I can try to go back to like, I don't know, earlier in the 20th century to find you something. Nobody's going to be writing a peer-reviewed article about that because it's just the general scientific current understanding.
Yeah, exactly. And credentialism is anti-scientific. Nobody gets to gatekeep science.
Not to mention there's the replication crisis.
People are not going to be writing a peer-reviewed article in 2025, about photosynthesis being discovered or whatever. It's just, that's why I'm trying to give you things like the physics education journal and so on. It's talking about how to explain to high schoolers and university students that their former understanding is not correct. That's the first one. I actually didn't tag you in that one, so I'll put it back on there again.
But in the replication crisis, doesn't that talk about how, like, most of the stuff that gets published, it's not replicable? Replicatable, sorry.
Okay, so I reread and I'm like trying to like make sense. I'm also like looking up on Google as well of the letter that Newton the what is it? The chunk that you guys shared with me. He's not discrediting gravity anywhere. Like here, can I give my understanding or like what my personal understanding?
There's only one real important point here.
Give me a second. What does inconceivable mean?
Hold on, I will give my interpretation as opposed to.
I'm asking you a question. What
No, I don't need to answer because I said I before you spoke, I said I was going to give my interpretation, and so it's kind of, it's a little strange that you're just now anyways.
Go right ahead because you're saying something that is okay. Well, go right ahead.
Yeah, thank you, and then you can ask that question after. So it looks like he's saying when he's saying like inanimate brute matter should. Should operate upon and affect other matter without mutual like that idea being inconceivable to him. I think he's saying that like matter being able to affect other matter without there being some kind of medium in between is like that idea, or like there's no physical contact, like that idea to him seems inconceivable. Without there being a force, without there being a force to act for one object to affect another, it's just kind of weird how they affect each other. And then he goes on to talk about Epicurus, who was a Greek philosopher, and then he talks about how hold on, let me find where he said this exactly. That gravity should be innate, inherent, and essential. So he's just saying that he disagrees with the proposition that gravity is inherent to matter, like it's an inherent property of matter that exists within matter. And so he's just disputing that idea. That he's just saying I don't think
that's correct. That's correct.
So not mass attracts mass.
So not mass attracting mass.
Yo, it's triangle Earth, bro.
Hold on.
No, I would disagree. I would not say that he's saying that mass suddenly doesn't affect mass. Can I just, I'm so sorry. Can I just
what he actually says, and this is the most important thing, and this is one reason why I desired you had not ascribed innate gravity to me. He doesn't want this ascribed to him.
No. You missed the most important. Can I give my interpretation before I'm steamrolling?
It is what it is, though. He's saying it's like people want to rebrand what he's saying, Henny, and I think you're trying very hard to make it sound like he's still advocating for gravity in the sense of mass attracting mass.
Oh my! I think you're just completely misinterpreting. He said
you're upset because he's actually saying I don't want you to ascribe this thing to me.
I think you're just wrong, and I think
it's not that I'm wrong. It's that you're fighting hard against what he's saying. This is Isaac Newton. Isaac Newton is saying this, Henny.
Okay, so what?
So what? He doesn't want to describe to him, and yet even after his death, they still ascribed it to him.
Okay, I'm just gonna keep giving my interpretation. I don't want to be steamrolled.
You want to plug your ears and act like you're not hearing what he's saying. This is his own words.
I am hearing what he's saying. He
What's
says
funny,
innate
Alpha?
gravity. He's denying the Epicurean idea that gravity is inherent to matter. He's just denying that idea. He's just denying.
Yes,
that
mass
gravity
attracting
is not
mass is not what he wants to be ascribed to. He's denying it. He doesn't want that.
No, that's not what
Yes, that's what he's saying.
denying Epicure. Anyways, I will just whatever. We'll just agree to disagree there.
Alpha, what's funny, Alpha? We're just reading it outright, and she's interpreting it.
She's interpreting. Yeah, it is what it's saying. What exactly he's saying in those
No,
words.
I mean
he's
I'm
saying.
not reading. It's not like my interpretation.
Why
is
does
that
he
moral.
state that he doesn't want this ascribed to himself?
I'm not. So he doesn't want the Epicurean idea that gravity is an inherent property of matter. He's just disputing Epicure. So your interpretation of inherent property is that, like, all of a sudden that mass doesn't attract mass. That's not what he's saying. He's saying that
that's
gravity,
what it means.
No,
He doesn't want that ascribed to him. Yet after his death, they put it on Isaac Newton. He didn't want while he was alive. He refuted that fact. He didn't want that to be the
gravity doesn't exist within matter. That gravity is not within the matter itself.
And that's what people are saying mass attracts mass with, because if you have the large body, which is a mass of an object, it's pulling something towards the center of it. That's what mass attracts mass in Newton's gravity explanation. So if you're going to say that that's what he's saying, that he didn't want to ascribe to him, it's exactly what you're saying, mass attracts mass, which would be that if an object has mass, then it's pulling it to the center of that mass. And he's like, no, I don't want you to ascribe that to me. And yet you're doing it now. You're ascribing it to him, even though he's refuting you, saying, no, I don't want you to do that to me. And you're like, yeah, we're going to give it to you, Newton, no matter what. It's yours. Why? He's saying in this letter to Bentley that he doesn't want to ascribe to him. You and the rest of the people that are globe cultists want to ascribe gravity to somebody. So you gave it to poor old Newton. You're giving it to him every single time. And he's like, dude, I don't want it. And he's like, yeah, but you're going to have to. Because I'm going to interpret it like you didn't say that. You didn't mean that, Isaac Newton. So I'm going to give you this. Mass attracts mass. Sorry. That's what you're doing. That's mental gymnastics. You really want him to be the guy that advocates for gravity that he, in his letter, said he didn't want to ascribe to him.
And he even says that it will be an absurdity.
Yeah. It's the
it would
opposite
be
of
an
something.
absurdity to think that there being no tether, no baryonic matter from the periodic table, forcing something to do something. Where I'm saying, I agree with Newton in this part, and that's why specific gravity, or also known as relative density, is a better gravity because it can be experimentally validated.
It's so crazy. Even people today want Newton to be the fall guy. Well, thank goodness while he was alive, he couldn't. He could fend for himself.
His laws of motion are superseded as well by Einstein.
Well, that's the other issue. Yeah. It's a train wreck from the start. It's a train wreck from the start.
If it's been superseded, why do they still teach it in public school? I mean, that's what the young lady should be talking about, right? Because she's participating in academia, and she's, one of those people, right, who are in the mainstream. Why would the mainstream government school be teaching you the wrong thing on purpose, that gravity is mass attracting mass, when they should be teaching that as a historical science, maybe, that, hey, back in the day, people used to think that mass attracts mass. But now we know that it's a bending and warping of space-time. Or now we know it's modified Newtonian dynamics, or MOND, and not Einstein.
And even the story of how you came up with the idea about an apple falling on his head, if you look it up, they start off, the information is, the tale goes. I mean, it's a folklore. What is it? What do you call folklore, Lloyd?
Folklore.
Folklore. So it's hilarious how they would start that out. Like, I mean, wouldn't that be something that they'll start off with actual information, not the tail
Okay,
goes.
so I did some more research about the letter because I did want to because I agree that like my interpretation might leave a lot of room, a little or a lot of room to be desired. I also looked into, admittedly, your interpretation that he's saying that he never disputed gravity. He just said that there's parts of gravity, again, according to your interpretation, there's parts of gravity that are a little bit hard to grasp and and don't make sense. And so I think whoever brought up, because I just did the research now, whoever brought up Einsteinian physics, I think they did, again, and I will give you the credit where it's due. I think this is relevant to this. It is relevant to this conversation because from what I did, like my searching on Google, it seems like Newton struggled with the idea that gravity as a force could act at a distance. So that seems like something that as a concept, he really struggled with. Like, how is it that Earth's gravity can affect the moon? How is it that the planets' gravities affect each other, and so on?
Right.
And so he didn't understand how, how gravity as a force could impact or travel through empty space without there being something like some sort of medium in between the gravity, like between the two objects. And so it seems like Einstein with his theory is actually what, like, instead of, and I think, and I'll give you guys also credit where it's due, where Einstein doesn't necessarily view gravity as a force, but like, again, like the curvature of space-time in the presence of mass.
So
I think
he took Isaac Newton's whatever everybody was claiming gravity is and said it's not a force.
Yeah, and so I think that was, I will give credit where it's due. I think that was a relevant point to be made here. And so, but I think even still, right, I think someone was, I could like hear in the background maybe, like, why is Newtonian mechanics still relevant today? There's so many fields where we do rely on the laws of motion, where we do rely on Newtonian mechanics, basic engineering, architecture.
Okay, name one thing where you're going to start using practically Newton laws.
In engineering,
the Romans built all kinds of things, not canals, aquifers, and the Romans didn't know about any kind of gravity or anything. They just built the stuff. So you saying that it's required, I don't know. I don't think it's required.
Yeah, it's not practical.
It might be useful in calculating heavenly bodies, like within the solar system, but not the moon and not Mercury. But as far as that, I see it as very limited for what it's used for as far as applied science.
Right. There's no practicality within the construct of what you're claiming that is the case.
You don't even. Yeah, you were asked a lot earlier. Actually, it was Alpha that asked you what's it useful for, right? And you appealed to astronomy.
Yep.
Right. That's not useful to me. I'm sorry. I'm not going to be able to use that for anything in my,
So you claimed engineering. You claimed a lot of things. You feel like there needs to be some sort of explanation for these flat earthers. So you have some sort of like weight upon your shoulder to have some sort of explanation for this understanding of what gravity is, based upon years of indoctrination that you've had from the school system. You can wait till I'm done, Henny. You can wait till I'm done. You can wait till I'm done, Henny. You can wait till I'm done, Henny.
I think, and I again don't know entire scientific purpose.
Can you hear? Hold on. Can you hear Alpha? Hanny, can you hear any of us? Maybe she's got us all muted. Could you not hear?
I think what's happening in Discord.
Can you, Hanny? Can you hear Alpha? Are you with us?
Hello, Henny.
Oh, okay. I'm so sorry. I couldn't hear you guys, so I just started talking. I'm so sorry. That is my bad.
Yeah, no, that's okay. Discord's been acting kind of funny today.
All right.
Yeah, I could not hear any of you guys, so I just started rambling. Sorry, you guys go on. I'll just mute.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Sorry.
All right. So, yeah, it just seems like you have a weight on your shoulders to come forth with an explanation of gravity based upon the education system and the indoctrination you have about what you think gravity is. So if you don't have an explanation, I think you're scrambling right now, searching for online an explanation for what we're saying. And I think what it's doing right now, it's giving you an impression that there isn't an answer that you can give right now for the explanation of what you consider a practical demonstration of how gravity is explained here on Earth. So all we're asking for, Hanny, is for you to demonstrate something practical that can be useful for the gravitational theory of Einstein, or if you so desire, Newton.
Yeah,
Something
sure.
practical.
I can do so. Okay, I'll do both. I just have two questions. So, do none of you guys support because it seems like you guys have a lot to. There's a debacle with Newton here, but do you guys disagree with Einstein as well?
It's all.
Can I address that? I've been trying to jump
Sure.
in to say this for a long time. Yeah, and I got an article for you too. I just put it in the chat. I definitely wanted you to realize that we are not advocating for Einstein. So, the article I put in for you is from 2019. It says, Einstein showed Newton was wrong about gravity. Now scientists are, coming for Einstein. So the point we're trying to make here is, that's another theory that with the so-called astrophysicists, they've latched on to this Einstein thing and they've discarded Newtonian. That's like the current modern physics. But now, they're moving on and theorizing about other stuff. We think all of that's way out in the weeds. We prefer to just stay to the Earth, like Larry was talking about earlier. What do we observe? What can be demonstrated? We prefer the scientific method where you have to make natural observations. So the only reason we went through all this to show you how in mainstream science, Newtonian gravity has been discarded was to get you to understand that. That is your own paradigm is saying that. That is not what we're saying. We're telling you what your own paradigm is saying.
That's correct.
Right, and then after we're finished doing that,
hours ago.
Sorry, brother.
No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was going to say that.
One of you go.
Jeez. I just said, look, you're lucky that the quantum eraser isn't here, or if he is here, not piping up, because this conversation, once the citations were presented, this conversation would have been ended hours ago.
Yeah, so I just wanted to say that, and now that we've gotten you to understand that Newtonian is not the king of the hill at the moment, it's actually Einstein. But a lot of scientists, Professor Pavel Krupa is saying that dark matter is debunked, and the relevancy is that dark matter was the placeholder for the inadequacies, or what they call the gravitational anomalies at the galactic level. And that's why they're switching over to modified Newtonian dynamics, also known as MOND, M-O-N-D. So once you learn about the crisis in cosmology, you're really going to be pissed that not even Einstein was correct about gravity. So whatever you do, don't do 10 hours of research on the crisis in cosmology, also known as the cosmological constant crisis. Don't do it.
Yeah, so, okay, go ahead. Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Did you want to say something?
No, I actually am learning a lot about, I will say, particularly my own, the scientific consensus on gravity. I am learning a lot, because I think someone asked, the modern education system has failed you. I disagree. I think it has not done a great job, but I don't think it's I think it could be better, but I don't think it's failed me in any respect whatsoever. And so and I also just want to quickly clarify before I give a practical experiment. The reason why I spoke so much about Newtonian physics is because that's the most recent archetype of physics that I've learned. Or that I learned in school, in my senior year, we all had to take a physics course of some sort, and so even earlier science courses relied upon Newton's laws, and those are the laws that we invoked in the classroom. And so I never explored Einsteinian physics, even though I again am familiar with the general theory of relativity. A lot to be done, but still, regardless.
Yeah, so that's why it's called a failed education, because they're teaching you stuff that is irrelevant, because that's not the current quote
Not
unquote.
the current scientific consensus.
Right.
Yeah. For sure. I know I totally agree. Like I kind of now wish that I learned more about other kinds of physics, Einsteinian physics, I mean, there was some other physics mentioned in this conversation, but I think someone asked, can you give a practical experiment that
Yes, I did.
demonstrates the existence of gravity? I remember I was going through my old like physics experiments or like my old science experiments. I think one of the earliest experiments that I remember conducting is that in the classroom, so we were asked, you were given so when you devised the experiment, right? So let's say you're holding like a ball and then you're holding like a feather. I don't know how familiar you are with this experiment. And you drop them both at the same height and you keep the height, that's a constant within the experiment. Both of them, if gravity is and this is not assuming gravity here, but if gravity is true, if that is a true phenomena of the world, then both of those objects should be falling at the same rate. And so we were asked to calculate. We were asked to calculate like, so how much time did it take for both of the objects to fall to the ground? And so they should be falling at the same rate, and that would, I mean, obviously there's air resistance.
I'm sorry, it's affirming the consequent formal logical fallacy that you've just.
What
said,
fallacy?
If P, then
affirming
Q.
the consequent.
Yeah, affirming.
No, I mean, we were asked to calculate.
I'll just pass it out because you said if P, then Q. Q, therefore P.
No, I think you misunderstood. So the experiment, because this was an experiment that was done
So with the
in the classroom. I said,
were they testing your logic or were they teaching you science?
what?
Makes you think now, doesn't it?
No, I didn't even hear the question. But anyways, we were asked to not.
Will reach the ground at the same time and fall at the same rate. Correct?
No, not at the same time. At the same rate. Not at the same time.
Rate. So if gravity, if the formulation of gravity is correct, right, then these objects will fall at the same rate.
No, I added that element in myself. So maybe when I was
the experiment or not? What's the experiment then?
Well, the experiment is what is the rate at which both objects are falling, and if they're both the same. Hold on, if they're both at the same. Anyways, if they're both at the same rate, then that would indicate, and it's consistent for every falling object, every falling mass. Then it would indicate that there's some property of nature that's consistent throughout, and so that would, I mean, you would ascribe that to gravity.
Are you defining that property of nature?
No, and the experiment that we were given, I don't think we were. It was. I mean, the experiment was titled like gravity or some bullshit like that. But we were not given. We were not like. It's not like when we were solving for the rate that we had gravity written anywhere on our sheets, like or on our paper.
You say an experiment. What's the independent, dependent, and control variables? Please.
In that specific experiment?
Yes.
Right, what is the thing that you manipulated?
Yeah, okay, so let me pull up, I have it pulled up right now. Let me describe it. Let me read it like word for word. Give me a sec.
$1, it's Cavendish.
Hopefully that it says in there how lithium falls the slowest, but
Wait, yeah, I was gonna say in the side chat I also put the Cavendish experiment. What's wrong with the Cavendish experiment?
We'll talk about that in a minute. Just, I guess, post the gentleman's request and then we'll go into that.
You knew exactly, like, don't you find it interesting that we know what you're going to say before you know what you're going to say?
Well, I'm sure
Not like it's scripted or anything.
So many times.
Yeah, I know.
Not like it's scripted or anything. You guys are programmed, Henny, and because the programming is so predictable,
What's
we know
water
exactly.
made of? H2O. I knew you were going to say that.
Yeah, hold on, dude.
Oh, that's
Just
funny.
relax. Relax, dude. Yeah, the programming is so predictable that we know exactly where you're going to end up at all the time. It's because it's a program. It's predictable.
See, what we'd expect if this demonstration qualifies as a scientific experiment, then we expect an observed natural phenomenon, which will be a dependent variable. Then you're going to suppose
What is
a
that?
cause. You'll suppose a cause. This will become your independent variable, and then you will account for all the control variables, right? and then you'll actualize your hypothesis in a test to determine the cause of the effect that you observed in nature.
By manipulating the independent variable.
By manipulation of the independent variable to see that it causes the change of the dependent variable.
Yeah, but it sounds like she's just talking about her high school class and like the teacher showing them, look, everybody, these two things have.
Silence. Silence. Go ahead, guys.
They always got to just come in and interpret what's going on for us.
That's just much, Kane. We'll unmute him when we're done here with Annie.
Yeah, we know that's what he's saying. She's saying that we're saying it's not an experiment. She's characterizing it as an experiment, and we're asking her to be more precise with her language or identify the independent variable, which can't be done because there isn't one.
Right.
And that's the problem. They're teaching pseudoscience to these children.
Hold on. So I pulled it up like the whole sheet. And so, yeah, I think this was literally what I was just saying. So again, just to reiterate, the independent variable here is the height from which the object is being dropped. So that doesn't change. That's constant throughout.
Well, so that would be a control variable, not an independent variable. If that's an independent variable, then you're claiming height is the cause of the effect.
Oh, actually, you know what? You know what's funny? You're actually right. It says that that's the control variable. Yeah.
Right.
And then, hold on. And then it says the dependent variable is the time that it takes for the object to fall. So that's what we measured in that experiment from like 9th grade. This is a 9th grade experiment.
You do understand that you don't have the independent variable to manipulate. And second to that,
well, you can change the height.
All you're doing is measuring the effect. We're looking for the causation. Yep. This isn't giving a cause. It's just measuring the time that things fall, which is the effect.
Right. The quantification of the effect is all that's occurring at this moment. You're just checking to see at the average rate that something will fall from a height.
Well, there's a little more to the experiment.
Yeah, but the problem is, Hanny, like the effect is something that you can test and verify with the, dropping something. But the cause of the effect is what's in question, which is why there needs to be a theory about it,
Oh my God.
The bending and warping of space-time. Oh, you had something in the background? Okay. Yeah. You got to remember, it's cause and effect. So, I mean, that was just the cause.
What would they say in that classroom if it dropped one thing and it dropped slower than the other? What would they say then? Still good?
We were asked to. So then the follow up, because I think someone mentioned causation. So then after we got our data, and by the way, someone said you can't manipulate the independent variable.
It's real quick. Are you watching text? I mean, it's not a real big important thing, but when people talk, you can see the names and such. I see your name and I say Hanny because I see your name light up when you speak.
In the side chat? Wait, what are you talking about?
In the voice channel, like when we're talking.
Yeah, I can see people. Because I mute and then I unmute because you guys ask a question, then you guys go back to talking. So I get it. It's a hard format to balance. It's like it's not.
That's why I'm saying that way who's addressing you. That way you can specifically go. Oh, Elbow just said something. Let me respond to him.
Okay.
It's specific.
Okay. I'll refer to you then. I guess I can see who's late. I think AJ was it. Someone said that you can't manipulate the independent variable. You can just change the height at which something is being dropped. The object is being dropped. But then I think after you drop the ball from after you drop the ball from a height of 1 meter, 2 meter, 3 meters, I think was what they gave us.
Yep. So what you actually said was that the height was the dependent. Yeah, it was the control variable. Sorry, and that the height did not change. So therefore, if it's your control, and you're not changing or manipulating the height, you're not manipulating any independent variable. And again, secondly to that, you're just measuring the rate that something falls.
No,
you're
I want to
measuring any type of causation. You're not doing any type of experiment.
I want to get into the causation part. I got it, so just to clarify, I got it mixed up, so I said the wrong thing. So that's my bad. I meant to say that the independent variable was height. And so going back to the experiment that was given to me in like 9th grade, after we were asked to record this data. Then what you were supposed to do is you were supposed to plug in the data to like acceleration due to gravity, and then you would use kinematics for that. We were asked to use the kinematic equation, distance equals one half acceleration due to gravity times time squared.
Right. So, Hannah, let me ask you a question. Do you know what's the independent variable in an experiment?
Yeah, it's the control variable. It's the variable that you're changing.
No. I asked you
That is what an independent variable is.
No. What is the independent variable in an experiment? What is it? What is the purpose of the independent variable?
So that you can see its effect on the dependent variable.
Right. So it's supposed to be the cause of the effect.
No, that's not at all what science is proposing. I don't know where you got that from. Hold on, that's not true. That's definitely not true.
Cause and effect relationship. What do you mean?
That is the whole point of the scientific method and experiments, is to demonstrate a cause and effect relationship.
Not from the independent variable. Hold on, I will, because I'm very certain that that's not true.
Oh, we need citations. Citations.
Give you citations.
Surprise. You're going to be
Citations.
depressed. Yeah, you're going to be in depression.
Come on, honey. I mean, I hope this is going to have some effect on your life, but from your attitude, I have a feeling you're just going to like still think you're the smartest person in the room and not pay any attention to what anybody around you is saying. It's sad because I feel like you. Oh, yeah. Oh, really? You don't?
No,
then who do you think is the smartest person in this room? It's not you.
I am appealing to science. I do not think I'm the smartest.
You are not. You are not, darling. You are appealing to pseudoscience. Start listening.
I don't think that's true. I just don't think that's true. Unless you're just saying that though.
Okay, like, honey. T-Dub, do you want to read the citations you just posted?
Right. So we've got some citations here. First off, from Colorado State University, colostate.edu. Scientific hypothesis, a special kind of prediction that forecasts how the independent variable will affect the dependent variable. Then from geosociety.org, Nature and Science, hypothesis. The hypothesis should also contain a prediction about its verifiability. For example, if the hypothesis is true, then one should happen when 2 is manipulated. The first blank 1 is the dependent variable. It depends on what you are doing in the second blank. And the second blank 2 is the independent variable. You manipulate it to get a reaction. There should be no other variables in the experiment that may affect the dependent variable. Do you want me to read more, or do you want to read them yourself?
She's not listening.
Okay, I apologize for saying that. You're fixated on my comment. Go back to the citation that T-Dub was reading 10 minutes after the hour. Forget what I said. I apologize. I was wrong. 10 minutes after the hour. Do you see what he was reading to you there?
Right. I'll read it right now. I got you.
Sounds good. Got you.
Yeah, this one, if anything else distracts, she's gonna lose complete focus, and the person who's speaking is gonna fall on deaf ears.
She might drop out from school after this. Come on.
It's so difficult. I know everybody wants to get in. It's so hard. I know, but
yeah,
the moment somebody says something on top of somebody else, the other person's information will get lost.
Well, better yet, she should question the teachers that teaching the pseudoscience to her. That's the good part, maybe. You should take this as a positive thing.
Methinks it's just going to be some fun experiment for her to be on the internet talking to people randomly about the shape of the Earth. Once she clicks out of this, she'll be back to globe and all that. We only hope to challenge. That's it. Poor Newton. He can't get away from people ascribing gravity to him.
Poor Newton. He didn't even want it.
No, he didn't want it. They're like, nah, you're going to take this. You are going to. He's like,
Okay, I read through both sources, and so I just want to clarify. Okay, so yes, so this was, I mean, I will say this was insightful, and it is probably something, and like, I mean, I don't have any qualms with it, obviously. I think it is pretty accurate. I think why I didn't sign off on the idea that the independent variable is, I don't know, and again, don't know if you guys were trying to suggest this or not. Maybe this might be my bad, but I don't think the independent variable is like in science. Generally speaking, I don't think there's also like a limitations portion to every experiment, and so part of what scientists address in the limitations is that the only variable that's having a cause-effect relationship isn't just the independent variable. Like I think it can also be attributed to other variables that weren't considered as well. And so I don't know how that might relate in the context of gravity, but that's why I was like, I don't think that's true. That it's the independent variable is the only variable that invokes a cause-effect relationship on the dependent variable.
Okay.
I don't understand. Can you repeat that?
No, honey, I just posted a citation. If you could read that real quick out loud.
The variable that is stable and unaffected by the other variables that you were trying to
The one
measure.
I posted. This starts with independent variable.
Yeah,
she's reading off it. Yeah,
that's the one. She was reading it.
It refers to the condition of an experiment that is systematically manipulated by the investigator. It is the presumed cause. All I'm saying is that scientists also, in the limitations, address that there could be other causes as well. That's all scientists do. They also do that as well.
That's for another experiment, right? So you have your control variables. So in a scientific experiment, you'll have the only two possible outcomes. Either what you do with your independent variable will cause the change in the dependent variable, or it won't. You're going to have a yes or a no. It does this or it doesn't do this, right? It's absolutely 100% objective. So and that's why you keep all your control variables as tightly the same controlled as possible, because you don't want them having you might suspect that if they changed, that could sully your result, not giving you a conclusive outcome, right?
Yeah,
so that's why repeatability is
that's true. That's true.
Yeah, that's why it's assumed, because you're trying to figure out if it is the actual one that causes the effect.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, exactly. Like, I agree, that was my bad. I'm just saying that, like, yes, that's why science does have so many controls, or like experiments have so many controls to ensure that, yes, is it in fact that independent variable is having a cause-effect relationship with the dependent variable. Great. All I'm saying is that science does address that there could possibly, I'm not saying that there is, but that there possibly might be other variables that can be attributed as well to the cause-effect.
So going back to your experiment, your so-called experiment, because we're really not, it's not an experiment, but we're gonna let you address that as an experiment. So going back to what you did, you're saying your independent variable is height. So you're saying that height is the cause of gravity?
I think it's related to gravity. I think I'm just going to keep reiterating that I'm not the most scientifically literate.
Yeah, but it's binary. The question is binary. Is it the cause or not?
Is it the cause of gravity?
Yes, height. Is height the cause or not?
Wait, I'm confused though.
It's binary. The question is binary. Is height the cause of gravity?
No, but I'm confused because the dependent variable isn't gravity. The dependent variable is time.
No, it should be. It should be. Because that's your supposed cause. of the effect.
But the thing that you're varying and manipulating is height. Yes.
Yeah.
Is height the cause of gravity?
I don't know. I don't.
So
I don't.
it's either yes or no. In this instance, where you're doing an experiment, you're trying to figure out the cause of the effect. Now, is height the cause of gravity? It's a yes or no.
No. I don't think. Well, I don't think
Okay,
in this
that's fine.
experiment. No.
You don't think so?
Right. Thank you. There's your answer, Elbow.
No, that was it. I was hoping she continued with that after that.
Well, I mean, that's it for the experiment, isn't it? Like, that'd be it.
Wait, can I hear? I just have one less. Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
Okay. Yeah. What if something falls slower than the other thing?
Oh well, do we attribute? I don't think. Well, it will. If something falls slower than the other thing, like how?
Yeah, you
Well,
said
that would just
everything
refer
at
to.
the same rate. You said everything falls at the same rate.
Yeah, but I mean the equation. So here, let me post what I'm talking about, just so it makes a little more sense.
Is it on?
Are we live?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think she's looking for a citation.
Okay.
I think that's what's happening right now.
What's that? That's the experiment?
It's not the exact experiment. This is, I think, I'm just posting experiments that are literally what I did because for some reason I cannot. It won't let me post like a school link because this is from high school. It's not going to let me.
That's
You're
fine.
not
It's a
gonna be able
PDF.
to-
It's a
Yeah.
PDF for those who want to click on the link.
I'll send another one that's like it as well.
Well, actually, let me just send a snippet. I'll take a screenshot of the front page.
Mm-hmm.
Then I'll post it in the in the chat. There you go. There it is.
Was it peer reviewed?
The experiment has been conducted by a lot of universities, so I guess.
Did she find out that science is all about cause and effect? You guys posted it, I'm sure.
I think we spent like 20 minutes on that at
Yeah.
least, right?
We covered it. This conversation has went in length, so we covered multitude of different ranges of things.
Yeah, so we kind of have to go over
I
the
have to
definition
go,
of
but I'll
pseudoscience.
post one more experiment. Sorry. And I do have to go. But this was a really enlightening conversation. I will probably be back. And you'll probably hear more like silly questions that might be very obvious to you, but are not obvious to me. And so.
Well, thanks for your questions
anyone-
and thanks for your time. I don't know if anybody else wants to say what.
Yeah, keep asking questions.
Yeah,
keep
for anyone, I'm not the
re-examining your beliefs. Keep re-examining your beliefs.
I promise you, I will never allege to be the smartest person in any room. I'm not that kind of person. I
Definitely
really
not
that just rubbed me the wrong way because I hope I didn't come across like that. Maybe I sounded like
You
vindictive.
did.
Or
Yeah, a
sounded
few
like-
times. Yeah, you sounded kind of condescending at times. So
I'm
it's good
so
to know.
sorry.
That's fine. Like I believe that you don't believe that. So just I don't know, just a thing.
I really do not, you guys. I don't know why I'm like posturing to like a bunch of like flat Earth. I swear.
Yeah,
I
okay,
really
just
believe-
saying that, Hanny, come on now. You can't do that on your way out. A bunch of flat earthers.
okay, I won't
That's
do that, I won't do that.
exactly why I made that
Guys are
comment to
welcome.
you. Because instead of listening to the people who are here and the information that they're saying, you have a preconceived notion because of the indoctrination and the propaganda that you've been subjected to of what a flat earther is. And so instead of listening to the people and examining the sources and examining the information they were giving you, you came in with a filter and a bias, and you're leaving with the same one because you were right on your way out the door saying the same
Maybe
thing.
you guys will convince me.
So I
Maybe you
guess
guys will
I was
convince
right
me.
after all. Guess I was right
Get
after
her
all.
ass.
I take back my apology. Apology withdrawn.
Hell yeah.
Okay. You guys have a
hell
good
yeah.
day, though.
But
You guys
Hanny,
have a good day.
we all
Later.
we all started.
Relax, boys.
Hold on, y'all. We all were in the same boat you were. I mean, most of us. Most of us definitely did, flat earthers. Oh my God, that's just stupid. And then who the hell, at this, it was what, 20, 20
Bro, she's
something?
on her way
20
out. You're giving her life story now?
Yeah,
Yeah, I know, right? And also, let me add a little to that too.
They didn't want to leave you to leave on a bad note with me. I also invite you back, and I also agree that we all thought flat earthers were stupid too at the beginning. Even I thought they were stuck in the Stone Age. Yep, you gotcha. You got it. Thank you,
That's
Albo.
pretty much it. Yeah.
Oh, and
Don't
one
feel
more
bad.
thing. I'm just kidding. No,
And by the way,
fucking
have
hell.
tough skin when you come back. People are going to have, tough tones with you, right? But you have to listen to the information and don't worry about tone policing. It'll be great. It'll be fun. I promise.
Anybody else?
Yep, that's it. Bye, Annie.
Wait, I just clocked into Misogyny headquarters. She's still here?
Nah, you missed it, man.
I'm just joking. I'm joking.
She went to go make a sandwich.
Oh, exactly. I DM'd her. I said we need a whole round.
Man, this made me hungry. Oh my lord.
Get her ass, Mary Mom. I see you. You were cooking her ass there for a second.
I'm sorry.
Might just call her a bitch.
Sorry, I really am. I was mean to her. Then I tried to be nice to her, but then she left with that comment about talking to a bunch of flat earthers. I'm sorry. I just couldn't let that
Plastic.
slide.
No, I would never let that slide. W.
Well, I think the most important thing is that she's teachable, right? She can say that she was wrong and we were right. And it's not about being right or wrong, right? It's about being teachable. Because I talk about it all the time. The second type of stupid is someone who thinks that they know everything already. So don't be the second type of stupid. It's okay if you're the first. You really can't help that, right?
It's like quantum. You can't teach an old dog a new trick.
I feel like this calls for some W's in the chat right now. I mean, that was a great cooking session. I just joined in to listen.
She got out of here just in time for, QE came in.
Bruh, she's lucky I didn't clock in and go misogyny on her ass.
I mean, she is just that was like an amazing demonstration of the indoctrination of the American public school system. And she really didn't like it when I said that the American school system had failed her. She's like, I'm highly educated. I just graduated. I'm so wonderful. I'm sorry. I got to stop talking about this girl.
Roast her.
I like her. She's cute. She is the typical teenager. I'm sure in her little circle, she's the smart one. I'm sure she is.
Yeah, today that's not very hard.
Yeah, she sounded very
I know,
intelligent.
Oh my God.
She sounded very intelligent for her age, I would say. Yeah,
Yes, exactly. She came in here. She was speaking. She was looking up citations. I mean, yeah, she does. She is. Yeah, I would say that she is probably on the higher level in her little circle. And so, she's just young, so she hasn't experienced much of the world. So, that she would come in here and take on a whole room of adults and be sure she was going to educate us, She got a lot of confidence.
Come off mute, QE.
QE is in crouching tiger mode right now, and you will respect that mode.
Let me have somebody else speaking up earlier. He got muted.
Who?
I don't know. Somebody piped up.
Who? No, I'm joking.
Yeah, I don't know who that was though.
We had a few. There was a
Going
guy who
hours.
chimed in. There was Mush Kane, and most of the people that are like,
Yeah, they come here to derail and
Were they
interrupt.
trying to white knight
That's all
for
they
her?
do.
no, just derail, not white knight.
Yeah, that's what they do, man. They don't stick around after the
points-
conversation is done.
The
man.
cooking.
The
Yeah.
points are tangential. They had nothing to do with what we were talking about. So he wanted to derail the conversation, to take it to another direction.
Yeah.
Classic.
That's their tactic. Classic tactic.
Classical.
Yeah. Classic,
Change
bro.
the subject and accuse you of changing the subject.
I mean, especially if they've been here a while, they usually just get a quick mute, and then when the person leaves, they'll just get them muted again. So
Spoken to Hell's Angels.
Where's Platypus? Is he still here?
Hell's Angles, he's with us.
Oh, which I forgot to tell you, Larry. He's requesting a arena debate with you on buoyancy and density.
Well, I'm right here. I'm on the in and out.
He didn't know if you were going to accept or not, but he says he wants to have arena debate.
We do it live right here.
Wait, who wants to smoke?
Platypus.
Hell's Angels.
Oh, Platypus? Oh, shit.
Oh, Platypus. I thought you said Hell's Angels.
No, Hell's Angles is with us, bro.
I was trying to buy it right there when he cast his reel. And you were like, wait a minute, he's interrupting. He's going to have to wait. So, yeah, I don't like setting dates. I'm not a date setter. But if you catch me outside.
Yeah, he wants to make the square. He doesn't want it just. Yeah, he wants to make it a spectacle. So.
Hank, I know no one's going to tell you this, but you've got the worst mic in here. All right. The next time I come in here and listen to you, I want you to have the best mic in here. Okay.
Oh.
I'll stop leaving my gamer headset at the house.
Gamer headset.
Dude, just get an iPhone, bro.
No one's going to tell you, right? Because I don't know, they're not paying attention or anything. But when I have to burn calories to fucking hear you, something's wrong.
Hank, your mic is shit.
The mic police have arrived.
Hey, Larry, are you on Nokia or something?
Oh, he's got Alibaba vibes, dude.
I agree with you.
Start following me for Larry. Get him a new mic.
Shit, is it me or did it just get worse? What the fuck?
And if you do you drive a truck?
It got worse, nigga. It got worse and worse.
He's a delivery man.
It seems like Bluetooth headsets.
Truck stop and buy a set of headphones that they have like right on the shelf, and they'll be noise canceling the whole 9 yards, and it'll sound like he's on the radio show.
Really? Where?
Really? At a TA truck stop. You can find him in there.
Oh, you're talking about the whole full mouth headset, right?
No, I'm talking. They're Bluetooth.
I've been I'm experiencing like really bad experiences with Bluetooth lately, man.
Bluetooth
I got
headphones,
some Beats that are like $200, and it's just like the worst.
Yeah. Bluetooth headphones are usually really bad for microphones.
You can be on a shop floor. He's running wearing the ones we have, the Sonys, and the people don't hear the background noise.
Creation Bear just hugged my. This Creation Bear.
Oh.
Sorry, I was just yelling at my throat for a bit.
Misogyny! All right.
Love this shit.
And we got next one up.
Next up, chat.
Goldberg.
It's a big bike with us.
Too big for bike. Welcome. Who is China NASA? Go ahead, Too Big.
NASA.
Wait, Too Big unmuted there. China
NASA.
Is that a 304? Or?
You got to grab them by the vagina.
This is a family show.
Pure Rigger, who's that?
Pure Rigger. I think he's with us. But Too Big for Bike. I saw you on mute there. Go ahead.
Yeah, Pierre is with us.
Too big's Effie.
Too big is Effie? Oh yeah.
No, you gotta
Busby,
confirm, bro.
I haven't seen that name in a while. You were struggling with the Flat Earth Globe Earth discussion, weren't you?
Oh, you remember me.
Yeah, I do.
And they ran.
Holy smoke!
one
bro.
I think your mic is really bad.
Wait.
Dude, it got worse, brother.
Audio chaos. What's going on?
Just turn off your Bluetooth and talk into your phone directly. That'll sound better, guaranteed.
All right, we got Busby. The last time I spoke to him, he was struggling with FE and Globe, so kind of fence sitting, if you will. So I know China wasn't speaking up. So
He said, "Yes, sir."
Oh yeah.
How long ago was that, Busby?
Good. It was like a month ago.
Yeah. So maybe you want to recap, let them know where you stand, why you stand, where you stand.
Well, the first time that I talked to you guys, you told me to listen, that I should just hang around and listen. And so I've popped in every once in a while, and predominantly I just listen. But I feel like it very rarely are there good nuggets. Most of the time you guys are just fighting with people. And I get it. It's good for views and stuff. But, you know, as somebody that's like trying to understand this stuff, it's rarely helpful.
All right, let's take stock. I'm going to ask you a question and see if you remember, because it wasn't that long ago. Must have been close to 2 months even. So if you're sharp enough, you'll remember. You can recall what the answer was to this, okay?
Okay, let's go for it.
Is there any scientific evidence for the Earth being a globe?
It's a bad question.
There you go.
Why?
It's malformed.
Why?
I forget what you said about it.
Come on, man. You're almost
You're
there.
almost there. You're so close.
There can't be scientific evidence for something that can't be observed. I don't know.
What is it?
Yeah, help me out.
No, I gotta let you do it.
Give me a win.
So what is a globe Earth? What are we asking with the question of the globe?
If there's scientific evidence.
Yeah, I know, but what are we wanting? What are we trying to find out?
I don't know, for some proof.
What though specifically?
Like a picture.
No.
I don't know, a measurement, like measuring the curvature or something.
Yeah.
We're getting multiple choices.
Well, you're close. You're close.
Okay.
The shape of the Earth. But what is question? What is the Earth? So it's malformed. So you can put it together now. It's malformed because
you can't have scientific evidence about the shape of. That doesn't make sense.
Correct.
To me. Okay.
There it is.
All right.
I thought you remembered it. It's kind of, your attempt was, at least you were trying. So you get some points for that.
Yeah, I've heard it a few times now, but
okay.
W.
Now the other thing is, do you understand and agree with that?
I don't get why you couldn't have scientific evidence about the shape.
There you go.
Oh, here we go.
I just said I don't understand.
Yeah, I know.
Well, could you have scientific evidence that it's flat? Or is it also...
No, it's not. With the what is questions...
You don't have to, oh my God. Me,
You're
just trolling, bro.
Oh my God.
Yeah, you're not... All right, don't... let me just say, don't be overly sensitive, Busby, with what people say here. You got to have a little thick skin, all right? It's going to be okay.
I mean, I've come back, so obviously my skin's okay.
I know. I'm just saying, if people are going to say things, just... Anyway. So, yeah. Science doesn't deal with shape, so if we're trying to ask the shape question, then it's a different category.
So you need geometric evidence.
Yes.
Okay.
There you go.
Sense.
You got it.
Bueno. Buenísimo.
Buenísimo.
Huey would be so proud of you.
So is there any other thing that's keeping your mind to the Earth being a globe?
I mean, I don't know that anything's keeping my mind on the Earth being a globe. But I do every time I come in here, it's sort of interesting to see like what you guys get stuck on. So it feels like there are some conversations that happen, but then at a certain point, it like crosses a threshold and it's like QE or somebody else just like goes into breakdown mode. And so I've been like observing like where that line is, like, you know, what conversations. Well, just certain arguments, like
the breakdown of an argument depends on what it is.
I can tell you where the line is. The line is simple. When a citation gets dropped, which should shut the argument down, and happy little globers keep yammering away.
Yeah, it's the hand wave dismissals, man. And I'm sure that you can hear that for yourself when the evidence is presented. Like Matrix said, even with citation, it's just hand wave dismissed, yeah? No, that's not right. So it gets to the point where the conversation is shut down, yeah? If they would have some sort of rebuttal or something to rebut what's been stated or cited, then maybe it could continue. But just denials is not sufficient.
Yeah, and maybe it's just because like there's been so many trolls in this sort of environment that you guys are like sort of hypersensitive to that particular type of conversation.
That's correct.
Yeah, but
and
so what
with good
happens
reason.
normally, like what I see. Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead. No, you go ahead. Finish what you're saying.
So, like, there definitely are sometimes, for sure. Like, I've been in here and somebody will cite something, and the Globe Earth person like has no idea what they're talking about. They've never heard of this citation, and they want to just deny it, and then the conversation devolves from that. But I've also heard things where like somebody like says something that they really believe to be true, but to you guys it sounds dumb, and then you guys sort of zone into like that thing that seems dumb instead of actually talking about the broader thing. And my guess is that's a phenomenal tactic for when, like, you know, people are being trolls. But, you know, generally it's not productive to try to understand anything.
Well, the important thing is, okay, so we talk about like being hypersensitive to, you know, people coming in and doing that because this forum is very different than others, right? This isn't like you're going to have a conversation about what your favorite color is. This is like paradigm shifting, world changing information. Like it's going to turn everything you know upside down. So if we're going to start having those conversations and people are making snarky comments or they're asking about like why we modding or any other thing, right? We get a little bit, you know, strict or, you know, getting on to somebody about certain things. And sometimes it seems a little over the top. But the fact is there's a bigger audience that we're talking to. So it's not just a room. There's a YouTube audience, a Rumble audience, a Twitter audience. You know, wherever this audio gets played at, then other people are listening. So as an example, the person who's acting out needs to be shown that this is not the way we do things in this room. And so for the people listening, if they're like, you know what, I'm going to go in and troll those guys, they hear us talking to that person, and it's a deterrent. They're like, oh shit, I can't use the gimmick because look how they're treating that dude. You get what I mean? So it has a multi-pronged effect. So it's not just because we're just being mean, big old bad meanies. It's because if you're not that way and you're here for Globe Earth exposition to expose the mindsets of everybody listening that there is no evidence of the Earth being a globe. None whatsoever.
Well, I believe you too, just because like the first time I came in here, it was like the most brutal conversation. Like, you know, I was just sort of ripped apart. But then the more I come back, the more genuine you guys are to me. So, you know, I believe you when you say that it's, you know, like
there's
layers,
stupid
arguments.
Yeah, there's layers to this, dude. Like, and you don't get to the place that we're at without being like, you know, tempered through trials, you know. And so what people like, just when you first entered here, look what I did. I asked you if you recalled the conversation we had. And good thing, right? Because you were paying attention. It almost seems like you are somebody who is willing to look into this, do the research, actually pay attention, which changes the attitudes of people sitting and listening to you. It's reciprocal, right? So long as you keep your head up and just, you know, that with that, you know, same attitude, things go fine. Like if somebody was to be amenable like you are, how do you think the conversation would go? It would go just fine. Just fine. With everybody in here, with all the people that are in here. Because we spend enough time with doing research and having conversations that we just don't, we wouldn't want to spend our time with and energy on somebody who's just going to be a troll or, you know, disingenuous. So that's why.
Yeah, fair. I can give you one of my actual positions on why I'm a fence sitter.
Go for it.
So one of the things, and you see this in all sorts of stuff. Honestly, most of the topics that get talked about in like one of these politics and religion servers or whatever, and it's basically like for every argument that one side can come up with, the other side can come up with another argument. And obviously, you know, we have our leanings and perceptions, and then we have our understandings, right? Like if you educate yourself enough, then you can have enough information to rebut certain things. But most people don't. Like most people, if you enter a religious conversation, you haven't read all of the Quran, the Talmud, the Bible, whatever. You haven't read all that, so you don't have all the information. In the same way that like a lot of people that join a flat Earth conversation, like they have no idea what they're talking about, including myself. And so, like I've seen, both sides of the content spectrum. I've watched the flat Earth content, I've watched the globe Earth content, and everybody seems to always have a rebuttal to the other person. So as somebody that probably, I can do some research, but I will never likely get to the pinnacle of understanding of all of the ins and outs of these arguments. How do I make a decision when it feels like there's always a rebuttal from the opposition?
There's only one truth. There's only one truth, Busby. There isn't many truths. There's only one truth. So somebody's actually standing for truth. The other one isn't. So in the part of like a third party listener and you having discernment, you're going to have to be able to investigate both claims, right? If there's an argument to be had and one person's standing for truth, one person is going to be able to coherently, succinctly put together what it is that you need to understand about the physical and natural world. And the other side is going to distract and distort and get you to think that what you should know with logic, reason, common sense about the earth and what it is not the case. For example, a globe earther will tell you that you can't trust your senses. Obviously, the earth is too big for you to see it on the surface. You need to leave the surface of earth to actually see what it is. Because on the surface, it looks flat. But when you go up higher, it's actually a globe. So therefore, somebody is telling you what earth actually is based upon your senses. The other is telling you to actually deny those senses. So if you listen carefully, you'll be able to have discernment as to who's saying what is actually applicable to the physical natural world and who's not.
I mean, you've heard an argument for the gas pressure without a container?
Yeah, I actually had this conversation, maybe not the last time, but the time before that I was in here. And I didn't get to a full understanding of what the flat Earth argument is for pressure gradients.
Really? Pressure gradients? Well, that's not the argument, and that's not a rebuttal. You're just saying rebuttal. You've heard rebuttals. Well, number one, are they coherent? I've been in this thing for almost 10 years. I haven't heard more or less 2 or 3 coherent rebuttals the whole time. And I'm highballing. So when you say pressure gradients, right, that is a red herring fallacy, irrelevant diversion away from our main point. How do you have gas pressure without a container? If somebody comes in and says, well, what about pressure gradients? That's not a rebuttal. That is retarded, because which comes first, gas pressure or gas pressure gradients? X, which comes first, X, gas pressure, or delta X, gas pressure gradients?
The gas pressure.
Exactly. So that's not a coherent rebuttal. Now,
yeah, I didn't say it was a rebuttal.
It could be a rebuttal if you're retarded, but it's actually not a rebuttal. Why don't you give an example of a coherent rebuttal to a flat Earth argument? Floor is yours.
Yeah, I don't know. It's not even really where I want to go with the conversation.
Yeah, no, because you haven't heard any coherent rebuttals. You just said, well, you've heard rebuttals. Really? I don't think so.
Well, it's sort of the same problem. It's like, I don't know the ins and outs of all the arguments enough, but I've watched back and forth between globe Earth and flat Earth people, and they always have something.
Yeah,
to
but
say.
I've always given have you the something to say. Well, shit, any friggin' retard can have something to say.
Right, but we could have a conversation about a specific topic. Like we don't have to do this.
Do what? You're just talking out your ass. They have
So you
something
asked
to
me for a
say.
coherent
Does it
rebuttal, and I'm
coherent?
saying,
I guess the question is then is
I'm
what
saying,
they
why
say
are you even
in
focused on
rebuttal,
this?
is it? I thought I was still fucking talking.
You're talking through him, Busby.
I mean, what the fuck? Did the middle of my sentence interrupt the beginning of yours? So they have rebuttals. That's a bunch of horse shit. They got no rebuttals. None. Coherent ones. But they have something to say. Yeah. Yeah, retards do have something to say. Yeah. Good point. It's really deep. Yeah. So like I said, give an example of a coherent rebuttal to a flat earth argument. You said they have rebuttals. Let's hear one. Fair? I think that's pretty fair. You made that claim. Let's go.
I mean, the one
I don't know. Yeah, I appreciate. Sorry.
And the one you said was a pressure gradient, but that was.
I didn't say that was a rebuttal.
Oh, so when I asked you what was the rebuttal that you heard for gas pressure, what would be your answer then?
I mean, the one that I've heard is gravity. That's how you can have it. Look, I'm not making these claims. Like, I would love to have a. I didn't say it was coherent. I never said anything.
Oh, but they said something. That they said something is your point. They said something, right?
I really appreciate what you guys do here, and I really I believe you, Alpha, when you say that this structure is important. But I lose the ability to have a conversation when.
Yeah, I get it. I get it. So perhaps that's what I recommended when you said the last time you were here. That's why I recommended you sit and listen, because when things get asked, and especially when QE is asking questions, a clear and concise response is usually appreciated, right? And then here's the other thing. I'll give you a scoop. If you decide, because it's a choice, if you decide to talk through him, then don't be kind of cringing when he's coming back at you. Because that's the thing. People talk through him and expect that nothing's going to happen. But the thing is, the mutual respect is the same thing when someone's speaking. How would you like it if somebody spoke through you? It's the same thing. Just got to keep that respect, man. That's it. And then the rebuttal's the same. It's it's important in this forum, man, because otherwise we can't hear the other person speak, and things get distorted.
I promise you, Alpha, I am not perfect, but if I'm not respectful, it's very unlikely that anybody's respectful. I really care to listen to other people and understand what they're trying to say.
Yep.
So,
I mean, we all quiet down when we asked you a question. So nobody piped up. I mean,
well, all I was saying is that the specific question was changing the subject. We had gone in a different direction.
Right, but
the question.
It's because you mentioned that you heard other rebuttals, so that's why you're still on the fence, and that's what we're asking you. Well, then, what other rebuttals have you heard for the gas pressure without a container? And then,
well, actually, it was a coherent rebuttal. So, in other words, what sounded like it actually made sense when it was rebutted against what we said with the gas pressure argument. So, if to you it sounded like it made sense, then it would stand to reason that you thought they had a coherent rebuttal. Hence, that's why QE said what coherent rebuttal was given.
Yeah,
and
so
he gave you the floor to actually give one.
Well, I could talk you through what my mind is, but when QE comes at me saying that it's not fair for me to bring up in the conversation pressure gradients, I'll explain it really quickly. But it is. I mean, the natural progression.
It actually isn't. It's a red herring fallacy.
Right, but so then I can't talk.
What is a red herring fallacy?
Busby, you're misunderstanding due to the fact that you're claiming a pressure gradient. You require pressure in the first instance to have that gradient, and to have pressure, you require containment in the first instance. You can't have a pressure gradient without the pressure or without the container.
I understand. I'm not saying this is a rebuttal. I'm saying it's a natural progression in the conversation. And I know that because we did this last time. We had the conversation, and I wasn't trying to rebut anybody, but this is exactly where the conversation went. So you guys talked about the having pressure outside of a container, and I conceded that that made lots of sense to me. And so then the next natural question is, how does pressure work inside of this container? And then we were having that conversation. So when Elbow brought up the problem that if I had heard about stuff with gas pressures outside the container, the piece that I got stuck on last time was the pressure gradient stuff. I'm not saying it's a rebuttal to it at all. I'm just saying that that's where the conversation goes, is understanding pressure in the container.
Right to a fallacy.
And now you've had it explained to you now. You've had it explained that it's fallacious, and you've had it explained as to why. So why are we still continuing down that path?
Right. So if we're not going, Busby, to the pressure gradient because that's, first of all, you already know that's fallacious. We're still asking you, what is the coherent rebuttal for gas pressure without a container, regardless of the pressure gradient? Because we already know that that's thrown out the window because you can't have gas pressure gradients without pressure to start with.
Yeah, I mean, again, I don't know these arguments super well, but what I've heard is that gravity can hold air molecules together.
Gravity? What's gravity?
I don't know.
Yeah, no kidding. There you go. So I could say Aunt Jenny's late tomato haul in Tupelo, Mississippi. Oh, there you go. That's a rebuttal. Does it make sense? No.
Magnets.
No. If gravity, whatever the fuck that is, because ballers don't know what it is. If gravity was pulling all the fucking gas molecules to the earth, then it would never fucking rain. Because most of the gas pressure or gases created on Earth are created at or near the surface. So what the fuck? Yeah, it would never rain, right? There'd be no air at Mount Everest. Right? Yeah, makes sense. Even if gravity did exist, of course it doesn't exist. And even if it did, it would have no effect on the entropy of gases, 1 iota. That's the end of that one. Next.
Yeah, I've been recently thinking about, people always ask, where is the container? The ground. Because gas pressure is obviously bouncing off the surface of the earth, whether it be water or soil.
I can't even understand you.
I don't have the headphones on, by the way.
Thanks.
I'll be a dingleberry.
You'll be a dingleberry?
Yep. According to you guys, that would be us Australians hanging off here on the bottom of the ball.
I don't identify with you guys. Who is you?
That's racist.
You got to look up the legal definition of you to understand that.
It's easy to disconnect, Busby. Like, somebody says a word and you think it's a rebuttal.
No, I don't think that at all, but there's very little interest in hearing what I think.
You got no cowbell, son. You got words that are meaningless.
When you said rebuttal, to me, it's always an excuse, a just so story, or some kind of fallacious argument with a huge logical leap.
Yep.
Now, if you would have said they have evidence that you can have gas pressure without a container, that will be interesting. That person will have to have a Nobel Prize, rewrite natural laws.
That's just a Friday night for you guys.
Gravity is a theory, really. Hanny, I told you before. I know you're a chat skanking. I told you before you don't know what natural science is, love. Didn't I tell you that before? You want me to prove it right now? What's the theory of gravity, Hanny? Not that it has anything to do with gas pressure. We're just wanting to know what gravity is. So the theory of gravity, what is that?
Well, she just learned that Newton's gravity is not the current gravity.
Well, that's not a theory. I'll bet you she doesn't know what a scientific theory is either. Guarantee it. What's a scientific theory, Hanny? With citation, by the way. I don't want you making shit up on my watch. Or just go ahead and make shit up and I'll drag you around by your short hairs. Come on, you can fuck it up just like all your ball-tard brethren. None of these morons know what a scientific theory is.
I mean, she just learned what that the independent variable was the presumed cause. I really doubt that she know what scientific.
She just, exactly. She just learned that? Yeah, you'd fail third grade intro to general science. Stick with philosophy. Bet you don't know what that means either. It's good to stay quiet.
They're friends and then it turned out to marry it online, which
Except the back feeding Lao.
gets from a lot of the other stuff in there and just moved their stuff.
Got him.
So you ever hear the Hanny's still here? You ever hear the philosophy? It's a philosophical attribute. Better to remain silent and be thoughtful than to open up your blowhole and to remove all doubt. You ever hear that attribute of philosophy? You're taking part in that. It's good on you. Because it's going to get friggin' bad quick for you.
He dropped things from 1 meter, 2 meters, and 3 meters to prove gravity.
What's gravity?
Supposed to be getting a citation or something right now.
Citations in the chat for you, QE.
That's incorrect. It doesn't incorporate natural laws at all. It is the opposite of natural laws. This fucking AMNH.org are a bunch of morons. That's not what a scientific theory is, Hanny. You fucked up. You just exposed yourself. You wouldn't understand natural science at a fundamental level. You would fail third grade intro to general science with your fuckwit theory. Look at this evolution today. Holy fucking shit. You don't know what natural laws are either. This is a clusterfuck. Good try, though. Like I told you, you wouldn't know what natural science was if it climbed up your arse and started kicking footballs wrapped in Carolina Reaper lace concertina wire. It's that bad. Why should anyone listen to you after this fucking idiotness right here? Huh? Oh, shit. Somebody just exposed your dumbass. Looks like AJ just did. Read that, Hanny. At 2 minutes after the hour. Read it and weep, love. Go back to third grade general science. Try to pass it this time. Fuck.
Got to give Jedi the credit on that one. I just dropped it back in from his post earlier. Thanks, Jedi.
You're right.
Nothing more to talk about after that, is there? Hanny. You still here? No, you fucking boot scooted, didn't you? It's a wise move. Not as dumb as you look. Don't come pretender clowning. You come pretender clowning, you're going to get your ass tore up. Well, maybe not when I'm not here. You come pretender clowning when I'm in here. You better gird your fucking loins. It's going to get bad for you. Whether you're a globetard or a flat earther, I'm an equal opportunity ass whooper. Be careful the words that come out of your mouth or through your fingertips on text. You will be held accountable.
Speaking of equal opportunity ass whooping, I thought earlier the way that Mary Mum spoke to one of the young chaps here that thought he was all that in a bag of chips, it sounded like she was going to drive around his house, walk inside, drag him out by the ear, make him pick his own switch, and then proceed to school him with it, which was somewhat entertaining.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Isn't my definition of a theory, Haney, you clown. It's already been done. You're finished. Via AJ. Via Jetty. You're finished. I don't see how you can ever come back in here. Legitimately. How can you come back in here after that performance? I know you'll respawn and forget all about it, right? I'll remember you. If I come in here and you're in here, your ass is grass. I'm going to expose you. Won't take long.
Hello.
Hello.
I've got a message for you, and you're not going to like it.
For me personally,
Bullshit.
or for everybody in the room?
It's a glow.
You were the smartest kid in special ed, so where's your proof?
It's in the pudding.
What? I ate it.
Isn't that what got Bill Cosby locked up, putting stuff in the pudding?
Dude, you guys believe in a lie. Okay.
It's not gonna work, buddy. That tactic's not gonna work.
Projection, buddy. Good job.
Just embrace the truth. I don't know why you guys keep running away from the truth.
Not gonna work, bro. It's not gonna work.
What's not gonna work?
What you're doing.
Your belief system.
Enlightening you? I'm trying to save you guys. What do you mean?
They don't
So what is the truth, and how is it
themselves?
I'm sorry,
How
there's
is
like
it
three people talking.
How is it going to save us if we know the truth? If you're saying the truth is something you can never see, never verify, because nobody's going to space. Not even Bezos. No matter how rich you are, you're not going to space.
Well, I don't know if that's true because rich people did go to. Did he leave?
Wait, rich people went where?
No, man. They're listening.
Oh.
No, go on. I want to hear.
Oh yeah, I tripped out. I think rich people who go to outer space anytime they want, right? Obviously they might have to keep it a secret or something. I don't know. But the point is,
how'd they get out there for contained?
wait. Also, didn't like just a couple days or weeks ago, I think, like a bunch of celebrity went to outer space. No, hold on.
No, they can't.
What do you mean? No, this was like big.
Yeah, I know. They broadcast
Katy Perry. Katy Perry's.
Yeah, Katy Perry and like a group of people. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just like watching a new episode of Dragon Ball Z.
Dude, are you serious?
She's the new Buzz Aldrin, dude.
Oh, you guys think it's fake?
Absolutely, they do.
There's a video evidence. What more can you possibly want?
Man, that don't work with these guys, man. You gotta.
Bro, we have video of people casting spells in Hogwarts, bro. Doesn't make it real.
There you go, bro.
Well, I mean, to you, right?
You're dealing with the top. These are great. These are wagyu, man. These guys are wagyu flirfs, man. Like top line, dude.
I guess if we cannot use videos and pictures as evidence, how do we verify any sort of proposition put?
Man, you figure that question out. Everybody will value
videos and pictures as evidence. We've got no problem with that. But the hard bit is verifying your pictures and videos of evidence. That's the big
okay.
Hold on, I'm about to explain.
Verify pictures from space.
Yeah, you can't verify it because you wouldn't know what counterfeit space looks like because you've never experienced space. Whereas if I handed you a $100 bill, you'd be able to readily identify whether it's fake or not because you can get a $100 bill from the bank to compare it to. So what are you comparing these images of space to?
I'm not disagreeing. I just said, okay, we're not going to accept the pictures. Yeah, we're moving on from the pictures and the videos, right? I'm saying, okay, now that we addressed that, what are we going to do to find what the shape of the Earth actually is?
Go and measure it.
$1 million question, bro.
Go ahead and measure it.
Measure it directly.
They won't
I
take
can't
any
tell if you guys are
measurements.
trolling.
No, they won't take any measurements not done with a tape measure in a physical form.
What? That's not true. Who's this guy speaking for us? Who dubbed him like?
Oh, he's part of your people, right?
No, he's not related to us.
Well, if he speaks for us again, putting words in our mouth, I say we should put him on mute. Now, he could speak for himself. That's fine. But speaking for me, nobody speaks for me. Nobody.
Interesting. Oh wait, there's a call site that says Christianity isn't true. I have to go there. I'm sorry.
You don't want anybody putting words in your mouth, right?
That's all right. He was running off to a Christian site, but I got a server mute on him before he left, so he's going to turn up there muted as well.
Oh, shit. That's bad. Was it the one that was putting words in my mouth, or was it the one that was asking a question?
Nah, the one putting words in your mouth after you addressed him for that. He said he had to run off to a Christian site to go debate that.
Well, you're going to have to come back and address to get off of mute. Dude, that's funny. Are there any other new people? Where's Platypus? I can't believe I heard Platypus saying no. That's not what happens when you boil water. He was disagreeing with me. Like, I don't know how you can disagree with that. It's like, what does he not believe in a rain cycle or something? I seriously don't understand. How could anybody disagree with that argument? I mean, at best, I've heard that, well, density and gravity, density only works because of gravity. That's the only thing I've heard people say.
It's in the
That's an easy one. Yeah, but you can mathematically describe it, anything, right? We're talking about science, so it's a category error and a non sequitur. We're talking about science. You can demonstrate it, like with a tea kettle and a vacuum.
Yeah. You can demonstrate gravity all the time.
What do you mean when you say gravity?
Gravity?
Gravity? With a capital B in the middle? Can you define gravity so I know what you're talking about?
Magic.
Oh, okay, I see.
You don't have to know what something is in order to measure it and know it exists, bro.
Dude, write that down. That's genius. You don't have to know what something is in order to measure it, right?
Like his dark matter.
Oh, so you think you can directly measure dark matter?
That wasn't me, buddy. That wasn't me. That was him.
Oh, do you believe in dark matter then?
I don't believe in those guys called dark matter.
There's nothing that requires belief.
Really?
So you've measured something that's unmeasurable, undetectable?
Something either, well, no, the real question would be, does dark matter exist?
Yeah, how do you determine that if something exists if it's undetectable?
It's unfalsifiable. You can't. It's Newton's razor. If it can't be determined by experiment, it's not really worth inquiring, right? You say dark matter. What if I said that it's pixie dust?
Well, then you can make a case for pixie dust, but you're not. You're
No, I
just
don't want to.
a ridiculous
No.
episode. I don't want to. Okay, well that doesn't mean anything. Take your ball then and go play your own game because that's what you sound like. I don't want to prove it, so I'm gonna take my ball and go home. No, if it's pixie dust, then prove it's pixie dust.
Exactly. Prove that it's dark matter. Go ahead.
I don't do dark matter. So what I'm saying, I'm not a dark matter scientist, buddy. So
you don't believe in
and either are you. So to think that you're gonna have a conversation on dark matter is just preposterous shit.
So you must be a fundamentalist. You must be talking about Newtonian gravity. If you don't believe in dark matter, then ipso facto, you don't believe in Einsteinian gravity.
I'm just a realist, and I realize that to believe that you know something about dark matter and anything about it is just hilarious, dude.
These are what your priests claim, though.
Dude, what are you talking about? Do you think I'm a Grover?
No, not you. I'm talking to Rob.
Oh. I didn't realize there was two people talking.
I don't go to church, bro. I don't go to church, man.
So who was the first guy who said gravity and then brought up dark matter? What's your name?
I'm Rob.
Rob Noxious, I presume?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that explains a lot. Okay. So what's gravity again?
Magic.
Magic. Yep, that's where I should have cut it off. All right, carry on.
What's up next? Debunking the second law of thermodynamics. Oh,
Bro, take it easy on that firewater. Firewater make man crazy. Use boom sticks.
yeah, your fucking container right here. This is like Mortal Kombat. You gotta climb the ladder up till you get to Shao Kahn. Shao Kahn them. No, I was really hoping we could watch that video. Someone could share the screen and we could all watch it together. That'd be a great video to watch. We're the only ones with the map and the model. We're the only ones with predictions and measurements.
So, what measurements are you going to put forward that you can verify?
Every single measurement that you've ever seen, from Canigoo to the Black Swan to the bottom of the ocean to the top.
Black Swan
All of those are
debunks your ball tide, so that's easy. We've got no problem with that.
We got independent, dependent, and maybe we even added codependent variables.
What, to the Black Swan debunk or ball tart? Oh, please
No.
enlighten everyone. No? What, you don't like the Black Swan? Because every time someone mentions it, you get pretty quiet.
It's horrifying, dude. The Black Swan is just, that's unexplainable.
It's unexplainable.
Go ahead, bro. Say the R word. You even hear.
That's what I'm waiting for, too.
I know you are. I know. That's the whole thing. He's like, we all know you are. So you guys think like we don't know you are, but we know you are. We know what you're going to do before you do it. Remember, you're the one reading the script, not us.
I don't know about a script.
Yeah, the
Of course you
globe
know.
earthers have
And Truman didn't need
tailor-made. The globe earthers have a tailor-made script because they have received ideas. So because they have received ideas, obviously nobody like went outside and perceived the Earth as a globe. So these received ideas that they've gotten from their ancestors or from their teachers or from everybody, the difference is like flat earthers, we view the world and we accept the fact that our senses are true. The globe earthers say you can't believe your lying eyes, but you can believe this guy over here. His eyes don't lie.
Yeah, that's
How
not
does that make
true. Globers have nothing to do with beliefs. Everything can be measured, calculated, observed yourself, and be done in experiments. Anybody can do it. That's how we. There's no belief involved. You can do it yourself.
So you've measured the Earth then?
You could do an experiment to prove the shape of something? I think you're in a category error, bro.
No, it's not a category error. You just like to use a little
So
catchphrase.
what's the independent variable that caused the Earth to be a sphere?
What's the codependent variable?
I don't know. You tell me. It's your claim. How do you not know?
I don't know, man. How do you know things?
Bullshit.
Your senses tell them to your brain, and your brain relays the message to your mind. You know that?
No. How am I supposed to know that? I don't know things.
You don't know things? Did you say you don't know things?
Yeah, we all don't know things, right? Or you, so you guys know for sure then?
Yeah, I've eaten food before in my life. I know that for sure.
I got you.
Yeah, I definitely know things. You don't know things?
Well, I don't know what I don't know. So I really wouldn't know if I really wouldn't know anything, I guess.
Dude, you're a jester, bro. You're not even at the clown level.
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
I'm trying to get deep.
You know.
The shallow pond. Keep hitting my head.
You know. You don't know. Dude, how much have you had to drink?
Not enough, man. Not enough.
Apparently not, because your motor skills are still operating your jaw and vocal cords and your tongue, but your brain is not connected to like any like prefrontal thoughts.
I'm just trying to get down to your level, man. So we can have a conversation. So I gotta slow down.
I don't care if you drink, but you don't need to drink that much. If you think gravity is magic and you don't know,
actually, I don't even drink, bro. I'm not even drunk at all, like a little bit. I don't do alcohol, dude.
Why do you sound like that? If you had traumatic brain injury?
I don't know. I don't know what I sound like. You know what I'm saying? I can't hear myself, you know?
Dude, you're mumbling. You're like worse than me with broken mic gang over here. You're saying,
oh, sorry, bro. Well, I was just connecting with you so much, dude. I started talking like you, dude. I'm like emulating you. It's crazy. It's creeping me out, bro. This sativa got
You're an emulator now. You know that you're an emulator?
I don't know. I could be. We could all be in a fucking virtual reality.
You don't know anything, but
we don't know anything. We don't know anything, dude. We don't even know that we don't know.
I know I got testicles, and every time they get hit, I'm in excruciating pain. I know that. You don't know that? You don't know? I mean, maybe you don't have testicles. I don't know. It's none of my business, but I know for a fact every time one of those things gets grazed, I'm in excruciating pain. Direct hit, I can't walk.
Man, when did you guys make it push a talk? Come on, Larry, hook me up. You guys are funny with the rules and shit. I give it to you guys. You guys are always doing something crazy.
So why are you in here wasting our time?
I don't know, man. Why am I wasting my time, dude? That's the real important thing. Fuck your time. My time. You guys are on here anyways. But I'm here now. You guys are here. So why am I wasting my time? That's the real question.
You know, you anti-flat earthers wouldn't exist without us, right?
I'm not anti-flat earther, bro.
You're not a normie, that's for fucking sure.
Well, that's cool. I'm not a flat earther. I'm not a fucking, what do you call a glober? I mean, I just think there's a globe. It doesn't mean I'm a globe with a flag and fucking. I don't give a fuck about those guys. Those guys are a bunch of intellectual dorks, dude. Those guys are fucking a bunch of the nerd guys, dude. I ain't down with those dudes. They just happen to be right about a couple of things. I mean, people can still be right, and you're just dorks. It is what it is.
Well, you call yourself Rob Noxious. Can you imagine if I called myself hilarious? That would be fucking stupid, bro. If I called myself hilarious,
I'm sorry I did it first, bro. I know you want hilarious. You can still do it, dude. No one's stopping you, bro. You know it's a badass. Hilarious is way better than I am Larry. I am Larry. It's like Groot. I am Larry. I am Steve Rogers.
you do make for a good puncher back, bro.
Yeah, no, that's why they keep me around. Not because I'm good looking.
But I haven't heard you make a coherent argument ever. And I think I've seen you on the internet for at least 4 or 5 years, at least. You've probably been around for 6 or 7, right?
No, I've been on Discord about 3 years and like 3.5 years. No, I probably never. You probably never will. You probably never will. You know what I'm saying? Because there's nothing I could ever say that would ever you guys would ever grant any credence to. So I don't expect to get any validation. You know, as long as I get some respect, that's all I care about. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to get banned, man. That's my big thing. I hate getting banned because then I got started over and shit. Send DM.
Are you validation boy now? You're validation boy now. You're looking for validation.
No, I just like to have these interesting conversations with people that, to me, seem off the rocker.
Dude, you said gravity is magic. How is that fucking interesting?
Well, I'm just going by. It depends on what you find interesting, man. You guys say some interesting shit. You guys say we have a dome above us, a fishbowl. Fuck, that's pretty cool. Let me guess. Hold on. No, we don't. I don't say. Who said that? I love it. See, I love it. You guys don't have any more. No one's claiming anything no more. No more claims. Who said that? What happened?
You made the claim, Rob Noxious. Now back it. You're asked a very simple question. Who said that?
Flat Earth as a whole. That's what I'm always known.
Flat Earth as a whole. So you're tying me into the same category as them. You're tying Larry into the same
category. Do you believe it? Well, do you believe it?
No, I don't believe it.
Oh, okay. Well, then you're not in the group. You shouldn't be offended. You shouldn't be offended.
So why are you directing that shit at me?
I didn't say you. I said people who are
flat earthers.
Yeah, flat earthers.
Not a flat earther.
Okay. All right, here. You know what? I'll read it from my state. Flat earthers who believe in the firmament. How about that? I'll narrow it down. So anybody who believes in the firmament, now they can be offended. But if you don't believe in the firmament, then you can't be offended.
How many lines have you ripped before you come in here?
Nothing. This is me normal, bro. Just smoking some weed. I'm high energy, bro. Fast paced.
That don't sound like weed to me.
Be healthier. If
I can go on camera and show you, bro. I don't lie either.
Be healthier if you shoved it up your ass and toked it that way. You're a moron.
Yeah. Now the big.
You know you are. You're a freaking moron. Atmosphere. First statement in your little claim was atmosphere. What I read above. How many times have you been told that atmosphere, that term, is a paradox? How many times? But you still do it. You know why? Because you're a dumb fuck. You can't learn anything. You're a rockhead. You're a dumb fuck rockhead.
Because you don't get to determine the name.
You're a dumb fuck rockhead.
Who are you? You're some guy on the internet.
You're a dumb fuck rockhead.
It's called what we say it's called.
You're a dumb fuck rockhead.
You have no authority.
Dumb fuck. I do have authority over you because you're a dumb fuck.
Not over what we call the spheres, the atmospheres. It ain't planosphere. It ain't planosphere.
Who gives a fuck what you got to say? Don't overtalk me. It's like fucking Mr. Magoo over-talking General Patton, you fucking retard. Get your fucking dumb ass out of here. Fucking clown of a dumb fuck. Delusion of grandeur, idiot. Don't you ever speak to me again. clown, dumb fuck. So how is everyone feeling tonight?
I feel like a daisy on the farm. Thanks for asking. Welcome back, Huey. I'd rather have you talking than that guy. That guy is obnoxious.
Yeah, it's in his name.
I think he incorporated it, and he just acts like a prick on purpose. But let's get him off the couch. I check.
Sound good, bro?
Still sounds like shit. Just kidding.
Thanks for your honesty. Y'all hear what he said? You can measure something without knowing what it is?
No way.
Wait, bro,
So
I
you
see your
just
mic.
close your eyes and hold the tape measure out.
That's a good way to get tricked.
I think your mic actually sounds pretty decent right now. I don't know whatever you did.
I put in the $80 pair.
Yeah, way better than what it was sounding like before.
Yeah, those were the $10 pair. Those are my backups. Then he brought up dark matter. What kind of dumbass would bring up dark matter to me? But I didn't want to engage.
Oh no, it was me that brought up dark matter to him. I was gonna ask him about his dark matter.
Oh, I thought he brought it up. Yeah, your voice sounds like his to me.
Yeah, no, I figured. I was like, oh shit, I'm just gonna stop talking for a little bit.
Well, you don't sound drunk, so that would be the difference, right? You sound completely sober.
So yeah, I hope not.
No Globers in here? Come on. Don't be shy.
No, yeah. 0.
Get in here and defend your God, gravity, the creators of Spaceballs. Guys, I need some images of protoplanets, the disc-shaped ones, because I love throwing in their face that they're the ones that I really believe exist in space.
Hank, you need to fix that fucking mic. Okay?
I can't.
You can. Go get a new fucking mic. All right? Because it's aggravating. I'm getting pissed off just listening to you.
Well, I mean, you're now you're being specific because first you say fix. That's why you say you can't fix it. I mean, you can buy a new one.
You need to
Yeah,
get a new mic.
Somebody send me a link of a really good mic.
Yeah, it's fucking unbearable.
Depends how many what you want to spend. I mean, you get a pod mic, a Rode pod mic, but you have to buy a mixer.
I got some pretty decent money. Send me a link. 100 level, 200 level. It's fine.
All right.
Is the dead air better?
Oh, it sounds a little bit better for now.
May I enter the debate queue?
First in line, buddy.
Yes.
Anytime.
Go ahead and let me know when it's my turn to debate.
It's your turn to debate.
All right, who am I debating?
What are you debating?
So I'll throw out a debate proposition. Someone can choose to engage with it or not. So the proposition is going to be that it is not the case that the earth is flat.
It is the case that you're a retard, son. I mean, you're just
That's
a dumb
really
fuck.
mean.
I dealt with you before. Why are you back in here?
You watch your mouth, you
I mean,
fat
that's
old man.
fucking stupid. Shut
You're
the
a
fuck
fat
up.
old man.
How
You're a
can you
fat old
debate?
man.
How can you debate a fucking objective topic? You don't even know what debate means. You're a fucking retard, son. Do you understand that you're retarded?
You asked a minor for.
Yeah, it's fucking Dunning-Kruger. Shut the fuck up. Enough out of you. Had enough of your dumbass. It's not the case. It is the case that you're a retard. You don't debate objective topics, dumb fuck. You debate subjective topics. Like whose favorite color is the best, voting rights, gun control, those types of things. Those are subjective topics. No, there is no debate on objective topics like the nature of our reality, you fucking idiot. You're a dumb fuck at a fundamental level. You ever hear debates about does fucking sulfur exist? Or chamomile tea or tree bark debates? You idiot glue sniffer. Get your dumb ass back to your fucking cake decorating forums.
How'd the debate go? I missed it.
That was the debate. So how is everyone feeling tonight?
You made me laugh twice now saying that.
It's the most feminine I think I've ever heard you sound ever.
So I sent you two mics. Both are Rode mics. They're pod mics. One is just pure XLR, and the other one is USB and XLR.
Thank you. I'll look into it and do some research and read like 100 reviews. Appreciate it.
Sure thing. I think that's the one that Alpha has as well.
Crazy, because some people say that I'm loud and other people say that my mic sucks, so I don't know who to believe.
I mean, you sound good now. For some odd reason, when you were speaking, it just got pretty muffled earlier.
Well, I am driving, so does it still sound good now?
It might be how you turn your head or something, because it was sounding good, and then you kind of sounded muffled a bit.
Yeah, it's because I'm driving.
But the pod mic, it's not a that's a computer mic. I think Radwin was telling you that you could get a good US Bluetooth mic at any what would you say, Radwin? Where's that Bluetooth mic at?
To be able to get them at that truck stop, that TSA, what's it called? The Truck Stop of America. I don't know which one. They usually got decent ones there on the shelf. They're made for background noise, like in a truck.
Yeah, maybe I should just go there and talk to the truck drivers. Although, this place is not as friendly as where I'm from. Maybe that's a bad idea.
Not in Texas?
No, I'm in Colorado.
Oh yeah. It's that high altitude.
Is that what you kids are calling it these days? We smoke that funny tobacco? How long did that debate last? Like a minute and a half? I know. There was no debate. You guys want to go storm the other server? Getting kind of dead in here. I'll go check it out.
I was gonna suggest the same thing.
Yoo-hoo!
Damn, did I miss the party?
That's what I was wondering. I'm like, I came in and like nobody's talking. What the hell happened?
I was just in 24/7 group. I'm like, where is everybody? You know, no one's in politics. Someone was like, oh, they're in PNR. I check. There's like 20, 25 people or something. I'm like, oh, fuck, it must be like, you know, booming, you know? Let me go check it out. Come here, nobody's saying anything. Oh, okay.
You can tell what happened. QE's in here. So there's smoldering Globers like wandering around with like broken limbs. And shit. They're like crawling around.
I would not doubt that.
Yeah, I see RC Meisty. Wow, he hasn't been around here to get clobbered lately. I guess that's what happened, maybe. I don't know.
Damn. Well, there's always a second clown car, you know, and a third.
Yeah, exactly.
Trained. So, I'll wait and see. In the meantime, I will go put on a cup of coffee.
That'd make a great song for a Frank Zappa song. Glober Clown Car, number 2.
I'd make a whole album out of that.
Glober Clown Car, number 2. We've been here waiting all night for you. I guess QE had enough. That was all he could take. He left right after that. Oh, shit. Couldn't wait for the second clown car, I guess. I don't know.
Nah, bro, he saw you here. He wants you to handle him.
They probably got a flat tire, you know. Who knows?
I like QE. He's cool. What do you guys think about that?
You gone, though.
You guys have an opinion about that or no?
About what?
QE being cool?
About what?
just about the idea of the Earth being flat in general. Why do you think mainstream society doesn't accept it? Do you have any ideas or thoughts or opinions or?
Yeah, we have we have all kinds of ideas. There's speculation, though.
I mean, I know why I didn't at first. And I would imagine there's a large swath of people who may, look at it like that too. Still cling on to it. But to ascribe that to everyone, I don't know if it's feasible.
I don't think it's everyone, but however many people make up the mainstream, I guess.
Greetings, everyone.
What's up?
Yeah. Greetings. I think it's a philosophical preference, and a preference is to those people who are policymakers in the education. It's like has been said before in here. At this point, it's a tradition. Like Santa Claus is a tradition. Doesn't mean Santa Claus is real. Just that means everybody's like on the same bandwagon without asking for proof. They just believe Earth is a globe. They don't have any proof that Earth is a globe.
Fair enough. Do we have any proof that it's flat, or I'm not sure.
Yeah, the nature of water. The nature of water.
Definitive.
Yeah, the nature of water.
Oh, you mean how it behaves, or?
Yeah, water lays flat and horizontal in every instance at every scale that we know of. So it measures flat.
Well, I mean, that's not necessarily true. Water fills up the volume of something. So, like the top of whatever it's filling up, you could say is flat, but I mean, there's still curvature.
Yeah, okay, so let's just take your idea. So does water take the shape on the outside of any object?
No, it takes the shape of the inside of whatever object it's filling.
Exactly. So what happens if you pour water onto the outside of something?
It'll fall off, but we have gravity to account for why it doesn't fall off.
Oh, you do. Oh, you do. You have gravity. Okay, so that's fine. But before we go into the gravity question, let's stick with water. We can just go out to the surface on Earth in nature and check to see if Earth is curving, and it's not.
It is.
So
there's experiments that you can conduct yourself.
Where is it curving?
You can, if you go onto a flat stretch of land, like I've seen this experiment done with a flat earther, and it blows their mind. And then they're like, no, it's just, there's definitely other explanations. There's no other explanations for.
Yeah, you're talking about the hit piece. You're talking about the hit piece, and it wasn't a laser test. It was a flashlight. So, you can bring up all these lame ass claims, but you still don't have any proof of water curving over large bodies of water. Don't curve.
It does, though. That's the thing.
Okay, so tell me where, and when I go to the beach, where does it start curving?
On the horizon, but also by your measure here, water should just be flying off of the coast onto the mainland constantly, which it does not. It moves back out off of the coast and then comes back in. That's why we have tides.
Yeah, you're talking about
the tides are influenced by Earth's gravity as well as the moon.
Yeah, so you say we'll get to the gravity part coming up here, but you still haven't proven that water is curving over large bodies of water.
If it wasn't, the water would just be constantly flowing into the mainland. There'd be a constant just flood coming from the ocean.
Okay, what are you basing that information on?
The fact, bro, I'm driving right now, but the fact that what I can see with my own eyes, like I genuinely think like the flat earther perspective is just this cynical contrarian idea, just so you can like be contrarian. Like there's no other explanation for it.
Please please do expand on what your own fucking eyes see, Linda. I want you to tell me how you see left to right curve horizon, you fucking numpty dipshit.
Actually, I'd like.
Oh, have you ever been to the beach? Have you ever looked out? You can't.
I jump out of airplanes, you fucking crayon munching retard.
This is what's happening right now. You're going to support your claim that if the Earth was flat, the isn't that what a
TW,
fucking
Mike
does?
is. TW, Mike
And yes, I grew up
bad, bro.
for 15 years near the Pacific Ocean. I've been to the beach many times. Thank you.
Then why can you not see any other landmass across the ocean?
Shut the fuck up, you fucking numpty dipshit.
Yeah, you still haven't provided any proof as to where this curvature starts. If I'm standing at the coast, where does it begin?
Where you can't see any, like you can't see any farther. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, I'm asking you where it begins. Is it at 5 miles? 10 miles? Where does the curvature
I don't know.
start?
I don't have the exact number for you. You can see with your own eyes.
Oh, you don't.
By your standards, you should be able to see clear across a mass of water and see the land on the other side. Yes.
That's a fallacy.
Well, we do actually. We do. We see way beyond the geometric curvature claim.
Yep. So, as a sailor, I can leave the harbor and see islands 30 miles offshore.
Can you?
And zoom in, and I can see the fucking shoreline 30 miles away with the binoculars. That's supposed to be 600 feet below my line of sight. So, how can I see the shoreline 30 miles away with the binoculars? Explain that.
This is nutty.
Do you know how big the Earth radius would need to be at 30 miles, a horizon at 30 miles? Do you have any idea?
How big? How big? Tell me.
A million miles in diameter at least, at minimum. So, what is your tolerance for error of the globe? It's supposed to be 8,000 miles in diameter, and I have seen views of lands beyond at 30 miles or beyond. So, a million mile diameter Earth, is that okay for you? It's supposed to be 8,000 miles.
He left. The guy you're talking to left.
Couldn't handle that. Okie dokie.
One day somebody's going to be able to come in and they're going to be able to tell us exactly when the pivotal moment in history was that someone actually with 100% certainty discovered that the Earth is a sphere and how they did that.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah, I've been asking for that for a while, so.
Yeah, some people at least 10 years, you know. Someone like that just comes in here, though, the next thing we would ask is, how big is the globe Earth supposed to be? And I would say more than half the time, they say, like this kid that was on here earlier, I don't know. But they're defending this globe Earth, and they don't even know what the consequences would be on the surface at all. It's astonishing.
Anybody else notice how fast he went? Go to the beach to see the left to right curve, G. Well, how come you can't see any land then when you stand it? How come you can't see China? China!
Yeah, really. Like that guy. So RC Meisty is chat skank. Yeah, kilometers. Those are linear distances, you numpty. Stop using miles or kilometers. Those are flat Earth distances.
I don't think
You
he
can't
can hear
use
you,
them.
Sonny.
They don't apply to a globe.
He's not in the text, in the voice. He's in the text. I don't think he can hear you.
Yeah. He's probably listening.
You guys want to try politics? See if we can scare up some Globers over there?
Sure, why not?
Helioskeptic, if you want to change the bot to the other one, maybe we can all transfer over there and hang out in politics.
Yeah, I'm down.
Charge.
All right, see you guys over there.
Later.
Which one is he? Oh, he's good. He's going to that one.
Not being passive.
No, that seemed like passive. I mean,
Really? Gosh, I'm sorry. That's not no. A passive is when somebody like just starts kind of whining about something and pretends they're the victim to like force you
No,
to
you
think a
seem like
certain way. I
more of
don't
an
know.
institutionalist, and it's sort of
Oh, okay.
you would
'Cause-
never like, for example, when an institutionalist, like sort of like a woman who really shouldn't be in her position, like, has a modicum of power, like, your job is to make sure people's shirts are tucked in. Like, we would never ever be like, hey, fuck you, hey, you, I don't like you. It's like, no, excuse, a lot of tongue clicking shows that you're like, in it. You're like
You
like
do
the
so. All of this, lobsters. All of this is to avoid answering my question of whether you believe you live on a globe, or can you just answer that? If you'd rather have a man, we got plenty of men, and if you'd rather have a man ask you, we can oblige.
Yes, I'm incredibly misogynist and racist.
Yeah, I know.
And I dunk on sphere cucks.
Yeah. Do you think you live on a globe? It's a yes or no question.
If you listen to what I said, you already know the answer.
If anybody else could interpret that, please feel free to jump in.
Yeah, where's your globe proof?
I've said sphere cucks like twice.
Bring your globe proof. Post it.
I think this.
I mean, I guess he's saying. I mean, I guess he's saying he doesn't like spheres. Is that what that means? Please interpret, Alpha.
Yeah, he's a bit pretentious, but I think the reason why is because people have been kind of giving him the space to talk, but he's never been cornered and asked questions, so he feels just entitled to, run amok.
Oh no!
But we were to ask him, if we were to ask you questions specifically about the cosmology aspect, solar system, the Earth being a globe, you wouldn't have anything to answer, would you? So I got a specific question to ask you, Lobsterous, and it's directed specifically at you and your science acumen. So, if I can continue, and if you could just answer, simple question, you could easily answer it. I think a man of your intellect could easily answer this. So, question is, a little
more for me, buddy.
Yeah, the question is there any scientific evidence for the Earth being a globe?
So when you talk about scientific, are you talking about observations or science?
Well, just if you understand what natural science is, you'd be able to answer the question.
So
is there?
What epistemology are we using?
Well, if you think there's science, that's fucking bullshit. That's fucking bullshit right now. Fuck off. What you should have said was Meggie, shut the fuck up. What you should have said was Meggie, that's a malform.
No.
Shut the fuck up. Shut your fucking mouth. What you should have said was Meggie, that's a malformed question. Natural science and the scientific method only adjudicate natural cause and effect relationships. It has nothing whatsoever to do with shapes or fucking epistemology. Right?
You do not know what epistemology is?
Yeah, I know what it is. You're a fucking retard. You misanswered the question. You fucking retard. It has nothing to do with epistemology, you moron. You would fail intro to third grade general science, and you'd sacrifice your second grade acumen, science acumen, on the retard altar. Son, you're a moron.
I mean, you keep muting me. It's fine.
You're a fucking moron.
You could just
I'm muting you to keep your fucking ignorance away from everyone else in this room. That's the only reason why you're being muted, dumb fuck. Mr. fucking epistemology. You don't know what natural science is. You don't know what geometry is. You're a fucking retard, dude. You just been exposed. That's why you're being muted. And then you're going to come by, they're going to unmute you, and you're going to have fucking projectile diarrhea of the mouth syndrome like all the other idiot globetards do. It's like not a fucking surprise, okay? You're a dumb fuck. Deal with it. He was pretending to be the smartest guy in the room when I jumped in, so. Oh, he was. Oh, yeah. He's the right kind of just he's peaking. I mean, he's just ripe for the pickings. Yeah. He thinks he knows everything. He wants to go down epistemology. He doesn't know anything. He just has to be put at least in his place right now so he can realize that. How does he don't know what he doesn't know? Fucking imbecile. The fuck out of here. Go back to your cake decorating forums. They'll probably laugh you out of there. We got Soapy Boo. Soapy Boo, if you're there, welcome to the forum.
Hi.
Hello. So what brings you by the forum?
Oh, I just joined. I saw Tiger was in here. He's a cool guy.
Tiger? Yeah, he's all right. Pretty cool dude.
Cheers, Chica.
Sorry. I don't know what I walked in on. Thanks for welcoming me though.
Sure. Yeah, we're asking questions about the shape of the Earth questions, and or if you have any understanding or any knowledge whether or not the Earth is a globe.
No, I'm
Or-
just a silly, dumb little girl. I don't know what's going on. Just here to listen.
Fair enough.
Don't really have the dog in me to argue with anyone, so.
Well, it's really not an argument, just information that
You
people
know,
have that
debate,
is misinformed.
You know what I mean? You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's not a debate.
I just came to listen. I just came to
Yeah,
listen.
this chat is very entertaining and educational at the same time.
Yeah.
It's not a debate either.
You know what I mean.
Yeah, I kind of do.
Mm.
We got Warman that jumped in here. Maybe Warman wants to ask some questions, or perhaps we can ask him a question. Welcome, Warman.
How's it going?
Pretty good, man. I don't know if you jumped in late, but we're asking people brand new that are jumping into the forum if there's any scientific evidence for the Earth being a globe. What say you?
I mean, if you look at the very east of Russia and the very west of the United States, aka Alaska,
come on
you can
now,
see
dude.
the opposite sides.
Come on now, dude. He asked you a very simple
do you
question.
mean?
Focus on his question. So ask him again,
That's-
Alpha. All right. Once again,
That
is there any
contradicts the flat
science?
Earth map.
Warman. Is there any scientific evidence for the Earth being a globe?
Is that not enough evidence?
Oh my God, dude. Why are you here? Why? I'm serious.
Guys,
Nikki,
I know
you
it's a
should
globe
reserve-
because
Nikki,
there was a
Nikki,
globe
hold on. Hold
in
on, Sophie.
my-
Sophie Boo, shut the fuck up. Miggy, you got to wait to ask these questions, right? Because he's just popping in here, right? He's a dumb fuck. And I don't know what the right thing to do is for just new people popping in, but that's probably not the question to ask them. You're going to get me to react. You already seen me in here, and I know why you're doing it. I got you. But for new people, you might want to go a little bit lighter because they're going to fuck it up. Follow? You understand what I'm saying? It's fine with me. I'm just doing it because I see you in here, so. I understand that. I'm fucking snickering in the background. But I never seen this person. He's already left because he's a dumb fuck. You need a bit of discretion. You need them to expose themselves first as like a fucking retard, then ask them that question. Right, you want me to splash on the Old Spice? Yeah, gotcha. You know what I'm saying? Because to come right out of the gate with somebody new, and you know they're gonna fuck it up. Like this guy with Russian and fucking American borders and maps. What the fuck? and then say evidence. Well, wasn't you have a problem with my evidence? Holy shit!
Sorry, my shit switched over to something else, and I couldn't hear anybody talk.
Yeah. In conclusion, yeah, that's cool. I'll just dial it back, and I'll just have a conversation with them. Yeah, that's what you're good at. I mean, unless you see me in here and you already have an inkling that they're a pretended clown, you'll get to that question. Those are mad typing fingers right there. So we got we got some people in here, but
Is it the
just
room
chilling.
rules I have to have my camera off?
well, if we're getting close to 25, yeah, so we can let some people in here. 25, because like if you have your camera on and there's like about 22 people, then as soon as people start joining, it won't let nobody else jump in
Only 20. It'll cap it out at 25.
Oh, okay.
So-
I don't mean to be a nuisance. I can just.
Yeah, that seems to be like the thing. It's not really a problem unless there's close to 25 people, and then you have to cut
No
it off.
worries. Sorry to bug.
Yeah, we are the number one channel in this server, so. It's the most popular one, by the way, for good reason.
I don't know about that, dear.
Well, it's not. It's in the numbers. Numbers don't lie.
Okay, I'm also not trying to be rude, but I heard you guys have a bunch of alts sitting here.
So how long does it take for you to turn your camera off after you've been told?
Yeah, alts are.
Literally said I'm leaving. Calm down. Oh my god.
You don't have to leave. Just turn the.
Well, someone's telling me to leave.
No. Bye.
Someone's telling me to leave. Okay.
I guess she does have.
Yeah.
Hey. Okay.
A little flighty.
Think cops are maybe at your door. I don't know.
I was here the whole time, guys. I was here the whole time.
She will definitely make you a sandwich.
That was Ballerina.
He doesn't know what a sandwich is.
Hey, you're probably right about that.
In conclusion, this room is number one.
I unmuted Ballerina.
And she was like, I don't know about that. There's a bunch of alts in here. Really? Which ones? I don't see any alts. No alts whatsoever.
The fuck is an alt?
An alternate.
Alt what? Yeah,
alternate
what?
account. Alternate account.
How the fuck would she know that?
Exactly.
Somebody, she said a little bird told her.
Oh, crap.
We got alts in here.
It's one of the many rumors that's kind of flow around to cope with the numbers, I suppose.
Yeah. They're trying to figure out why we're the hottest channel on this server. 95,000 man server. Maybe it's because it's super controversial and these guys don't have any evidence for their globe and they're salivating at a chance to take down one of the...
Hold on, Maggie.
I don't know why
He's
that.
going to overtalk you.
My bad.
He's got to
My
overtalk.
bad. My bad.
I mean, you're really aggressive, Alpha, so why don't you calm it down a little bit?
All right. Take it back another notch. Here, I got a meme for right now, especially for this. Let me find it.
Stop hurting me!
Yeah, it's times like these that this meme comes really in handy. There you go, Kiwi. Yeah, we know how to get it done, you know?
Quack, quack. Shit.
We aim to please.
Time to rub some ducky feet now.
LT, you butterbar or what?
I don't know what that means, QE.
Oh, sorry. Second lieutenants are butterbars. They're newbies. Most of them are dumb fucks.
Jeez.
Not all. I said most. Not all. I mean, I was a butterbar at one point, but obviously I wasn't a dumb fuck.
And here comes Smoke Demon to the number one channel. He hates
Smoke
to love.
Demon. He's certifiable retard, man.
I love to hate. You know it.
You just can't get enough of us, huh?
I can't. It's addictive.
I know.
I know you love me too.
I don't think so.
Oh, I think so.
Do you love getting proved wrong over and over and over again? Why do you love that?
This is
Proven
time for
wrong.
the question. This is time for the question.
I've asked many times what's the flat Earth proof.
Yeah, so you're trying to tell me that you have some scientific evidence for the Earth being a globe.
Blah 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 blah. What's that malformed question? Is that what you're going for?
Yeah, he's not as dumb as he looks.
He's just heard it like 550 fucking times. A monkey.
He didn't even get it right. He said blah 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 blah. So he didn't even get it right.
Yeah.
If we're being, honest.
If we're being honest, yeah. Do you have any scientific evidence for the Earth being flat?
Oh my God, that's a malformed question, you fucking retard.
He got that wrong too.
He got it wrong too. Yeah,
Got it wrong?
Yeah, you're just a dumb fuck. You can't help yourself. You just.
What did I get wrong? I asked a question.
What did you just
What's
get
wrong?
wrong? Oh, it's a malformed question, dumb fuck.
How's that wrong? That's
Okay,
the incorrect thing that was said.
There you go, fucking hammering yourself in the face with a spade shovel again. How is it wrong? Because natural science and the scientific method only adjudicate natural cause and effect relationships. It has nothing whatsoever to do with shapes or aspects. What the flat Earth would be, it has all to do with geometry. Heretofore, rendering your science acumen below third grade and sacrificing on the second grade retard altar.
He thought he was going to make it sound coherent if he reversed it. That's so funny.
He's that fucking dumb.
He just can't win, He just can't win.
Okay, change it up. Smoke Demon, how about any empirical proof of the globe Earth?
Nobody knows what empirical means.
Well,
even the people in here.
He ought to know by now.
Not even the flat earthers know what empirical means. Most of them don't. I wouldn't even bring that up. You'll just convolute and muddle the already train wreck composition.
Yeah, I suppose you're right.
What do you mean by empirical?
Yeah, exactly.
You mean evidence like that's observed?
Just like you said.
No, it doesn't mean observed. Observed means observed. Empirical is just a bit deeper, dumb fuck.
Okay. What do you mean by a bit deeper? Can you explain?
Why don't you look it up? Google it.
Okay, empirical.
He Googles himself.
Empirical means based on what is experienced or seen.
Negative. That's not what empirical means.
Oh, maybe it's a
Like
different definition. Empirical
like
means
I
based on
already told
observation or experience.
Like I already told you, shut the fuck up. You already fucked up science. You ain't gonna know what that is. Do you want me to do y'all a solid and let you know what empirical means?
I can, in short.
Who's I?
That is I, T-Dub.
T-Dub, what is empirical? Wow, at least he got some fucking balls. Go ahead, try it.
Empirical would mean observable, testable, repeatable, and falsifiable.
I stand corrected. There's somebody who knows what it means. You
We
see
have
how
a
he
winner.
did that with confidence and shit? Good job.
So you could say empirical is synonymous with justifiable.
Now, empirical would be synonymous with the summary of the scientific method.
Is everyone in here a flat earther?
I don't know.
I'm just
Are
curious.
you a
I'm new
globe-
to this
are
Discord.
you-
I'm new
are
to this
you a
Discord. I don't-
globetard? Let me ask
No,
you
I'm
a
new to this
question.
Discord. I'm just curious.
Let me ask you a question. I'm curious too because I like stereotype fallacies like you do. We caught a globetard eating his boogers, and he's a globetard. So my question is to you, following your stereotype fallacy, following that reasoning, do you eat your boogers?
No. What?
There you go. There goes the stereo.
No, but I'm
nervous
actually
laughter
curious though.
wasn't
It's
very
quite
confident.
the channel.
The majority
channel's
of
called,
the
channel's
majority
called
of people in
24/7
here
Flat
are
Earth.
Falcon. The majority of people in here are.
Why do you think the Earth is flat?
We don't
Observe.
think
It's
we know it.
It's observed that way. Observation. You can see it.
Observation.
Yeah, but
measurement,
when you watch
observation.
these
I'm sorry.
when you watch
I'm
these
gonna
actual
have
these
to step
actual
in.
rockets take off into
Hold on.
We're
space
gonna have to
and
step
get out.
in, Mr. Fucking Rockets, dumbass. So it's observable, measurable, it's navigated, aviated, built upon as a horizontal plane, sir. That's the answer. Good. Recompute your next statement.
Well, you didn't let me finish though.
Oh my God. Okay, Nancy, go ahead, finish.
No, I was just gonna say, like, if you've been to Florida and watched these actual rockets take off. and go to
Really?
space-
So, since rockets take off, therefore glob, are you retarded?
No, but you could clearly see from their cameras that the Earth is round.
Oh, from their cameras, we're at in Narnia.
There's actual cameras on them.
Oh, there's actual cameras. So they're going to a vacuum of space. That violates, at its core, the second law of thermodynamics. They're not going there.
Just because you're seeing a curve through a fisheye lens doesn't mean you're living on a spinning
I
water
don't need
ball.
any help, Flatman. Thanks.
I didn't say you did. I was just letting them know.
I did, and I didn't say you did either. And I wasn't talking about fisheye fucking lenses either, was I?
No, I was referring to his statement about what he was
fucking
seeing
no.
through the stupid camera.
Oh, really? We're seeing through the stupid camera in a second law of thermodynamics violation, Flatman can. What's the compelling
he
factor
is.
in the matter
He's
here?
talking about what he's seeing in the rockets and the cameras, and I'm saying that's a fisheye lens to him.
Who gives a fuck whether it's a fisheye lens? Where are the rockets going?
Nowhere.
Not in a second law of thermodynamics violation.
They won't be going through the wardrobe.
Exactly.
They go and they go up and then they come back down.
Well, they go up. Where's up?
Into the universe.
And they go up into the universe. Are you high?
No.
It sounds like it.
Hold on. Can you
what is that?
Explain to me. Can you explain to me?
I'm not
like a
explaining
little-
shit to your dumb ass. You come in here like a feeble fucking retard and ask me to explain shit? Fuck off.
You just said a few words and then you
that-
didn't want to describe it. This is your skill issue. Has nothing to do with QE, me, anybody else in the
Why
room.
this channel is not for discussion?
Discussion?
I'm genuinely curious.
Discussing what?
About the
What are
flat
we
Earth?
discussing? We're discussing a second law of thermodynamics violation? Do you know what the second law of thermodynamics is? Just briefly, you don't have to get. I'm not going to hold you.
No, I don't.
Don't chat GPT it.
No,
or
I
I'll
don't. I don't. But I'm
figure
looking it up right now to see what it's about.
Yeah, it's gas pressure. One of the main attributes of the second law of thermodynamics is that gas pressure requires a container. So you're breathing gas pressure without a container. My question to you is, how are you still breathing?
How am I still breathing?
Yeah.
Oxygen.
And not what you are breathing. How are you still breathing if that place where the rockets go is a vacuum? It's a paradox.
Because the atmosphere is different.
Atmosphere is a paradox itself. Atmo means air. Air is a gas. Sphere is a shape. Gases have no inherent shape. Try again.
There might be some valid points here, actually.
There are.
But if if you look at like something like flight radar and look at planes that are flying from
Let's not go
point
to
A
flight.
to point B.
Let's not go to flight
I'm just-
because that's the number.
I'm just curious, but if it was flat, why are they not going straight to the
Another
destination?
flat
Why are they
Earth
taking a
proof.
curve?
We're on the second law of thermodynamics. Don't train wreck. Well, that's your second train wreck. Let's stick with the second law of thermodynamics first. Do you know what entropy is? Roughly.
What's that again?
Entropy.
No.
You don't know what entropy is. So entropy always increases. Always. It's a natural law. Part of the second law of thermodynamics. That means that the gases produced on Earth will increase in entropy and fill their available volume. Well, according to the Globe Tardia, the available volume is 10 to the 80th cubic meters, size of the universe. So you shouldn't be breathing, according to the Globe Tard religion. Simply.
Yeah, I'm gonna go sync this in. There might be some
Okay.
valid points. Actually.
Yeah, we can summarize it as saying, how do you have gas pressure without a container? Take that with you and think about that.
Yeah. Valid, honestly.
Well, that turned out different than I expected it would.
I may surprise you on occasion.
Yeah, well, no, I mean him, not you. The outcome would have been the same either way, but I didn't think he was gonna. I thought he was just gonna go full blown against the information, but didn't go that way.
He's a little bit wiser than your average retard.
The first couple of questions were the ones that actually snapped him into at least a genuine stance.
He might be thinking, well, that's easy. He just debunked the entire heliocentric religion without effort. He must be missing something. Nope, not missing a fucking thing.
Yeah, you see that smoke demon? That's what it sounds like when somebody actually realizes they don't have an answer. Your feeble attempts every day to come in here and do this little gimmick that you do, it's never going to amount to anything. Except for you padding our numbers like you're doing now, which is fine with me.
All your Elmer Fudd sophistry is going to end the same way. It's going to end at the same fucking location. You know it. I know it.
Yep.
All roads are measured from flat.
Yes, they are. Measured from, yes. Yep.
But QE, really, I've been thinking about that video that you played the last couple shows, and there's a lot of funny like old videos. One with the same Richard guy, and he's doing the Alex G show, and there's just a lot of tomfoolery that's been in the media, as closed as it is, and it is always a peculiar thing, the way they want to represent everything, but it's simply like the producer has never heard of the topic ever, or they precisely do understand the topic, and they're precisely trying to keep the topic away from the crescendo of the arguments. But yeah, it's an odd thing, odd occurrence. Last 10 years or longer of media.
Seems like that command doesn't work. The S $TOP to pull up the numbers doesn't work.
Quantum, how the fuck do I spell numpty?
NUMBTY.
No,
Thank you. Thank you. I have dyslexia.
Yeah, it's either a B or a P, and that's based on your dyslexia and mood, I guess.
It's a P.
If you're comfortably numb, then you put the P. But if you're uncomfortably numb, then you put the B.
Yeah, that's a good one.
I mean, like,
I'll give you a new A if you like.
Yikes.
I'm just messing with you, man.
We should do like level races, like where it's like, hey, I got my money bet on this level to be level, and then I call
My
you
level.
up, and
My
then
level's
like,
more level than yours.
yeah, my level is actually more level. Could you make anything more nerdy than crypto horse races? Well, just measure
Mine is the
levels.
most level. The most level of all.
Well, have you heard of a T-square?
TW, you don't know if the command for checking the numbers is the same? S $TOP?
I can't remember. I don't do that often. The other guy, DJ, knows. Well, he's not here.
On this server?
Yeah, DJ knows how to do it. Wait. Where's the? I'll have a look in their list to see if I can find some channel for commands or something.
Yeah, it's cool. It's cool. And we've got Prince that just joined. Welcome, Prince.
Yo, what's up?
Tell him, man. What brings you to the room?
I was invited here for another conversation, but I didn't find it interesting, so I'm just going to go around and like listen to a few things before I go to bed. That's all.
Oh, you're invited for a conversation?
Oh yeah, but it was in like one of the bottom. It's a scroll fest in here, man. There's like a bottom channel at the bottom. I just said that twice. I'm tired. And there's a guy, and he was talking about why they're like European views and like against freedom of speech. And then I saw the flat Earth thing, and I was interested. I was like, oh, 24/7 flat Earth. There's a guy always in here that believes in flat Earth, or 24/7 talking about the failures of flat Earth conversation, or
A guy and also gal.
No, I mean, there's a group of people in here that advocate for the position that the Earth is flat and stationary. So yeah, a lot of us in here. This isn't a meme. This is actual reality.
Like a lot of. Okay, it'd be interesting to listen to why.
Well, it's observably true and measurably true, navigated across as a horizontal plane. So, if we were to ask you your perception on this Earth, on the surface, do you notice that you live on a ball or a flat Earth?
I noticed that we live on a ball.
Okay, how?
Because there's no limit to my distance, or like my field of view. Like I know that when I see because I live in what do you call it? I live on an island, right? I see the tides come in and out. I can see the ships leave the harbor, and when I see the ships leave the harbor because they need to cross without doxing myself, a vast ocean, I see them disappear not because I can't see them because of fog, but because they disappear like over the horizon. And the way I've done this is I've taken a telescope and I've looked at a ship as it sails across, and as I'm looking, the ship doesn't like suddenly obscure itself and disappear. I see the top of the ship slowly disappear, like the ship goes down, which shows that even if I increase my perception, like my field of view, not my field of view, but the distance at which I can see, there is a limit to how much I can physically see looking at a straight line. And I would encourage you to take that test too, where you can see if you look in a vertical line that one cannot stay in the same position as you go further away from the observable person.
How big is the Earth?
Or the thing that's observing.
Prince?
I don't know off by heart.
Well, you don't think that would be necessary to actually put to test the claim that the Earth is a globe based on your observation across the surface?
If you wanted to measure it, you could, but I'm saying that as I'm observing...
Right, but you're making an assumption if you don't have any measurements, aren't you?
I'm making a few assumptions, but I would need that to, in order for you, without assuming things, without precise measurements, because I'm not using any, you would then need to kind of explain why I'm seeing a ship go downwards as I'm like seeing it leave, like.
Yeah, but at the first glance,
he requires
Go ahead,
us to explain. You're getting fucking adjudicated out in chat right now. By the way, that's fucking debunking your horseshit.
What? Sorry, who are you?
Who am I? The paterfamilias, son.
I don't know why you're so rude.
I don't know what you're so rude. Well, you're a fucking retard. I'm not going to explain your dumbass shit that you haven't confirmed, and then I'm debunking over here in chat.
I wasn't. Wait, hang on. When was I talking to you?
How? Well, let's take a look at these boats because we're actually looking at them over here, and your story's fucking horse shit.
When was I talking to you?
Your story's horse shit.
So you're saying I made it up?
Wait. When was I talking about? Fucking 10 seconds ago.
I wasn't talking to you before that. There was another guy.
I don't give a fuck who you were talking to. Over in side chat, you're getting fucking destroyed
Okay. Why?
with your boat horse shit.
Well, what's wrong about it?
What do you mean? What's wrong about it? Well, the whole entire fucking boat is gone. And then it's being zoomed in on. And
But
then
why
it
is it gone?
suddenly fucking appear. Shut the fuck up.
Why are you so violent? Like,
Because
why are you
you're
so
a fucking
why?
Okay, Nancy, violent because you're retarded. Your premise that your boat horse shit, that the top of the boat is fucking
Yeah,
disappearing is horse shit.
Yeah. But so you're saying I made it up?
Yeah.
Okay.
You're getting debunked. Are you in live chat? Do you see what's going on over here debunking your dumbass?
I want to talk to the guy who was actually taking me seriously rather than this joke of a man
Taking
here.
you seriously, why would he? Your initial premise is fucking retarded.
Yeah, I need some actual engagement rather than just
Yeah,
somebody
we
calling
are
me retarded.
engaging you. It's inside chat and you're getting debunked.
Yeah, I'm not
By
gonna
gift, by
I'm not
video
gonna-
after video.
I'm not
after
again.
video.
I'm not gonna. I'm not. Yeah. So I'm not going to continue talking to someone who's going to
Well,
call me
don't
retarded.
continue. You're a fucking retard. I'm not going to
Okay,
explain dumb shit.
what
I'm not
about-
going to explain your fucking train wreck premise that's debunked already. I'll explain it. You're a dumb fuck.
Okay. I'm just lying. I guess. Cool.
Yeah, no, you're not lying. You're just mindlessly parroting what you fucking heard from other idiot globetards.
I'm not. Wait. No, I'm not. I gave you my own
yes, you are.
perception.
Yes, you are.
I gave you no. I didn't. I gave you my perception.
Yeah, you are. Yeah, you are.
I did it myself.
Yeah, really? Show.
I don't have footage. I told you. I
Oh,
took a
you
telescope.
don't? Well, I guess you can't show then. Do you know what a
I never
village
said I
idiot
showed.
is? Do you
I
know what
never
a
said I
village
could
idiot
show.
is, you fucking retard? You know what a village idiot is?
Why do you believe in this so strongly?
You know what a village idiot is? I don't believe in shit. You know what a village idiot is?
Yeah. What's the point talking to you, man? I mean,
A village idiot is someone who makes claims.
I want to talk. I want to talk to the guy who's
A
lied to me
village
before.
idiot is somebody who makes baseless claims. that
Why are you
doesn't-
not banned already?
that Doesn't
Why are you not
support
banned?
what they
Can we get
say.
this joke?
You dumb
Can we
fuck.
get this joker
Shut
banned,
the fucking
please?
mouth. Shut
Can
the
we get
fuck
mod in
up.
here?
Shut
Can
the
we get this
fuck up.
mod
Yeah.
in here?
Ahmad, you're dumbass. Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, boats going over the horizon was debunked by physics 129 years ago.
Fucking clown. He's over here talking about his fucking boat horse shit. There's fucking 30 fucking gifs and videos in here debunking every word he fucking says. He just whistles past the graveyard. Well, who was I talking about? You Nancy fucking retard.
Nobody's afraid of you, princess.
Princess, we think he's... Yeah, I'm really fucking... I'm shaking him by boots, you dumbass. Hit him with the question, Meggie.
Like the question of what's your favorite crayon to munch on?
Yeah, go ahead and soothe his soul, smoke demon. Retard to retard, right? Fucking idiots. You want to be respectful, so you want to piss down our back and tell us it's raining, but you're going to be respectful about it. So while you're being respectful about it, and I turn around and I catch you with your pathetic little pecker pissing down our backs and telling it's raining. So I'm the bad guy when I rip that pathetic little pecker off your torso. That's your position? That's your argument? That's your justification? Really? Nancy, the fuck out of here. Go get your act together.
Is
Yeah,
that the
listen to that dumb fuck demon.
Is that pregnant pause?
Oh, they're pregnant, all right. Smoke Demon and Princess got married. Their kids have hooves. You have some rumbles of thunder there this evening, Flatsy.
Yes.
I was gonna message you, but I figured you knew it was coming.
Yeah, but we were out at open mic with the boys.
That's a really good place to be.
It was. It was awesome. This girl played before me. She played electric guitar, and oh my gosh, her last song was amazing. It was awesome. It was a good finale.
That's great. Thanks.
She's a rock out of line, she's a mighty good roll. Rock out of line, she's a roll around. That song.
Yeah, I got it. Was it from Amazon.com?
Shut up.
Oh no, Print, I'm so sorry that you're offended. We should have put extra pickles and mayonnaise and ketchup on your McDonald's burger that you ordered when you gave a question proof. You're ordering from the value menu and you think you're gonna get a gourmet meal? This is just for fun for advanced class. You won't ever get it.
completely differently. Let's say there's a world where like light just has a completely different behaviors from where it started and just becomes like sporadic. Like,
Dude, just stop wasting time. I think
I'm not. I don't think. Like,
I got some unicorn rainbow light farts, man. You ever seen those? Yeah.
No, I haven't.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah. So that's not an exactly right. Seemingly, it's the case that it's a possible world where that might exist. It might exist. I don't see a logical impossibility.
In the jar.
Yeah,
bro.
yeah. I don't see. Yeah, it's possible, right? It's not a logical impossibility, right? So I don't see like a formal contradiction or like a necessary
You're
like
just-
a
you're
false
just a
maker
computer
anywhere.
program. That's possible. You're just a computer program.
It seemingly appears to. It seems that it might not be the case, right? But to say that it's not a logical possibility, right? We can certainly imagine a world where the world is a computer program. We could not imagine a world where something like
Yeah, I can imagine unicorns flying around the moon. I can imagine it, bro. Unicorns.
Is this guy? Is he trying to undermine celestial navigation or taking angles to stars? What is he doing?
I don't know. I'm lost, bro. You gotta help me out. Fuck.
Remember how this started? Been going on for a while.
Angles to dangles, the stars, the freaking sun, the light. If it parallel, not yeah. It's been a bit of a merry-go-round right now at this point.
For the longest time, celestial navigation was supposed to be some kind of proof for the globe, and now that it's been found out that they're not getting any angles because you're not taking any angles from curved surfaces, especially when the GP of the star and the observer have to be on the same baseline. I guess we're going to undermine celestial navigation and angles and stars and light too, according to this guy. So either you're going to make a point quickly, or you're undermining celestial navigation, and I guess where's the globe going to go from there?
Wait, yeah. So I just don't think the thing you just said there. I don't. That seems to assume that angles.
I don't need your opinion. Make your point and be quick about it.
Yeah, I got to go to
angles.
bed.
Angles are local and not global, right? Contrary to your claim, that's my point right now.
Angles are local. Okay, how local?
That's relative on the source of like.
I got a light pole. Wait, I got a light pole on my street. I got an angle to it. It's about 47 degrees.
Yeah, you can take an angle on like a curved surface, right? If you just do the arc length like over the radius.
Go ahead and show me that in AutoCAD, please. Just show me that in AutoCAD real quick.
In AutoCAD, I don't have AutoCAD installed. Could you pull it up and just type in like arc length over? Yeah, can you just do angle?
Hey, bro, if angles are local, right? One sec. If angles are local, how are you using stars to get it then? Stars local, are they?
What?
The light poles.
Stars local, are they?
Stars are local.
Stars
I don't think they're local relative.
Well, that's going to be your line of sight to one is going to be one of your lines.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if that's exactly what's being referred to when we say locality.
Angles being local is a load of shit that you pulled out of your ass, man.
Wait, yeah, so angles being local,
angles.
right? So,
whether they're local or whatever, man. Angles are angles, period. There's no, you don't.
Yeah, you're measuring the angle between you. That's what I mean when I say local, right? Right, and the line of sight, right? So that's what I mean when I say angles are local.
Yes.
It's made at a point. It's made like so. The angle is being taken at a point, right? That's what I mean when I say it's local. It's on a point on the surface and not the entire curvature of it. It's like it's just not the case that.
No, sir, that's incorrect. You don't take angles. A vertex is where two lines meet, and you're going to have an angle. But the GP of the star could be hundreds, if not thousands, of miles away from your location, and you and the GP of that star are both at 90 degrees, and you're on the same baseline that is horizontal. That's the end of the globe. That's all it is.
You said we're both on 90 degrees of the GP.
Yep.
Ground position. GP, baby.
Are you just assuming the star is like directly above me?
No, the GP of the star is at 90 degrees. And you are at 90 degrees to the surface at where you're measuring it from on the same baseline. So that's the end of the globe. It's all it has to be.
Well, that was easy.
I don't think that's a feeder.
Well, of course it is. What is the G? Is the GP the geographical position? Zenith. Weird. I'm talking and you're trying to go ahead and just talk through me, so I'll mute you. I am at the baseline, the vertex of the angle, and the GP of the star is on the ground. And they both share the same baseline. And that could be for hundreds, maybe thousands of miles. That is the end of the globe. It's not going to be any more complicated than that. You can try to red herring away from it. You can tell me you don't think that's how it works, but that's how it works.
Baseline, baby.
Can you support that?
Base. It's all about the base. You guys ever?
No problem.
Sorry?
No problem.
Yeah, can you?
I'll even give you a nice little diagram. You want a little diagram?
Yeah, that would be great if you could break it down.
You sound like you're the kind of guy that needs a diagram, so I'm going to get you one.
Yeah, I don't know why you're just being condescending here. It's like
because it's fun for me, of course.
Yeah, I can tell. something like you need because you know.
Yeah, of course. I'm real insecure, right? Yeah. Whatever you need to say, but it's fun for me.
Yeah.
There you go.
Hey, it's all about the baseline, man. You know that? It's all about the baseline. You guys heard that song? It's all about the bass. Yeah. It's all about the baseline, baby. I hate to bring it to those Mongos, but you know, they deserve it. Yep. The angle.
Yeah, I just don't think that's. So what I was saying earlier is
you think I got you a citation? That's the evidence.
Yeah,
what do you have to argue with it about?
Yeah. So I'm saying, yeah. I mean, I clearly established in the beginning that the point from the star is effectively parallel due to like the distance, right? And at the
the point from the star is essentially parallel to the distance.
The light, right? So when we're that like line that's coming out of the star towards the house.
There's no rays.
Whatever. Okay, this is just we've already been through the whole like ray thing.
Right. There's no rays.
Yeah. So I said it's not a literal ray, right? We've established this.
Angles.
Okay, so the point.
Angle, man. Fuck. Come on, man.
Yeah. So let's say it's effectively parallel due to distance. Okay, and there's like
what's parallel?
Effectively parallel. Come on.
What's parallel?
The point from the star to the shack.
The baseline.
So it's a laser beam. That's what you're saying.
I'm not. It's a line. What the fuck? It's
a line.
It's a point. It's a point in like a perception of the object that's seemingly under all common interpretation.
Okay, points are points. Lines
interacts with your eye.
Points.
Or whatever lens, or like whatever's like the perceiving like instrument.
Let me ask you a question. You think that this parallel light, especially when the people that are directly below it, zenith, can see it straight up, and then you at 45 degrees can see the same star, does that sound like effectively parallel to you?
I'm saying the way in which the light travels from the point we measure, it seems to be the case that it's a wait, like I don't know, I think there's a confusion on what's being said here. All I'm saying is that we can assume that line between the shack and the star is actually like just like functionally that line. That's like that straight line relationship between that point and the shack.
Dude.
That line? Well, it's an angle. I mean, you could call it a line, but it's abstract, but okay.
The angles between.
So you've got a line there, and then all of a sudden you've got a line that's zenith to that same star. So those two lines aren't parallel now, are they?
What is zenith?
Zenith is directly up, 90 degrees vertical, perpendicular.
So they're on the horizon. Wait, so they're on the horizon 90 degrees away.
No, not on the horizon.
Okay.
Thousands of miles away.
What are we referring to when we're like saying horizon? Like, I just want to make sure we're referring to the same thing.
Well, horizon is defined as the apparent location where the sky meets the sea or the ground.
Okay. So, there's no lot going on. So so you're saying that the
The
claim
sky
that
meets the earth. The sky.
yeah,
meets-
yeah, yeah. I understand. I understand. That's not what the inquiry is about. You're saying that you're talking about 90 degrees upwards, right?
Yeah, from the GP to the star, yes. Of course, you can't have 90 degrees on a ball, so that kind of also ruins the globe.
You can't have 90 degrees on a ball.
Nope.
Yeah, I agree. You can't have a perfect 90 degrees on a ball.
You can't have any angles on a ball.
Wait, what?
No.
That
No.
seems like there's like spherical geometry, and we use angles for that. What are those referring to?
Just go ahead and show me an angle to a curve.
Yeah, you can take like an angle between two curves.
Oh, sweet. Show it to me.
Okay, let me find an image.
Hey, we're here 24/7, man. No hurry. Take your time, man. Take your time.
By the way, what I don't want to see is two curves and then somebody grabbing two straight lines and then trying to kind of match up to those curves and then getting an angle between the two straight lines and saying they got an angle between two curves. Because that would be an angle between two straight lines. No, not approximate. I don't want approximations. I want to see angles between two curves.
Approximations seem to be consistent with like what we're like.
Okay, so what you're telling me is that you cannot get an angle between two curves. You can get two straight lines and sort of match it up with the curves, but you're not going to be getting any angles between two curved lines. Gotcha.
Yeah, we can get something that's like functionally like equivalent.
It wouldn't be functional because it wouldn't be an actual angle.
Do you think like okay, so like actually I'm not even going to go into the example of like going to space or anything like that, but like let's say like we want to launch like I don't know, we want to like launch a ball somewhere and like we're just using like gravity to calculate like how fast it's going.
Gravity doesn't exist, so we're not going to be calculating anything with gravity.
So let's just say gravity might not exist. There's some general law that like is going to explain how fast like an object is going to like go down over time relative to like the Earth's surface.
What would that general law be? Would that be the what they call the gravitational constant, which isn't actually constant? It's an average.
Yeah. I understand it's not perfectly constant. Yeah, that's kind of
right.
It's kind of the constants, generally speaking, are kind of these functional approximations and not like this perfect encapsulation of what's actually happening. Because we can have like slight like error margins, and for our purposes, have it be functionally the same. Like have what we need to be functionally the same, and there are going to be different situations that take into account like different degrees of precision, right? So like 9.8 might work for like some thing where like the margin of error is like a large distance, like meters, but if we want to say like down to like the centimeter of like where a ball is going to land, we might invoke some more like specifying constant for gravity. It's just kind of a general approximation, or whatever this downwards force is. If you don't,
holy cow, dude! Get to your point. It sounds to me like you're actually consciously to waste my time now.
Yeah, I mean, right. I mean, the claim made was that it's not actually a constant. I'm saying, that's like granted in like. Really
what was your point to begin with? I don't want to get bogged down with this nonsense.
To your point,
right? So we don't. The response to my point is that now you're going to gravitational constants when we're talking about angles. You got to be kidding me, bro.
Dude. Okay, so let's take it back one step further to how it started, right? So I'm saying the approximations we make are functionally effective, right? And I'm giving you an example of another case where the approximation should be functionally effective, right? So like there's currently like a slight variance, I think, right now of like the way we calculate like the circumference of the globe using like some reference point of light from the sun or something right now, and it's like with modern like reading technologies, like something like around 1 or 2% or like under that. That's like not a perfect thing, right? And that's because there's going to be some misunderstanding between our mathematical models and what's actually happening in the world. But I'm saying it's like because these discrepancies exist doesn't mean that it's not like some degree closer. It's not like functionally effective as like what's happening.
Do you think it would be functionally effective to have a bunch of presuppositions that are actually true to try and measure the circumference of a globe that doesn't exist?
Okay, so let's say there was presuppositions that had no truth to them. Let's say there are presuppositions that, maybe seem to be some degree closer to what's actually happening. And let's just say there's like some infinite chains of like presuppositions.
Let's just say that we just get rid of those assumptions, because that would be stupid of us to do. I don't want to keep going down all this functionally, useful nonsense. Waffling, it's boring. So if you don't actually have anything to offer that would be valuable to us in this conversation,
But let me
just end it.
Let's just go into this point. Okay, so every time you sit in a chair, right, you're just kind of presupposing the chair is not going to.
All right, you're done. I'm bored with you. Anybody else want to talk to the waffling, functionally effective, nonsense, red herring machine?
No.
No, I was trying to answer Peckerwood in the chat, but I don't feel like typing it all out for you. But yeah, there's a lot of regulations in traveling to Antarctica. If you want to look them up yourself, if you're interested in traveling there, feel free. Let us know what you find out when you get back. Now I don't have to type it. Thank you.
Peckerwood, you want to jump on the mic, dude? This chat skanking is lame.
Peckerwood. Fucking Peckerwood.
Or Raiden. Yeah, Raiden's also in there. Oh, Peckerwood came on the mic. Hello, Peckerwood.
Hello. Hey, so I had a serious question. I wasn't trying to troll or anything. So, yeah, I believe in the globe, or whatever you want to call it. But I just had a few questions.
Sure.
I got some answer in there about traveling what's south, right? And my other one is, when you fly in a plane, why do navigationally, planes are flying?
Yeah.
How does... well, let me turn my mic up, or my headphones up.
Yeah. Planes flying.
Yeah, so they're using obviously GPS and everything else to help them navigate.
Well, did they do that back in 1955?
They use time and distance.
Wait. Did they have GPS in 1955, bro?
Well, let's exclude GPS.
Oh, wait a minute.
They use time, distance, and
distance. Yeah, I get it, bro. Yeah, we got you.
Hey, can I ask you guys something real quick?
No, somebody else is asking a question. You can wait your turn.
But yeah.
So I didn't know. Sorry.
Just wait, man. I love flying on Earth on the spinning globe because it's impossible, because every single pilot that's ever flown on Earth is not trained to fly on a spinning globe, period, ever. That's it. You don't get trained to fly on a spinning globe, bro, with a 3959 radius, bro.
Well, let's see. Let him ask his question.
But and then my other question is in regards to what's south, like what's beyond, like what's south if you're standing in one location on the flat Earth, right? So if I'm in Australia, I point south. Which way is south at that point? And then which way is south if I'm standing in like the southern hemisphere, and like let's say, South America? Like wouldn't it be different? But wouldn't it be different if I was standing somewhere else? Like
no, south is always south.
And then what's beyond the edge or the ice wall or whatever? I mean,
what ice wall are you talking about? What ice wall are you talking about?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I'm just gone with all these theories and everything, so I'm just asking the question.
What theories? Did you bring that up? Did you bring up the ice wall?
What's this guy talking about, bro?
No, I'm saying, okay, so what's beyond...
Pecker is the only person who's introduced ice wall into this conversation. That's all his idea.
Okay, so if there's not an ice wall, then there's Antarctica, right?
Ice wall was a name given to the shelf of Antarctica by the United States military. So are you talking about the United States military's ice wall?
No, I'm just saying the continent Antarctica.
Okay, what about it?
I'm just saying that so where is that in relation to it, like on the flat Earth model? Yep. Where is that?
I don't know. I've never been. It's supposed to be south.
Who believes in the flat Earth? What the fuck? Like,
what the fuck? Those flat earthers are stupid, man. Fucking Mongos.
Yeah, they're thinking for themselves and questioning their government. That's fucking retarded. My mom told me that the government don't lie.
So Peckerwood, you want to know where Antarctica is? Well, supposedly it's south. What else do you want to know?
No, that was my question. I just want to know what was south in a flat Earth model, right? Just
there's no flat Earth model. There's no globe Earth model either, by the way.
Right. I
That's
guess.
weird.
I mean,
what? No,
Hey, isn't that name a TOS violation? I'm pretty sure that's a derogatory term for a certain group of people.
What is?
Pecker?
I don't know about that, sir.
It's a racial slur, I heard, so don't say his name.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Don't go there.
PW stands. Well, I'm just saying, don't say it. It's a TOS violation.
Okay. So, Mr. 78, are you trying to get us TOS violations?
no.
Is that what you're
I'm
here?
not. No.
Okay.
I haven't been violated on Twitch or anything else that I have accounts for, and I've not been busted for my name.
Gosh, I thought he was just a fan of birds. I never would have known that just, like to do things backwards. But I'll stop saying it since Larry said we should.
All right. So, anyways, back to there. I don't know what flat Earth model you're talking about. There's no flat Earth model. There's no globe Earth model. So we'd be kind of, wasting our time talking about models since there aren't any.
Okay, then I guess I'm looking at a flat Earth Discord. Am I not in the right spot, or?
Yeah.
No, I mean the Earth is definitely flat. It's measured that way and practically used that way. It's even flown over that way. We've got the black box data to prove it. But I don't know about models or anything like that. That doesn't seem to have a place here.
Okay. Well, I'm not trying to ruffle anyone's feathers or, I'm just trying to figure out, just trying to get your take on the flat Earth side and.
Well, it's measured that way. Yeah, the Earth is measured to be flat. No.
Fair enough. I mean,
hey, every single pilot treats the Earth as flat and stationary. Every single one of them, bro. There's no pilot that comes in here and says, "Hey, man, I treat the Earth as a globe spinning in outer space because I was trained." No pilot is ever trained to fly over a spinning globe, dude. Not any manual, not any.
The simulators don't have it that way.
Simulators, nothing, bro. They don't fly over a fucking spinning globe. They fly over a flat stationary plane every time, guaranteed, 100% guaranteed. And I'll stand that, man. I'll plant that flag in the sand and say, "Hey, man,
plant that flag."
Yep. If you got a pilot that says, "Hey, man, yeah, I treat the Earth as a globe spinning in outer space," bring him in here because, yeah, you're done. You're done.
PW, I feel like you come in here with a bunch of misconceptions. I mean, you've obviously seen something about flat earthers, but that's not us. Like, we're not here proposing models. It's not necessary. We don't need to model the Earth. That's our whole point here, is that the globe model is not predicting reality, the geometry of this sphere, which would dictate that objects would disappear from our view around this imaginary curve, is not what we experience or observe in reality. So we're not trying to tell you what's in Antarctica, what's this, what's that. We're not trying to explain every aspect of the world. We're just trying to tell you we don't live on a sphere.
Okay.
And these are measurements made
I'm sorry. I got to add one tiny. Let me add one tiny little thing. And it's definitely not spinning. No evidence of that either. But yeah, somebody had another question?
Well, I was just going to say it's not us that's measuring the Earth flat. It's people that are doing the surveying, people that are doing the map making, navigating it. It's not us. We're just giving you the data that they got, which is rise over run and elevation angles and pitch data from the aircraft and the way that they survey it so they can build on it and build canals and all that stuff. So it's not us measuring it this way and using it this way. It's everybody.
Okay. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Yep.
Well, I have a quick question, just a really quick one, because I understand that all flat earthers aren't equal. So, For the flat earthers who believe that space is real,
Are all globers equal? Are all globers equal, bro? Come on.
would a satellite image from space show the Earth being flat? For those flat earthers who believe that space is real, I'm just curious what you guys think about that.
Okay, so it's kind of a straw man. We're not saying that space isn't real because there's space between you and I. That's why we're using these devices. What we're saying is the vacuum of space can't be real because you can't have high pressure sitting next to low pressure without a container, right? You can't cook on propane unless you have propane accessories like a tank, right?
Sure.
In reality, right? Is that true?
Yes.
All the time? 24/7? Okay. Please continue with the question.
Shout out to Hank. Shout out to Hank.
No,
I guess what we can do is Aiden is just ask anybody in here, as far as flat earthers are concerned, if they believe in the vacuum of outer space and the ever-expanding universe that I think you're trying to appeal to, but I don't want to straw man you with that. So let's see if anybody in here buys any of that nonsense, and then you can ask them. Hey, anybody, y'all believe in space with the flat earth at the same time? Well, there's your answer, Raiden. Nobody believes that.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you.
Yep.
You're welcome.
Somebody took Impaler off mute. That's unfortunate. You also got Hanny back in here.
Hey, do you guys think that we could fly an airplane on a spinning globe with a radius of 3,959 miles from Toronto to, I don't know, Ecuador? Yeah.
Could I ask a question about like something that yeah. So okay, on the flat account of the Earth, so like obviously there's like I mean under current understanding of the world, like say I could fly in one direction and reach somewhere like on a horizontal axis or the other
Hey,
place,
welcome
and I
to
could fly in the
Flat
opposite
Earth, man,
direction.
by the way.
Yeah, but I could also go the other direction, right?
Yeah, welcome to Flat Earth there too, bro.
So how does the difference in direction lead to the same point on a flat Earth?
Because you're on a flat Earth and all you do is point to the direction, Mongo.
Yeah,
Come
yeah.
on.
So I'm saying like, okay, right now I could take.
That's all you gotta do, bro. And guess what, man? Every single pilot does that. I'm not making.
You could see, yeah. If you're sitting at your table and your mom says pass the salt to the right, you pass it to the right, and then your dad says pass it to the left, you pass it to the left.
That's I'm not sure.
That's the equivalent, bro.
That's not what not what I'm asking.
You're done, bro. You're done. I appreciate your question, but every pilot in the world treats the Earth as flat and stationary. Even the guys that build the planes treat the fucking planes that they're going to fly over a flat stationary plane. And that's just the way it is, man. I'm not making this up, man. This is, direct from the Commodores and generals' mouths, bro. Yeah.
You can circumnavigate a flat plane. The table I'm discussing is round. You hear me? You can circumnavigate it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just saying. So like how would the sorry, could you explain what you mean by like circumnavigating the table? Like, because I'm not sure if that's in line with like what I'm asking here.
If I'm standing on the table, I walk around to the counterclockwise. I get back to where I started from. I walk around clockwise. I also get back to where I started from. I don't know. What's the question?
Yeah, I'm saying like, okay, so would the like current measured distances of like say a flight path, okay, you travel one direction, and from like I don't know the same point in America to Europe, okay, and then you go the opposite direction, and you get from that point to Europe again, okay. Yeah. I'm saying, would the distance between those 2 points like be equal to, or I'm saying like if those points were equal to like the proposed circumference of like the spherical Earth,
right.
Do you think that would be like like in favor of its existence? And if not, how would it hold that this case is true for like the flat Earth?
Well, we measured flights from California to like Atlanta, Georgia.
Yeah.
And then from Atlanta, Georgia to California, which is,
Oh, well, that's just between the same 2 points and
same 2 points. And they're almost the exact same time, bro.
Oh yeah. Well, I'm not asking about the time. I'm asking about the distance from
England to New York. Yeah.
I'm not asking between England and New York and then New York to England. I'm asking about New York to England in one direction and New York to England the other direction, right?
Well,
I'm saying that if this were true under the proposed theory of the flat Earth,
dude,
and
that's our question, bro. That's our question. Why are they almost the same time flights? If it was a spinning ball, it would take a lot less time to fly from England to New York. It should only take,
But you say almost. What might be the causes for inconsistencies in the time between the two?
Well, I know that every single pilot in the world has been trained to treat this Earth as flat and stationary. Every one of them. There's not one pilot that I know of that says, hey, man, I was trained to speed. When I'm flying over the globe, man, I got to pick up my speed or slow it down. No.
We get it.
Never, ever trained to do this, bro. Ever.
We get it that you guys, Impaler, we get it that a lot of these things, you think they're only possible on a ball because that's what you were indoctrinated with from childhood. But, we can show you many. I can look up flight path data. The flight path data actually, disproves the globe in many cases. If that's what you're most interested in, I'll find you some links. But just, in your mind, just as a kind of essential mindset here, just think. It's a very common, your approach is very common. It's what about this on the globe? What about that on the globe? How can that work on a flat Earth? It just does. I mean, it's a model that you have been told explains everything. And we're here to tell you, not only, there are some things, you can kind of squish it in there. And it's a decent explanation. There's a lot of things where it's just a really bad explanation. So just throw it out.
The answer was what I was looking for. I'm not saying the point between LA to Atlanta and Atlanta to LA. I'm saying LA to Atlanta, right? Because you said, okay, an example of the circular table, right? You said that, okay, we'll go clockwise and counterclockwise. Okay, so I'm saying you're going to go from Atlanta to wherever in the world in clockwise, some point. In the clockwise direction, we're going to approach it in the counterclockwise direction. Let's just say, for all intents and purposes, it's not even Atlanta. It's just some point on the outer circumference of the circular or the flat circular Earth. I'm just curious on if the distances that would be measured there from a modeled version of the flat Earth. So you have the dimensions of the flat Earth. Okay, so. When we go from point A to B on the flat Earth, we can kind of calculate the distance there, and then we'll go in the other direction. We'll calculate the distance there. I'm just trying to see if that would be consistent with any data we'd have if we actually repeated that in real life. So let's say we go from some point to another point in one direction, and we go from some point to that exact same point in the opposite direction. I'm just trying to say.
Yep.
Yeah. I'm just trying to say, okay, so would the measurements from your model be consistent with what we see in if we were to model that out today?
I'm going to give you one example in the chat. I'm not endorsing any of these maps, models, anything else, but I'm just showing you. This is one example, of how flight paths show a flat Earth and disprove the globe. There's many flight paths like
not
this.
What I'm asking.
Okay, what you're. I am trying to show you. I thought you were interested in flight paths. I'm trying to show you how flight paths don't make sense the way they are on the globe because you're trying to say that they prove the globe. Okay, repeat your question. I thought you were interested in a demonstration, but that's fine.
I'm interested in flight paths, just a certain thing regarding flight paths, right? So
All right,
and let me
say it again.
so I'm saying, okay, in the example you gave with like say the circular flat Earth, right? Your account of it is like circular, correct?
The only reason I gave you that example is because children are given this fairy tale that Columbus somehow proved the earth was a ball by going to America, when that's completely patently ridiculous. Because you can circumnavigate in a flat plane. I'm not claiming a shape to it. I'm showing that to you as a thought experiment so that you can understand that it's completely possible to return to your same location on a flat plane. It does not require a ball. That's a lie.
I don't think that it requires
that you
a ball.
were told. It's a fairy tale you were told as a child. Good.
Just to be clear,
All right, we're on the same page then.
We're not on the same page, though. I don't think that you need a circular ball to return on the same path like Columbus did. That's not necessary. What I'm asking is, okay, so do you take that it's possible that maybe the planar, like Earth, the flat plane, could resemble the shape of a circle? Is that like a possible interpretation of it? Sure. Okay. So then all I'm asking is, okay, let's just assume this possible interpretation. I have a point on, we'll say effectively the outer edge of the circle. Okay. And I want to get to some other point at a different part of the outer edge of the circle. Okay. So I'll do this in two ways. I'll do it once from the initial point to the other point clockwise, and I want to do it once counterclockwise. Okay. So
that is not how the flight paths actually work. They don't actually go in circles. They go in straight lines.
I'm not saying that's how it actually works. I'm saying I'm saying if we did that, right? I'm not saying that's how they happen. I'm saying if we flew from along the outer circumference of the circle, okay, from point 1 to point 2, in the clockwise direction, and then we followed the outer circumference of the circle from point 1 to point 2 in the counterclockwise direction.
Yep, got it.
If we could, would this be consistent with the measurements we see on today's globe? Or on today's world? If we were to just
That's why I gave you the stupid picture. My God. And then you're telling me it's not the answer. Because it depends on where your point 2 is. If your point 2 is directly south of your point 1, then it's going to be the same both directions. No, it is not consistent with the plane.
It's not the same both directions. That's not what I'm asking. I'm not saying from point 1 to point 2, then from point 2 to point 1. I'm saying along the outer circumference of the circle, right? So I'm tracing along the outside of the circle. Okay?
Yep, go for it. You're tracing. Got it.
I have 1 point and I have a second point.
Yep,
got it. I'm going in one direction and then the other direction, not between. Yep. Not from point 1 to point 2, then from point 2 to point 1. From point 1 to point 2 in two different ways. Okay,
I heard you the first time, and the second, and the third, and the fourth. What's your point?
Okay, so I don't know why you keep saying the thing you sent the picture of depicts what I'm saying.
What are you even trying to ask? You're trying to ask if this matches your fantasy world?
No, I'm saying if we were to repeat that in real life, would it be consistent with the measurements you would get from a modeled version of that of the planar flat Earth? Would the distance that we calculate, say, quite literally, just directly measuring the distance the airplane is moving, be consistent with that we would calculate from the flat Earth, the flat Earth model?
We don't have a model. We don't even need to. We actually take measurements in reality. No, I'm not going to. I don't even know what your problem is. You do not want to make any progress, and I can understand why Says-Who and everybody else got frustrated with you
earlier.
No, we didn't.
No, listen. I said for you said it's a possible.
Are we still on my kitchen table? Are we still on my round kitchen table?
I said, is it a possible account of the planar Earth where it is circular? And you said sure, and I said okay. Well, let's just use this as an example.
The amount of distance the amount of distance we travel is the amount of distance we travel. Is that what you want to hear?
Yeah, I'm saying, now following up. Okay, so if at any point in time there was some experiment conducted in Earth that was identical to that, and the numbers from the proposed model were not in line with that which was actually measured in the experiment, would you say that there might be kind of an issue in the conception? I don't know why you're
That's
laughing.
not my problem. I'm sorry. I don't mean to. I'm sorry. That's rude. I'm sorry. I should have muted myself and laughed to myself. No, your model is the one that has the problem. I don't have a model, so I don't have a problem.
If
someone gets in a plane and the odometer says they went this far, I'm like, oh yeah, you went that far.
Then let me ask a follow up. Then, do you think it's Okay, so you say we just measure things, right? That's like kind of your methodology. Like you got the flat Earth, let's just measure things and take things as is. Okay, so let's say we just measure things and we just measure like everything in the world. Okay, so we have like the known measurements for every possible thing in the flat world. Do you think we could model like do you think we could then model it if we like knew all the measurements of the flat Earth?
Yeah, why are you so obsessed with models? I mean,
Well, I'm
you
just
can
asking
make
because you just said we don't have a model, right? So I'm just trying to say like, okay, if we had the model, right? If it because it's possible
We
that we could
don't
have a
need a model.
yeah.
You don't
I'm not saying
have
we
a
need
maps.
model.
Yeah, I
Wait,
mean we have
okay,
maps that
I
do the thing
never
you're saying. We have flat maps that do the thing you're saying. And what
and
we've
those
been telling you
are
all night, like Flat Earth dude keeps telling you, the pilots treat the Earth as flat. Everybody treats it as flat when they're navigating, especially, you know, the military and so on, when lives are on the line.
yeah.
When we're talking about navigation, we always treat it as flat. The only place you see it in a globe is in your imagination, on your cartoons, and in your little fantasy NASA science fiction. There's no globe anywhere.
Okay, so I don't think I really like claimed any of that. Throughout the course of it, like I didn't claim a globe at any
Well, you
point. I just
couldn't.
asked if it was. I just
Yeah,
asked.
but you couldn't.
Yeah, okay, that's a separate thing.
You
I
actually
was
could
just
not.
asking if they would be consistent. Yeah, that's fine. I grant that. Whatever, it's not relevant to what's being said.
Yeah,
I'm saying
we have flat maps. They work. Yep.
yeah,
There's the
so
answer.
they would be consistent. Okay, so yeah, if there was like some like actual measurement that was conducted then in the future,
So
that was not
appeal
in
to the
line with
future fallacy.
that's not appeal to the future. I'm invoking a hypothetical. It's not even a fallacy, by the way. I'm saying, if there was some case in the future where like we conducted the hypothetical flight, right?
In the future,
Why is this thing being mocked? I'm just saying it's a possible world where at some point we do replicate the experiment I'm talking about, right? And it's not consistent with the map. Would you like accept that there was an error with the way in which the map was modeled?
We have these maps. A lot of the world has been mapped, not all of it.
Yeah.
They work.
I'm saying-
like, why am I arguing with flat maps that navigate that everyone's treating it
We
as
didn't
flat?
make the claim.
Yeah.
We didn't make the claim.
I know.
You are the one who's talking about it.
Yeah, I mean, what is it that we're denying? We're not denying. We're not denying the flat maps tell pilots
saying
where to
you're
go
denying.
on the
I'm not
flat
saying-
plane. So why are
That's
you
not
saying
right.
I have to make a new map in the future?
I'm not saying you have to make a new map. I'm saying if the map is accurate. I'm saying you're just laughing and not understanding. I'm just saying if it's the case that the map is accurate and we conducted something. Okay, so we use this accurate map. We have the calculations of distances from 2 flight paths on this map. Okay, we then replicate that exact flight path on the Earth, right? The distance that we would measure from the flight path. No, I'm not asking if it's linear. I'm asking if
Is it linear distance though? Are we going to use like miles?
No. Wait, miles and linear distance is like two different things. That's a unit of
No, that's
measurement.
absolutely linear distance.
Wait. I could have like a curved path that's measured in miles. Like I can go on a zigzag and like measure that
Okay,
in miles.
why don't you go ahead and cite that? Show us that.
Wait, if I drive in a circle like 100 times and the circle has a circumference of 100,
That's
like the
still
place I drive in,
it's a flat circle.
yeah, that's okay. That's not a straight line.
circle,
That's not a straight line. That's what I'm trying to get at here. That doesn't matter.
I didn't say that it was a straight line.
You said a mile was a straight line. You said a mile was a straight line.
Linear distance, absolutely.
A mile is a linear. It's like necessarily linear. What do you mean by when you say linear distance?
Okay, can you show me that miles is not?
What do
linear?
you mean? What do you mean when you say linear distance?
Is it arced? Is it an arc distance?
A mile can measure whatever distance. It doesn't.
Or is it linear?
A mile can measure whatever distance.
Why don't you go ahead and wiki Google it?
Yeah. Okay. So what do you want me to Google?
If miles are linear.
linear, yeah.
Well, okay. So
Flat or curve.
you want me to? I think what I'm saying is, can a mile measure?
Okay, are you going to keep stalling or are you just going to do it?
Sure. Is a mile linear? I'm not sure what that means.
Go ahead, wiki Google your alma mater.
Okay, you mean linear in the sense that it's one-dimensional then, right?
Are miles linear?
Yeah. Do you mean linear in the sense that it's
Why don't
one-dimensional
you
or
just
some
ask your wiki Google?
Yes, I'm saying, okay, the account for which Google, listen, the account for which Google is saying they're linear it's linear in a sense it represents a one-dimensional distance. Is that what you mean when you say linear? I literally Googled it and I'm reading you what it says yes under. I'm saying, is that your interpretation of what you mean when you say linear measurement?
Dude,
what are you saying, dude? I Googled it. It says, yes, it's a linear measurement when it says the linear measurement is meaning it represents a one-dimensional distance. Okay? Is that your account of what a linear measurement is?
are you using it to level the earth?
I'm not sure what you mean by that. I'm just, can you just answer the question I asked? I said, is that your account of what you mean when you say linear measurement?
Yes, it is.
Yeah. Okay, so then that was very clearly though not what I'm saying. When I'm saying we can have curved paths, right? When I
Dude,
was
you
trying to
just
clarify,
shot yourself
when I
in the
was trying
foot.
no, I was clarifying and saying when you mean it's a linear thing, and you're saying I then asked
It's not
the follow
curving.
up. I asked a follow up where I'm like saying, okay, we're measuring a curved path, right? Is it possible to do it
Yeah,
in
but you're
miles though?
using a guess what you're doing? You're using
What?
a 2D linear measurement in a 3D world.
That's okay. So if I'm so I walk in a circle in my room. Am I not walking like a
You
distance?
just welcome to flat earth is all I got to say.
You realize like circles are
You
two-dimensional, right?
you level the ground with this. You do everything with this. It's a 2D measurement on a 3D surface. You cannot get away from flat earth. It's
Wait,
over.
you realize you can draw a circle on like a flat thing, right? Like a flat,
Yes, I absolutely
and
understand a
that can be
circle of
measured in
equal
a
elevation.
one-dimensional.
Yeah, I do. I love it
Oh,
because it's
and
a
even if
circle of
it
equal.
wasn't an equal elevation, we could still measure it. I'm not sure
Sorry,
what you mean.
buddy. It's a circle of equal elevation. That's a problem because
Wait,
we use that in celestial navigation. So, where is your globe?
that's just not. I don't see how that question like responds to what I'm asking.
Yeah, because you don't know what you're talking about. You're completely arguing from ignorance.
That's
Are you saying that a
that's not
circle
the
is
case.
2D?
Braden, did you have a question?
Yeah, it sounds like she's saying that a circle is 2D. Is that what she's saying?
Um, let's see what she
Yes.
says.
Is that what you're saying, Clancy?
Yeah, I mean, I think a circle is 2D. The distance is measured
When you're
one-dimensionally.
using it in angles, yes, like in celestial navigation.
Circles are just definitionally like two-dimensional shapes. Like that's
Yeah,
like
but
a
it's
fine
also
thing to assert.
trigonometry because of elevation angles.
Well, no, I'm agree. I'm saying you saying a circle is 2D is like fine to say.
Elevation
like,
angles also prove that the Earth is flat. By the way.
Okay, that's a separate conversation I have.
Yeah,
I
well,
was
that's
just trying to
actually
demonstrate.
very relevant to the conversation
I'm
we were
just trying
already
to.
having.
Oh, okay.
Can we
Yeah,
try
we can
to
rope
let's
it
see
in.
if Raiden has any questions because you just seem to get like so far in the weeds. I don't even know what your point
Because
is.
you guys keep pivoting, and I'm trying to answer the pivot so we can go back on track. And there's an infinite fucking line of questions that like.
What is the track? What is the track that we're trying to go on there?
I was asking for an answer to the. Okay, so I was asking for an answer to the hypothetical I presented about the flight pattern being. If we were to actually do a flight pattern, would the distance that the flight travels be consistent with that which we would calculate from like the modeled map? Right. And I was trying to get an answer to that. So that pivoted into a side conversation about, straight point, like measurements or whatever the fuck. And I'm just saying like that wasn't like relevant to demonstrating an answer to a question. So we went on a side conversation about that.
Okay.
You tried the conversation. That was like the path it went through. But I was just trying to say, okay, and I'm not sure what you guys' account of like the flat earth is. If it is like a 2D circle, if it's like whatever shape it is. I was just saying, I just asked, okay, is it a possible world where, the flat earth might be a 2D circle? And in this possible world, would it be the case that the modeled flight would be consistent with that, which we would see in the actual world between like these 2 points?
There's no evidence that it's a 2D circle. That's your claim.
I said, okay. I didn't say it was. I said, is it a possible world? And we agreed that it could be a possible world, right?
No, what are you talking about? We do not live in a 2D world.
I didn't say we did. I said a possible world. It's a hypothetical. It's invoking a hypothetical thing that we can just use for the sake of the argument. If you have some actual model or account of how the Earth...
Please. Why don't you explain it all over again for us, please?
Like,
no,
actually?
Please don't. No, don't.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, when we're...
Oh, are you going to tell us again?
Are you gonna like understand, dumb fuck? Are you gonna like listen to the thing instead of just failing to track for the
Stop.
50th
That's
time?
really unnecessary. That's really unnecessary. Let's move on to somebody else. Hanny or Raiden, do you have a question? I'm going to mute you for that. That was totally
go ahead,
unnecessary ad hominem.
If Raiden
That actually was a fallacy. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
doesn't have any questions, I had a few because I've been kind of hashing out some of my questions in the side chat, but I think there's at least quite a bit of phenomena that I think still, or not even still, it just doesn't make sense on a flat Earth, like on a flat Earth.
Why don't you tell us any phenomena that requires a globe Earth? Go ahead.
Yeah, day and night is a really good place
Okay,
to
tell us how that actually requires a flat Earth. Show us in the math and show us citation, please. Go ahead.
How it's required on a, or well, I think, well, since I was posing the
Because
question,
time and date already don't require a globe Earth to show you those things.
They do, but
No, they don't.
Well, can you explain how it works on your flat Earth model? That's
It is just a position over the Earth.
The sun is just a position over the Earth?
Yes, it just takes the position that the sun has over the Earth.
Okay,
Not its actual position, but the position over the Earth at any given time. Yes, that's how you'd have your day and night, or whatever.
Okay, so how come there?
Sorry, go ahead.
I think she wants to know about the spotlight effect of the sun, because if the sun was a lot smaller and a lot closer, it would have a spotlight effect. Like if you were to turn on your cell phone and walk the perimeter of your property, right? Your cell phone isn't going to light up the whole yard because of the inverse square law of light. So that's how it would work. If the sun is 12,000 miles away and it's a lot smaller and a lot closer, the light wouldn't make it this far. The assumption is that the globe Earth has a sun that's 93 million miles away and several times the size of the Earth, right? But if you understand that you can't measure that based on a calculation, then it's a just so story about the globe Earth. And of course, you can't mix, the model that you've been presented with the heliocentric model and what we're observing here and what we're talking about here. You can't mix that up.
Well, hold on, because so if you're gonna use like the spotlight effect of the sun, right? Like let's talk about that phenomena for a second, right? The sun, if let's say it's a flat disk, which is what the flat Earth model is, so you have like a stationary.
No, it's
flat
not.
thing.
That's a straw man.
No, you can't keep it. This you've been here long enough to stop saying the flat Earth model. Have you serious? Are you trying to claim you haven't heard people say we don't have a model and we're not on a flat disk? You're not listening. You're not listening to any. You've been here for hours. We do not claim we live on a flat disk. Okay, let me hear. Do you hear me now? We don't claim a model. We don't say we live on a flat disk.
So then what is but I'm saying that the evidence that supports a globe, there is a model. So what do you have if not a model?
You don't have a model. Why don't you present it in the side chat, please? Go ahead. Give us the globe Earth model that models all phenomena that has to deal with the globe by experiment.
Hold on, because I can
please
do that for you.
do it.
Hold on, I can do that for you, no problem.
Oh my gosh, if you can, you'll be my huckleberry. Go ahead, do it.
Okay, awesome. Wait, I will get to that in just a second.
Yeah,
but
no, you need to do it now.
Well, no, my question
We're not going to
wasn't
beg the
answered.
question with you. Sorry.
What do you mean beg the question? I asked how
We're not going to beg the question of the globe with you. You're going to prove it first.
I'm asking in the flat Earth.
Nobody said anything about flat Earth except that it measures flat. Why don't you tell us why it's a globe?
I'm asking you. I think you're fundamentally misrepresenting what I'm asking.
No, I'm not. I'm correctly representing my side.
Okay, I'm gonna go mute you from my end because I feel like you're just not.
Just calm down, please. Please don't mute Flatsy because then it will be difficult for to have a conversation because you won't be able to hear her and you might talk over her. So please don't do that.
Okay, so I won't use the word model, but on the flat Earth, how does day and night work? Just explain very simply, and in a way that explains. Okay, so
ran away.
explain how there's certain parts of the world that have 24 hours
Whistling past the graveyard.
and 24-hour sunlight. Can you explain that or no? You can say you can't explain that. Just say that. Antarctica experiences a 24-hour sun on the very tip of, I think, of Chile and Argentina. I think it's called Uruguay or not Uruguay, Ushuaia. Can't pronounce it. It has 24-hour sunlight, basically. How do you explain that on the flat Earth model?
So it's not my claim, right? And there is no model. And the truth is that it's a non sequitur. So every time we ask somebody, like, hey, what's the best evidence of the globe? They talk about the sun, the moon, the stars. Flat earthers can't explain how deodorant works on a globe Earth, and all these things that people say, right? The question is not whether the stars prove the Earth is the globe or the sun or the moon, is whether we measure the surface directly. You're in a flat Earth room, so the best way to figure out if the Earth is flat is to measure the surface directly. Does that make sense? Or do you look up at your ceiling fan to see if your shoes are tied?
I understand what you're saying, but I do think that's a bit of a dodge of the question because I'm giving you observable phenomena.
It's not my claim.
Oh, okay, it's okay. I guess that's a fair. If you're saying it's not your claim, that's fair. I'm just saying this. Can anyone in here explain? There are people that live on the tip of South America who experience 17-hour daylight. This is an observable phenomena. You can go on YouTube. You can search up this. And I think someone asked that I provide both a model of the globe and I will also provide on top of that footage of people in
That globe model. Do you know what a scientific model is?
It's not. I'm not.
You're going to model every phenomena that requires a globe. By the way,
I'm not
yeah,
talking
you
about
better
models.
be,
I'm talking
because
about
if it's a scientific model of the globe, it's going to model every phenomena.
Okay, awesome. That's cool. I will put the model that the best
okay,
model
go
that
ahead.
I can find. But my question still hasn't been answered. How do you explain that and this is basic observable phenomena, like you guys have
Beg the question with me and explain this. Yeah, we're not going to do that.
You're just dodging my question. If you can't answer
No, you want us to beg the question with you, hun.
That's not. It's what is. But I'm asking it. What's begging
Day and night is not exclusive to a globe model. The sun
I'm
moves
not
out of your
saying.
field.
I'm asking you to
well, the sun moves out. It's just as it appears. Go ahead, Larry. You talking?
I just want to say, yeah, real fast, super fast. I'll answer your question if you can explain to me how the possible eclipse works on a globe. If you can do that, then I'll answer your question.
Repeat the phenomena you want me to explain.
The impossible eclipse, also known as the Selenelian eclipse. If you can explain how that works.
Can you write the name of that in the chat? Because I know what an eclipse is. I don't know the specific eclipse you're referring to.
I can write it for you.
Thank you
I
so
think
much.
you might be driving. Yeah.
I appreciate it.
Oh, somebody actually already put in there. Apocryphon put a graphic there.
I will. Okay, I'm gonna be quite frank. I've never heard of a Senolinian. I can explain eclipses on the globe. I just can't explain this specific eclipse. So my explanation will probably leave a lot of room to be desired. However, I would love to. I will do my best to explain an eclipse, and then I can do, if you would like, I can do research on this specific eclipse for you and how it relates to the globe, if it does at all. And then, but I would love you to, if you could, answer my question to the best of your ability. Thank you.
Right. I've already did a conditional acceptance. I said I will gladly explain it if you can explain the Selenelian eclipse. So if you want to do this thing where we ask each other to explain things that we can't explain, we can do that all night long. I'm good till about midnight.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I feel like there's probably a lot of phenomena that you think is unexplained by the globe, but it can be perfectly explained by the flat Earth, and I think the same. I think all phenomena, again, I'm still pretty hardcore in my stand. Sorry to everyone who was here earlier that was trying to convince me. Still not convinced, but
We're not trying to convince you the Earth is flat. We're trying to convince you to think for yourself, question authority, and trust your eyes and measure it yourself.
Yep. It doesn't matter to us what you. I mean, all of us here have demonstrated it to ourselves. We understand the concept. We've discarded a failed model. So I didn't hear anyone earlier trying to convince you of anything because it makes I mean, we want, obviously, truth to be more widely accepted and understood. We want people to think for themselves. We want them to use logic and reason instead of indoctrination and propaganda. But whether you personally understand the truth about the deception of the globe is more important, much more important to you than it is to any of us.
Yeah, we don't really care what you believe. You can have whatever religion you like in America. Freedom of religion. First law, first rule.
And the globe is a religion. Make no mistake.
Yeah, well, Raiden, your statement there is completely illogical. The selenial eclipse is an anomaly, doesn't change the spherical shape of the Earth. In fact, when a model is presented and the model fails on any count, really, it should be thrown out. It doesn't predict what we actually see, therefore it's flawed. So it's what science in general does, even though we're not like trying to science the shape of the Earth. But if you were trying to find a cause and effect relationship, like we talked about earlier with Hani, hopefully when you learned about the scientific method, when you're actually trying to discover something in the world, you only need to falsify that hypothesis one time to show that you need to come up with a new hypothesis. Sometimes if there's just a slight variance, you can indeed modify your hypothesis. But one thing you can't do is just say, oh, this evidence is showing that my hypothesis was wrong, but I'm just going to ignore it and just say the hypothesis was right anyway.
So what would you think about this statement? What if I said to you, you didn't see a star blow up in space, therefore the Earth is a sphere? Does that make sense to you?
No, it doesn't, because it's totally illogical. It has no premise and no conclusion, therefore a nonsense statement. Thank you.
Yeah, not seeing something is not a natural observation, therefore not a scientific, has nothing to do with anything. Not seeing something is nothing. It has no relevance whatsoever.
I agree. One has nothing to do with the other, right? Like if you sneeze right now, that's not going to mean I'm going to get into a car accident tomorrow, right?
What the hell are you talking about?
My point is, one has nothing to do with the other. That's what my point
We
is.
didn't even. You are the one who came up with this stupid statement. Why do we care if one has something to do with the other? You are the one who came up with the stupid statement to begin with. I don't care about what one has to do with the other.
What does the stellar eclipse have to do with the shape of the Earth?
Look at where the shadow is on the... Did you look at the image that Apocryphon posted at 8 minutes after the hour?
Yeah, I saw it. Yeah, and what?
Look at where the shadow is on the left. That's what's seen.
Okay.
So where's that shadow coming from?
Well, as far as that image that he posted in the text chat, I don't know what that is. I know what a stellar eclipse is. I don't know where he got that image from. I don't know what that is.
Find your own image if you'd rather have us analyze yours. Put it in the chat.
My point is, celestial objects, their behavior in space has nothing to do with the objective shape of the Earth. That's my point.
That was actually my point when I asked her to answer my question. I'll answer hers, right? Because she brought up a non sequitur, and I agree with you, right? And that's why I said, if you explain this, then I'll explain that, right? Because it has nothing to do with it. So if she wants to make me answer for a claim that I never made, then I'll make her answer for a claim that she never made, which has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth, except the fact that this impossible eclipse, it's impossible on a globe. Because how are you going to have a lunar eclipse with the sun still above the horizon? Thank you.
Oh, and if anybody was wondering why it was silent, because this dude just jettisoned his entire argument.
I like talking to you guys. I haven't talked to you guys in a while. It's almost as good as eating chocolate mousse cake.
You do like talking to us? Talking to us is like eating chocolate mousse cake?
I said it's almost as good.
Wow. What's your favorite part?
Struggle. I guess if you want to call it
Nice.
that.
Brayden, I've got some hope for you then. You see the value in struggle. That's great.
I'm a nice guy. Even though I don't believe the earth is flat, I'm nice to everyone when I'm here.
Yeah, you don't have to believe it. That's what you experience. That's your life. You've never seen or known anything else. That's what you experience. I mean, in your mind, you can keep believing in the fairy tale fantasy globe if you want, but you know that you live on a flat earth. That's what you experience. So the reason why people have, a lot of cognitive dissonance around this topic is because they do know instinctively. I mean, it's obvious. You don't experience any motion, you don't see any curvature. And so it's very difficult to go against the grain in this area. We know that. I mean, and because of the propaganda campaign and so on, that people say these things about flat earthers, they're this, they're that, they're the other thing. It's very hard to then, of course, think, oh, could I possibly identify with a group that they're saying is, dumb or whatever? So you have to have a lot of confidence in yourself. You have to understand, you have to be able to make decisions for yourself, take responsibility for your own life, be willing to accept reality on its own terms, pretty much remove denial. You end up probably removing it, in at least most people I know. Actually, not all. I'm sorry. The people in this little forum here, let's say, remove denial in a lot of parts of their lives and just try to live authentically the way we actually are, which is on a flat, stationary Earth. You've never experienced anything else, have you, Raiden?
I can agree with most of what you said, minus the flat Earth stuff. I don't think I've ever talked to you before. Are you a new mod, or?
I was around these Discord streets like years ago, and then I took a little break, Raiden. But yeah, I just came back recently. That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah. I mean, when you say experience flat Earth, I don't know what you mean by that. Do you mean like going outside and measuring 12 inches in front of you, or what do you mean by that?
Well, you can actually measure it if you want. I mean, you can make long distance observations, and you can find out the distance of various objects. It's not that hard. Find a lighthouse, find the Chicago skyline. Find whatever you want, and then figure out how far it is from where you are, according to your observer height, whether you should be seeing that thing or not. I mean, yeah, you can do that. That's preferred. But I mean, I'm just saying, you've never experienced a globe and you've never experienced any rotation in your life. You live on a flat Earth. You just have to accept it the way it presents itself.
Yeah, their base axiom. If you hold this real fast, if you go outside for 3 days and 3 nights, you're going to witness with your senses directly that the sun, moon, and stars and planets make a circuit roughly once every 24 hours. You're not going to experience any curvature. You're not going to experience any motion unless there's an earthquake. That's the only time your house moves. So you have to ask yourself, right? And this is how I try to ground people. Is your house moving right now?
Not that I can tell, no.
Right. So anytime you experience the globe, it's when you turn on your TV, turn on your cell phone, open a magazine or some form of media, so you have a received idea. So what secondary knowledge has convinced you to ignore your primary knowledge, your firsthand experience?
Well, I agree with that. There, from just a plain, layman's point of view, when you go outside, everything was flat. I agree with that. Sure.
Well, even if you're a mathematician and you go observe the sea for yourself and see how far you can see over the surface of the water, because other than the topography of waves, it's pretty flat. So that's why we use water, so we're not measuring topography.
Sure. My point is, just because you don't see or experience everything doesn't mean that's necessarily the way it is.
Then it
That's
should be
just my point
measured.
is.
Then it should be measured to be such a thing that we don't see. If you don't see it, then it's an extraordinary claim that requires extraordinary evidence. So where's the measurement that the Earth is curving?
Well, you can't see yourself because for two reasons. One, you can't get far away enough from the planet to see it, and two, you're not big enough yourself to see the
That's
curve.
special pleading. Yeah, you're
No, it's a
special.
fact. You can't. Well, you can't get far enough away from the planet to see it.
Oh, so they're not
You're
high
begging
enough.
the
Isn't that the
question
Snoop
and
Dogg
special
fallacy?
pleading.
It's not.
I like to call it the Snoop Dogg fallacy. You're not high enough, bro. You got to get
Well,
higher.
wouldn't that help? Well, yeah. Have you ever
Can we go to space?
Take a painting, for example. If you stand too close to it, you can't see everything until you back up, right?
Can we go
on a
halfway to the
wall.
moon
Not the same.
and turn around and look back like the astronauts did when they went to the moon? No.
Painting doesn't look any different when you get further away from it. It just defines
Oh,
itself.
sure it does.
It just defines itself. It doesn't look like a flat surface and then looks curved.
My point is, you can see more. You can see things that you
Yeah,
didn't
but you
see
can
when you
see
back up.
close up a painting. It's still going to be flat when you zoom out.
I'm not talking about the shape of it. I'm talking about the detail of it.
Yeah, that doesn't matter because you're talking about a flat surface turning into a curved surface. When you get close to a painting and you see it's a flat surface, when you zoom away or when you walk away and see the full thing, it's still a flat surface.
Leslie, you seem to think that all circles are 2D. Isn't that what you said earlier?
Isn't something that you should be proving is that the surface of the earth is curving instead of trying to red herring away?
I don't need to prove anything. You're the one going against the scientific consensus.
What are you talking about? Circles are 2D, lines are 2D. If we're talking about geometry, circles are 2D. Are we really going to argue about that?
A circle on a piece of paper is 2D, sure.
Yeah, so you use the earth the way that you use it on the paper.
Have any of you guys ever been to a NASCAR race? I have. I've been to several.
I live in Alabama, thank you.
That's a huge circle, and it's 2 miles around. Is that 2D or is it 3D?
You're using the term incorrectly. It's a circuit, not a circle.
It's both. It's 2D and 3D.
It looks three-dimensional to me. It has height, it has length.
Yeah, that's why I said it's both, because they design it 2D because it's on a flat surface, thank you. And then it is in 3D because you experience what they designed.
I haven't talked to you in a long time either, Flashy. How have you been lately? Have you been well?
I've been great, thank you. Very blessed. So why don't you tell us how 2D and 3D is a problem for a flat surface Earth?
Are you talking about reality or are you talking about something you're drawing on a piece of paper?
Or both, because we're designing these things in a 2D manner from sea level, You don't have any justification for your globe because it would need to be directly measured because we use the earth as a flat plane. We measure it as a flat plane. And let's not forget how much water we have to deal with over here on the surface of the earth that's resting flat on its surface.
You say you measured something as a flat plane, right?
That's how we do it. That's how we navigate. That's how we do everything. Build, rise over run. Yeah, that's from a flat surface. And then we do elevation angle measurements for mountains, for celestial navigation, all these things, man. We're measuring the earth flat every time.
Okay, so how much of the Earth did you measure to determine that it was flat?
You don't have to measure a whole bunch of earth. You just have to measure it the same every time and get the same kind of results like we do because water level, because level is flat and horizontal. The horizon is horizontal. We derive all of these things in mathematics from these observations. You do not use a globe in any instance because the horizon is a flat line.
Okay, so you made two errors there. First of all, the horizon is all the way around you. It's 360 degrees.
No, it's not because
horizontal.
you have topography. Sorry, buddy. Unless you're somewhere where only ocean is all the way around you, you don't have that.
Okay, so tell me which way you could turn and you don't see the horizon.
The horizon is where the surface appears to meet the earth or the sky. So you don't have.
Yeah, it's apparent, yeah. And it's all the way
Okay.
around you.
That's a problem for you because it's supposed to be
No, it's a
geometric.
problem for you.
No, it's not a problem for me.
If the Earth is flat, it wouldn't be all the way around me.
What are you talking about? That's a limitation of your view. You would only see in a circle around you if you pivot on one point. So stop acting like that's not possible on a flat earth, dude.
Okay. And the second error you made was you keep talking about measuring the Earth as flat. Okay.
Yes, you do.
Okay. So again, how much of the Earth do you have to measure before you determine it's flat?
How many flat surfaces can be on a globe?
Is it 2 miles, 3 miles, 4 miles?
You don't have an answer for the flat surfaces that you're measuring. So you're acting like, oh, a flat surface on a globe is just okay. No, it's not. Actually,
Is somebody
it's not,
in your ear?
it's a big problem.
Is somebody in your ear, Raiden? Is somebody in your ear, Raiden? That's what it sounded like.
No.
Because he was on a one track and then he suddenly got all these little
Oh, I can just measure all of these flat surfaces on my globe. No, buddy, you have to justify why they're all flat first.
Lassie, I'm not arguing with you. I'm just asking you how
Yeah,
much of the
you
Earth.
are arguing with me, and it's pretty stupid what you're trying to argue for.
Okay, just give me in miles. Explain to me how much of the Earth that you have to measure before
You mean
determine
miles
it's
that are
flat.
linear? Are miles linear?
It can be.
They are linear. It can be. Are you kidding me?
You want
Citation.
to talk about
please.
nautical miles?
Yeah, why don't you give me a citation? Are miles linear or not?
Go to a NASCAR track. Is that linear?
Yeah, that would be linear because it's a circle of equal elevation. Hello. You can do
NASCAR
that
track
on
is
a
not a straight
plane.
line.
Yeah, but a plane would be your supposed straight line. It's a flat plane. It's a bunch of straight lines.
Okay. How about nautical miles? Are those straight lines too?
He wants to know if nautical miles are straight lines.
Yes, they are linear. They are linear. Why don't you look up nautical miles? Why don't you look up how they're derived, buddy? How
Still
are
haven't
you
answered my
even?
question.
Yeah, they're linear. Yes, they're linear. I did answer your question.
How much of the Earth do you have to measure before you determine it's flat? Can you give me like a rough
Oh, so
estimate in miles?
all of the linear measurements that we take of the Earth don't that would mean that it's curved?
Is it 2 miles, 3 miles, 4 miles, 100 miles? How much of it
That's
do you have to measure?
you're looking at it them backwards.
Linear.
Yeah.
Dude.
You have to
He just doesn't get
measure
it.
curvature. Yeah, where's the curvature? I mean, we don't have to sit. I mean, there is no curvature anywhere. It's never been measured, so we don't have to like sit here and measure flat all day long. You've never presented any verifiable
Curvature.
evidence of curvature.
Yeah, what we should
So
say.
funny that you just want us to beg the question with you, but we're not going to. Thank you.
So what we should ask people when they come in here is, where's your edge? Where's your geometric horizon, right? Because the claim is the Earth has an edge that things disappear behind because the Earth is a sphere, right? So you ask us questions all the time, and we do our best to answer when we can, right? But where's your edge? Where's the edge of your Earth?
Yeah, I like that. Yeah, where's the edge? That's what we're going to start doing, just like they used to do back in 2019. Where's the edge? Why can't I follow up of it? I like it. I like it.
Don't act like they don't still do that.
I think that's
don't know. They
reasonable.
probably do. They probably do.
I mean, a table is flat; it has an edge, right? That's reasonable.
Claim is the Earth is a sphere, bro. Where's your edge?
The Earth is
Where's your
contained
geometry?
because of gas pressure.
Where's your geometric horizon? Because you're saying, how much of the Earth have you measured? You haven't measured the whole thing, right? Well, have you measured the edge at all?
That's not what I said. I asked her how much of it would you have to measure before you determine it's flat. That's what
Well, at least about 5 miles, right? So the shortest, yeah, about 5 or 6 miles, right? The Bedford Level so-called experiment, that's what it's called, right? It was 6 miles. So anything over 5 or 6 miles would be good. You can't accurately measure it, 2 or 3 miles. That'd be ridiculous. But I went to the ocean, Corpus Christi, North Beach, right next to the USS Lexington, and I could see Ingleside on the Bay, and 10 miles away with the water up to my armpits. I was literally in the ocean. So assuming 1 foot wave, right, and assuming that I was about a foot off the surface, even though it was actually less than that, there should have been 66.6 feet of curvature. They were beach houses, bro, not beach houses on a cliff, not skyscrapers, and I'd never been there before. I didn't know that Ingleside on the Bay was over there, but I said, okay, let me see, what's the furthest thing that I think that I can see? And I was like,
Same thing
okay.
happened. Yep. Same thing happened to me.
So when you said should have been, were you using the Earth curve calculator? Is that how you arrived at that?
I was using 8 inches per mile squared. So there's a formula that the Earth curve calculator uses, but I did the math in my head. I didn't actually go to an Earth curve calculator website.
Okay, and I'm assuming you took into account observer height and all that stuff in there too, right?
I just said the water was up to my armpits. What do you think that means?
Okay. Well, I guess if you were standing in the water up to your armpits, yeah.
Right. It wouldn't matter if I was standing on the beach. There should have been 66.6 feet of curvature, assuming 1 foot waves, because Corpus Christi is kind of inside of a cove, and there's Mustang Island in front of it. So there's not going to be big waves. There's no surfing until you get out past Mustang Island. So assuming 1 foot waves, there should have been 66.6 feet of curvature. But if you go to Google Earth, right, and you go to the view where you can see like on the ground surface, you can look in the backyards of those beach houses, there's docks. Like, how is that possible? The beach houses weren't 7-story skyscrapers. How did I see them? Because I didn't know they were there.
I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm not saying you're wrong, but my question is, how do you know you're not wrong?
You can, bro.
Like your math.
I saw the beach house. Dude, what's 8 inches per mile squared at 10 miles? Do you know?
Not right offhand. No, I have to think about it for a second.
Okay. Right.
He just told you. He just told you.
66.6 feet.
Yeah, he did say that a second ago. Yeah.
Right. So
I mean,
I didn't know the beach houses were there, right? Till I got in the water, and with my naked eye, saw them, and then went back inside and looked at Google Earth, right? And I was like, oh, Ingleside on the Bay. How far is that as the crow flies? 10 miles, right? So I should not have been able to see that, and because I saw it, I'm like, well, shit. It's fucking flat. Not just a little flat. It's flat as fuck. because the water was up to my armpits. I should not have been able to see that. But I'm not like NASA, right? Because you have to say, well, Neil Armstrong, I don't believe you. Or you have to say, I believe you. There's no belief in this shit because you can take a flight tomorrow, go to Ingleside on the Bay, and for 3 days and 3 nights, I could see lights during the night, street lamps, right? Not 6-story street lamps. And I could see beach houses during the day.
Okay. Therefore,
I was obviously on vacation for 3 days and 3 nights.
oh, it's always nice to get a vacation. What happens if you're wrong about something, you just simply don't know it? Have you ever thought about that?
So you're saying don't believe you're lying on, right?
No, I'm just asking you a question.
Yeah, I've been wrong
what
about a
happens if
lot of
you're
things,
wrong
and
you simply don't know it?
if you knew me very well, you'll know that I'll concede when I find out that I'm wrong. Because many men know many things, but no man knows everything. So I can be wrong a lot, right? It happens a lot.
Oh,
But
it does happen a lot.
Yeah, I'm wrong a lot. Did you not know that? Like, what do you think? Like,
we all are.
People are perfect? Yeah, I'm wrong a lot. And I'll admit it when I'm wrong. And I imagine it gets under the skin of other people in here because I'll concede when I don't agree with something.
But that's not what I was talking about. The danger is if you're wrong about something and at the same time you don't know it. That's what I was talking about. That's a serious problem.
Yeah, the folly of, you're talking about the folly of man. That's why I don't trust men, right? If Armstrong says that he saw the Earth and it was a globe, okay, prove it. Oh, I can't go to space. Okay. So you're taking the word of a man. Isn't that the reason why all those atheists say we don't like the Bible because it was written by men? What are science? Who writes the science books? Is it men? Does mankind write the science books, sir?
But that's what science is a tool. It stands in between what you and
Yes
I
or no?
think.
Yes or no?
What's that? What was that? I didn't hear it. You asked me something. I missed it. What was it? Hello? Hello?
He probably he's driving, so he probably lost his signal or something.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if it was him or me. Yeah, he asked me something, but I didn't hear it. I was just getting ready to say to him, yeah, being wrong is, especially if you don't know you're wrong, can really be a problem, But, yeah. I like talking to him, too. I've talked to him in the past. He seems reasonable.
Yeah, I mean, I think both of you were hitting on something that's really important in this Fantasy Globe discussion is, are you a person who's willing to re-examine their beliefs, how they got to them? Are you willing to follow the truth where it leads? Or would you prefer, like our buddy Impaler, to stay in a comfortable lie because, that's just easier, right? It's easier just to do what everybody else is doing. So like saying there's not a globe, that's not even like a big deal, like in the scheme of things, but people like turn it into this huge thing because they care so much, I guess, what other people's opinions are. It's like, what's that compared to, people who have to make all kind of sacrifices or go to war and all the difficult things that people do, like deciding something's not a globe is like not that big a deal, but it is like, I know it is psychologically, like we've all experienced it because, I can still remember when just like Flatsy was saying in the chat and Larry was saying, when you make your own observation and you start to realize, oh my gosh, there's something really to this. The 8 inches per mile squared is what got to me too. Larry, like when I left here, which was like late 2022, 2023, some Glober had said something about 8 inches per mile squared that obviously didn't understand the concept of exponential growth. But then, because people just were like, "Oh, we can't say that anymore because some glober doesn't like it." No, it's a perfectly valid. That is what the spherical geometry predicts, as I put in the graphic there when Larry was talking to you. When I understood the concept of what that actually meant, as opposed to what I actually see in reality, in my case, the Chicago skyline was the observation I've made multiple times, both before and after I realized that the globe was a lie. Then you just kind of have to sit there and, think about it to yourself. Like Larry was saying, get out into nature. Maybe go on a long hike, week, 2 weeks, go out into nature. Think like, gosh, am I really feeling any rotation here? What do you think? Do I see that mountain over there? Should I see that mountain? Just whatever it takes to decide it for yourself, especially since you're a man. I would think it'd be even more important to really understand your world and your place in it and not let other people dictate what your life should be.
That's fascinating.
What do you think about that, Raiden?
A lot of what you said makes sense. From just a visceral point of view, I guess. But your eyes can only tell you so much, and a lot of times your eyes make errors. That's the part that a lot of people don't want to talk about. So that's where science and other tools come into play to help us discern what we see and what we think we see. Would you agree?
Well, I would agree if you're talking about classical science using the scientific method where you make a natural observation, you develop a hypothesis, you come up with a verifiable, testable, repeatable experiment to test that hypothesis, where you have an independent and dependent variable, where you you manipulate the independent variable and see what the effect is on the dependent variable. Then you analyze your results, then you draw a conclusion, then you decide whether or not your results fit your hypothesis, which was derived from a natural observation. If that's what you mean by science, sure. If you mean going to nasa.gov or turning on your boob tube, then no, I don't agree.
No, that's not what I was talking about. I was just simply saying that a person's eyes doesn't tell them everything about reality. Would you agree with that? Because we're fallible human beings.
It depends on what you're talking about. No, if I'm making a natural observation, you have to come up with give me an example of what you're talking about. Because if I'm observing something, if I see a pileated woodpecker at my bird feeder, which I saw just the other day, I'm like, yep, there it is. Definitely a woodpecker. I've seen pileated woodpeckers before, never ever seen one on my suet feeder. It's very, very exciting. I know I saw that woodpecker, no doubt.
Okay, well, I'll try to simplify it. Can you see everything in reality?
Of course, I would never claim that. That's the whole problem here, is that our eyes are fallible. We have a limitation of vision. That's why when things go beyond that vision limitation, they disappear from our view. For example, if you're looking out on a large body of water, such as a large lake, the Great Lakes, the oceans, and so on, you may think that boat, and many people who have not studied this topic still think that boats are disappearing over the curve. Sad for them. Liar Bill Nye has ruined, millions of kids telling them that lie. And, it's obviously not true. You can bring that back into your vision. You have a high-powered optical equipment, just binoculars, sometimes zoom camera, et cetera, et cetera. So, yeah, limitations of vision usually goes into the side of disproving globe.
Okay, well, I wasn't just talking about distance. You can't see everything around you either, right? You don't have eyes in the back of your head, correct?
I'm sorry. I'm just trying to think if I should tell Impaler what he's trying to say when he says diffraction, but I think I'll let him just keep saying
He was the one arguing for a circle. He was the one arguing for a circle around you.
I'm sorry. It's because he was so mean to us, Flatsy. He called us both mean names, didn't he? So now we can do whatever we want. Okay, so I'm sorry. I do apologize, Reed, and I shouldn't look at his little heckling there. What was your question?
Oh no, I was just saying. I'm not just simply talking about looking at something off in the distance. I was saying you can't see everything around you as well, right?
Yeah, but it was your argument of a circle around you.
My point
What
is,
is
you
wrong
can't
with
observe.
you?
There's nothing wrong with me, Flassy. My point is, you can't see everything, whether it's in a straight line or everything around you. Correct?
We cannot see
horizon
everything.
is a
Can you get
straight
to the
line.
point here? I'm sorry.
Sorry, it's fine. It's the horizon is still a straight line. You can't change that for anybody. Sorry, buddy. We can all experience it. You can't lie and change history.
Can you see everything around you?
I didn't say that, did I?
I'm asking you if you can or you can't.
No, I did not say that because you cannot see everything around you unless you look at it.
Well, even if you did turn and look, you couldn't see everything.
Doesn't matter. The horizon is still a straight line, dude.
Forget the horizon. I'm just talking about life in general. You can't see everything
Forget
around
the
you.
surface that we're trying to measure.
You don't measure the horizon. That's apparent. But I'm talking about
You
just
do
things
measure the
around you.
horizon because it's a flat plane.
The horizon is not a physical thing. It's apparent. It's apparently where the sky.
Even better, it's always a flat plane no matter what distance it's at.
I don't know who told you that, Flassy, but the horizon
That
is
is
not
the
physical.
truth. Dude, you know it's the truth.
The horizon is not physical. It's apparent.
The horizon is still a flat plane no matter what distance it appears to us as.
It's not flat and it's not a plane.
Every
It's neither one
single
of those.
time it's a flat plane. Thank you, buddy.
Okay, we'll just have to agree to disagree.
No, we don't agree to disagree on objective topics.
You say the horizon's not flat. Is that what you said, dude?
Yes, apparent.
One of the arguments was that you could see it 360 degrees right around you when you're in the ocean.
He's a
It is all the way
dumbass.
around you.
Flat.
He's a
So
dumbass.
how is that not flat?
Because the Earth is curved, that's why.
So you said the horizon was level right around you 360 degrees. So where's the curve?
No, I didn't say
It's
the
not
horizon
horizontal.
was level. I said it was apparent. It's not physical.
Yeah, we know it's apparent.
Well,
He's done
Flassy,
wrecked
it's
himself.
horizontal. Know that.
He just wrecked himself. Let it just simmer.
I know he's wrecked himself all over the place. Dude, go to your boss and ask that question, or your mum, or your wife, or your girlfriend. Can I? Oh, you can't see everything around you, can you? And they'll just
can
go,
you?
"What? Yeah,
You
I
can?
can see. Yeah, I got 20/20 vision with my glasses. Yeah, I can see fine. When I look around, I can see everything.
Okay.
Yeah, dude.
But you keep telling yourself that.
Go and tell your boss. Go and tell your boss. So you can't trust any senses, can you? Go and ask your boss that, and he'll just fire you. If I was your boss, I'd just fire you on the spot if you said anything like that.
You can see what you can see. You can't see everything. Do you understand the
You
difference?
can't see everything. What are you talking about?
Literally, no one can see everything. Literally, no one.
Exactly. And that's a problem.
So
And I don't
why are
think
you
guys
even
understand
appealing to that, dumbass?
Well, I'm not a dumbass, but the reason why I'm appealing to that is because you keep talking about flat Earth and how far you
Yeah,
can see
everywhere
and how far you can
you
measure.
see the earth is flat. Absolutely, yes, that's what we're talking about.
Okay, so you've seen the entire Earth with your eyes?
Doesn't matter. I see every part of the earth, no matter what elevation. It's flat every time.
Okay, and when you're looking at the Earth, how far are you seeing?
Doesn't matter because it's flat every time. For you,
doesn't
for
matter?
me, for everyone. Dude, it's flat for not just me, but for you and for everyone. Why
You
would
mean
I
it's
assume it's
flat as far as
curving
you
at
can
some
see.
point? Oh,
No, what you mean to
just
say
as
it's
far
flat
as
as far as you can see.
No, you are forgetting that you mean that everyone, as far as everyone can see.
I'm talking about you. You keep saying everywhere you look
No,
it's
I'm
flat.
talking about all of us, buddy. Everyone in this call can only see as far as we can see, and it's the same for all of us. You
Okay,
are
so
appealing to somebody else. That's not here.
so if you're walking through a desert and you think you see water, that means there's water there, right?
You don't see curvature of the earth. It's flat.
Yeah, it is flat because you live on something that's
So
20
it's that way for
20,000
everybody.
miles of
It's that way
circumference.
for everybody, buddy. Thank you for proving my point. It's that way for everyone. Thank
Well, yeah,
you.
it would. Yeah, if you're on some
Oh,
object that
so
big, it
there's
would
no
look
reason
flat.
to think it's curved. Thank you. I appreciate that concession.
No, I wouldn't go that far.
Yeah, because the curve is the claim. At that point, yeah, the curve is the claim, buddy.
No, flat is a claim
You just
because it goes against the
conceded that
consensus.
everybody sees flat. If everybody sees flat, then the curve is the claim.
No, that's an extrapolation. I don't know why you would
Sorry,
extrapolate
buddy.
that the
You
entire
just
planet is
conceded to
flat.
that. You can't change your position now.
My
Yeah, it's what.
position
Yeah,
never
it's Larry.
changed.
Yeah, no, I think Flatsy already went over that earlier. The extraordinary claim is this alleged curve and rotation, which none of us have ever experienced and can't personally experience, of course, because it's not there. The normal way you experience the Earth is flat and stationary. Are you denying that? Didn't you, as a child, didn't someone say to you, "Oh, it seems like you're not moving, but really you are. Oh, it seems like you don't really see the ball, but it's there." Are you denying that that's how you were raised?
No, I agree with that, but that doesn't have anything to do with what reality is. Just because you don't experience
Yeah,
something
Yeah,
doesn't
the
mean it's
curve
not
and the
happening.
rotation. Curve and rotation have nothing to do with reality. I agree.
No, my point is just because you don't experience something doesn't mean it's not happening.
Then that's a positive claim, buddy. If you don't experience it, then it's the positive claim. It needs to be proven first.
Lassie, do you have blood pumping through your body right now?
I can feel that sometimes, especially when I'm talking to idiots like you.
No, you can't. You can't feel your heart pumping
Yeah, I
blood
can
in
feel
every
it.
part of your
Boom,
body.
boom, 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 right in my ear. I can feel
So I
it.
guess, so I guess since you can't feel it, it's not happening, right?
I can feel it. So it is happening.
No, you don't. You don't feel blood pumping, your heart pumping blood through every organ in your body. You don't feel that. Nobody does.
It doesn't matter what you say. I can still feel it pumping in my ears.
Yeah, yeah. You feel blood pumping, your heart pumping blood to your kidneys and your lungs and everywhere else in your body. You
I
feel
can
that.
just feel it pumping. It doesn't matter where it's. I know that it's pumping to all the extremities. That's how I survive because we've done autopsies in the past. Dude, do I need to explain the things that we can actually test to you? Or do you want to discuss things that we can't actually test?
You feel your brain firing off synapses before you
Are
produce your
you
thought.
are you gonna like provide some measurement of curvature? Because we can actually see these things with the materials and equipment that we have.
Yeah, look at a satellite image, and that'll take care of you.
Yeah, so that's not doing the same thing. You can track anything on a phone. Anything.
Okay. So, what's your point?
You don't have evidence that this is what you claim to be in the second law of thermodynamics violation.
Why would it violate the second law of thermodynamics?
Because the entropy of gases would mean that the gases will expand into the available volume always.
You're going to try to use science to debunk science now.
It's a natural law, not science.
Yeah, the globe is not science. That's the whole point here. Yeah, we recognize that there is real science. We're just saying the globe's not.
Okay.
I have a question for you, Raiden.
Sure.
Can there be a change in entropy without a change in energy?
No.
Yes, there can be a change in entropy without a change of energy. Are you kidding me? You don't know what you're talking about. You just
Energy can't be
exposed
created
yourself.
nor destroyed, so you don't
Nobody
know what you're
said that it
talking about.
was. Nobody said that it was created or destroyed. I said, can a change in entropy happen without a change of energy?
Entropy is heat.
No, buddy, you don't know what you're talking about.
Hey, I don't know what I'm talking about. Okay.
We've got some new people in here. Boots is here. Did you have any questions about the flat Earth or the Fantasy Globe model, Boots?
Howdy, I'm just listening.
Okay, welcome.
Oh, Larry.
Who's that?
Platypus.
All right, you guys give me just a second because I got to go finish what I'm doing, and I'll be back. Don't go anywhere. Give me like 5 minutes.
I like your fire, Flatsy. I do. Anyway.
There's also, I don't know, Chinasana, something like that. If anybody wants to chime in, feel free.
I like it when she calls me a name every now and then too.
Who does? Oh, Flatsy. I know she does. Yeah, you like that?
No,
You want her to do it more?
Yeah, if she wants to. I'm fine with it. It's cool.
He likes that, Flatsy.
It's like adding jalapeno peppers to nacho cheese, So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Honey's back also. Hello, Honey.
Whenever I hear Flatsy talk, I close my eyes and I imagine like the sweetest looking cookie baking flat earth grandma. I can never say anything. I can't argue.
Flatsy's too young.
Anything negative to her. She seems so nice.
Chinasana, yes, did respond even though they're not coming on the mic. They have zero tolerance to those ignorant flat earth believers. Oh, well, I actually have a lot of tolerance for globe believers. Fantasy globe believers, because I understand they've been indoctrinated since childhood. If you look at Lifton's 8 criteria for thought reform, which he studied brainwashing in China and other forms of brainwashing, such as during the Vietnam War when U.S., formerly patriotic U.S. soldiers were... Actually, no, I'm sorry, that was the Korean War. That's the one he studied, where formerly patriotic U.S. soldiers were captured in prison camps and brainwashed into denouncing their country and so on and so forth. Anyway, so he came up with 8 criteria that are necessary to get people into kind of this cultish mindset like they have in believing in this globe, despite any logic that's presented to them. And so that's why I have a lot of tolerance for fantasy globe believers, because I know that they are victims of a systematic brainwashing indoctrination program.
Yeah, Gandalf didn't go in there like mad at the King of Rohan. He went in there like fighting against Sauron. So that's what we're doing, right? Just because the lady comes in here and she sounds all sweet and has a red dress, but then Agent Smith or the programming pops out of her, doesn't mean we should be mad at her.
Yep, I agree, Larry. We're on the same page.
Yeah, you'll have to forgive me because sometimes I'll take an approach that just will be remembered.
Oh, yeah. Oh, please. I'm not saying, we have to always I'm that way too, but I do the same thing with my children. I've got tough love all over the place, Flatsy. You know about that. Yeah, if you love someone, sometimes you want to shake them up a little bit, no doubt. You wouldn't do that if you didn't care. Like, I don't run around. It's got to be somebody who I think there's some hope for before I'm going to use the tough love approach. Your typical little globe nonsense believer, I'm not going to get all, I'm not going to put any energy into that. Not going to give them nice little mean names like you did for Raiden.
Yeah, well, sometimes Raiden's been here for a long time, so I'm very familiar with him. I've talked with him a bunch of times. Just doesn't seem to, he doesn't care about the topic enough to learn our position. He just wants to oppose it, just like any other anti-flat earther that likes to stalk flat earthers.
That's not true. I know where your position is. You think the Earth is flat.
Yeah, but you've only wrecked yourself in every instance arguing against me that it's a globe. So why don't you give us some examples of where we can see the globe somewhere? Just anywhere. Where can we see this globe?
I just told you about 2 minutes ago. If you want to know what the shape of the Earth is, you can look at a satellite image.
Yeah, that's not a sufficient way to measure the globe because the dimensions that they gave us are not correct. So we're like over here scrambling saying, hey, this isn't right. It is not the predicted horizon distance. We're not seeing what you're telling us we should be seeing. And we're over here just like telling you that, and you want to act like we don't know what we're talking about.
Okay, Flashy, I'll make a deal with you. So since you think they're wrong, that's fine. When you can produce the math and the science that debunk,
We already did.
okay, I'll meet you in Stockholm, Sweden when you receive your Nobel Prize, and I'll pay for the dinner.
Thanks.
Okay, because
I
you will win
appreciate
a
that
Nobel Prize.
you only care about our acknowledgement of the claim that's not true. You don't care that you can also prove that this claim is not true as well. You don't want to address that at all.
Flatsy,
No.
was that an appeal to authority? Like it has to.
What authority?
It has to have a Nobel Peace Prize attached to it for it to be official and valid and correct.
Oh, yeah. Well, sure. But I can also just dispute what he said with pure, simple language. I don't have to point out every fallacy.
Flashy, what I'm saying is ignore me. If you really believe that what you're saying is correct as far as the math and the science, then why don't you get it out and have it peer reviewed and see if it checks
Yeah,
out?
we honestly understand. You just keep leaning into this appeal to authority. You don't know what you're talking about either.
Somebody needs to verify what
You
you're
don't
saying.
even know what the peer review process is.
Okay, so now you're going to tell
Do
me
you
what
think
I
that
know.
they all do you think the peer review process will test every experiment
I
to
think
make
if you
sure that
think
it's
you're right, you need to
repeatable?
have it checked by someone else
No,
besides
you
you.
need to prove that your peer review process is some sort of due process for some sort of scientific exploration or whatever. If you want to say it's some sort of scientific revelation.
If you're not going to have what you're saying checked by someone else, then why should anyone pay attention to anything you're saying?
You are just trying to divert away from what I asked you.
You can't get around this. You have to have other people review what it is you're claiming.
Okay, if they review it, are they going to test what you actually did? Or are they just going to review the literature?
I don't know. You can work that out with them.
Oh, so you're going to argue from ignorance. Thank you. I appreciate your concession.
I can't tell you what someone else is going to do.
You just argued from ignorance. You don't know the process of peer review at all.
I have a general idea of what the process of peer review is.
Oh, do you? Do you have a general idea or do you have a belief?
I don't peer review stuff.
Yeah,
No, I
so
can't
you
tell you
don't
everything
actually
about it.
know. So you're arguing from ignorance.
Well, I don't operate on people's hearts either, so I can't tell you everything about that.
Why are
either.
you justifying a logical fallacy? Stop doing that.
Nothing I said was fallacious.
You should judge yourself. Don't let me be the judge of you.
I don't know why you're judging anyone but yourself, but you know.
I'm not judging you. I'm calling out your logical fallacies. You don't care that you are committing them. You just keep doing it.
Which logical fallacy did I commit?
I just told you.
Begging the question, what?
Oh my God.
I just simply asked you to have your, whatever it is you think is correct, have it checked by someone else. Why don't you just do that?
You have an argument from ignorance. You don't know that process. You're just asking for it like it's some sort of redeemable quality for your position of the globe Earth. It's not.
Forget about what I know or don't know.
Yeah, of course you want me to forget about what you do and do not know when all I'm asking for is the measured curvature of the Earth. You seem to always want to divert from that, just like every other glober that comes in here.
I'm not trying to divert from anything.
That's exactly what you've done. We're over here on this other tangent instead of the surface of the earth, which I started to talk about firsthand. First of all,
Okay, let's pretend like I know everything. If I knew everything, I would still tell you to go get it checked by someone
nobody
else.
wanted you to know everything. I don't want you to tell me that you know everything because I don't trust you to tell me the pressure of the tires in your tricycle.
Okay. So who do you trust, Lassie? Just your senses?
Not you, because you're a pretender clown.
Okay, so who do you trust? Just you, right? In your
Not
eyes?
you, because you're a pretender clown.
Well, you already said that, so who do you trust?
Does anybody, she doesn't want to answer that, obviously. She said the same thing 2 times. Does anybody else have a question?
I'm back. I don't want to interrupt. I did
There's
get called
here.
out. Yeah, I got called out. Now I'm off work now, so Platypus, would you like to make a claim, or would you like to pick one of my claims that I made and attack it?
The specific topic of discussion was going to be the what you call it. I wouldn't call it an experiment, but what you were doing for density and buoyancy, and
Okay, so
their
you
relation.
wouldn't call it an experiment, right? So why does it not meet the criteria of an experiment? If I observe a natural phenomenon, okay, the water sticks to the surface of the earth sometimes, and sometimes it doesn't. So what's causing it to stick? And I manipulate 2 things, right? One at a time, obviously. And there is a cause and a co-cause, right, to what holds down the oceans. And I can demonstrate it because if you boil water at a temperature, causes the water not to stick to the surface, even though the surface is the bottom of a tea kettle or whatever. But you could also boil water at low temperature with low pressure. Is that true or not true?
Yeah, you can get water to evaporate by a change in pressure alone, yes.
And also a change in temperature alone, yes. Right, so what part of the scientific method did I skip?
Well, your experiment doesn't have anything to do with what you were trying to demonstrate.
What? Explain why.
Like, you're answering the question, like you're pointing out that liquid water goes to the bottom of that container, which is great, but it doesn't do anything to explain why it does.
Because of the high pressure and low temperature. What do you mean? That's a perfect explanation that everybody who's ever made a cup of tea knows to be true.
1 second here.
So where did I say something that's wrong? Or what part of the scientific method did I skip? Because I feel like you're arguing with like something that nobody on Earth in their right mind would argue with. Or on the sea.
Because you drug it out in a discussion of what gravity was.
Well, if you have a different gravity, all you have to do is provide your presumed cause and hold my presumed causes constant and don't manipulate them or don't vary them in any type of way. So what is your presumed cause that you would like to manipulate?
I'm not even giving you one yet. I'm failing to get from point A to point Z with your demonstration. Your demonstration has
failing.
nothing to do with why the water moves down toward the surface.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. You're failing to provide a alternative cause, and you have to admit that my cause is correct because we know about the rain cycle.
What you're showing has nothing to do with why the liquid water goes toward the surface of the earth. You're just demonstrating state change under different conditions. You've proved that you can boil water at a lower temperature if the pressure is lower. That's it. What does that have to do with the water moving toward the surface of the earth?
Maybe you're not getting it, right? Is the law of cause and effect true?
As long as you're ruling everything else out, sure.
No. The law of cause and effect is true always.
Yeah, but you don't always know that you've eliminated all the variables.
Right, that's why I'm asking you to give me your presumed cause, but you are failing to do that.
No, Larry, you're not picking up what I'm putting down here, dude. You
Well, that's
brought
a
this
baseless
up.
assertion. You can't prove that.
No, you brought this all up during a conversation of gravity, and in a broader sense, how both sides explain why things move toward the surface of the Earth.
Okay,
And
just
what you brought
demonstrate
up,
yours.
and what you brought up, it does absolutely nothing to explain why the liquid water moves toward the surface of the Earth. You're just showing how to boil
But I can
water.
demonstrate it. I can demonstrate it by manipulating my presumed causes and show the water not sticking to the earth. So if I didn't do that, then that would be the cause of it sticking to the earth, unless you have an alternative cause, which you're failing over and over again to provide.
Cool. Let me ask it a different way then, because from what you just said, what's your presumed cause for the water moving toward the surface of the Earth when it's liquid?
Seeking equilibrium, because it's more dense in the atmosphere.
Okay.
Why else would rain fall?
Hold on. What is the definition of seeking?
Well, it's a colloquialism, right? I probably shouldn't use that word. You are correct, right?
Yeah,
so
you probably
it
should.
appears
Let's use a scientific word.
it appears to be. How can I put it? To not anthropomorphize water.
I will give you as much time.
It appears
to say
to
that
be
is what you are doing.
reaching.
The way you're wording it. Hold on. The way you're wording it is you're anthropomorphizing water. You're giving water sentience.
Yeah, I've agreed with you already. I don't know why you're trying to interrupt me while I'm trying to find a better way to word it. It is approaching equilibrium.
Wait. Okay, what does approaching mean?
Moving
Talking
towards.
about what are we talking about? Entropy now? What are we talking about?
Well, you know what equilibrium is, right? State of rest. So it's approaching a state of rest when the water's flowing.
For me, equilibrium is when a system has an equal distribution of energy, so that there's no energy exchange going on within the system anymore.
Right, so the water is pushing down and the ground or the seabed is pushing up.
The water is going down or the seabed is pushing up.
Both at the same time.
Okay.
I know that some people would agree with that, but
hold on. So not only does that not answer the question of why does the water go down, that now poses the question, how could the surface of the ocean be going up?
well, it's like the water is pushing down on it, right? So maybe I shouldn't say the surface of the thing is pushing up, but to answer why the water goes down, because it's more dense in the atmosphere. That's why it goes down. You still have no presumed cause of why you think it's going down that you can manipulate and vary and demonstrate.
No, I'm still trying to get... dude, I'm just trying to understand you and your explanation.
Well, you don't know why things fall down? Because they're denser than the medium they're in.
Cool. Show me where in calculating something to density it gives you any kind of a vector.
Wait, do you not know, like, mass over volume? Like, the density of an object in a medium will make it go up or down.
Yes, and that's all
So
there
what
is
are we
to
talking
it.
about?
So where in that equation do you
Exactly. That's all there is to it. We're not talking about equations. We're talking about cause and effect, right? You're making a category error. We're not talking about mathematical equations. We're talking about cause and effect. So what is your presumed cause that you can demonstrate?
give me 10 seconds. I was told that if you and I started getting into it, I needed to at least alert Miggy.
He wants to go tell Alpha that you guys are talking, I guess. I don't know.
No. Take your time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I really should word that different because it's not seeking equilibrium. It's moving toward equilibrium.
It's as silly as saying water seeks its own level.
Well, it's like a euphemism, right? It's fancy speech. I don't know why you're getting hung up on that other than diverting from the fact that you don't have a presumed cause that you can manipulate and vary to demonstrate what you're claiming is going on, because what you're doing so far is pretending like you're arguing against what we all know, which is an object and a medium will go up or down depending on its relative density between the object and the medium that it's in.
Hey, don't put words in my mouth. Hold on. Don't put words or thoughts or intentions in my direction when I didn't give them to you. Not once today have I given you any kind of an explanation for why the water goes down.
And
I
you
heard
won't either.
your explanation for it and told you that you didn't address the question in the first place, so I don't know what you're talking about.
And you won't give an explanation either.
I would love to get an explanation from you.
No, you won't give an explanation as why water is going down other than some mathematical abstract. You're not going to do anything to demonstrate and manipulate your presumed cause because you don't have one.
No, this is you passing the buck.
Oh, so you do
trying
have
to
one.
Understand you.
You do have one. What is it?
I'm trying to understand you.
You said no. You're disagreeing that you have one.
Is passing the buck right now. I'm still trying to understand your explanation and what it has to do with the water moving down. I'm trying to understand, Larry.
I don't think you are. I think you're avoiding the fact that you don't have a presumed cause like I do. I can manipulate gas pressure.
No.
And I can manipulate temperature. And the water will go up and down depending on what I do because the phase change makes the water extremely buoyant. And the buoyant force brings the water up. What is your presumed cause as to why the ocean is sticking to the surface of the earth?
That's good. You're stating all of that, and you're the one avoiding the fact that nothing you're saying has anything to do with why the water moves toward the surface of the earth. You still haven't gotten
Really? Really?
Yes.
So you don't think things that are dense like rocks go down?
Why would they go down, Larry?
Because there's not enough buoyant force holding them up.
How do you calculate
until they hit the ground?
Larry, what's the formula for buoyancy?
That's not my claim. Are you trying to, make me like back up some claim that I never made?
Okay, what version of buoyancy are you citing?
The kind that holds things up.
Yeah, that doesn't really answer my question in any kind of scientific way.
So does buoyancy displace and cause upward force?
I don't
if an
know
object is.
I don't know what this buoyancy thing you're talking about is. Please tell me what buoyancy is and how you're calculating it, Larry.
You ever had a liquid with ice in it?
Is this going to be an explanation of what buoyancy is?
Yeah, it is. What do you think is holding up the iced tea, the ice in the cup of tea?
Well, I know it's because the density of ice is lower than liquid water or whatever liquid it's floating in.
That's another way of saying yes, Larry, you're correct. It's the buoyant force holding up the ice.
Okay, and how do you calculate buoyancy?
Do I have a calculator? What makes you think I'm calculating buoyancy?
Okay,
it's mass over volume.
So you're stating the buoyancy force, but you can't
It's holding up.
But you can't tell me how to can I do a calculation to figure out if something's gonna float in the water before I put it in the water?
Why do you keep bringing up math when we're talking about science? We're talking about a cause and effect relationship. You keep diverting to math because you mathematically want to describe, what's going on and slap a label of gravity on there. But I have demonstrated that you can manipulate the cause, which is relative density, and you will see the effect of things going up or down. You cannot do the same. That's my claim. Prove me wrong.
Yes, you can see a relationship between the density of two things and which one ends up closer to the surface of the earth, but that doesn't explain why the more dense one ends up closer to the surface of the earth.
Because there's not enough buoyant force to hold it up.
How do you calculate buoyancy? How do you know there isn't enough buoyant force?
Why do you keep asking me to calculate when I can demonstrate? Calculation doesn't trump science.
Because I want to hear you say out loud, or at least stammer over yourself out loud, that you don't know how to calculate buoyancy. I don't even think you know what buoyancy actually is.
Look, you can mathematically describe things however you want to because math is a language. So you can describe Superman jumping over a building with a single bound, right? But I'm talking about demonstrable, falsifiable facts, and you don't have that. That's why you're deferring to abstract languages that you can describe things with. But I'm talking about falsifiable. My claims are falsifiable, and one of those claims is you cannot demonstrate gravity without manipulating buoyancy or density.
You are the one citing buoyancy. That is using the language of math. Buoyancy is a mathematical calculation. If you don't know how to perform it, then just say that.
Okay, I'm not performing any math. So what does that have to do with my claim that you can't scientifically demonstrate why water is sticking to the surface of the earth or why things go up or down without manipulating the relative density and buoyancy of the object and the medium that it's in?
Because things are pulled towards other things.
Prove it. Demonstrate it. Manipulate your presumed cause.
I can pick up anything that's more dense than the air around me and let go of it, and it will move toward the surface of the earth. Anything that's more dense than the air around it.
That's my claim. Thanks.
No, it's not.
You just said you can pick up anything that's more dense than the air around it, and it's going to go down because it's more dense than the air around it. That's my claim.
Because here's the funny part, Larry. Even the difference right now between you and me is even if I'm wrong, I can at least tell you why it moves toward the surface of the earth. You can't even tell me why it moves toward the surface of the earth.
Because there's not enough buoyant force. What's your explanation?
What does buoyancy have to do with a vector of any kind, a direction of any kind, or a force of any kind? If it's a
what
force,
does buoyancy have to do with a force? Buoyancy is a force. Do you not know that?
I'm just going to say it out loud then. You won't talk about the calculation for buoyancy because you know it involves little g. You know that.
I just said that gravity is involved with buoyancy because you're mathematically describing it.
Yes.
Right? So
gravity
now back
is
it up.
involved with buoyancy. Yes.
Back it up. Manipulate your presumed cause of gravity. You can't.
Why? Because I don't have an object that has a greater mass than the Earth?
Whatever excuse you need to make so you can sleep at night. Yeah, I mean, make excuses all day. I don't care. You still can't manipulate your presumed cause and demonstrate what is causing it to go up and down. You just rub the word, gravity in the equation because you think that you can get away with a category error. We're talking about science.
Larry,
you keep evading. You keep evading and going to math because you can't do what I'm asking you to do.
No, what just happened was I asked you for why it moves toward the surface of the Earth. You don't have an explanation, and your only out was to get me to say the big scary G word, which I finally gave to you.
You have psychosis because the reason why things go down is because there's not enough buoyant force to hold them up.
Great, and how do you calculate buoyancy? Because it's not.
You're in a category error.
Stop saying buoyancy force. Buoyancy is not a force.
Really? So what's holding up the ice and the cup of tea?
The water. They're being set. It's just like oil and water in a glass. They're separating into layers based on their relative density.
Once again, that's my claim. Thanks for backing it up again. But if I push the ice down,
that's not your claim.
What?
Or at the very least, it's not an answer to your question.
Hold on. If I push the ice down, the ice is going to come back up. What force is that's making it move?
Hold on. What did you do to the ice to make it go deeper in the water?
You push it down. You push it down.
What? What did you
apply the force? What force is bringing it back up when I let go?
The water.
Is that the name of the force? Tell me more about this force called the water.
Water is not a force. Water is more
What
dense
you just said.
than ice. Water is more dense than ice.
So what? Okay, in order for an object to be in motion, there has to be a force, right?
Yeah, right now, what you're using is a solid and a liquid, and the liquid being more dense than the solid. You get the benefit of the liquid being able to, instead of having two solids stacked on top of one another that are different densities, they can't really move around one another to have the more dense one go closer to the surface of the Earth because of something called friction. And the fact that they're all bound, they're in a solid state. They're all atomically bound together with the weak atomic force. But your ice and water is different. The water, A, is the more dense thing, and B, is a liquid. it's not bound so tightly. It's more free to do things like, I don't know, flow around the ice or under the ice. That's how it's able to do that.
You're bloviating. I asked, what is the force that moves the ice from the bottom of the cup when I release the ice by moving my hand out of the water? What is the force that brings the ice to the top of the cup?
Nothing is bringing the ice to the top of the cup. No force, anyway. What's happening is...
So how does an object move without a force acting upon it?
Excuse me. What's happening is a force is bringing the water down. It just so happens that as the water comes back down, it occupies the space that the ice was in because it's less dense. That's all that's happening.
So if it's less dense than the ice...
You're doing a different version of the helium balloon argument. The helium balloon isn't going up. The air that's more dense than it is going down. It's the same thing, same argument.
So for an object to be in motion, there has to be something that acts upon it. What force is acting upon the ice?
You're halfway there. You're halfway there. Yes, there does have to be a force acting on it. So we agree that there is a force there.
What's the force?
Why don't you tell me? That was my original question to you. You know my answer to the question. What's yours?
Well, no, I keep asking you. What force is bringing the ice from the bottom of the cup filled with water?
You're really not going to tell me what force it is.
It's the buoyant force.
Buoyancy is not a force.
Then how does the ice move without a force acting upon it then?
Now we're going in a circle. The ice isn't
the
thing
that's moving. Can you not
water
answer?
is, excuse me, the ice isn't the thing that's moving. The water is the thing that's moving.
Oh, it's all relative now. So the ice is at the bottom of the cup. I pour water into the cup, and now the ice goes to the top of the cup, but it's not the ice that's moving. It's an illusion, right? Don't trust your eyes? Is that what you're going to say?
I wouldn't call it an illusion, but it is definitely wrong to say that the ice is moving up under some kind of force.
Even though it's measurable. You could put it in a measuring cup, right? It's at the bottom near the half the cup marker. And then you pour water into it, and it goes all the way up to the top. But it's not moving, though, right?
Yeah, isn't it crazy how when you put the ice cube in the cup and you put your finger on top of the ice cube, there's no force pushing on your finger? But then when you add the water, suddenly there's a force.
What force is that?
It's the force of the water being more dense than the ice, moving down to the bottom of the cup. The ice just
Can you cite your source for this force?
Less dense. That's all.
Can you cite your source for this claim that you're making?
You're the one telling me that things separate because of density, Larry. It's literally what you're saying.
So no, you can't.
I'm citing you. I'm repeating what you said.
I'm the citation? Cool.
Because I
don't think I've ever been a citation before. I don't think I've ever been cited before. That's fucking cool. Thanks, bro.
Okay, continue.
What is the force that moves the ice from the bottom of the cup to the top of the cup when water is introduced?
The ice is not being acted upon by a force. The water is being acted upon by the force. It just so happens that the ice is less dense and it gets moved out of the way as the water tries to move toward the surface of the earth.
That's my claim. Thank you. Do you agree with me?
Again,
that the water is more dense than the ice, and the ice is going to be pushed up.
Everything that I just said is an observation. It's not an answer to why.
Wait a minute.
You've got the first two steps. You got the first two steps of the scientific method down pat. You have the observation and you have the question. You've got those down handedly. Where you're stumbling is everything that comes after that. You're not answering the question of why. You just keep making the same observation over and over again.
Okay, so when there's ice in the bottom of the cup, obviously the medium of the gas is not going to have enough buoyant force to push it up.
Yes.
So when I introduce,
yes, the glass is full of air. Yeah, I know. The glass is full of air.
So when I add the water, right, the water is much more dense than the ice, so the buoyant force is going to push the ice up.
Stop
saying
calling
the
it
water
buoyant
is the force.
Buoyancy is not a force. I'm just asking you to
Buoyancy
say
is
it
not
right.
a force. So what force is moving the ice then?
This is the fourth time I'm not going to do it again. The ice is not moving up. The water is moving down because it's more dense than the ice and it is in a liquid state and therefore has less friction. The water pushes the ice up out of its way.
So when I say the water is more dense, it's equivalent, it's synonymous to say the ice is more buoyant. Is that correct?
No, it's not. The correct thing to say is the ice is less dense than the water.
Okay. So the ice is less dense, which means buoyant. Those are synonymous, right?
No,
Buoyancy.
density and buoyancy are not synonyms.
Oh, no, they're antonyms. They're the
No,
opposite.
one's a property of a body of matter, and the other one is how two different things interact with one another under a force. They're not really as related as you think they are.
So buoyancy and density aren't related.
You got to know the density of an object to do any work with buoyancy or calculating it, but like buoyancy is not a property of matter. Density is.
So mass over volume is not describing matter?
That's okay. Again, for the third time, you've cited the formula for density, which is great, fantastic. Why can't I get you to post the formula for buoyancy? Why can't you type that in the chat down here?
Because it doesn't prove anything. A formula is a mathematical description, right?
Excuse me, I didn't ask you if it proved anything. I asked you, why can't you put the formula for buoyancy down here in the chat for everyone to see?
I'll do it when you cite your source that water's the force, okay? How about that?
How about this? I don't need you to do it. I'm going to go and grab it and put it down there myself. But for the record, I know exactly why you're not posting it, and it's cowardly.
Well, I said I would do it if you just, backed up your claim that water is a force. That's what you said earlier.
Right. So you're not actually going to do it. You're passing the buck.
Because you can't do yours. Because you can't do yours. I'll do it if you do yours.
Not only am I
will.
Not
I
only
will
are
do
we
it.
going to get to the point where I do mine, because again, I'm still trying to get you to answer your question. I'm going to go ahead and do the work that I was asking of you for you. Give me a couple of seconds. I got to go dig it up.
Okay, you can post some mathematical formula. It still doesn't negate the scientific method where you can demonstrate that high pressure will hold down water. Also, low temperature will hold down water. You can't argue against this. I don't know why you're pretending to. You say that it's gravity. All you have to do is hold my presumed causes as your constants. So you can't manipulate buoyancy or density to demonstrate your claim that it's not buoyancy or density.
No,
you're holding it down. Hold on, I'm in the middle of a sentence. All you have to do is manipulate your presumed cause, and let's see the water go up and down. Like I can do.
Your arms are going to get tired from moving these goalposts, dude. I had a
How's that a moving of the goalpost? You're making a claim that it's not.
All of this started with me asking you why the water moves toward the surface of the earth. That's it. You still
because it's more dense. I've already told you it's more dense than the medium that it's in.
Show me where the formula for density gives a vector.
It doesn't, and that's not my claim.
Right, so then it's not the answer to your question, Larry.
But I can demonstrate the water going up or down. Can you do that?
You can demonstrate, dude. Again, I'm asking you, why is the water going toward the surface? And you're saying it's density. I'm saying that doesn't answer the question. And then you're answering that by giving me all these different ways that you can change the density of H2O. You can turn it into a gas. You can bring it back to a liquid. You can put it in a container. You can put it in a vacuum. Great. You keep showing me different ways to demonstrate density. You're not answering the question of why it moves toward the surface of the earth. That's all I want.
See, I'm not demonstrating density. I'm demonstrating relative density. It's also known as specific gravity. I understand that you don't like the fact that I can demonstrate my version of gravity, also known as relative density, And you can't demonstrate your version of gravity, which we don't even know what your version of gravity is. What is your definition of gravity, sir?
Is this you not answering the question again?
So I'll answer your question if you answer mine.
Dude, I'm regretting not actually taking the. I think you Jedi mind tricked me into not formally taking this into the arena because you wouldn't be getting away from your question right now.
I don't know what an arena is. What are you talking about?
Yeah, never mind. It might be before your time.
You're talking about the 24/7 arena?
Of course I am. What do you think I was talking about? The fucking Roman Colosseum?
Well, I don't know what you mean because I can't read your mind. So if you say something, I might have to ask a clarifying question. Like when you say gravity, what are you talking about?
When you say relative density makes the water move toward the surface of the earth, what are you talking about? You know, the original question that made me want to talk to you in the first place? And you knew is what I was going to ask you?
Water in its liquid form will move down until it reaches equilibrium. And that might be a state of rest. Once it reaches a state of rest, it can't move down any further. Like a riverbed, swimming pool, it goes down because it's more dense than the atmosphere. What would you expect it to do? You expect liquid water to float?
I don't expect it to do anything. I expect you to show me an answer to the question.
Why does water go down? Because it's more dense than the atmosphere. Because it's more dense than the atmosphere around it. The atmosphere can't hold it up.
Answer the question, Larry.
How does it not?
Because nowhere you're saying density, density. Cool. Show me where density gives a vector.
That's not my claim.
And while you're at that, hold on. I'm sitting on a couple of things. I'm going to dig them out one at a time. Right now, we're going to pull out the curveball of while you're explaining why things move toward the surface of the Earth with density, I also want you to explain why they accelerate toward the surface of the Earth with density. What do you have to have in order to have acceleration, Larry?
I don't know what.
What's the necessary antecedent to acceleration?
I don't know what.
Force. You have to have a force. You have to apply a force to something in order for it to accelerate. What's the force?
And then you go and claim a pseudo force and wreck yourself.
It's a 101 right now. I don't know if you know. So he hasn't told us what his version of gravity is. I have all but demonstrated it for you on camera because we all know what happens when you put ice in a cup or an apple in a pail of water and you drain the water, the apple goes down. You put the water back in, the apple goes up. I don't know what that has to do with mass attracting mass or the bending and warping of space-time. All I'm asking you to do, which is a simple question, can you please demonstrate gravity without manipulating buoyancy or density, please?
You're not asking me anything, Larry. I'm the one who asked you a question in the first place, and you still have not answered it.
So tell me what's wrong with my answer. What's missing or incorrect?
Your answer doesn't explain why it moves toward the surface of the Earth. Why?
Because the lack of buoyant force, that's why. How's that not an explanation?
How do you calculate buoyant force, Larry? How do you calculate buoyant force?
That's not my claim. That's not my claim. I'm not saying I know how to calculate buoyant force, and then you're saying,
Larry,
hold on, you're cutting me off. You're cutting me off. I was talking, you're cutting me off. I didn't claim I know how to calculate the buoyant force. And then you say, oh, show me. You're saying, why don't you show me this mathematical thing, right, that you're not even claiming that you can demonstrate? I'm claiming I can demonstrate a cause and effect relationship of why objects go up or down, and you're saying, why down? What do you expect, to fucking fall sideways?
No, all you're demonstrating is the cause and effect relationship of relative density.
Exactly.
That's it. Explain to me what relative density has to do with the more dense object moving in the direction of the surface of the Earth.
Because you can manipulate the relative density and make it do that or not do that.
Larry.
Just because you don't like my answer doesn't mean that I didn't answer the question. That's for the audience to decide. So why don't you keep your mouth shut about what the audience should believe and stop hijacking the narrative and be concerned about narrative control? Why don't you be concerned about you giving me a presumed cause that I can manipulate to make objects go up and down like I can do that you can't do?
I'm happy that you can demonstrate relative density.
I'm happy that you can't. Demonstrate your presumed cause. You never will give me a presumed cause that I can demonstrate.
That's because that's not.
You don't have one.
That's not the discussion at hand, Larry.
Absolutely, it is. That's why I'm saying it's coming out of my mouth.
If you're going to point out to Heretic that this is the one-on-one, this isn't just you and me talking. You've now established this was the one-on-one. The topic of discussion for the one-on-one was your quote-unquote demonstration and what it has to do with gravity and or objects moving toward the surface of the Earth. That's it.
Okay, what's your point?
My point is you still haven't answered the question.
Another hijacked narrative. Why are you so concerned about the narrative? Can the audience not craft their own narrative from our discussion? Why do you feel the need to use the power of suggestion and hypnosis to hijack the narrative? Why do you do that?
So I'm hypnotizing you now.
No, the audience. You can't hypnotize me.
I'm hypnotizing the audience now.
You're attempting to construct a narrative that I haven't answered the question when obviously I'm on record answering the question. And then you're saying that I didn't answer the question. Just because you don't like my answer doesn't mean that I didn't answer the question.
You're using tactics, no doubt.
Mary Mom, with all due respect, this is a one-on-one that we arranged for a couple of hours ago.
So you don't like it when we try to hijack the narrative? Although I agree with you, it is a one-on-one. But sometimes you get extended.
You said it first, not me.
Yeah. Obviously, it's a one-on-one. We're trying to be quick about it. So if you don't have any sort of presumed cause and you just want to attack my presumed cause, even though obviously buoyancy and density are a thing, you can describe it mathematically however you want to, and you can slap gravity on there. That's the pin the tail on the donkey fallacy. Go ahead, dude. Knock yourself out. But until you give me your presumed cause, my presumed cause, two causes, right? It's the relative density, right? So it could be whatever is causing it to go up or causing it to go down, right? You know what my causes are. What is your presumed cause? And until you can answer, I think we're done.
No, you know mine. I'm not entirely sure I know yours. I still have not been able to glean that from what you're talking about, Larry.
So what is yours?
Yeah.
So you said that I know, which is the basis of statement. Obviously, I don't know. What's your presumed cause?
Hold on. This is where I go full disclosure. Because I subscribe to the notion that mass attracts mass. However, the space-time warping thing, I don't understand that version of it. B, I don't think I ever will. I try. I really do. The thing that I see is mass attracting mass.
It has nothing to do with the volume?
Now, I understand that that's observing what happens without necessarily explaining the vehicle behind it.
Yeah, what's the mechanism? You know what my mechanism is?
I really don't.
You don't know why the ice goes down when you drink all the tea?
Larry,
you don't know?
Larry, the only two words you've given me so far are density and buoyancy, and neither...
No, I said relative density, also known as specific gravity. You're not listening. You just don't like my gravity, but you don't know how you can demonstrate that it's wrong or give me an alternative cause. If you have an alternative cause, I'll be quiet. Please tell me what it is.
That's not the topic of discussion that I told you we were going to talk about. It's not.
Of course it is.
It's not. I needed you to explain how you were demonstrating why things move toward the surface of the Earth. And you haven't gotten
it. It's obvious. Mass over volume compared to the mass over volume of the medium that the object is in. If it's higher, what happens? It goes down. If it's lower, it goes up.
Okay, so if I take two spheres and put them on the table next to one another horizontally, but one is more dense than the other, what happens to them?
I'm not talking about horizontal attraction. That's your game. I'm talking about why do things go up or down.
No, hold on. That was... I want to be clear. I wasn't even going there with that. I was literally just talking...
You just brought it up. You literally just went there.
I'm not talking about those two spheres attracting one another. I was talking about what happens to those two things with different densities with respect to moving toward the surface of the Earth. When
Well, why did you say on a table side by side?
Right. They're still, one is more dense than the other. So what's different here? Why doesn't one of them move more toward the surface of the Earth than the other when they're side by side?
Because they're on a table. They're not moving anywhere past that table unless the table's really weak or those things are really heavy. I don't know why you asked that.
I know I was going somewhere with that. It's 2:45 in the morning.
Go ahead.
Two objects, or in your example, and two objects where one is in a different state of matter, solid and liquid, and how they act when they're with one another. That's the wrong way to put that. When the solid is in the liquid, the way that they interact with one another has something to do with a force. And you actually demonstrated that when you pointed out that you can push the more buoyant object under the surface of the level of the surface of the, oh my god, I can't talk. The surface of the liquid. And then it'll pop back up on its own when you let go of your finger. That's great. In order for it to do that, there has to be a force being applied somewhere. And you have not described a force. Density is
the
not
buoyant force. You said water force.
Maybe this is where I'm getting confused. Is density a force? Yes or no?
No, I don't think it is.
No, I would agree with you. It's not a force. Okay, so we're not talking about density as an answer to your question. So the only other word that you've used to answer the question is buoyancy. Now, is buoyancy a force?
I believe it is.
I am starting to agree with you more. Cursory search of the internet, I may have been wrong on that one. It does look like people refer to it as the buoyant force. However, how do you determine buoyancy?
Through demonstration.
Can you make any predictions about buoyancy?
Yeah, if mercury is more dense than steel anvil, then the steel anvil will float.
So you got to put the anvil in the mercury, correct?
Well, obviously.
Okay, and with respect to the surface of the Earth, what direction does the anvil go?
Away from the surface.
Why always away from the surface?
Because you did not spin it.
What?
Because you did not spin it. If you spin it, it'll be like a centrifuge, and it will go towards the center as opposed to going away from the ground.
Well, yes, because you're going to be applying a force to the
A
mercury,
pseudo force.
pushing it
It's
out
a
of your
pseudo
way.
force. It's a pseudo force.
No, that's a force. It's not a pseudo.
Centrifugal force is a pseudo force. Look it up, or I'll cite my source. Do you want me to cite my source?
How have I been here 7 years and I've never heard the expression pseudo force? Unless somebody was just calling gravity a pseudo force or something. Hold on.
Where you're wrong? Centrifugal force is pseudo force.
Is this synonymous with a fictitious force? Because I'm seeing a lot of stuff for fictitious force.
Well, pseudo and fictitious are synonymous, aren't they? I'm pretty sure.
Hold on, Platypus might be learning something here. Oh, okay. Yes. So, like, the Coriolis force is a fictitious force. So the centrifugal force is also considered a fictitious force?
Tell me about this Coriolis force.
It just was me being the idiot that I am and being lazy because it's almost 3 o'clock in the morning. Went to Wikipedia of all places. It's got a little go to the Wikipedia page for fictitious force. It's got a little Coriolis diagram right at the top.
That's funny because what does a spinning merry-go-round have to do with an object flying over it? What force does it enact upon the object or anything? It's ridiculous. The only force added to the ball was the pitcher or the quarterback that's throwing the ball.
Oh, you gave me some reading material. I'm gonna, hold on. We're gonna take a rain check on this. I'm gonna have to read up on fictitious forces. It's also 3 a.m. To be continued. I'll grab you either today or Sunday before I got to go back to work on Monday. That all right?
Well, tomorrow morning would probably be a good time.
As in Saturday morning?
Yeah, that's what I meant. Saturday morning.
I can't because I have to go and play Dungeons and Dragons.
Okay, have fun. Cast a dragon skin spell, just in case you come across QE.
What's that?
A dragon armor skin spell. Cast it on yourself. Good joke, man.
Nope, I'm gonna have to go. You gave me something to read, though. Thank you for that, Larry.
You're welcome. It was a pleasure.
It always is.
Peace.
I feel like I've gotten into it with a lot of people before, but this is the first time I've ever gotten into it with you.
I tried to debate you plenty of times.
Not in a one-on-one where it was just you and me for 30 fucking minutes.
Well, I appreciate the audience holding their tongue, and I don't feel bad about people that get excited and want to get in there because we all have that dog in us.
Larry thanking everybody for being quiet. Meanwhile, the reality is literally everyone else has fallen asleep because it's 3 o'clock in the morning.
I think they're excited.
I'm still listening, dude.
I was kidding.
So for the audience, are you not entertained?
Yes, we've been entertained. Hey, GE, if you're in a car and you hang a hard left, what is that force slamming your passenger to the right?
See, now I know that one. That's not a force. That's
just your force.
That's just your force. That's just your passenger continuing in the direction that they were going. It just looks like from your frame of reference, sitting in the car with them, that they slid to the right.
Pseudo force.
Oh, that's all.
So they say it's a pseudo force because it's actually the conservation of angular momentum, right? No, the conservation of momentum. That's it, right?
It looks like it's like borderline, and because I've only been reading about it for 2 minutes here. It's kind of almost, it's like an optical illusion when you're not in the same frame of reference as the thing you're watching move.
Centrifuge? Similar?
Yeah, something like that.
That was my point.
Got it. Okay. My original statement stands, though. I got to read up on this, and that's going to happen tomorrow after D&D because it's 3 o'clock in the morning. I have to go to bed. Thanks for sharing the floor with me, Larry, and thanks for letting us have the floor there for about 30 minutes, everyone else.
Yeah, I appreciate that. We don't get enough one-on-one debates.
Anytime.
Anytime. I'm always open to be challenged. I just don't like setting dates.
I got to do a couple of things. I won't be able to talk anymore, so I'm going to go on mute, but I'll listen if anybody else starts talking about anything. So everyone have a good night.
So, I don't like setting dates because I don't want to be a liar and someone say that I ran if an emergency pops up. That's why I don't like setting dates.
Nope. If anybody asks, for the record, I was the one who said that we had to stop it.
So I'm going to pass the mic back to the room. Thank you for your patience, everyone. Hopefully I didn't bore you to tears.
No, you didn't. Honestly, I thought the back and forth was gonna go on forever. I mean, it was just it would just go on forever. You guys would keep going back with the same points. That's kind of what I got out of it. Maybe that was just me.
No, absolutely. That's true. Yeah, we were going in a circle. But, when people are in combat, they usually circle their opponent. I didn't do it on purpose. Took me a while to get that NASA tracks NASA. He was sitting on his hands, but give up the listen. So he's a fundamentalist, basically. Thinks that gravity is a fundamental force.
Larry, you're either breaking up really bad or my connection has gotten bad. Is anybody else here breaking up?
Yeah, it's breaking up.
Okay.
I was gonna say your mic was pretty good when you were doing that one-on-one, but now it's just like out the window.
Okay, I'm on top of the hill now. Can you hear me?
Hear you.
Yeah, Uncle Larry, you gotta fix your satellite, bro. Oh, we can't hear you, bro. You were breaking up, so. Well, at least me. I couldn't hear you.
Yeah, I'm in hill country, so I don't know where all the towers are, so I don't know where the best spots are. Just wait here. Can I be heard now?
Cutting out a little bit.
Yeah, I think reception is bad where you at, you know. But it's all right, you know. For the most part, we got you.
How about now? Like check, two, check, 1, 2.
No.
Got about a 4 out of 10 there, Larry.
Hello.
Oh, that song. Welcome.
Hi. Oh shit! You make beats?
Yeah, something like that.
Fire. Me too.
Cool. Awesome. So, what brought you here?
I mean, I was just curious on like what the common arguments are for flat Earth and like what would have to be true, or like what would have to be true for somebody to, you know, positively affirm the claim that they believe in a flat Earth.
Well, first of all, I want to get this out the way. So, you know, when we say the Earth is flat and stationary, it doesn't require any belief at all, right? So when you go outside, experience the world for yourself, that's what you observe, that's what you see, right? A flat, motionless Earth, right?
Yeah, I grant that that's what we see.
Yeah. So, you know, I just want to finish. Yep. So if anything, that's our first-hand evidence that the Earth is flat and stationary. But the globe, right? You know, if you actually go out there and you're trying to observe the reality and experience it, you don't experience the globe. You don't observe the globe. You can't measure the curvature. You can't measure the drop over distance or the axle rotation. You know, the spin, the wobble, the tilt. No, we cannot. We cannot.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying, like, what do you mean when we cannot? Is it like impossible to, or is it just like something that doesn't happen?
I mean, yeah. For example, like the drop over distance. Every time people actually go out there and do long distance observation or laser test, it shows zero curvature. You know, 10, 20, 30 miles. The list goes on. I mean, one of the longest world record photographer capture, I think, over 200 something kilometers. It's called Mount Kanagu, if I pronounce it right. Sorry, man.
No,
sorry for my English.
Yeah. The long distance record is because part in the French
I say one, my friend. I say one off. I'm not saying the longest. I didn't say the longest. I say
And
one off.
this clearly shows the curvature of Earth, because otherwise you would see a whole mountain and not just a mountain tip.
Oh, so hold on. Like maybe I seen you've been here before, right? So you can't just come out here and just start jumping into the conversation. Just maybe you should sit down a little bit, because the friend just came in here. He's new. He wants to know what's going on. And if you've been here in this conversation already, maybe you can sit and listen for a little bit. Is that okay with you?
I'm fine.
Yeah. Okay. So I mean, I just have a few questions, and so like, just like common things. How do you flat earthers typically explain like, our line of sight like being obstructed over like incredibly long like straight distances, for example? Is it like what's kind of causing that cutoff?
What specifically are you referring to?
Yeah, so like when I like look forward, like there's like some point where like I can't really see what's in front of me anymore. Like over like say over like a very, very long distance. Like that was just like
the
perfectly
Rayleigh
straight.
criterion. The Rayleigh criterion. If you have two bricks 10 feet away from you, you can distinguish the two bricks there. But a mile away, those two bricks are going to converge, and you're only going to see one brick. Now, if you take that, those two bricks that are horizontal, and now you stack them up vertical, you got two bricks a foot away from each other, they're going to converge, right? Because your eye is not going to be able to differentiate that there's two bricks there, right?
Yeah, sure.
So that convergence would happen with two cars, right? If you stack them on top of each other, or it would happen with a boat in the ocean. The convergence happens because the Rayleigh criterion.
Okay, so then like if like I had like a telescope or something that I could just like, or like I don't know, just like some optical thing that just see like infinitely like however like far I wanted. Like if I went back forever, what?
It's not possible to see.
Well, yeah. I'm saying if I had like a device like that, like how we use like a telescope to kind of see further, or like binoculars or something. I'm saying like if I just had some super strong one of those, like I could just go back infinitely, such that they could measure, or like they could allow me to see, and I'd still be able to see the bricks. Like if I went in a straight line back forever.
When you increase the aperture, you're going to be able to distinguish the two bricks again. And if you move back again, you're going to be unable to resolve them because you need higher aperture. So that's what the Rayleigh criterion says. If you increase the aperture size, then you will be able to take the things that were converging together, and you'll be able to separate them again. So you brought up the Rayleigh criterion without even knowing that's what it's called. No.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I just meant like is that still like true for like an unobstructed setting? I'm just saying like I just have like this tool that basically lets me zoom in however much I want. And like the world's like completely unobstructed. Just imagine like a completely flat thing and there's like two bricks like stacked on top of each other. As long as I'm just like zoomed into this thing and I keep walking back, I'd still be able to see them, right?
Yeah.
Is that just
have an aperture with an infinite size?
Yeah.
You'd be able to see things a lot easier. But the problem is there's a limit to that.
Yeah. I mean, I know there's a limit. I just wanted to like see kind of what was happening there. Okay. And then like generally speaking, so like you say you're not okay. So I'm confused on a little bit. So you said earlier that you would think the world is flat because like you go outside and experience it every day. So what I know currently is like, and I'm not like the most like informed on this stuff, so my apologies if I like misspeak, and I'm like, I'm just trying to have a good faith conversation here. Yeah. And it's like, okay, so okay, so if I put like I don't know, let's just say we have like something incredibly small and it was like an incredibly large ball. Like I'm talking like humongous, like billions, trillions of times larger than like the thing that we're putting on it, like an ant or something, right? Like I feel like if we put an ant on that, it would just like look flat to the ant, right? And then the ant would have some reason to say, oh well, this thing I'm on is actually flat, but we know that it's a ball from the thing, and like so, and then I think it shows that like, okay, the ant's experience there just isn't enough for the ant to know definitively that it sits on a plane opposed to like a ball. So I feel like there has to be something else going on there for us to be able to say like, oh, the Earth is flat, right? Because sure, we experience it. Sure, we may see it's flat, and like most people's lives may just see the Earth is flat in a long time, or in most instances. But I feel like that alone isn't like sufficient. Like I agree. Like whenever I look outside, it like looks flat. But
you're not the first to say this. You're
so it's confirmation bias, right? You're saying that if you got higher and you got high enough, right, you'd be able to see the curvature. That's an excuse as to why the Earth doesn't present itself as a globe. Excuse, right? You're making an excuse of why the Earth looks flat.
I'm not making.
But it's actually still a globe. Hold on, I'm almost done. I'm trying to
go ahead. Sorry.
So what you've done is what I call the Snoop Dogg fallacy. You're not high enough yet. Get higher, and then the Earth turns into a globe. Well, we can't go to space, right? You and I, we can't go tonight, right? Neither can Jeff Bezos or Virgin Galactic. Nobody's going to space, right? Because the astronauts that allegedly went halfway to the moon, turned around and looked at the Earth, they're the ones that said the Earth is a globe. No one other than the astronauts that allegedly landed on the moon went high enough to see the Earth as a globe.
Yeah, sure.
So you have to take their word for it.
I don't exactly care like what the astronauts and stuff do. I'm just more interested in your view, right? I'm not like interested in what like the Globers are saying about the globe. I'm just interested in seeing like why you think the Earth is flat. Because okay, so I'm not sure if it's like so you said like if we just go higher or whatever, like some people say we might be able to see a globe. Well, in the case of the ant, like I feel like if we just took the ant high enough, right, like it would be able to see that maybe there's some curvature if like we just like kept lifting it like further and further away from this really big ball, right?
That's
so like
exactly what he just said.
Yeah. I know that's what he just said, but I don't think that's like a fallacy because like we know that that's the case, and like we know that if we just kept lifting the ant higher from the ant would eventually begin to see a ball if it was like big enough or if it was like far enough for it to be able to understand like see the full scale of it.
That's
and
an
like
if question.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, that's a hypothetical. I'm just saying like
if.
Yeah, that's fine. What's wrong with it? Wait, what's wrong with a hypothetical?
I'll tell you why, right? It's not a hypothetical. You're appealing to height.
That is a hypothetical.
Yeah, hypothetically, if we could go halfway to the moon, we could see the Earth as a globe, but we can't. So you're appealing to something that we can't do.
Well, I didn't say that we would do that for the Earth. I'm just I just said if we were to lift the ant like high enough, would it be able to see the ball? Like would it be able to understand that it's on a ball? Like once like it became less apparent that it was just this like really big like stretch of flat thing. Your mic's switched.
Oh, Kimbo.
Your mic's switched. Kimbo, your mic's switched. Yeah, I mean, I understand that I'm invoking a hypothetical. I'm not really saying anything about our world. I'm just saying about like this case with the ant. Like, would we be correct in saying the ant's perception would go from like seeing this like flat, seemingly flat thing to something that's actually like spherical, like a ball? Like if we take it like really far away.
Yes. I agree.
Okay. Yeah. So yeah. No. That's all I'm saying. I'm just saying if, right? And you've said okay. So there's no way we can go to space. And there's seemingly no way we can. This ant could have done that alone, right? Either. But then, okay. So we can't go to space. That's still not enough for me to say that if we were to go to space, like if it was possible, then we wouldn't see like a globe, a spherical Earth, right? So like, I'm not saying that that's proof for a spherical Earth because that's obviously not something like I'm not trying to really put forward anything there. But I'm saying that I'm not convinced that what I see outside every day alone is enough to say that, oh, the Earth is definitively flat, because we can just see like how, just like the ant, like if we were like really small compared to like a very large sphere, then we might just like perceive it as flat despite the actual reality of it being something different.
Yeah, but I don't have to invoke us going to a place that we can't go, like Narnia, for you to see the Earth is flat, because all you have to do is go to the beach, make some long distance observations, and what you're going to find out is that we can see too far. And that's why the anti-flat earthers, also known as the Globers, they always say refraction whenever we bring up the horizon and demonstrate that we can see too far. That's also another excuse why the Earth looks flat, but it's actually not, because of X, Y, and Z. So if you guys could stop making excuses and actually demonstrate your claim, That'd be
Well, I
great.
don't know who you guys is. I was just saying that if it's possible that we could go like that far out. Like I'm not saying like we have to or it is. I'm just saying if it's possible that we could and there exists like the chance that it might be, right? Then it's not enough for us to say that it's definitively like the Earth's definitively flat, right? Like the ant could like also just go to like some, I don't know, there's like maybe some groove on the ball, and
What
they
Larry's
just like
trying to say is bring it back to the ball you're talking about. So you are on the ball. All right, let's measure.
Yeah,
exactly.
Observations.
That's what I was trying to
Yeah,
say
okay, so we're just
earlier,
trying
but
to
I
say
got
like
cut off.
observations on the
Hold
ball.
on. Esong, hold on.
Yeah.
Remember you brought up the ant analogy. I think that's a false analogy, right? How could you compare us to the ant? You know what I mean? Like the difference between us and the ant, like we have ability to do so much way more, right? We'd be able to use our brain to think, right? And if we want to talk about the surface, we can actually go out there to measure
Oh yeah, I
the
agree.
drop over distance, right? So yeah, I think that's like it's a little bit unfair to compare us to an ant, my friend.
No, it's not a false hypothetical. I agree that we can do that. I was just saying that it's the case that just because we perceive something to be flat, it's not necessarily the case that it is. But we have other ways. So that just no, 100%. That's all that's doing is just narrowing that down, right? So like, so that's just forcing us to say that, we have to actually look into like something empirical then to kind of like begin to ground whatever claim that we're trying to make. I'm just saying like, just us going outside and seeing things as flat every day isn't enough of a like. It's not conviction.
I agree with
have
you.
enough conviction. Yeah, no, 100%. That's all I'm saying. I think that hypothetical is perfectly analogous to just what we were saying with like the space, the hypothetical space thing.
But
We weren't
listen,
talking
let me
about the
respond to you.
measurements or anything there.
I agree with you, right? Seeing the Earth is flat, right? It doesn't prove anything, right? But the good news is this: we can actually go out there and test the Earth, right? So just letting you know that every long distance observation, right? Every laser test show zero curvature. Only long distant photographer, right? Still shows zero curvature, right? According to the 3959, right? For example, according to the 3959 radius that was given to us, right? 1 foot observer height, you can only see 1.225 miles, right? Anything beyond there, it would start to obstruct or obscure behind this curve, right? But listen, every time we go out there, we can see way beyond, and it's not beaten by like 5%, 10%, 100%, or 500. We're talking about 1,000% over and over again. We haven't found this curve. Every time we look, it's zero, my friend. So how are you gonna? So I do agree with you when you say like, observing is not enough, but the thing is we also measure too. Still
We can
zero
measure,
curvature.
we can measure.
We did. And we falsified the globe radius by 1,000% over and over again, and that's what we're talking about.
I've never actually heard of the experiment that did do that. I'd be interested in seeing like.
It's not an experiment. It's measurement observation.
Well, I mean,
it's not an experiment.
I mean, okay, that's what I mean by experiment. Like we're just like conducting like some study about the world, and like we're just studying like, curvature over some distance. Yeah, a test. Let's say experiments are functionally a test.
I mean, if you're okay with it, I can show you one of the black swan, or just one of them, right? Very basic,
if you could
very simple.
send anything, I'd love to take a look at it and like how they conduct it, because I'm not so earlier you guys like somebody said like what was it that was an excuse, like was it refraction or diffraction? I'm not exactly sure.
That's Uncle Larry. Oh, he took off.
Well, yeah. What was he talking about there? Like I mean, from my understanding, because what I've engaged with is like I haven't engaged with any of this stuff thoroughly, but like I just see it that light's refraction is generally speaking like consistent with a lot of the ways we perceive the world, and like when that's taken into account with like globe measurements and stuff, I think it's the case that when you do account for refraction, then everything is consistent. So I'm not sure.
I'm sorry.
I'm
I
not sure
think you're just
exactly what
making
the
shit up,
base.
dude.
Well, I'm
I
not
think
sure.
you're just making
Well,
shit up right now. I'm sorry to say that.
well,
Yeah.
I mean, I just looked up like a one of the global calculators, or like the not global calculators, like the
Earth
cutoff,
curve calculator.
yeah, like
The Earth curve calculator.
well, yeah, not just the Earth curve, but it's actually the Earth's curve, and also the
Obstruction?
called?
Is that what you're saying? Obstruction? Or obscure?
I'm I'm not 100% sure on.
Oh, how about this? How about this, my friend? Look. How about you go find the Earth curve calculator, right? You find your best one, you post in the side chat, and I also gonna go out there and find the Earth curve calculator, and I post in my side chat, and we'll compare together to see which one is correct, which one is not. Period.
Okay.
Would you like to do that?
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm fine with that. We
And
just
then-
have to.
Yeah, and then we can go through the Black Swan together if you would like.
Sure. Is the Black Swan just like the image? That's like the defeating image.
Yeah, we actually have video to go with that too. We do have video to go with that, and it's I mean, let me see if I can find or any other flat earther. Oblivion, you got the you got that Black Swan video, like the short video somewhere, my friend. If you're still here.
No, I do not. I do not have the video, but the image that you posted is not disputed.
Yep. Mike, any flat earthers have a video for this? Because I don't have on this device. If you can post it to help my friend out right
It's
here.
uploading, buddy. I got you.
Oh, thank you, sir. Appreciate it. APOC.
And if I may also add, just as a complimentary, just to compliment what's going on here, I would like to post a few images of a couple of screenshots I took on some stuff regarding the oil rigs, the Black Swans, and the measurements and all that stuff. But I don't know if I can't actually upload images.
Is the Black Swan just the name of the oil rigs, by the way, or are you saying it's like a Black Swan for the global belief, like the globe belief? I mean, that is important. I was just curious.
It's a word for the observation.
Oh, okay. It's like that specific observation, or does it like mean something more general?
Sorry to jump in real quick, Mike. I just gave you a community role. Maybe you can post this stuff right now.
Thank you very much, sir. So, yeah,
Yes, sir.
just quick. Here we go. There we go. I wonder why I couldn't upload. Where are we right now? Politics and PNR?
Yes, sir.
Are we in PNR? Oh, that's why.
Yes,
okay.
yes, sir.
Because I was always able to before. I'm like, what the fuck happened? Yeah. But yeah, different room. Thank you, man. So.
Okay, so the back platform is 9.41. The observer height is 1 foot.
Yeah.
Is that like? Okay, so that's just like really zoomed in at 1 foot.
Exactly. Yeah, the guy's got a little tripod or something and looking out and then super zooming in.
Okay. And then I mean, is like temperature and like pressure like important or at all? Do you think?
You would think, right? Now, in this situation or in this scenario, as far as I know, the guy doesn't actually make any recordings, or if he does, it's very localized and
Yeah, I
probably
mean-
doesn't mean anything.
Okay, yeah. We can probably just say they're negligible, but maybe it's like relevant. I'm not exactly too sure about what the.
Well, here's the reality of this whole thing. Normally, you would want to take that into account, and the argument towards this really just being some sort of illusion or the phenomena manifesting due to something like refraction, which would be a result of various temperatures and pressures and stuff like that. No one actually brings forth any of the measurements for that. Now it's unfortunate because
refraction and the relation.
Exactly, right. So what I put in the chat was a calculation of what would actually be necessary for that claim to hold. And it's very interesting. So the two images that I posted, okay, it's a little simulation or whatever you want to call it, of that last oil rig, the 9.41 miles, to the observer.
Is that the left or right one? I can't.
It's both. They're both.
Oh, so right. Okay. They're both.
They both are, right? So on the right, okay, this is what you would expect under perfect conditions, whereby there was no refraction. Okay, so you're in a vacuum, you got a little camera, you're observing over a solid sphere, and everything's hunky dory. Okay. Whereby in this situation, the thing is, 96 feet or something high? I did a little. 90.
What is the target lift relative to the horizon thing that you have a green?
All right, check it out. I'll explain. Right. So the object itself is 98 feet. The oil rig itself from the surface of the water to the peak. Okay, I looked it up. You can double check that if you want. It's not in the image, but I did a little cursory research. Okay. And what this tells you is if you're 98 feet.
98 feet. Okay.
And what this tells you is from where you're standing, the observer, right, the little tripod, camera, whatever, if you look out, you can expect, so your line of sight just perfectly skimming over the surface of the curve, right? And to reach the other side, because the thing is supposedly on a ball, after about, what is it, 1.22 miles or something like that, everything becomes to bend downward beyond your capability to see. So everything beyond that, just flush on the surface, is going to appear to be cut off from your point of view. Got it?
Yeah.
Okay. So the first highlighted in purple line or whatever is telling you how much in feet would actually be invisible. So that's the 44.68. You follow? Right?
Yeah.
So what happens is, in order to actually get an observation of the entire thing, okay, you can go to the first image. You would need a phenomena that would effectively lift that thing out, in this case 9.41 miles out, up to where the bottom of it would be flush with your line of sight.
Yeah.
Okay, you follow? So that's where in the second image it says hidden height, in the first line, 0 feet. Right? Plus or minus a few, hundreds or thousands of a decimal, like this thing's not a perfect calculator, but it gives you the idea, right? What this would require, according to this calculator, and it's not my calculator, it's Walter Bislin's, a guy who, fervently opposes our position, but, whatever, right? According to this, you would need a refractive index of 0.989182. Okay, and this calculator qualifies that as being, quote, extreme. Normally, when you hear refraction, people throw around standard refraction of 7/6R, right? Which is or 0.1.
Is it like 7/6R only for like things that aren't like close to the horizon? So like that, like not like it's like higher elevations on the ground. So it's not like typically 1 foot. It's typically.
I don't know. I don't think it qualifies for that. Right? It doesn't take into account height of the observer. It's the supposed standard effect that your average, humidity, temperature, air pressure, or whatever would have on your observation. It would appear as if whatever you're looking at is approximately 1/6. It would be as if the Earth was about 1/6 bigger than it really is, or something to that effect, right? The 7/6, you take away 6, it's 1/6. It's like it's expanding it from 100% of whatever it is to 116.7%. That's the extra seventh.
Yeah.
Follow?
Yeah.
There's some calculation like that.
I thought it was like something where like for water close to the horizons, like when like the observer thing is like close to zero, that like refraction, like the like refraction calculators, it's like not like as how do I say, like as it's not like so visibly apparent. I'm not sure exactly why the reason is, or if that's even true, but I remember like seeing something about that.
Well, you would think that it would be, because the humidity, the effect of there being more water content in the air, the argument could be made that, oh, well, the water is having the effect, right? It's kind of altering the density of the air or something, or whatnot. I'm not sure.
Well,
like,
isn't it because like light magnifies like over like a water surface typically, or something like that?
Something like that. But the issue here is that those details are never really solidified or explicitly set in their argument.
Yeah.
They just yell the word refraction.
Well, I think the typical account of the refraction, if I'm not wrong, is okay. So water causes things to like how do I say it? Like the temperature gradients like typically like very steep when you're like close to water, and that how do I say it? It's like it causes it to like invert, I think, because it's like, okay, so water's normally colder than like the air right above it, right? So like it's measuring like it changes like the gradient that's used when we're talking about a refractive index. So it's like fundamentally introducing this error with using refraction, because it's like, I'm pretty sure how it works. It's like on the normal account, it's light's like not traveling like in this like straight, like perfect straight line, right? And it's like water, like, I mean, like, when we look at something through water, it kind of like distorts it a little bit, and it's like it magnifies light through water, right? So I think the refraction, like the refraction index when it's really close to the surface of the water, due to like the way the temperature and stuff like is accounted for, it causes it to elevate way higher. So like even though things should be geometrically hidden, they are apparent, and that's because of the reference point. I think if it was like slightly higher or like notably higher, then we might see like consistency that is more in line with like the typical accounts of like the spherical things, because it gets rid of the inhibitor on the refractive index. Yes, I can.
Yes, sir. That's well understood. That's the argument. The point is that the specifics are never identified in the argument. So what you're describing is the overarching kind of summary of the argument. Absolutely. What I'm pointing out here is that in order to actually get the observation that we have, according to the standard globe model, using the caveat that it's refraction that's creating this, an index of refraction of 0.989182 is necessary. Now the problem is, in order to get that, that's what they call extreme. And to my knowledge, this is a regular thing that people can go observe. So it's not a one-off whereby on some random day some dude just see this. So what I'm curious about is under what conditions does something like a 0.989 refractive index actually manifest itself, and whatever those conditions would be, are those even conditions that can be found in the area where this was actually taken, thus actually supporting the claim that that's the cause, possibly. Now, the thing with that is, if those conditions cannot be met, in theory, well, then there would be no point to actually go out and check it, which would be the second step, which nobody has really done. So the first thing is to actually figure out if that's even feasible. And I do believe, I think it was APOC. If you're here, APOC, can you hear me? Were you the one? Somebody, I think it was you, actually went to like some chat bot. I think it was Chat GPT or something like that, and asked it if there were, like, under what conditions can you actually see something this far at a one observer height, and it said it can't be done.
Yeah, I've done that before.
So just to be
That was
clear,
you, right?
the
So
0.98 refractive index is like high, right? Like the refraction.
it's extreme. It's extremely high. So I can send you the link to the calculator if you're interested. At the bottom, it shows what the calculation is doing, right? And what you get is if that slider was at 1, okay, 1.0. What would happen is in the math, what it does is there's a division at some point. There's a division in a calculation where it takes R, which is, you know, like it's a value, and it subtracts the value of this slider. Okay, so you get like a decimal or whatever, then divides and then does some other math to render. Now what happens is you put this, when you put the slider all the way at 1, you get in the divisor, or the divisor, the bottom part of the division of 0. So
you want me to read it to you, Mick?
Wait, I would also be interested in maybe, is there like,
if I could summarize it quickly,
yeah.
What happens is you get an infinite plane in that case. So what the value that we're getting here is encroaching on yielding an infinite plane. That's why it lifts everything up. Follow?
I see.
You can see how we're hinging on something that would be categorized as extreme. Right?
I that seems to be apparent. I'm not sure what the conditions or like how this was exactly conducted. I just is there like a account of like what was measured, or like how they measured the height, like if the height measurement is accurate? I'm like looking at like the different. I'm like looking on Google right now, and I can't find like the specific platforms in the picture. I'm not sure what they are.
I'm sorry to jump in. You say it's apparent, like, so is the horizon is the Earth curve or apparent? Which one is it?
Me?
Yeah, I'm asking you, Song. Yeah, I'm asking you.
Wait. So is the horizon curved or apparent?
Is the horizon the tangent point, or it's apparent?
What do you mean by tangent point?
Yeah, with the straight line you meet the curved surface, which is the curvature of the Earth.
Like where I was telling you before, right? When I was describing those two images, your line of sight peering out into the distance, and at some point there's something that cuts your view off of whatever's beyond it, right? The thing that's cutting off the oil rig from the bottom, is that the actual globe curvature itself, or is that something apparent? Basically, what he's asking.
I mean, if by apparent all you mean is like relative to like the perception of that point, then I would say like the point of like where you're observing it from, then I'd probably say it's an apparent thing. But
right.
That's how do I say this? I'm not sure if it
All right, so let me help you out here. Let me help you out.
Horizon, the curve. Yeah, go ahead, Oblivion. I'm sorry.
Let me help you out, man.
Yeah.
Every description of mirage has everything to do with objects in relation to the horizon. Has nothing to do with the horizon itself.
What do you mean by mirage?
Mirage is like refraction. There's a lot of different mirages, and they all have refraction. Yes, light refraction. Anyway, never mind the bending and warping of the image in the Black Swan. What we're talking about is the horizon itself.
Yeah. There's like the horizon we see, and then I'm pretty sure there's like a true horizon, and that's like kind of what refraction is like typically trying to describe if I'm not wrong. I don't remember. I took like this fucking class on this like forever ago, but it was like okay, so there's like the horizon that's like actually occurring, right? Like from some like
looming, stooping, give it a name. All these versions of them. Doesn't matter. Has nothing to do with the horizon and its position itself. It has to do with objects in relation to the horizon. So in the Black Swan, 1 foot observation height, we're seeing way, 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 way beyond the radius of the Earth. That's the whole point of it.
Can I jump in real quick?
Yeah.
Just real quick. I wanted to go over this with you, Sung.
Yeah.
In regards to what Mick was bringing up. The reason why he brought that up is because you are under the understanding that it's refraction that allows you to see over that hill of water in your paradigm, that there's a globe, there's a curvature of water going away from you. So behind that horizon, what you're calling where the sky meets the surface of the water, but in your paradigm there, what you believe is that you're able to see 9 miles away because refraction is bending light over that curve of water, which we could just call it an obstruction. Right now, that's just an obstruction. It should be between your eyes and the items behind that should be on the other side of that hill. You get that? Right?
Wait, sorry. Can you repeat that last part one more time?
There's an obstruction from your position to the oil rigs on the other side of that curved water hill.
Yeah.
That's what you believe. Okay, so and that's what we all believe once upon a time. We believe that that's the way the Earth was. So here's the point, though.
Huh?
The problem with throwing in refraction that a lot of globers do and have been doing is that they are not focused on the meat of this argument here, because they are using refraction of that index, which says that something behind a hidden object, right, like, or an obstructed object, you can see a portion of that, not the entirety of it. And that's where the math comes in. If you take the oil rigs, for instance, okay, and the amount of standard refraction and even going up to, a higher, like extreme refraction, this would only allow you to see so much of the platform. In this case, the platform would have to be 56 feet high off the surface of the water, and all you're going to see is 4 feet of that thing. That's the refraction. That's the math. That's the formula. A lot of globers have taken this argument, though, and they say, oh, well, we can see the entire rig because of refraction. No. Even mathematically, you should only see 4 feet from the top of that, using that refracted, crazy, obstructing, what's going on. But here's the point. When you ask it, well, then can I see the entirety or even the surface? Because remember, the argument is not the oil rigs. The argument is the horizon behind the oil rigs. And when you ask it, can you? And it's straight out. It says no. You cannot see the surface of the object if it's below the refracted horizon. You can only see the top portion of the object that extends above the curved, quote unquote, refracted horizon line. And the reason why is because this Black Swan observer height's 1 foot, distance to object is 10 miles, refracted to counted, resulting hidden height is 56 feet. But what does that mean? That means you only see 4 feet sticking up above that horizon. We are seeing the entire platform, but more importantly, we're seeing the horizon, which thus is the surface. You are literally seeing, like, let me put into a visual for you. If you were on one side of the hill and I'm on the other side of the hill, and I spray paint a smiley face on the ground, you're saying, oh, I can see it. But really, all you should see is just like my eyes, right? Because the hill is blocking my body, and definitely the surface of that hill. You get what I'm saying now?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'd be interested in seeing like this like image like the same image that they did at 1 foot to be repeated at like heights that are typically like considered good for refraction and not the ranges that like would affect it a bunch. So like I'm just like looking at a quick Google search. I'm not sure if it's clear. It's like 10 to 20 feet generally above like sea level is considered like a better range for the refractive index to like operate, you know, like correctly.
Oh well, check
with
this
respect
one
to the
out.
temperature gradient.
Well,
Yeah,
check
yeah.
this one out. This one's even, you know, this one's a good one too. I'll post it again. It's another quote unquote black swan, but over across the pond over there. This is over in that side of the world, because the black swan with the oil rigs is over here off the Pacific coast. This black swan is over there off of France, I believe, off of the coast of France. And you'll see those. I think this one's 3 feet up. I think his camera is, or is it a foot and a half or 3 feet? I forgot. Here, let me try to rewind it to the beginning.
Yeah. I just
Let me
I'm
interrupt
saying I'd be
just a
interested
second.
in hearing something
Let
just
me
like
interrupt.
in the optimal. Yeah, go ahead.
I just want to address what you said. You said it would be better if it was like 20 feet up in the air. Well, in the original Black Swan video, he goes up the stairs and actually takes the shot from 20 feet up in the air, and the horizon's still in the same place. So that whole
But
thing,
are
you
the
need to
distances
be
and
higher.
everything like
That's
the same?
hold on, brother. Hold on, brother. I'm answering your question. Right. So that whole thing where you need to be higher if you're too close to the surface, the refraction acts weird. That's another Snoop Dogg fallacy. Thanks.
Okay, wait. So if so you're saying like the measurements and stuff were like the same when he went up to like 10 feet or whatever, like that peak?
Yeah, he walked up the stairs. You can see it in the video, and he takes images of the oil rigs, and the horizon is still behind it.
And like, what about, I'm saying, what about the like the platforms though? Like, what about the?
They're the same.
Obviously,
They're the same.
Everything's the same about them.
Well, it's just that you could probably have it more clear because you're higher and you're able to resolve it better, a little bit better. But this argument actually hurts you. It doesn't help you. And I think you think
I'd
will
be
help
interested
you.
in seeing a calculator,
Because,
like with the
well,
conditions.
well, just pay attention real quick. You think that argument would help you because you're trying to say, well, the lower you go to the ground, the more refracted it will be. But no, actually, it hurts you because the lower you go, the less you're going to be able to see over that obstructed, mountain hill or whatever you think that is. You get what I'm saying now? Because remember, you're seeing the surface of the mountain water hill, because that horizon is the surface, right? That's water. Like if you're seeing water, if you're seeing horizon, that's the surface. That's the top. Like if you took the bottom of those oil rigs and you can see them clearly, you can see the pylons going into the water. You're seeing the surface. That means you're seeing that smiley face that I spray painted on the hill. You literally have to believe, and this was crazy. I don't get what Globers, why they still believe this. You are having to believe that the face of the hill, okay, where your feet are standing
Can you just like talk with reference to the oil rigs, just for the hypothetical?
Well, okay, so the oil rigs, all right, are the example of they're going to be on the, you can see the bottom of them where they touch the surface of the water. So that's why I keep saying if you spray paint something on the floor. Here, I'll show you what I mean. Okay.
Wait,
I'm going to post
the
this
bottom
photo.
where they're touching the water.
Look, I'm going to post this photo. Do you see how there's a blue circle around that boat?
Sure.
Yeah, which one? Cheerios.
Yeah.
Do you see how there's a blue circle around the boat?
Yeah.
Okay, that means that's the surface, right? That blue circle is representing you can see the surface, meaning the water, okay? Now, to argue, oh, well, I can see half the boat or whatever. No. In this case, we're seeing the surface. And if you look at the oil rigs, you're not seeing like half of the oil rig. You're seeing the water, the top of it, and where the oil rigs columns are going into the water.
I see.
So,
is there like a picture of the full oil rigs too? I'd just be interested in like seeing a comparison to myself.
Yeah, we posted it already.
Yeah, no, like like from like closer up.
In the video, the video. Want me to screenshot the video for you?
I mean, could I just like Google like platform or like platform mill house or hill house?
What you could do is I posted the video of it at 17 minutes after the hour, and what you could do is when he zooms in, just screenshot it, and then there you go. You have your own photo of it. Like this is the video though that shows like what he actually recorded.
Yeah, Song, if you want a higher resolution image of it, just do a comparison. Yeah, the names are in the image, I think.
It's like
Platform Hill House.
Yeah,
Platform Hill House and Platform Habitat.
Okay, this is. I'm gonna look for the. Okay, the first result's like AI right now, right? And it's like saying Platform Hill House is situated in 190 feet of water. So that's like so 98 is only the amount from where the water is to the top of the platform. And where did it consider like the top of it? Is it like the tip, like that, like the tip of the crane, or like the?
No. Hold on. I think you're missing the point though.
Yeah, it's just like the line.
The point isn't
line of sight, right?
No, hold on though. The point isn't the height or the features or the way the oil rigs look. Those are distance like markers so we know how far you are away from where he was taking the video from. They're just distant like placards. Like we know this is how far he was looking.
Oh yeah, I was asking for the height.
Yeah, but it doesn't. But here's the point though. It doesn't matter the height because you're seeing the surface. You're behind them is a horizon, which means a surface, meaning the top of the water.
What do you mean when you said behind them is like a horizon and therefore a surface? What I'm like a surface seems to be a little bit vague to me here. I'm like not 100% sure what that means.
So what do you call the top of the ocean?
Like the surface of the water. Yeah.
Right. The surface of water. So, and a horizon is where the surface is touching the sky.
Right.
Would you agree? Okay.
Yeah.
So the height of the oil platforms doesn't matter here because you are literally seeing zero elevation, the mean sea level, the surface of the water behind those platforms. Do you understand now?
Yeah, I just don't know if that's like. I feel like that's not like a correct representation of it.
No, it's a perfect representation because the point here is that's why I'm saying that's why I was trying to use analogy like spray painting a circle on a hill, a physical hill that you can go and look at, and you're like, okay, this is dirt right here, and we're gonna paint a circle. Then you walk on the other side of the hill and you look, and then all of a sudden you see the surface of that hill up in your view. Like you have to visualize this. Like this is what you have to believe if you're going to believe that the earth is curved, but you can see water horizon at 10 miles away. That's the surface of it. And that means it's looming up into your view. So you're looking at the backside of a mountain where you shouldn't be seeing the surface of the hill because it's obstructed. Yeah, I need to make a video for this, bro. I need to do a cartoon, like to show like how, like, man, I don't think you can say it or explain it anymore.
So the oil platforms aren't even like needed here, right? All you're just doing to outline is that you can see the horizon or the surface of the water past like the viewing horizon.
Correct. Those are just distance markers. That's all they are. Dude, if they were 5 feet high or 50 feet high or 500 feet high, that doesn't matter. What you're seeing is 0 feet high behind them. Okay, like that's the point. that's the nail in the coffin for the globe, bro.
Yeah, Son, check this out. Check this out. Yeah. What I was outlining for you before was really just complementary, factoids, if you will, on top of this initial argument. Now, if you want to extend that to what APOC is saying now, right? You remember the values that I was giving you before to, in order to actually lift the oil rig up, whatever it was, 45 feet, in order to be able to see it, and you need that refractive index, something like that. Basically, what he's outlining is you really do need something like a refractive index of 1, or something even closer than 1, than what is in the example I sent you.
Yeah.
Right? For you to actually see more of the floor lifted up in the air. Right? And his analogy is kind of like with the smiley face. Picture a smiley face, painted on the ground behind a hill, and you look up in the air trying to look over the hill, and seeing that smiley face that's on the ground in the sky.
Over the hill.
Yeah, you're on one side of the hill. You're looking up, kind of towards the apex. Normally you would see the sky, right? But in this analogy, there's somehow some sort of magical refractive index that allows you to basically see that smiley face that's on the other side of the hill on the ground, up in the sky because of the humidity and temperature or some shit.
Wait, so you mean
That's
like
the analogy?
So when am I like in the analogy, like you're like hovering at a high point in the sky above the hill,
No,
like
you're-
still
No, you're on the ground on like one side of the hill, looking up.
Okay.
In this
Looking, like,
case, it's
straight up,
probably-
or
well,
like-
not
like
straight up,
consistently?
but like towards the apex, right? The apex, in this case, being analogous to the curvature of the Earth over the horizon.
Okay. What if it was like, what if it was just like a hill that like wasn't like incredibly steep and like sufficiently far away? Like, I feel like under
point,
a refractive account that like there would be some cases where you could see if it was like the slope of like the hill wasn't like very steep, was actually just like very minimal. I
Well,
feel like
that's the
not
thing.
Yeah.
That's the thing, right? So in this analogy, it's obviously very exaggerated, but that's just to give you an image of what's kind of effectively going on here, just extremely shallowed out, stretched out over 9, 10, 11, 12 miles.
Oh, okay, I see. Yeah, I mean, I feel like, in the hill example, it just have to be scaled up a lot more to be proportional to what like people are saying. But like,
yeah.
So you said you said you need like a high refractional index for that to happen. So like, what are typically like, do you know like what the typical temperature gradients and stuff needed are to cause those like high
This is the problem.
gradients?
This is what I'm putting. This is what I'm actually trying to put forth.
Yeah.
The globe side to bring a set of temperatures, humidity indexes, and air pressures or whatever that would actually yield some index like this or be representative of an index like this. Because traditionally, people just go by ballpark back of the napkin math. Oh, it's 1.67, right? 7/6R, right?
I think it's like 7/6 for some accounts of it.
7/6R in this calculator in the on the calculator page at the bottom. It starts you off with a
it's like 7/6 under standard atmospheric conditions, right?
Exactly. Okay, so that's the typical ballpark, right? 7/6R is just giving you a value over 1.
Yeah, for
conditions.
typical
107. Exactly, typically, right?
Okay.
So this is highly atypical. This is this is extreme, as they call it. So what I'm curious about is what conditions actually yield an extreme condition, an extreme quality to it.
I'm reading up right now, and it says like I'm looking at how temperature gradients are created. So like, Santa Barbara like particularly like a warm place, or wherever it is it like a particularly warm place?
Yep.
Yeah, and I mean, I guess at the beach, like we can just look at maybe I don't know what time of year it's saying, but if we look at like the average temperature, or I mean, I'm sure actually there might be even like an account of like the actual exact like temperature and like average water temperature around that time.
Well, that begs the question: if you're talking about a temperature gradient, does the temperature gradient cause or move the distance to the horizon?
Well, no, but the temperature gradient increases the refractive index. Like, it causes abnormally large ones because it's not in their like standard atmospheric conditions. It's like when there is those like large temperature gradients, that's when light can bend downwards stronger. Is what I'm like seeing.
Yeah, we already went over that, bro.
Yeah. I'm just saying, like, if we could plug in the conditions for the time.
Get in just for a second. I'll be on mute. Yeah. So that's an excuse as to why the Earth looks flat, but it's actually round. But the thing about your excuse, the reason it's an excuse, is because we can't falsify it, right? So it's a baseless assertion that you're making that the reason the Earth looks flat is because of refraction, when actually you're supposed to have an edge to your globe, that the ships are disappearing over, right? That's the claim. That's what they taught us since we were children. That the ancient Greeks knew this thousands of years ago, that boats go over the horizon. So we're asking for the edge, and then when we show you that, wait a minute, we can see way past your edge, you have an unfalsifiable, baseless assertion excuse as to why the edge isn't where it's supposed to be. No, it's not, because it moves based on condition, atmospheric conditions. That's what you're claiming. That the
what I'm trying to do right now is just see what the atmospheric conditions are for the camera's position. See if it's consistent.
If you just let me finish.
Yeah.
The claim was that there's a geometric horizon, but now when we point out that, wait a minute, your geometric horizon isn't where it's supposed to be, you say, oh, well, that's just because of refraction. So it's not Earth curve then.
Well, refractions occurring like due to some curvature based on like some plethora of conditions. In this case, it seems like that's all I'm trying to see right now is like if we can like, does anybody know like when this image was taken? Is it like dated? Is there like a time of year was that? I'm trying to.
It's a YouTube video. Somebody will give you the original video.
Yeah, because all I'm really interested in seeing now is like, okay, so we'll look at the date. If we can find a direct like temperature account of whatever during that time, then we could actually calculate like something that would generally be reflective of the refractive gradient, like at the position the image was taken, and then we just see if that's consistent with like, the other like with everything else.
Dude, you're missing. No, that's not cool, bro. That you're doing this because you're saying you're trying to justify how you can see the surface by even introducing. We already told you can throw maximum amount of refraction in there. You're still only going to be able to see a certain amount behind an obstructed object, or in this case, water itself. You think it's curving away from you. You're trying to like scramble to be like, I need the conditions, I need this, that. It's not going to. It's not. I'm just trying to look at. It's not going to bring you to a place where even if you knew all the numbers, which I'm going to get for you, by the way. Afterward, I'm telling you this. I'm going to get this video for you so you can watch it thoroughly, and it has all the conditions. Matter of fact, in that video I posted, if you pause it, it shows you all the conditions. But anyways, you can just go back to that video I posted 8 minutes after the hour. But the point is that just because it's saying this is that and that is this, again, you are missing it. The forest of the trees here, because you can't see the surface even using the math. No matter how much you want to take that math, it's not going to allow you to see something on the ground, on the surface of the water. And that's why I keep like putting emphasis. You're seeing the water, bro. That's a zero. There's no elevation to that. So why don't you put in your calculator what with your refraction? What how do I see something at zero? It's going to be like, well, you can't see something at zero because it's at zero. Because it's
what value would zero be? Just maybe I'm missing. It's like, is that like the?
That's the elevation.
Okay. So so like the typical like thing. Okay, let's look at this, guys. Mean observer distance 1, target distance 9.41, target size like whatever, and then like the other things.
Okay. Yeah, there's only three variables. You can copy my image there.
Yeah.
And you'll see basically what APOC thought. Again, right? This stuff, I didn't mean to derail too much off the entire topic.
Oh yeah, you're good.
But what Larry was pointing out is really the crux of the matter. Okay, there's a logical issue involved in here, and what I bring forth is really just kind of like, in the worst case scenario, if someone really pushes forth with this and really wants to argue the minutia on this, you're still in trouble. You're still in trouble because of exactly that. Oh yeah, it says it's unavailable. I thought it was for me too. I think the website's down. So okay, maybe just come back and get. Yeah. Sorry about that.
Yeah, no problem.
But yeah, like what APOC is saying is, translate that into like the calculator scenario. Basically, you would need something that would basically give you an index of refraction that's pluggable into here of 1, because it would make the entire surface flush, such that you can actually see the ground at these distances.
Yeah.
And that-
Wouldn't that be true if the position was like 0, and like the height was 0? But don't we have like a observer?
No, because then no. At that case, you're just seeing a line in front of you. You don't see depth, right? Picture your eyeball is like half in the ground and half above the ground. That's nil. That's not even worth looking at.
Well, yeah, I'm saying isn't that the case where you like can't see like the surface? Like, because I mean I'm confused on like what the cutoff is for like the surface. Because I see the surface of the water. Like I'm just having a little bit of trouble conceptualizing, and maybe okay. So I see the surface of the water at like many points here, right? And I see the surface at the point it contacts like the sky, and that's the horizon.
Yeah.
So I'm confused as to like which surface you're not supposed to be able to see.
You're not supposed to see. You're not supposed to be able to see the surface at that distance.
The 1.22 miles.
You're technically right. So if you have in an ideal condition with 0 refraction, according to the globe paradigm, you should not see the surface of the water beyond 1.22 miles.
Yeah, that seems to be
right?
consistent with what's happening. Like, because I just like looked at the things that might that like typically cause high refractive values, and it's like, okay, so we can have refractive values around 0.9 for like cases where there's like a 5 degrees Celsius difference between like this air right above the water.
Somebody's roboting. Somebody's roboting.
Hey, Kembo Beats. He had to drop it.
Yeah, what it's consistent with the Rayleigh criterion, because it's also 1.2 miles. So this whole Rayleigh criterion is where they're hijacking perspective, because that's the end of our vision, right? And they're saying, actually, it's the curve causing this. And anytime, a flat earther brings up perspective, the glober is always going to say, well, this has nothing to do with perspective. Well, is it a coincidence that, the horizon distance is at 1.2 miles, and that's also the convergent point of our eyes, the limit to our eyesight at 1.2 miles? I don't know. I'm not a coincidence theorist. You might be.
I'm not 100% sure. I don't think I'd, just believe in coincidence, like just abstractly. But, okay, so if the account is that the thing that we should be able to see is actually like way further out when we account for like whatever like refractive condition, then like is that not like a consistent belief to say that we can actually see the surface at this like at this level?
That's the point.
Yeah, so it would, just to be clear, it would be consistent if that was if
no.
that
I'm saying you can't, like, no matter what calculation of refraction, you cannot put it to where you can see the surface of anything beyond. Just Larry hit that nail on the head right now. Like, that's exactly the point. 1.22 is the furthest you can see. Even with doesn't matter, like refraction, you go ahead, like, do whatever you want. But to now see the surface at 10 miles is, dude, that kills the globe. I don't care what they have about anything other, dude. That is the ultimate destroyer, dude. This video is a wrap.
Look, can you guys hear me now? I'm sorry, I was roboting earlier. Can you guys hear me now?
You're
so
good.
Sorry. Yeah, I've been listening, this whole time, but you keep throwing the word refraction like a magical word or something, right? But let's say this, right? Let's say this. We granted you the refraction, right? The atmospheric refraction, so which is
it's the
standard
for the
refraction.
atmospheric reaction. To be clear, because it involves the height of the observer and the refractive index.
Exactly. Okay, in that black swan observation, the observer height is 1 foot above the water, right? And what you expect to see is it's about 1.225 miles. Anything beyond there, it would start to obstruct or obscure behind this curvature, right? But even if we grant you the atmospheric refraction, which is the 7/6R, right? So basically, you're just increasing your the radius by 1/6. So instead of 1.225, hold on, instead of 1.225, with 1 foot observer height, now we give you the distant to horizon would be 1.32, right?
Yeah. No,
Right?
I agree that that's the standard
Yeah,
the
exactly.
standard
No,
conditions
I
for
know, but listen,
yeah.
but listen. Even if we grant you that the horizon in the black swan, it's beyond the two Oryx, right? Some people would say, oh, 10 miles, 15 miles. I even heard people say 20 miles or even 30 miles, right? So now, even if we granted you that atmospheric refraction, we still falsify your globe radius by 1,000% easy, bro. This is not a small number like 5%, 10%, 100%, bro.
Yeah, no.
But
What I was
but hold on. But if you keep chanting refraction, then you're gonna have to show us demonstration. Do you have any demonstration to support your
that's what I'm
claim? That's
trying
all we
to-
asking.
That's
No,
what I'm
that's
trying to
not
show right
any
now.
demonstration because all we hearing is just refraction.
Well, listen.
You
So
just
I
keep
actually
chanting refraction.
addressed what you said. If you'd like to just go back, right? 7.6 is the coefficient for standard atmospheric
It's not
conditions, right?
7.6, it's 7/6R.
7.6. Yeah, that's like the coefficient of R, right? R is the standard without refraction. So I'm saying 7.6, right? When we make that modifier, that's under standard atmospheric conditions, and I'm trying to say that okay, so I've looked at like the typical accounts for like how refraction is calculated, and it says okay, when we're 1 foot away from like the surface of the water or whatever, it seems like at that point it causes temperature gradients that cause abnormally high, like unnaturally high, like overtly high refraction values, or refraction indexes that would make it permissible to see things like 9.41 to 10 miles.
Yeah, but he walks up the stairs like 20 feet above the surface, and he can still see the same thing. So your argument is null and void. I'm trying to get somebody to post the original video.
Yeah, I'd like to
Because
see
when
that.
he-
I'd like to see the original video.
Yeah, I'm trying to find it, but I got a lot of likes, and it's way down on the bottom of the list.
I'm a fan, Uncle Larry.
Yeah, because the 7.6 thing was just a long time ago. What's currently being disputed is like, okay, so what are like if the conditions were like accurate, with what was happening, like, would it be in line with like the global, whatever
Well, check
fucking calculation that globalists are doing?
Check this out, right?
Yeah.
If the values turn out to be such that this is actually plausible, that's basically all you would really have. You would render this into the realm of plausibility much more than it would be without it. Problem is actually demonstrating that out in the real world. So somebody would say, for example, have to take like a boat out and probe the temperature and the air pressure and all that shit all along the way, and then draw from there, right?
Yeah.
The issue is we don't actually have that, so that's the biggest issue.
Well, yeah, sure. I mean, I'm sure in like some possible world, it's like we could do that, and then we'd see if the values like are actually in line or if it's just a bunch of bullshit. But like just saying that it's like improbable because typically we don't test for these things. It just seems like for me like a motivator against deciding that like the claim is wrong, because it's saying okay, so in all prior assertions regarding this, we don't really seem to have the necessary conditions in our knowledge to properly calculate this thing that we're saying is like just kind of like a bullshit or coke, right?
Well, that's my question. That's why my query was what conditions actually yield this, and I haven't heard an answer from anybody before on this.
Yeah, I'm interested in finding that out myself right now, and that's why I mean, firstly, I like to see the video, and I'm just like where it kind of is, and
right,
like when.
So,
yeah, that's what I was looking for, like the when, because I was saying like, oh yeah, maybe we can just account for the conditions, or like maybe something close to the conditions to see if it gives us any significant gap, like to or significant closing of the gap in like the two different accounts of it, because say we use the average and it's slightly off, maybe the conditions were different that day, but if we like use some like average temperature and then like or average water temperature at the time and then like temperature of that day, and it brings us like notably closer, like say, oh, we have like 9 miles of units instead of 10 miles, and I'd say it's like, okay, yeah, maybe it's like the account, the global account isn't just like obviously incorrect, but rather it's just not properly contextually interpreted.
So there would be two steps, right? There would have to be first a feasibility study, if you will, right, whereby we're actually trying to check out if it's even possible for this to happen,
Yeah.
All right, so that's what you're endeavoring on now. And the second part, which is kind of like done away with or whatever, maybe because it wasn't done at that time when the guy was actually doing the observation. It would have to be redone.
Yeah.
It would have to gather all of this on a day where they actually do see the same sort of thing.
Yeah. I think if this were to be redone and we had like, you know, within realistic like measuring capabilities, the proper like tools to calculate the refractive index, and then like maybe we did another case where okay, so we look at whatever at like the 10-foot elevation point, and then like we do like the normal geometric calculation, which is like what's being stipulated in like the black swan picture. If there was like some sort of inconsistency with what was actually seen and like what was calculated through the the formula that uses the refraction gradient, then I would say that the current account that like the people that like believe in the globe or whatever the fuck are using is incorrect, right? That would give credence against the whatever they're using. I actually agree 100%. If we were to replicate this and know the conditions and accurately calculate all the like variables that would go into it and it was wrong, I would fully concede. Like
That's why I posted.
Yeah.
That's why I posted the other one too. There's more. There's more observations that are under the same, like like using the same, I guess, argument is saying, wait, we're seeing this. It's way too far. You shouldn't be seeing the surface. Like that one that I posted of the French. By the way, Larry, I posted for you and tagged you. Did you get it?
Thank you. I appreciate that. I just wanted to say that you hold on.
Yeah,
you already did concede. Once you start invoking refraction, your geometric horizon, it's gone. So every time you say refraction, we're just rubbing our hands together like, yes, he gets it now. There is no geometric horizon. Where's your edge, bro?
Yeah, I'm not sure I could just like point to that like whatever, or I'm not sure what that means. I just don't see how that's like a concession, right? It just seems to be the case that you guys also.
Where's your geometric horizon? Where is it?
Are you asking me for like that's a very like.
Where is your edge, bro? Where's your Earth edge? Where is the edge that the boats are going over? It's not where it's supposed to be. Where is your geometric horizon?
Yeah, so supposed to be right now. That's like seems to be a bit of a stipulation. The proper account of that, right? What we're trying to find out right now is what the accurate conditions are for us to invoke the formula that's like actually trying to be used that you guys are saying is wrong, right? And that is the one with the refractive index, and that does require the accounting of the conditions that do make the.
Are you talking about 7/6R?
No, I once again we've been over this 100 times. 7/6R is the coefficient for standard atmospheric conditions, which are not. That's not the case when you're close to the surface of the water. That's why this like a lot of the conversation has been is that extreme.
He sent me the video.
Refractive. Yeah. I'm saying extreme refractive like conditions occur when you're close to like water surfaces, right? Because there's like seemingly a notable difference between the temperature of the air and the temperature of the water, and there's like such a fast decrease in.
Can you go to 4 minutes in the video? Can you go to 4 minutes? Because you keep saying the refractive index is much higher when you're lower. Well, at 4 minutes, or if you go back just a little bit, you see him walk up the stairs.
Yeah. I see it at 4 minutes.
So at 3:40, he's walking up these stairs. He's no longer a foot above the surface.
Yeah. It seems to be.
So every time you say the thing about near the surface, more refraction, how do you explain this? Is there more refraction also 30 feet up in the air?
When I look over here, it seems to me that I can see more of the platform.
You can see the pillars go all the way down into the water when he's like a foot from it. You can see the boat next to the. There's a little tiny boat in between the two.
I'm confused. It's like different from the other picture where it's like 1 foot away. It's like seems like I can see like notably more of the platform with like.
But where's the horizon? Where's the horizon at? Is it where it's supposed to be?
It's still far back. I mean.
Right. So it doesn't help your argument that he's up higher.
Yeah. So there might be some different refraction coefficient and some different observer height, and like if you put like.
But nothing changed.
Plugged in. Has that been plugged into the calculator? I'm interested in seeing like what that would yield as a result. Because the site's like down currently.
So we have no geometric horizon. Are you agreeing then that there's no geometric horizon in any of these observations?
I'm not sure what the stipulation is.
Hey, just real quick, song.
Yeah.
Two things I want to point out. Earlier, I told you when you go higher, it's not going to help your argument, because actually the lower you go, the more it hurts your argument, because you're able to see the water, the horizon behind it. Matter of fact, I agree with you. They do look different when he's 35 feet high, but the only reason why they look different, quote unquote, is because he's increased his angle of resolution, so it makes the platforms even look bigger, because you can see more of them because you've increased that. That's just an optical phenomenon that happens. But also, if you freeze frame that and put it side by side when he was at 1 foot, look how much more water you see, bro. That means he's even seeing way more miles. Just think about how much water, when you squish it, how like you can feel like 50 miles in something really, really small, because of the way it's compressed, like a checkerboard, and like all the squares, most of them are squished into a small tiny portion because it's so compressed. But it
appears to be the case that going lower helps my argument, and going higher or hurts your argument, because there's like an incredibly strong refraction there. But going higher, it seems to me like we could just see more of the horizon, like very apparently, right? And I don't.
It destroys you either way.
It should be consistent with what's
No. It shouldn't be consistent, because there is optically you are going to be able to see, because it increases the angle of resolution the higher you go. That's why you're able to see farther the higher you go. Actually, if you can have a piece of equipment that allows you to zoom in, this is what this camera does. He's allowed to see 9 miles away, because if you just use your eyes, you can't see that. That's behind the globe curved water, bro. That's invisible. You have to use a camera that can zoom in, because your eyes won't do that. Matter of fact, if it wasn't for a camera, he would have stood there that day, looked over the ocean, he would have saw no platforms, because your eyes can't do what these cameras can do. So fast forward later till today, or this was 9 years ago, we have equipment that is debunking the globe Earth, because now we're able to pull into view what we were told was disappearing behind the curvature of the Earth. So this destroys the globe, bro. Like, you have to find it in you to let go of the paradigm and the indoctrination and the brainwashing and be like, wait, logically, this destroys what I've been taught to be true. 100%.
Or you could just show us the edge. Where's the edge of your Earth?
Oh yeah, there you go. Or do that, because that's what we're looking for.
So is the position at the second like
he's 35 feet.
Is that 35 feet? Okay.
Yeah, he's 35 feet high.
Okay. I'm just gonna.
Don't ever make the argument that you're 1 foot, there's a whole bunch of refraction, because now that at 35 feet. Why? Because at 35 feet, is there still a whole bunch of refraction?
There's less. It's like a lot less.
But you still see the. Well, of course, you're higher and you're not looking through as many different layers. But the point is,
like the relation,
the horizon,
the height, and like refraction, like how they impact the distance. Like what's the relationship in the formula that calculates it?
If you're 1 foot above the surface and you're looking at the bottom of the pillar where it's touching the water, that's also 1 foot above the surface, and you say the light is bending down, if it bends down too much, it's going to hit the water and never hit your eye at the same signal strength as it was before it started.
It's bending down because it reflects off of like the water in like such a
yeah,
way.
but it's like 1 foot above the horizon. How far down is it bending?
I mean, the Earth's like pretty large. It'd probably be like a fraction of a degree. It'd be like probably like point. Like let me just see what the. I like once again I don't know the conditions, so I can't like get a refractive index to see what the angular drop.
So the light is bouncing from the sun to the bottom of the pillar where it touches the water, 10 miles straight across till it hits the camera, and you're saying the light's bending down, but it hits the camera that's a foot off the surface. It doesn't seem like it's bending down very much. Then
it's not an insane like bend. It's like, what do you think like the degree of like curvature is between like 10 miles of the Earth? Like I
told you what that is already.
4 inches.
Yeah, what is it?
If hold on, if it bends down 4 inches, it's not hitting the camera, then is it? because it bent down 4 inches. So now the camera that's 12 inches off the surface, well, the light is only 8 inches off the surface.
Is that like an accurate account of what's actually happening under like the typical?
Yeah, you can see the boat, bro. You can see the boat at the bottom. You can see the bottom of the pillars where they touch the water because the horizon is behind it.
Yeah.
So if the light's bending down, how far down is it bending? Is it bending an inch? Because if the light is only going up 11 inches, but the camera's 12 inches, how does it make sense that you would see the bottom of the pillars?
I'm not sure like the full math, right? But like I just all I'm asking to see is when we have the conditions, if there is an inconsistency, I will fully concede. I would like to see the condition, like the actual conditions accounted for. Because when I do 35, so when I do 35 feet above the air, it was like at like standard conditions. The geometric horizon instantly becomes like 8 miles under like the account with the under the account with like standard conditions, right? Now I don't know what the actual conditions are, like what the refractive index is, what the conditions of Santa Barbara are, like any of that. If we had those and putting them in, right, was inconsistent with what is like actually happening, I would fully concede.
Yeah,
I just haven't seen that though. Like it just seems
It's
like
pretty inconsistent that your geometric, your Earth curved cause horizon, your leading edge to your sphere is 10 times or 1,000% further away than it's supposed to be. And actually, it could be much further. We just don't have another platform, another couple of miles out to verify that it's actually more than 10 miles. But for certain, it's 10 miles. That doesn't strike you as odd in any kind of way when we've been told our whole life that boats disappear from the bottom up because they're going over the edge.
It's way more than 10 miles. If you understand how the horizon works, you know that the space close to the bottom below the horizon is compounded. We're talking at least another 10 miles behind that oil rig.
Yep.
If you understand how the horizon works.
That's what I was saying. Maybe even 20 more miles in there. Especially when he's at that 35 feet. Man, that's a whole lot more water. That could be another 50 miles in that compression. You don't know.
Could be. Genuinely could be.
Yeah.
But where is this geometric horizon? That's what I want to know.
It disappeared. It's gone. It's destroyed. That's what we're trying to get through. Someone roboting?
Yeah, really bad.
Oh, okay. Was that Larry roboting really bad? I think it was Larry.
I'm sorry, bro. Something wrong with my satellite today, bro. Something wrong with my satellite.
It wasn't me, bro. I'm at home on the Wi-Fi. So how does my mic sound now?
You're good. Yeah, you're good.
Okay, so I don't need a new microphone. It's difficult to get a signal when you're in the hills.
Yeah, you're good now.
Yeah. No, but what I was trying to say, like, I'm sorry for roboting earlier, but what I'm trying to say, right, like, we show you to the distant to horizon. We show you the math, right? We show you the black swan. You keep channeling refraction,
Well, I haven't
right?
seen the math. That's the thing.
Hold on. I posted it in the side chat, dude.
Yeah,
Maybe
I know. We haven't seen the math that's accurate. Like we once again, a lot of this dispute has been: is this accurately representing the conditions at that point?
What you mean? Hold on. What do you mean? Okay, when we said the 7/6R, right? We even granted. Hold on.
We've been over this 5 times. The 7/6R is not an accurate.
Are you okay, dude?
Yeah,
are you okay?
I'm just saying we've been over this like 10 times now.
You sound like you were being dishonest this whole freaking time, bro. Because all you did. Well, hold on. Let me. Okay, you want to talk? Go ahead.
Yeah, I once again, we've been over this like 10 times. The 7/6R isn't what's being granted. What's being granted is what the R actually, like what the coefficient actually is, right? And that 7/6 is the case for atmospheric conditions, standard atmospheric conditions. We've said that it's clearly not the case that there are standard atmospheric conditions when it comes with respect to the refraction gradient at that 1 foot above the water level, right? So, continuing to like invoke this.
No, not right.
This is like ultimate.
Not right.
No, so
prove it.
Okay, let's look at like the I mean,
You're making a baseless assertion that at 1 foot,
okay, yeah,
it's over standard refraction, right? So
yeah, if you want me to like, I can like read up on how the refractive index gradient is like calculated and stuff. But I mean, just from a Google search, it seems to be the case that temperature differences between the water and like a surface, like the air above it, at 1 feet can cause high
but you're
refractive value.
claiming that the light is bending down around the curve at the same curvature rate as the Earth, making it look flat. How do you prove that, bro?
Yeah, that's what refraction does. I'm saying if it's like
prove it.
No, it doesn't. Refraction.
That's what we're trying to fucking do.
Refraction will cause an object, usually a reflective object, but an object can refract slightly above a horizon, but not a whole landscape. That claim is ridiculous.
So when it's going along like 10 miles of water, like the light's obviously just curving towards the like.
But again, bro.
Like,
okay, look at this. Hold on. I need to correct you on something. You're not getting it. Look at. Let's say you take a light, and we're gonna put that light 30 feet up into the air. Okay, and then you're gonna say, I'm gonna push it back to where it's being blocked behind the mountain curve. Okay, your bending of light, refracting, and doing all this crazy stuff, it's still not going to bend, and you're going to see the surface of where the pole is. The light, you might be able to see it if it's because of the conditions and stuff of extreme refraction behind an object. Yes, we're not disagreeing with that, because that is a phenomenon that you can do. Like if you put a box and you put heat, and then you block it out with water. Yes, those things can happen, and you can see something blocked behind something that rises up. Yes, because optically that could happen, but that's not the surface.
Refract relative to the horizon. The horizon doesn't move based on refraction. Objects move in relation to the horizon. So things can be stooping. Things could be looming.
Right. But but again, the elevation of those things is what you're really trying to home in on, how you can see something at a height, but you're missing you're completely missing it, bro. Like Alan Keller, bro. It's the surface that we're talking about. No amount of formula that you can throw into there is going to allow you to see the surface of the mountain backside. Do you understand this, bro?
So basically you're saying, you see that deer over there behind the hill? Like, no, I can't see it. It's behind the hill. Well, just add refractive index. Go light a fire on the front side of that hill so we can take a picture of the deer that's behind the hill. That's what you're saying. Like, you're making a baseless assertion that, well, actually the Earth is a globe. And what's actually happening, hold on. What's actually happening is the light is refracting, and that's why it looks flat. Well, how about you just take Occam's razor and the least amount of assumptions, the Earth presents itself as flat.
Yeah, I'm not really, I don't even begin to grant like the Occam's razor shit as like a that might be like a tool for judgment that doesn't ground any assertions. But right, because I'm not exactly like taking a position. Yeah, I don't really care what the Earth is. I'm not like making like any strong claims. I'm just saying, is it consistent? Like, is what you're saying consistent with what's being represented? And I'm like trying to like read up on the things you're mentioning throughout the conversation, because I'm not like familiar with everything. So it's like I'm not gonna have like the best understanding of things to engage with, but it's like
let me share something with you.
That some of the
stop talking if you don't know what you're gonna say, dude. Stop umming and ahhing and let someone in.
Yes, Song. Let me share something with you real quick, okay?
Yeah.
I think if you look into it and you start looking at videos, you even like Google it, it's gonna take you to all this. It's an algorithm that's going to take you to Flat Earth Debunk and Black Swan's incorrect and all this coping that they're going to send you down. But here's the point, though. Like, Globers argue Black Swan incorrectly. Even some Flat Earthers argue it incorrectly. But the point is that it's not the height of the oil rigs. Okay? There's just distance things. The point here is, like Larry was saying about that deer,
right? And you're like, oh, let's see the deer. Oh, but it's obstructed by the hill. Well, okay, well, if we wait and the conditions get better, we're going to be able to see like the head. Okay, fair, fine, that could happen, but that wouldn't be the argument. The argument for you would be like, no. I want to see what the deer is standing on, because they showed me a photo of oil rigs and I can see the water. So that means I saw the floor. I saw the surface of the backside of the mountain water hill. So that's what you're going to be waiting for. Well, guess what? You're never going to see what the deer's standing on when it's standing on the hill on the other side.
Do you have like streaming? Do you have like a streaming permissions? I like sent a link in the chat for this like calculator, and it shows like a diagram at the bottom. Or at the bottom, if you could like map out like, okay, so for the person that believes in the globe, where would these things be, and like how would it play in relation to like everything else that's like presented there?
No,
and
well,
then like demonstratively show like why it like doesn't like line up. I feel like that'd probably be helpful.
Okay, so here's the problem though. Here's the problem though. That what you're talking about, there's these calculators, right? Then you can slide refraction over until it comes up, right? You can slide it all the way until the thing comes up. But what they're telling you, okay, this is a mathematical construct. What they're telling you is that, you know how you were standing on one side of the hill and the deer was on the other side of the hill?
Yeah.
They're saying that if I slide refraction, I can make the backside of the hill come up and over the hill into my view till now it's looming up and now it's floating. Now the deer that's on the surface is now loomed up into the sky as well as the ground. Not just the deer, but the ground as well. Because guess what? If you look at the black swan photo of the water is the horizon is a flat horizon. It just so happens that refraction will bend up the entire backside of a water mountain hill and it flattens it out for you. Like, let those things get the gears in your brain spinning. Like, hold on, wait, hold up.
It's done.
That's fucking retarded now, because now we got to believe that not only does it pick it up into my view, but it creates a perfect horizontal flat fucking position.
Yeah, so the light would have to be bending perfectly at 8 inches per mile squared, the same rate as the curvature, in order for it to present itself as flat, which is another coincidence for the globers that are coincidence theorists, right? But my thing is like, I've been around since 2015. I've been debating this stuff on YouTube since, or Google Hangouts, whatever, since 2015. I remember when we were telling the globers that refraction is happening and that's what's going on, and the globers were like, no, it's not perspective, it's not refraction. And then when this black swan argument came out, they finally got on board and started parroting what we were saying, but they did it in such a way like they're prancing like it's a victorious statement when they say refraction. When they say refraction, it's a concession that we were right, and that what's going on here is optical. The horizon is the apparent location where the sky meets the surface of the earth, whether it's water or land. This is an apparent thing, not a geometric earth curve thing. So now people like Professor Dave, they say you can't see the curvature of the earth from the surface of the earth. That's another concession that we were right. You can't see the curvature. He says you have to go to space. Well, guess what? None of us are going space. So because you say refraction, your geometric horizon is unfalsifiable. And according to Karl Popper...
Hey, Larry or Gary or whatever the fuck your name is, I've seen you go around, dude, and I just want to say you're a fucking dick. Like, dude, you're just a fucking dick. And
yeah, what the fuck?
What happened to this dude? It's okay. Yo, bro, you sound like you need medical assistance, bro. You need one?
Yeah, just let me finish. Somebody send that guy like a whole crate of Preparation H. I just wanted to say that because he's going to need it. I just wanted to say that, you know, this whole thing about refraction, you're conceding that there is no geometric horizon, and you're making it unfalsifiable, because when we have the image of Mount Conahu from 273 miles away, you got to say, well, that's refraction. So what distance do we need to see? Like 1,000 miles away? 500 miles away?
Okay.
Because you're just going to say refraction again. So there's nothing we can show you to make you go, wow, that's not what you would expect to see in a globe, because you just say refraction every time we show you something that would be a black swan or an impossible shot or a deer behind a mountain.
Okay, so I have a few follow-ups then. So in the case that like because I've seen like recently they've just kind of been these like flights that go up incredibly high, like much higher than like commercial flights, and they're like considered like fucking like space flights or whatever the fuck. Would you as a flat earther like willingly engage with those and kind of accept that they're just like flights and not like some like simulated entity? Like
what are you talking about?
Yeah, so I'm saying there's like this is like I'm kind of pivoting here because I don't think I know enough about like the actual math behind refraction, like how the refractive index is and like all this shit's like calculated to like engage with this proficiently.
That's
fine. Like okay, so in the and that's not a concession, but I mean I'd definitely be open to like continue this on another day.
Sure. I mean, I've been talking about this for 10 years.
Yeah.
You sound new. I'm not going to bust your balls over that.
Yeah, it's like this is like my first time. So, like what? There's like these new like flights and stuff being introduced, where, like people can just fly like incredibly high in the air, like close to like space, like where the atmosphere like meets space and stuff. It's like they're expensive, but say Flat Earth got like somebody from their own team to go on one of these and like give an account, like live stream the whole thing, show there's no like gimmicks and bullshit, or just like just like anybody that like volunteered from their account and like they went up.
Yeah, but you're appealing to something that can't happen because according to NASA, we can't go any higher than low Earth orbit. He said, and there's a quote, direct quote, right from an astronaut. I would go to the moon in a nanosecond, but we unfortunately destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back. So he's saying that we can't go any higher than low Earth orbit. The moon landing technology. They destroyed that technology. I don't know how you...
Oh, yeah.
Can you imagine someone saying, I destroyed the technology of a floppy disk?
Yeah, I'm not even convinced of like the moon landing shit like entirely either. I'm not sure if like how...
Well, that's where you get the image of the globe.
Well,
that's why... Yeah, that's where it came from, 1972.
Well, yeah, I grant that that's where the image came from. That's like not where like a lot of this stuff's based from for me. It's like there was like some set of laser experiments and stuff I saw where there was like meter drops over long distance of time showing like some slight curvature of light over a really long distance of time. That was what kind of my motivator. It's like, oh, okay, this seems to be some like something that's at least partially in coherence with the fact that light bends over some curved surface. But I'm saying if robot fucking beats AI, just keeps like spurging. But yeah, I was just saying, like, you can't debate seeing the surface of the hill from the other side. Yeah, I'm okay. So obviously, the hill on the other side is like a very like extreme example, right? And the distance like needed for that is like not feasible on Earth. But like, say there was like some much larger terrain where like a hill is proportionally equivalent to like what the refractive index is saying we might be able to see, say like part of the smiley face on like the slightest like change in inclination due to refraction. I don't think that'd be like inconsistent, right? I don't think anybody's making the claim, or I don't even know if the claim that you can see a deer behind a hill is consistent. That just doesn't take into account the extent of curvature that is being proposed by any common account of it.
Well, Mount Conahu's 273 miles away, so the mountain should be hidden under a mile of curvature. But we can still see it, right? That's the former Guinness Book of World Records longest photography photo, right? I think it's been beaten recently. But the point is that 273 miles away, and you know what the Globers say? How come you can't see the bottom? You shouldn't be able to see the whole thing. So they respond with like a non sequitur. Well, how come you can't see the bottom? Do you know how stupid that sounds? Like you guys, not you, because you're a normie, right? But the anti-flat earthers, they make these arguments, and it's turning people into flat earthers. Because why would they be saying, how come you can't see the bottom when you shouldn't be able to see any of it? And then how come we can see some of it? Oh, refraction. Oh, so at 273 miles away, you're just going to say refraction. Well, that makes it completely unfalsifiable. Because if there's another photography in a few years, another world record at, let's say, 420 miles. Yeah. They're going to say refraction again. It's like,
yeah, I mean, they can say refraction. Yeah, they can like say refraction all they want. Like, maybe it's a coat, but like, I just like don't like. I'm not sure if I've, and this is me being like completely fair, right? I'm not trying to like throw names out or anything, but like the only like kind of seen people engage with refraction here outside of like the initial calculation showing like the potential refraction, which is abnormally high, which I don't even think would be inconsistent with what I saw, where it said like there's like abnormally high refraction things like near the water, whatever the fuck that whole discussion was about. It's like you guys just keep throwing out this like 7.6 thing too, like it's like an accurate representation of you, and I just like don't know like why like if refraction is like incredibly hard thing to calculate or like to understand the conditions for. And if it is, then like we need a lot of like fucking like whenever the development is made for that, then we can like see whether or not it's falsifiable. But
I can say why. The reason we keep bringing up 7/6R and you keep like interrupting every time we do is because R stands for the radius. Well, where'd they get the radius? Al-Biruni. Al-Biruni is the one who came up with the radius, right? When he made the observation of the horizon and from the mountain, right? So this idea of the horizon gives us the radius. It's circular. Like, okay, what's this refraction? Oh, it's terrestrial refraction. Well, what's that? 7/6R.
Oh,
well, what's that?
Sure.
The radius. The radius that we just debunked because it's 10 times too far away. It's bad.
Right. So the radius being debunked is under the account that. Go ahead.
I just wanted to add, what makes it worse is they're claiming perfect refraction. If you know what perfect refraction is, it's a refracted image that gives the appearance of 20/20 vision. Okay, this is ridiculous. When you're talking about miles and miles of landscape refracted in such a in such a uniform, perfectly refracted way to give that appearance of 20/20 vision is impossible, because even slight refraction has a lot of distortion, and the amount of refraction you guys are trying to invoke would mean the distortion would be huge. Instead, we see perfect 20/20 vision and long distances up to 20-30 miles. That is ridiculous. It's cope.
Right. So I ride a motorcycle, or I did when I was in Texas. And on this motorcycle, you're going down like a 50-mile-an-hour road. Like 1 second it's like really freaking cold, and the next second it's like warm again. And it's like hot, cold, hot, cold. And, during the winter months when people in the UK probably shouldn't be riding, I can still ride. So it goes from unbearable to bearable, unbearable to bearable. So the idea of this, light bending down 8 inches per mile squared, the exact same curvature rate as the Earth, that doesn't make any fucking sense. We're talking 10 miles of uniformity.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, like,
and then if you look at last point. If you look at it's just to add to that, if you look at like on a hot day, even now it's warm outside, I'm looking at my car and I can see the heat haze above my car. Everything is distorted and waving. There is no 20/20 vision in extreme refraction.
I don't think that's...
Go ahead, I didn't mean to interrupt. I just wanted to make sure.
No, you're good. I don't think that's inconsistent. Like with the high heats and stuff too, it's like very heavily distorted. I don't think it's like that same extent for like the typical camera cases, but I'm sure it's like just very implausible for anything to be done under those conditions. This is just like a very like broad question that I also have too. So like I just have seen like multiple videos of like people like launching weather balloons, like the atmosphere and stuff too. And like when it gets to the peak or like right above the peak or like about to the peak, like I see that there's like this kind of like light curve on like the light emitted from the Earth and stuff like that. Do you think it's like all like what do you guys have to say about those?
I can post videos of those same balloons, and there's like Earth curvature at ground level. So those are fisheye lenses, provably. And what you'll do is you'll have anti-flat earthers post a video and say, look, there's curvature in this video, and there's no fisheye lens. Well, you click on the link, and you follow it back to the source, and it says fisheye lens corrected. And then you click on that link and follow it back to its source, and it's a fucking fisheye lens video. If there was curvature to be shown, they wouldn't have to resort to tricks like this.
Yeah. Okay. So
liars.
A weather balloon costs like it says around like $1,000 to send into space, like cost of a camera or whatever. If I were to like fund somebody here, right, to do that, would you like?
Yeah, flat earthers would love for you to fund. They would love for you to fund, but it's not going to space. It's riding on the atmosphere.
It's just like we'll just say it's like sufficiently high, like you maybe like
right. But
some slight.
According to Neil deGrasse Tyson, Felix Baumgartner, who was at 128,000 feet when he jumped, he didn't go to space. So the balloon's going to top out around 100,
Well, yeah, I don't even think we have to
130,000.
send it to space. Yeah, I just think we'd have to
Right.
send it like sufficiently high where it's
So-
like maybe some slight curvature or something like that. Like,
But that's the thing.
Yeah, but can
It's
we
the
agree on
Stuttgart
how high that
fallacy.
is? Can we agree on how high that is first?
well, yeah, I'm not sure how high that is. Right, there might be like.
Well, listen to
It might
Larry.
become
Larry's
more
trying to tell
apparent.
you.
It might become more
Yeah.
apparent as like you go higher, or something like that. But
Well,
Yeah,
Larry's
the
trying to tell
Stuttgart
you that you
fallacy.
shouldn't be able to see. Yeah, go ahead, Larry.
oh yeah,
You shouldn't be able to see the curvature until you're way, way higher, because the astronauts turned around and looked, allegedly, at the Earth from halfway to the moon. Halfway to the moon, 238,000, let's say 240, that's 120,000 miles. They turned around and saw the Earth as an object in space.
yeah.
So
it
for
was
you
a
to see,
it was a large curvature, right? Like
it was a hemisphere, is what they allegedly saw, the blue marble. But the thing about it is, Robert Simmons is the creator of the Blue Marble 2012, I think. And he said that the blue marble that was on all the iPhones is Photoshop. Quote, it has to be. So he's saying the fucking Earth as an object in space has to be Photoshopped.
Oh yeah, I'm not even convinced. Like there was a lot of stuff going around at the time of the space race. It was like there's like obviously a lot of incentives to like moralize people with that. Like I'm not even like I don't even care about any of that stuff. That's like that just seems to be a questionable
Well, good for you.
Yeah.
So hold on. Do you agree that you can't see the curvature from
I
sort of
don't-
ground level? Then
From the, I think it's not enough to notice a difference. No, I think there might be some infinitesimally small curvature happening when most people are looking at the Earth from the ground, but I don't think that's like anything that we'd like be able to properly distinct as like a curve in any sense of the.
So let me ask you a question. Why have you been arguing that the geometric horizon is refracted and what we're seeing in the distance is refraction?
Oh, I mean, yeah, I've had like personal accounts say, like I had a personal account where I'm on a flight and like I was looking through like like a water bottle and stuff, and like it was like refracting there a little. The way like the light was moving through the water bottle was refracting, and it did show like a curve, like a slight curve, and I was like looking through it, and that's like things like that make me think like, oh yeah, well this seems to be like at least partially consistent with what's being said. I don't know if like if it's like down to the number, but it seems to be consistent that okay, like light close to water seems to bend, and then you have like the water like position in the bottle, and it's like kind of it's just like leveling the same way you do with like construction tools and shit. Where you're like
No, I understand that, but it sounded like you were arguing for a geometric horizon that should be detectable at ground level earlier. That's what it sounded like.
Yeah, I'm just so I'm not sure, and I'll be honest, like with a lot of that discussion, I'm not exactly sure like what the the exact meaning of the geometric horizon is, because I was looking at the calculator, right, and it seems to be like there's a few different positions along it, right? So it says there's like the horizon dip, there's like where the fucking terminology at? There's like a geometric horizon, there's like a geometric drop, a geometric hidden, like a geometric horizon dip, and I was just like, okay, so there's these things, and then it says all of these values are with no refraction, right? And then that was what was consistent with what was shown in the image that you guys sent, right? So I'm not sure what the values would be with refraction, like if they would be the exact same, right? And that's why I was like, that's why there's like kind of this like hesitancy to engage with that, because it's like, okay, so there's a geometric horizon, right? But then there's a refracted horizon, which is what is being seen from like the observed position of the picture, and I just don't know if the I thought there was like some inconsistency there without knowing like the exact reason why. So it's like kind of like a weird engagement there.
Yeah, it sounds like you're getting a little bit confused with the two terms, the geometric horizon and the refracted horizon.
Yeah.
The problem you've got is this is our claim here. There is no geometric horizon. There is no positional point where things are disappearing behind a physical obstruction. And the fact that we can keep zooming these things back into full view on any conditions, any weather day, unless it's foggy and the visibility is too low. But on any other day, we never experience this drop over distance, this physical obstruction.
Yeah.
And this is the issue
It's
now,
not
because
consistent.
yeah, you're claiming that there's a geometric horizon, but you don't have the grounds to claim that. The only way you have the grounds to claim that is because that's the mainstream That's the mainstream claim. But at the end of the day, you do not have any physical demonstration of this drop over distance or physical obstruction.
Yeah. So, sorry, maybe just to clarify, do you think the geometric horizon, like if it were to exist, right? It would be like what we're seeing with our eyes. Is that like kind of what's like what's being seen here?
So do you know what the so the geometric horizon is a physical location. Do you agree?
I like relative to like an object, yeah, probably, yeah. I think the geometric horizon is a location, and then like what's actually seen is probably going to be what they mean when they say like the refractive horizon.
Right, but forget the refractive horizon for a minute. Yeah. There is a physical location that doesn't change and cannot change.
Yeah, there should be a physical calculable
based
point
on your position. Right. Yeah. And everything beyond that position is being physically obstructed, like being on either side of a mountain or the top of a peak of a hill. You're on the top of you're on the one side of the peak. Somebody walks down the other side. Eventually, they'll disappear from bottom up. Okay. And that's a physical. That's a physical phenomenon. Okay, so what I'm trying to say is anything after that point is actually physically obstructed and should not be able to be seen. So now your claim is that we can now see the person walking down the other side of the hill due to refraction, but we can also see the backside of the hill. That's what your claim is. So your claim is that the backside of the hill is being bent up, super loomed up into a perfect refracted 20/20 image, and now we're able to see things behind a physical obstruction. The problem is,
and this is causing the Earth to look flat. That's what the claim is.
Yeah, but the problem is you don't have a position, you don't have a physical location where you can say this is where the curve is.
Yeah.
So in order to make that claim to begin with, you've got to prove that there is such thing called a geometric horizon.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that the horizon is like a very clear defined point. But like what's actually being seen is like, that's obviously different. I'm not even like I'm not sure what's really being said here then, because it's like, okay, so the geometric point exists maybe under like some set of like whatever set of conditions, right? It's just going to be identical to the refractive point.
I can lay it out for you, right? You said you're not really sure, right? Well, the horizon is being seen behind the Ulrichs. That's reality, right? And you're leaving reality and saying, no, wait a minute. Actually, the horizon is geometric and it's in front.
Oh,
but because of refraction, it looks like it's flat.
Yeah. We're saying the geometric horizon is this like objective, like physical location. We're seeing what we actually see is a result of the refractive horizon. Yeah, I agree with that. That seems to be like very clear. I've been saying this whole time. It's like there's like atmospheric refraction, right? So it's like where something isn't like where the sun looks like it's just like a straight line from us. It's like actually like maybe slightly curved and forward, or like like obstructed a little bit in our actual sight. But the way in which the atmosphere reflects light makes it look that it's like just straight in front of us.
Right. So objective reality is that it looks flat, and you're leaving that and saying, no, what's actually going on is
objective perception.
And we all agree.
Yeah, in the objective sense of what we're perceiving, I think is like objectively the case that humans see the sun as this thing that is in front of them. I'm saying what actually is happening there might be different though, and that's why I'm just trying to say like I want to get a proper account of like what's going on in like these like particular cases that you're presenting, so we can accurately account for the atmospheric refraction, and get that gradient, get all the conditions like aligned such that we're accurately representing like the thing that's being argued against, right? And if there is inconsistencies there, then I will I will just fully concede. Yeah, I will fully concede. But I don't. It's not been the case for like any example of that has been shown.
Well, can you hear me this time? Am I robotic? No,
your mic's better. No.
Okay, all right. Sorry about that. Earlier, yeah, I tried to champ in earlier, and even earlier, like I was trying to say, look, we show you the globe math, right? We show you reality, and it didn't match, and you claim refraction. We gave you the standard, right? The mainstream standard. I'm sorry, dude.
Are you gonna say 7.6 again?
Yeah, bro, that's what we've been trying to tell you the whole time.
Yeah, and
Like,
oh my
but
God,
hold on. Are
it's
you
been
gonna let me
demonstrated like
finish?
5
Or
times
you
now. Yeah,
gonna
go ahead,
keep
finish.
interrupting me over and over again, right? So we gave you every fucking thing you asked, right? We gave you the reality. We gave you the globe math, right? And you claim refraction, right? We even granted you the mainstream refraction would be the 7/6R, and you still didn't agree with that, right? Because you think that it has to be something else. It has to be a different number or the natural phenomenon. So how about this, right? How about you go find the formula, right? How it be done, and come back and show us, right, that will comport with the reality, right? And then we'll go through it. But at the time being, you are conceding there is no geometric horizon, there is no earth curve because everything looks so fucking flat, right? So until then, yeah, I think this conversation is over because this whole time we've been showing you the math, we show you every little fucking thing in the side chat. I don't know you look or not, right?
I've been reading it.
Yes, but this whole time you haven't shown us anything, zero, nothing at all. All
Yeah,
you've been
because
just chanting refraction. Yeah, I know
Yeah,
you show us
I'm saying
nothing.
it needs. I would like to know the proper conditions so we can have accurate account of refraction. Because once again,
Well, how
I
about this?
grant that
That's what I
7.6.
said.
Wait.
You go
Sorry.
No, you
I
go
agree.
find it.
I agree
my
that I
friend.
want to go. I agree that that's what I should do, and that's what I've said I would like to do, and will be happening. Right, post like whatever the fuck this is. Right, because it's like 4 a.m. and I'm not. I haven't. I'm not adequately read up on this to do this like right now on the spot. What I'm saying is that it seems to be the case that once again you're mentioning it. 7.6 is only under standard atmospheric conditions. Most cases where the camera is 1 to 2 feet above the surface of the water does not represent standard atmospheric conditions and represents the drastic cases for the refractive
Well, that's I had to
right?
go find it.
And so
go find it. Bring it back.
okay.
Go
So
find
for
it.
the
Bring it back.
maybe okay. So for the fifth time we've
For
established
the time
that
being,
is what
right?
should happen.
You are conceding there is no geometric horizon. There's zero curvature.
Yeah,
So
so
for the
that's just
time
not
being, you are
consistent.
conceding it just because you chanting refraction.
Okay,
That doesn't,
how am
bro.
I conceding
That
it? So
that doesn't mean
let me
anything.
outline the
That
position.
doesn't mean
Let me
anything.
outline the position. Okay, so
Dude,
I'm not
that
conceding.
doesn't
Wait,
mean
sorry.
anything.
Stop spurging. I'm saying.
No, I'm not spooky, bro. Because you keep chanting refraction this whole fucking time, dude.
Misrepresented the view for like the fifth time after it's
How
been
am I
clarified, by the way.
misrepresenting anything, bro? Because you show
say
zero evidence this whole fucking time, dude.
Okay, so
You show zero
I will
evidence.
walk you through this linearly. I will
Bro,
walk you through this
we
linearly.
heard
Let me know when you're
this
done. Let me
fucking
know
thing
when you're
this whole
done.
fucking time already.
Let me know when you're done.
We heard you chanting refraction over and
Let me know
over
when you're done.
with zero evidence.
Let me know when you're
And that's the problem. That's the fucking problem, dude.
Let me know when you're done.
Yeah, I am done. I'm done shitting on your head.
You're done? Okay, good.
Zero
Good boy. Now
evidence for the
stop. Okay, so
for-
you're not done. So you're not done. So just let me know when you are.
Okay. Yep. So this clown been chanting refraction over and over again, right? With zero evidence. We show him the math. We show him the curvature, the distance to horizon. We even granted him the atmosphere refraction, mainstream atmosphere refraction, right? And all he been doing, just chanting refraction, zero evidence. He didn't show us anything, period, right? So at this point, it's over. The conversation doesn't go any further, bro. So just to let you know, the next time you come in here, we expect you to bring your own formula that comported with reality. But if not, you won't be able to come in here, right? Because like I said, just because you keep chanting, refraction, bro, that doesn't prove anything. We've been showing you all kind of fucking shit this whole fucking time. All right? So just to make it clear. So if anybody want to talk to him, you can unmute him. But at this point, I think, this idiot is done.
That we should start a GoFundMe for that guy who called me an asshole and totally get him like a whole crate of Preparation H because he's so butthurt.
Yeah, so Uncle Larry, what was the problem between? Well, he came in as soon as he heard your voice, he stopped his spiral and started calling you names without even saying, a word to you, without you saying anything to him. He just like spiral out. What happened?
Yeah, he's got a sincere pain deep in his butt, and the butt hurtedness of that young man, it's catastrophic. So he's going to need some preparation aids. He might need to go see a proctologist. Look, I'm not a doctor. He might need to go see a proctologist. He might have a prolapse anus.
Yeah, I've been championing here and there, right? But my mic somehow, I don't know what the hell happened. Maybe it was my connection over and over again, right? But I did let you guys go on with the guy, but I don't think this thing gonna go anywhere. So we have to shut it down at this point, right? All he did was just chanting refraction over and over, right? And we show him the black swan. We show him pretty much fucking everything: the globe math, the the distance to horizon, right? And then he keep claiming refraction. We even gave him the 7/6R with the mainstream claim, right? And he's still chanting refraction. So okay, so if you chant refraction, well, next time bring your formula, right? Bring your measurement that comports with reality. Then we'll talk about it. But at the time being, I think it's over. And I'm sorry if I interject the conversation with anybody in here. Uncle Larry, are you cool with that? That I shut the guy down?
Yeah, I mean, I don't care how this place is run. He definitely had a chance to make his argument, and I noticed that every time somebody brought up 7/6R, he immediately went into damage control and hijacked the narrative and tried to downplay it. But that whole 7/6R, well, that R is the radius, and the radius is the thing that just got destroyed. So he can't use the radius to repair the radius when observably it's not where it's supposed to be. Always hear like when people say, yeah, if this observation is what we're going by to give us the radius, then it would be like something like 238,000 miles or something close to like the distance to the moon. And I'm like, damn, like this isn't off by a little. It's like dark matter and dark energy. They're off by a lot. I mean, sure, it's not 10 to the 120th, but it's a lot.
The math, Larry, to be able to see 10 miles surface from 1 foot is 1.64 million mile circumference. That's the math. It's way off from 25,000 miles, isn't it?
Yeah, so even I got it wrong. It's much worse. I don't think they realize how bad it is for them when they say, oh, well, this phenomenon is due to refraction. Oh, so your geometric horizon isn't visible, and we're just going to say that it's purely optical, which we knew from the beginning because it's the apparent, right, which means optical, right? You're perceiving it apparently. It's the apparent location where the sky meets the surface. So they're just now like getting on board with what we were saying for years before they finally caught on. But this observation and argument made it to where they could no longer say, forget about perspective, there is no refraction. Why are things disappearing from the bottom up? And when we show them, the Chicago skyline from Michigan, we say, hey, how come we can see these buildings at all? They're like, how come you can't see the bottom? It's a non sequitur. We shouldn't be able to see the buildings at all.
Right.
Okay.
So
that's why I have these. Oh, sorry.
When the meteorologist guy, when he said that it was a mirage, everybody was like, oh, that's bullshit. So he got a specialist to come on. And the specialist, a year later, after that airing to the day, he said, well, the atmosphere is acting like a lens and it's refraction. And we caught on to that shit way before they did. So it's really funny that, that guy, what? What? You interrupted me like twice because you got nothing to say.
Maybe he was hot miking. I don't know.
I don't know. Anyway, yeah, so the atmosphere is acting like a lens. So if the atmosphere is acting like a lens, if there's atmospheric magnification because the divergent nature of light, right, then if you take like a cowboy and you put him on a screen and you zoom in to read his belt buckle, right, so you can see what rodeo he got the belt buckle from, his boots are going to disappear. But what if your monitor goes like all the way up to the ceiling? Well, you'd still be able to see the cowboy's hat. But if the cutoff line was the ground and you're zooming in hypothetically, or there's magnification due to the atmosphere on Chicago skyline, well, the sky's the limit. So of course you're going to see the top of the building, but the bottom of the building, after it's zoomed in on, is going to disappear like the cowboy's boots. So this whole atmospheric lensing and refraction, it's definitely not a good argument for them, but it's all they got.
Yeah, it's weird to watch them pivot into a position where they run victory laps after claiming they're, it's just refraction, and like, okay, well then you just wrecked yourself. But they consider that a win. It's really weird.
Yeah, they do the whole, cheerleading themselves, right? They always, like earlier, the guy was saying over and over again that I didn't answer his question. When I'm on the record, like answering his question over and over again, but they always have to hijack the narrative. And then he tried to say, that's not what I'm saying, that's not what I'm talking about, but he used different words, but I still caught him.
Mm-hmm.
So he didn't say that's not what I'm talking about, but I did say, of course, that's why it's coming out of my mouth and not yours. So I do want to go back and listen to that. I don't know where this is being streamed to. Can anybody post me the link where I can go back tomorrow and...
It's the YouTube. Yeah, I'll post it in the side chat. There's two different ones. Oops. There's two different ones.
Yeah, I think everybody was getting frustrated because we kept going in a circle over and over again, and he was saying I wasn't answering his question, but...
Yeah, Uncle Larry, he been here, I think, at least over an hour and a half. Over and over. Keep chanting the same thing, refraction. That's all we heard, right? And yeah, I'm sorry if
every time I say refraction. No, you're all right. You're all right, bro. You're good. Yeah, every time they say refraction, they're saying no geometric horizon, no Earth curve caused horizon. Every time they say refraction, that's what they're saying.
I posted for you, Larry.
Yeah, thank you. I'm about to go to bed. I'm going to save that video so I can check it out tomorrow because, I haven't ever heard myself debate, I don't think. Or not in a long time.
But I think they're racist, though. After a certain time, they're racist.
Oh, really?
Yeah, like after the live stream, like after a certain time, like it like eats itself up at the end or the beginning. However you look at that.
I would have to stay up late and listen to it.
Rewind it. Yeah, I think so because I've tried to find like other recordings and they're gone.
Oh.
It's just a live stream.
I don't care. I don't care that much, but I wish there was more debates like the one that I had with Platypus earlier, because it's like not interrupted, long-form debate, and if we were going in circles, then everybody got to hear like over and over again how he didn't have a presumed cause, and he was sitting on his hands when I was asking, what is your presumed cause? And he gave it to me at the very end. He said, well, it's gravity, mass attracting mass. So he outed himself as a fundamentalist. He thinks that gravity is one of the four fundamental forces when it's not.
Right. Yeah, he's another guy he's stubborn as well. He's not going to change his position. He's not going to bow down to reason and logic and truth.
Hey Larry, before you go, brother, I watched a quantum physicist who left the field because he found out that 99.9% of it is bullshit, and the only 1% of it that actually is genuine is the classical mechanical part, the bit where you can measure things, like the wave function. He said, but apart from that, the whole field is bollocks, and he's a, I think, 8 to 10 year quantum physicist and has written a book on it as well. And he's confessing that he wasted his life on it. So I'll share that in the chat.
Can you send?
Yeah, that'd be cool.
Please, can you please send directly that to me so I can watch it tomorrow? Because that's really interesting. Because the whole thing about quantum mechanics, right, or the quantum eraser experiment, it kind of seems like people are trying to erase the quantum, but that's the opposite of what you're saying that this guy's saying. He's saying that it's actually not right. So I would love to hear like an insider's outside perspective. That'd be good.
Yeah, I've put it in the side chat, and to be honest, when I watched it, I wasn't expecting this. He's not a flat earther. He's not a conspiracy theorist. This is just a science. He's just an ex-scientist basically, but even the name of the video doesn't give you any idea of what he's going to say. But he spends the first 5 minutes preparing you, saying, "Look, don't hate me. I'm just telling you the truth. I'm going to be honest about what I've learned. I know what I'm talking about," and basically proceeds to say it's 99% theoretical science, and none of the experiments that they say they've done are actual practical experiments. They're all, I can't remember the name he uses, but it's the equivalence of thought experiments. He says there is no experiments in quantum. So yeah, that's in the side chat for you.
Big Roots, if you could show the video, man, that would be awesome, bro. You think you can find it?
Yeah, I've put it in the side chat. What, you mean you want me to stream it, or?
Awesome. No, I mean, yeah,
No, let's not stream it because it's a long video, but definitely it's in the side chat. Have a look at it when you get a chance.
Yeah, okay, yeah, thank you. Yeah, I'll check it out. I'll check it out and I'll let you know what I think after. But that sounds crazy though, right? And I think everybody need to see this, especially the anti-flat earthers.
Yeah, he really breaks it down and shows you that basically this is all mental gymnastics. Basically, this is all theory. This is all to do with. It's basically all based on classical mechanics, the wave sort of function. What you deal with waves, and then they leverage off that and make all sorts of claims and then fallacy stack through the whole thing. But he doesn't use that type of language. He's explaining to it, and he's explaining it from a direct experience point of view. But you can tell he's a little bit worried about the pushback he's going to get, so he's very careful. But by the end, he's just basically dismantled all quantum mechanics, even quantum computing. He basically says any company that uses the term quantum are just bullshitting, basically, because there is no quantum. All there is the measurement of the wave function. And then to say that the wave collapses, the particle collapses. Oh, I've got kids around me. One sec.
So the people that don't really go with the mainstream that talk about this stuff, they're saying like the photon is not a particle. It's like the shortest length of a wave, and then it looks like a particle, right? But it's actually a wave through and through. And QE says that the wave function is like a function. Just because there's a wave at a football stadium doesn't mean that the people are a wave. It's a mathematical function that's happening, and that's what's collapsing. So I kind of wonder, which is true, because I'm not dogmatic, especially when it comes to light. Like, if you guys are dogmatic about light, I think it's very foolish. So I don't really know what's going on, but the double slit experiment, it's basically saying that the knower of the witch path information collapses the wave function. So light stops acting like a wave and starts acting like particles. But I personally believe, I don't know if it's true, that a photon is when you have light that's waving, and these waves, when they intersect each other, they make a photon. And it's like when the rogue wave happens, where the ship can go through any freaking wave whatsoever, but sometimes two waves converge, and at that point where they converge, it topples the ship. So a rogue wave of light is what I think a photon is. It's like two light waves that are converging strong enough to where it's making light visible or detectable by other means. But I'm an idiot. What the fuck do I know? Don't listen to me. I have no idea.
Uncle Larry, refraction.
Yeah, just rub some refraction on it. It'll make it a globe again.
Yeah, well, this guy basically agrees, like, and says that there's an assumption here going on, and basically the claim that, you know, like a computer game, everything's being rendered in front of your eyes isn't provable, isn't testable. And he says it doesn't even make logical sense the more he got into it. He says, but what does make sense? And he ends up going back to the ether, and he says basically this is what we understood for thousands of years. And he says that makes a lot more sense than this idea, instantaneous action at a distance. He says that makes more sense than the explanation of quantum. And he basically says the first people who brought up in classical Greece the idea of it says it all goes back to atomism. And he says, they started with atom being fully 100% mass, and now an atom is 99% empty. He says, so it's literally the opposite of what they first agreed. But what he says is that there's 4 people who are cited with being the founders of atomism. And he says, and trust me, he's not a flat earther, he's not a conspiracy theorist. He says, I don't even think 2 of these people ever existed. And he said the other 2 are only known for this. He says there's something very suspicious about the origins of atomism, and I was like, wow, this is a truth bomb for the community, but people aren't going to see it because he's not in the community.
Yeah, I'll take a look at it with an open mind, but I got to tell you, people, like, if you're dogmatic about light and you think that you got light figured out, like these globe earthers coming here, like they got refraction figured out. I mean, man. There are some true things that you can, nail down to be true about light, but every time I get dogmatic about light, I'm like, well, there goes that fucking idea.
Well, I don't know how anyone could be dogmatic about light because nobody understands light. Just like a field, nobody understands a field. So to be dogmatic about something that isn't understood fundamentally by anybody is just dumb.
Yeah, but I'm not here saying that the atomists are wrong and either people are right. I don't fucking know. But the fact that gravity is not a force and that leaves only 3 fundamental forces: the electromagnetic and the strong, weak nuclear. So the strong, weak nuclear, well, an atom is like pretty much empty. It's empty space with, charge, right, or divergent from neutral. Right? So if an atom is just charged, and the density of the atom, I think, is because of how many electrons or neutrons or protons that the atom has, that's what I think makes it more dense. So the least, dense material that we know of is hydrogen. The atom has like 1, subatomic particle surrounding the nucleus. That's interesting. So I could be wrong about every single bit of this. I have no fucking idea. Please, somebody tell me where I'm wrong.
Oh, I wouldn't dream of doing that, Larry. You're a smart guy. I'm learning about this fresh myself. But what I found interesting was he spoke a lot about electrostatics and how there's an inherent electrostatic nature, and this carries more weight to the explanation of instantaneous action at a distance than any quantum theory can. So he invokes the ether, he invokes electrostatics, and basically, dismisses basically the whole theory of, when you look at something, you're rendering the reality. And yeah, man, it was just like, wow, this is a guy in the
That's what the double
field.
slit shows us, right? We are rendering the reality when we look to see which slit the particle went through or the light went through. We're rendering reality. So, I've kind of thought this whole law of attraction. Okay, what did I say was wrong? What did I say?
When you measure it, not observe it.
But it's the knower of the witch path information that's observing.
Observation is measurement, though, right?
Yeah, you have to. Yeah. Well. Yeah. I don't know, man. Forget it.
He literally says about 3/4 of the way through, he says, I'm done with it. It's too woo-woo. He says it's all woo-woo. 10-year quantum physicist. He has his own book. He says, I threw my life into this, and I've realized now it's all woo.
That's what we did with the globe. I mean, who didn't watch like copious amounts of science fiction, Star Wars and Star Trek and all the other stuff? And how long did I spend at the library getting books from the bottom shelf that were about space? Like, we sunk our life into this shit. On TV, magazines, internet, media. And some of the ether stuff is woo, too. I got to admit, there's some things that doesn't make sense. Go ahead.
I was just going back to that. Because you can be watching, and it will not collapse the wave function. You can be watching the experiment, and it won't collapse. It's not until you attempt to measure the which slit it goes through.
That's the knower of the which path the light took that collapses the wave.
Which path? Right, but you can be but you can still be looking. Right, so it's the knowledge. Yeah.
That doesn't make sense what you said, because it's the knower of the which path watching to know which path the light took.
You can be watching without no knowledge of which path it took, because you can be just looking. Your eyes aren't going to know which path.
Well, they use a device.
Unless you interpret the pattern, right? You interpret the pattern. That's your knowledge there, right? This shit so much fucking boggles my mind, bro. It's like you guys said, anybody that's like dogmatic about it, but it's just man. It's just don't worry about me, man. Just keep get you guys just carry on. Sorry.
Well, record a video, make fun of me later. I don't care. But the point is that the delayed choice quantum eraser experiment is the one where they set the machine up they didn't know what it was going to do, whether it was going to do the which path or not. So when they didn't look, then light acts like a wave. But when they tried to figure out which path the light took, that's when it collapsed the wave function. So they set the machine up to basically hypothetically flip a coin. So the scientist doesn't know if it was going to look or not. So he sets the machine, he walks away, little time passes, the machine decides which path, or no, it's not going to look. And it still created reality that, made the light behave differently. And, a lot of people say that light's a particle, not a wave. Light's a wave, not a particle. It's both, but not at the same time. And, once the experiment's over, the scientist takes off his scientist hat and puts on his philosophical hat, his philosopher hat, and he goes and he drinks a beer, smokes a cigar, and they start talking about it, right? So they're like, is it a particle? Is it a wave? Here's a more interesting philosophical question. How does the light fucking know how to behave if we're not affecting reality just by observing, right? The observer effect is the more powerful philosophical question than particle wave duality arguments, in my opinion. How does the light know to behave differently? Or does it know? It acts like it knows, but that's woo, right? That's what I mean when I say there's a woo on this side too. And that's why I'm not dogmatic. Because the light behaves. How could light have behavior? But if you look or measure, like he says, then it behaves a certain way. And if you don't look or measure, then it doesn't behave.
Right. Yeah, it behaves a certain way. I hate that the whole wave particle thing. I hate it. It makes me cringe. Because what's a wave? What's a wave? Wave isn't a thing.
Well, that's the thing about atomism. With atomism, everything has to be a thing, or it doesn't exist. But whatever's going on with magnets, it's an actual force, by the way, for all the Globers in the room. Not one of those pseudo forces. With magnets, there's something going on, right? But it's not physical. But in reality, there's physical events or physical phenomenon when dealing with magnets. Like, people say, why do things fall down? Because there's no electromagnetic force holding it up. You say that and the Glober's going to lose their shit. So I try not to put it on them very often because, if I have an electromagnet and it's holding up some shit and I hook it up to a circuit with a light switch, and then I have another one that's levitating a ping pong ball with wind, and then another one that's levitating with sound, and then another one that's levitating with buoyancy and density. And all these things are like floating and levitating, except for the magnetic one that's going to be stuck to the surface of the magnet. Well, you say, well, why do these things fall? And I start flipping switches. Well, why did they fall? Because there wasn't enough sound to hold it up, because there wasn't an electromagnetic force holding it up. There wasn't enough buoyancy to hold it up. So why do things fall? There's a bunch of fucking reasons why things go down, because X, Y, Z is not holding it up. I usually don't hit Globers with that one. It tends to scramble them a little bit. Oh, I guess I forgot the electrostatic, right? So why is this balloon not falling? And then I flip the switch and it grounds the electrostatic, right? And the balloon falls. Why did the balloon fall? Buoyancy and density alone? No.
Or you could remove the air.
I know that up here in the mountains, when I get in my bed and it's pitch dark in my room, and I pull the sheets back, it's a fucking lightning show. I mean, it's a miniature lightning show, but I wanted to get it on like super slow-mo on the camera, because when I separate my feet from my bed, all kinds of static sparks and shocks and shit, and it's like, wow, I'm like a mile high. I've never seen this much static in my life. I can't even pet the cat. I can hold the cat with my right hand, pet the cat with my left hand, and when my left hand leaves the cat's back and goes back to its ear, it shocks the ear even though I'm grounded to the cat. How the fuck is that possible? That should never happen in Texas. How's that possible? How's it possible that my left hand has a higher static charge for being in the air for a second or less, going from the cat's back end where his tail meets his back to his front end where his ears are, and then I shock the fuck out of my cat every stroke? Where's all that static charge coming from if I'm holding the cat with my right hand? Doesn't make sense.
I mean, there's enough red flags in the industry. I mean, what has that industry brought to humanity? There's actually no real world applications coming from quantum science, but people still put it on a pedestal. It's like, it's just like self-harm, especially if you specialize this and take this seriously in school, waste your life. There's no jobs, there's nothing. And quantum computing is just a joke. Like, it's nothing quantum about it. Just advanced computing.
Does a high electrostatic charge cause evaporation? Because I saw steam coming off the ground here in Colorado at 8 degrees Fahrenheit. That's just a handful of degrees above zero. I've never seen steam unless it was like 110 degrees and it rained in Texas. Then the roads would steam. But it was 8 degrees Fahrenheit. And the roads were steaming. I've never seen that shit before. Does anybody else have any experience of extremely low temperatures and steam coming off the roads? I chalked it up to altitude, but now I'm kind of wondering. Why was there steam coming off the roads? Visible steam at 8 degrees Fahrenheit. That shit blew my lid. Like poof, muffin top. What the fuck did I just look at? What was that? Anybody else live at high altitude? Know what I'm talking about?
Say again?
I live a mile high from the sea level. The steam was coming off the roads at 8 degrees Fahrenheit. It's below freezing, and there's steam coming off the roads. In Texas, that only happens when it's like 110 degrees and it rains. Because the roads would be like 165, because they're black oil top roads. So, the concrete would be like 160 degrees. So when it rains, it steams. But I saw steam at 8 degrees Fahrenheit. What the fuck? I have no idea.
So like fog?
Yeah. The water was going from liquid form because it had snowed the day before, and it was melting at 8 degrees. Not only was it melting and turning liquid, but it turned into gas, fog, water vapor. I could see it.
That's your triple point kicking in, yeah.
That's what?
So there's it sounds like it reached a temperature at which point, the right temperature and pressure at which point water and liquid and gas can exist simultaneously within a system.
Okay. So that's why the mountains are always foggy and misty. That's why the Misty Mountain. It was all three. It was liquid, because there was also snow on the ground, or on the road.
Right, yeah. So water existing in all three states simultaneously at once requires a specific temperature and pressure. I think it's just above 0 Celsius.
Well, it was much lower than 0 Celsius, because 0 is your freezing point, right?
It was below 0?
Yeah, below 0 Celsius. It was 8 degrees Fahrenheit. So that's a problem.
Hey, Larry, I wonder if you're saying that was on the street, like a driving street?
Yeah.
I wonder, and this is just a wondering, if there's maybe like a hot water or something underneath the pavement, or some type of
hot water in Colorado at 8 degrees.
Like hot water going through the pipes, like so that way maybe they don't freeze. I don't know, but so that way
Coloradans wouldn't try to heat up water that's outside. They would only try to heat up water that's inside.
No, I know, but if they have like hot water going through pipes, like underground, so that way just to keep them from not freezing or something. I don't know. I'm just saying, like, if it would have to be something underground to be producing the heat, or if they are that rich and they have like coils built underneath the bottom of the concrete too, so that way the roads don't ice up, and they like do it so it could melt. And maybe create. I don't know. I'm just guessing. I have no idea how that's happening. But it would be interesting if they built purposely the roads to, because I know people have that in their driveways. They have that when they build driveways. Some of them put coils in the ground, and then it that way their driveways don't freeze up, and then it will melt like the snow that lands on it. They could just hit a flip a switch, and it'll melt it, and then it'll even show steam coming up once it's like all the way down melted. But I don't know. Interesting. It'd be cool to like ask the city like, why? How's that happening? What do you guys got going on?
Maybe I should call the local professors or email them and see if I could ask them. Because when I saw it, I was like, what the fuck is going on?
That would be interesting, right?
Like maybe
contact the Department of Building and Planning and just ask them, hey, I noticed on this road there's steam coming up. Like, you guys got something in there, or what's going on?
Well, they've spent a lot of money on the roads to keep them salted and scraped. So if they got coils, they're not very effective because those snowplow trucks are all over the place.
Yeah.
If I would have brought a truck with me, I could make pretty good money snowplowing. But I didn't bring a truck.
Mm-hmm.
I left a truck and a motorcycle and sold a car before I left Texas. So there's still a truck and a motorcycle sitting in my front yard that I don't use.
Yeah. Or maybe like the heat of the engines of the cars going over it and melting. I don't know. I'm just trying to think logically.
Melting, yeah, but steam? There would have to be like direct contact to create the steam, and there was no cars there.
Yeah, true.
It was on the road. Like, yeah, cars pass over, but steam was like continuously flowing up from the street as if it had rained on a hot summer's day in Texas.
Oh, I know what you mean. Yeah, because I've seen that before, where it rains and it's like the sun's out, and like right when the water hits, it just like turns to the gas. Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, that is weird, especially in 8 degrees.
Yeah, 8 degrees. The coldest I felt it here is 8 degrees below, so -8. And I thought it was going to be bad. They're like, oh, it's going to get down to -8 tonight. And when it got down to -8, I was like, it's not that bad. Like, I thought it was going to be like blistering cold. No, it wasn't that bad. But I'm extremely acclimated to extreme temperatures. Like, I could do a full-on sprint in 115 degrees. And I can withstand being outside in the cold, wearing nothing but like pants and a somewhat see-through short sleeve shirt. Like, I'm just fine. But if it's extremely windy and it's below 20 degrees, then I start getting kind of cold. But 8 degrees, it wasn't that bad. I'm sorry, -8 degrees. It wasn't that bad.
Right.
But I worked outside for basically half of my life. Spent the other half playing outside. So I've been outside quite a bit.
Yeah, that'd be interesting. Find out.
Because I grew up playing in the woods. The only time I'd come in and play Nintendo if it was like really rainy or extremely cold. I'd come in and play Mario 3.
It's really bad to say. I feel like you're showing your age, Larry. All the other kids, all the younger kids don't go outside anymore.
Yeah, I played in the woods, man. I'd come in with all kinds of stickers and scrapes and scratches and fucking knees peeling off. I'd be ramping all kinds of shit. I'd be bending my tires. The rims would be bent. I had to get some new ones because I'd be jumping so damn high.
Dude, I remember going out in the morning on a weekend, and I would leave the house at like 10. I would buy a 2-liter bottle of fizzy pop, a multi-pack of crisps, and some chocolate bars, and I would be out until the sunset, mate, like 10 o'clock at night. That would be it all day.
Oh, you must live pretty close. So the time zone is pretty close to the west of you then, right? Do you live close to a time zone? Because you said it got dark at 10.
In the summer, yeah. In the UK summer.
So
well, about 9 o'clock probably, yeah.
Oh, okay. That makes sense. It's 9 o'clock in East Texas, but in West Texas, I was told that it gets dark closer to 10 o'clock. I was like, what the fuck? And then I thought about it, and I was like, oh, the time zone is just arbitrary. Of course, it sets later over there in West Texas.
Okay, right, I get you. No, I probably wasn't that late, actually. It's probably more like 9. But I just remember during the summer holidays, the 6 weeks holidays, so that would be July. Yeah, man, I wouldn't be getting back till at least 9 o'clock. You know, I'd probably be in trouble because my mom hasn't seen me all day. But man, these were the best days of my life. Just out 12 hours all day.
Yeah, I would literally like jog across town and then get a ride back because I'd be tired.
Yeah, we'd bike places, and then we'd go so far, like bikes would break and stuff. We'd have to just leave the bike there and stuff, get it later. And yeah, the good old days, man.
Dude, we used to jump on our bikes back in the day because back then, like you couldn't just be in the house. They kick us out, like get out, like go play, and like because they would close the door, lock it, and then they'd clean, right? Like my mom or my sisters. So she'd kick me out, me and my brother out. But we'd get on our bike and we'd go all the way down the riverbed and go all the way to the beach and then come back. And we'd leave early, come back late. As long as we were home before the street lights came on, we were good. It was a different time back then, though.
And that time, everyone was a flat earther. But now people are dumb. It makes me sad. Hey guys, it's me, Owen.
That's an ironic comment. And that's ironic sarcasm, but carry on.
Hey guys, it's me, Owen02. I finally got my Discord working again after 8 months. I was banned. My country banned Discord because I kept talking about how.
What country?
Yeah. Oh, it's North Korea. Anyways.
You're full of shit, dude. Oh my god.
You asked. You're the one who asked. I'm telling you, guys. Let me finish my story.
I asked for a truthful answer, not a bag of bullshit, man.
He has a story. He came with a story.
Shalom, my brother. Shalom. There's no. You ain't got.
I'm gonna say what country it is. Fine. It's the upper part of North Korea. Anyways, guys, look.
Fucking Narnia.
You sound like you're from Gaza, bro.
Whoa! No, I'm from North Korean, guys. So no, incorrect actually. Anyways, guys, I really want to tell you my story of my flat Earth journey.
I don't want to hear it. It's just something about you. I don't want to hear it.
Then deafen yourself. You don't want to hear it. Deafen yourself. God, man, he's acting like a child. Okay, this is a good story.
I'm sorry, but your lead. It was your lead.
I went from being a globe earther to being a flat earther in North Korea.
You didn't.
Korea, you guys.
No, you didn't, though.
How are you not excited by this? The flat earth community is all over the globe. I mean, sorry, all over the flat earth.
Oh my god,
bad, you guys.
This guy.
This guy thinks it's funny, doesn't he?
I'm still adapting, you guys. I'm still adapting to the flat earthness. Please.
This guy.
The gravity is so different here. My bad. Anyways.
So what's gravity then?
Guys, in my flat earth model, gravity is what pushes us people to the earth.
Pushes you? Like a stove?
You want me to tell you, Larry?
Please.
Yeah. Oh, well, good. So my journey began 10 years ago.
Oh, not the journey. I don't want to know about your journey.
My bad, Daddy. I
No
thought
one
you
wants to hear
wanted to
your
know. My
bollocks.
bad. Guys, we
So
need to
what's
be
gravity?
smart.
I'd like to hear your interpretation of gravity. You just said gravity, yeah? What's gravity in your worldview?
Honestly, in North Korea, everything is related to Kim Jong Un. So gravity would have to be what allows us.
I'm very close to muting you right now, dude.
Why?
Very
You said you
close.
wanted. You're just making fun of my answers. You don't even want to know. God, man.
I've spoke to you before, 0121. You're a clown. Stop this nonsense now.
No, I don't.
We didn't order a jester. We didn't order a comedian. So
I mean,
he's a,
guys, you can't do
answer the
that with no
question.
gravity. Like, come on.
Answer the question. What's your opinion? What's your view of gravity? What is gravity?
In North Korea, gravity doesn't exist.
You're one of those guys, aren't you? Can't read a room.
You can't actually read a room, so no, you can't. Thanks.
No wonder you're a glober. Zero emotional intelligence, can't read the room.
How dare you insult me and call me a glober? How dare you, Roots? Oh my god, you're the glober. You're a globetard. God. These people, man. Then no wonder you people like told me to stop speaking. It's because if I told you my life story, you would convert to flat earth. Because you know my evidence is too strong. God. Stupid globetards.
This guy.
Is the clown show over yet, or are we still going?
I mean, you're still at the server, so I guess it is going. It's still going, yeah.
Oh, good one. Yeah.
The guy said his internet got cut off. Well, I don't think North Korea had any internet, so that rules that one out. And what other countries would have their internet cut off? Well, the first rule of war is you cut off the communications. Hold on, bro. Hold on, bro.
War with the
Take it easy.
Shut up for a minute, for God's sake. You're going on mute now, you're done.
No, please.
So
no, please.
The first rule of combat is to take out the communications, and truth is the first casualty of war. And you can't have, truth out there, so you cut off communication. So he's either from Ukraine, and I don't think his accent sounds Ukrainian, or he's from Yemen. I have no idea what a Yemenese accent sounds like, or he's from Gaza, because they had their internet cut off because they're at war.
Well, Kembo remembers him. I think his name's Ali. He pretended to be a flat earther. Kembo, do you remember where he's from? He was around.
I think he's from somewhere from Middle East. That's all I know. But I talked to him plenty of time. And this time he was pretending to be a flat earther. And I was even calling it, and all of a sudden he's like, he called you a globetrot, trying to reverse the whole thing. Pretend to be he's a flat earther instead. But yeah, I talked to him plenty of time.
Well, when I said Gaza, he said, "Wow."
Oh, Uncle Larry, you got his IP address?
No, I don't do that shit. Yeah, I'm not interested in that.
Not anymore.
Accent. No, never have. I've never been a hacker. I just listen to people's accents and always asking them where they're from.
I used to do that back when I played Xbox online years ago. That was fun.
I'd like to think that I'm pretty good, but sometimes I still get the Australian and UK accent mixed up. So I'm not good. But yeah, somewhere in between Yemen, Saudi Arabia, Israel, Lebanon, Syria. He's from that area. I just don't know where. Judging by his accent, I mean, he could be living in Calcutta or something. I don't know. But yeah, I probably should go to bed. I got some videos to watch. Thank you, AI, for making sure I got the live stream, so I can go back and listen to myself and maybe improve my argument. He did tend to focus on because. Go ahead.
Thank you for being here. We appreciate you. Thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate you guys letting me hang out. And I'm sorry I talk over everybody so much.
I was going to say, let you. We don't have a choice.
Yeah, I got to come back more often. I do enjoy a good debate.
Nah, it's great having you about again, as always.
Yep. Well, my hiatus is over, so I'll probably be around more often. I'll get better equipment or signal. Maybe I'll only start coming around when I'm on the Wi-Fi. That way, I don't have to buy a new microphone. Peace out.
Yeah. See you later, Larry. Officially the calmest flat earther in the community.
That's debatable.
I'm going through my old phone. Finding like all kinds of videos and photos that I used to have in my old phone. Watch it. This is a cool one. Pretty interesting. That I had all these.
I'm worried, man. I've got more flat earth memes than pictures of my family. Scary.
It happens. But check out this one here. I'll take a screenshot of it too. It's actually a really cool photo. Well, it's a video, but I'll show you the photo. It shows like two different horizons in one shot.
Ah, super looming, is that?
Watch, check it out. This is the. What the hell? Where'd it go? Oh, right here. Check it out. Check it out. It shows one boat that's closer on one horizon, and then a big ass boat behind, and that has its own horizon.
Oh, I love that. Yeah. I always say there are many horizons on a flat Earth, but none of them are geometric.
Right. Yeah, I'm going through my old phone, dude, one by one.
That first one's trippy though. That first one is that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 boats, or is that a reflection?
I'll post the video. I got a short little snippet of it. Check it out. That's the video of it. He's like 3 to 6 inches off the water, and he zooms in, and like it's crazy, bro. It's like a cool ass fucking. Look at that.
Yeah, that's really cool, bro. I'm saving that.
Yeah, and then I cropped it for you. I'm like, here, let me take a screenshot of it, and then it shows me like taking the screenshot for you.
Yeah, but you can't see the bottom of the closer boat, so that's proof of Earth curve, right?
Right. Right.
What? Some idiot will say that.
Yeah. Can't see the bottom of it. And meanwhile, you have the boat in the back showing. And look at the horizon of the water. Look at how far the water is behind that. It'd be nice to know like the distances of all this. Here, let me show you the full video. Here, I'm gonna delete this and get you. I'll do the whole thing for you. Because it shows he pans over and there's like some guys fishing. Watch, pretty cool. Let me get a different one. Let me screen record this whole thing. Oh, I might have to compress it though. I'll have to save it and then re-upload it. Yeah, give me a little bit. I'll do it all. Oh wait, why would I do that there? Hold up. Stop. I could just do it all right now. Crash it. I could go to the trash, and I could go to the trash. Wait. Okay. Yeah, let me just create a video for you. Because I can't upload it. I can only do up to 10 megabytes, so I'm going to have to do it different. And then he shows like these dudes like standing on like a canoe or boat or something. They're fishing.
So the globe claim would be the horizon is where the first boat is, and the second boat is a mirage.
Yeah.
And that wasn't even a joke. Like that genuinely would be their claim, wouldn't it? The second boat is a full mirage. The first boat, that's the geometric horizon.
Right. They're like slam dunk.
They'll be like, this is proof of curvature.
Right. All right. Here, this is the full thing right here. Oh, shoot. Get it. Okay, let me see. Okay.
All right, Daddy's going to have a shower. Do you want me to put Bluey on here for you? And you can chill and watch Bluey. A biscuit? It's a bit early for a biscuit, mate. You can have one biscuit. Oh, shit, I'm a hot micing. Yeah.
Yeah, no worries.
Sorry.
Oh, you're just asking us if we wanted biscuits. Just kidding.
You could hear first-hand evidence of my son bullying me. I want one now.
We know who runs the house. Yeah, my kids used to do that to me too, man. They fucking especially my daughters, dude. My daughters, their mom used to say like, "Man, they have you around their pinky." I used to do everything for them.
I'm quite strict, but this one's unruly, man. Like, there's only so much you can do with a persistent child. Like, it's a battle of stamina, and he has more.
He's willing to. He's gonna die on that hill. Yeah,
dude. I have to go and put him in my car, lock the door, and go stand out in the house and watch him because nothing else works. Like, I can only give him isolation.
Oh man. That's when you do a timeout.
That sounds bad. Yeah, it sounds bad. But if I put him upstairs, he just comes back down. He doesn't care.
Yeah. I hear you. Here, let me see. I gotta bring the resolution down to 480, and I gotta speed it up because that's not gonna work. It's still too long. Nope, still 12 megabytes. Gotta go a little faster here. Let's do it at 2.3. I could go a little slower than that. It's too much. Go 1.8. 1.8 is 9.2. That'll work. I'll save it and then I'll send it to you. Yeah, it's a cool little video. Let me see here. I'll upload it. There it is. You can watch it from the beginning all the way to the end. It's uploaded. Feel free to save it. Yeah, I have like 7,000 photos and videos on my old phone that I'm going through. There's just so many, dude. I got a lot from work too, like when we're building the bridges and we're building huge buildings and schools, and I got a lot of work photos too.
Yeah, thanks for sharing that. I've saved that now into my phone. That's a great example of multiple horizons.
Right. See, and you can tell Glober, like, if that boat wasn't there in the background, and if the conditions were right, and the sky if the sky was mirroring onto the water, you would think that boat was on the horizon, like that, like it's like skimming across it. But in reality, there's miles and miles and miles behind it. And you can tell by that boat and the water behind it. So it's just
you can tell what? Sorry, you can tell what?
I was saying you can tell that there's miles and miles behind where they would think the horizon was at, because the placement of the boat and the horizon behind it of water.
Right. Yeah.
So that's what I'm saying. Like, if the conditions were right, the water behind that first boat would look the same if it was mirroring off the sky. And if that boat wasn't there, you would just think, oh yeah, that's the edge right there. That's the geometric edge, because that's all you're seeing.
Right.
Because all the rest of it would look like the sky. So then that's when they go, oh, look at that. That's the edge, right? That's the horizon. That's the curved Earth. But no, bro, like look at how much farther that water goes out.
Yeah, I've got a good one. I've got a good one for you. This one freaked me out because it's a still image from a video, but in the video it just flashes. It's very quick. So we took a screenshot of it, and we saw meadows beyond the horizon. I'll show you.
Cool. Dang, time flies. Time freaking flies. Keeps on ticking. I'll show a really cool photo. It's the boats. I forgot what baseball stadium it is. It might be over San Francisco, but it's one where the ocean's right behind them. But it's such a cool photo. It makes all the boats look like they're upwards, if that makes sense. Damn, where is it? I'm putting too many photos in here. I'm gonna start organizing them. No.
Sure, we had some kids trialing for the team, and we cancelled training today, but forgot to tell them they're screwing.
That's one of my favorite photos right there. All the boats look like they're falling from the sky. That's perspective.
Oh wow, yeah, that's really cool.
Yeah, all those boats are like in the ocean, and there's like a huge thing happening on the ground, on the land, and it looks like it's raining boats. It's just the angle of the camera.
That looks like concave Earth, right?
Yeah, there you go. That's concave proof. Yeah.
Yeah, that's trippy. That is. It looks like a painting or something.
Yeah, it's an actual video. They took it from a high altitude, and they noticed that all the boat, like, because the water goes up. This is good proof that, like, optically things come up to your eye. I've learned that you can't say they come up to your eye level, because then Glober's like, no, it don't. Like, oh, you've been proven wrong. Like, it never comes up. Like, okay, settle down. But all things optically come up to your eye, like upwards towards your eye. Like, it's not going to be low. Like, it's going to come up towards your eye. Obviously, you're still taller than it, higher than it. It's never going to be at your eye directly, obviously, but. Or maybe sometimes it will. I don't know. Optical phenomena. But I learned that you can't say it will meet your eye level. Like, you can't say that, because technically it can never do that. Unless you're standing in a place like a valley, or then that would come up because you're lower. But not across the ocean.
So why doesn't the horizon come up all the way up to eye level at all times?
Technically, it's because it's below you, and it never can. It comes up to you, but it can never like come like right at your eyes because you're always going to be taller than it, higher than it. Technically, like if you were to get a ruler out and put it in front of your eyes and like like underneath, right at your eyes, like or above them, I guess, because you want to see if they line up to it. Like it will always be below.
Right. Yeah. But not always, though, right? I mean, sometimes the horizon is at ground level. The horizon is at eye level, right?
Sometimes it can be, yeah. It like for instance, if you're standing at a place where the elevation is lower, then and the thing away from you is going up, then yeah, that can make sense because you're looking at something higher, like almost like standing on one step and then you're looking at the next step. Like yeah, it's higher than you, so yeah, it's gonna be, or even at your eye level, if that's what it is. I mean, that makes sense logically, at least. But
I tell you, when it comes to the horizon level, what did it for me? It was when I realized that when you're above the cloud deck in an aeroplane, the horizon still ramps up, not down. That's impossible.
Yeah. Matter of fact, if you look at my little picture, still those are that's clouds in the mountains or whatever. I don't know if it's clouds or fog or whatever, but it's still like it's still ramping up, in the distance. And what I mean by ramping up is something along like this. Like, look at this photo I'm going to post right now. You can tell things ramp up by the objects that are caught in the frame. And I'll show you what I mean.
You mean the compression as you get closer to the horizon?
Yeah, exactly. Like it's going to get closer to, and it goes up, up, up. Where the hell is that photo? I had one somewhere. And I was like, that's a good example of how things go up. Or optically, like optically they look like they're going up. Like it right here, this one right here. So you have a buoy, and then farther away you have a boat, but it's still going up, like, optically. But technically this is over a flat surface. And this would destroy a curved surface because the ground's supposed to be dropping away from you, not going up, then dropping. Get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm just thinking of what the Globers would say. What have you heard for that picture? Because you must have presented that to a Glober.
They say nothing. They don't know what they have no argument against it, other than oh, but look at the horizon. That's where the curvature of the Earth is. But they don't grasp. Like, no, wait, hold on. But if you're saying the Earth is curving away from you, it should go downwards. And this buoy, it's lower than the boat. I think a concaver should use that. They're going to be like, see, the water goes up. We live on Halo.
Dude, you're making some great concave arguments today.
I know. I got to stop. I'm like, what the fuck? I'm making concave arguments right now. I'm giving them some fire, some ammunition right now. Yeah, but concavers are just extreme as a Glober because they still have water bending, and that we know that that's not the physical properties of water in I guess I don't want to say a container, but let's say like in a basin. I guess this would be a very large basin. We call the ocean floor, and the shelves of the continents kind of create a basin for that water.
They're basically Globers who don't use refraction. They're just concavers.
Right. They'll be like,
They
water
just skip
goes
the
up.
refraction lessons at school.
Yeah. And it's funny because a lot of the things that we learned in school, I never would have thought that I would be arguing them later on in life. Like, why are we arguing this? Like, what? This is not. But it happens. Here's another video I have: 17 miles of completely level water as seen from 20 miles away. Oh, okay. So this is a good video. So he takes a shot, and there's landmarks to the left and right. And
hold on, I don't see it.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. It's on my old phone, so let me go grab it. Actually, hold on. Instead of airdropping it, let me see. Maybe I could just find. Oh, let me see here. I'm gonna do some research real quick to get that video. I could maybe find who posted it, and then I don't know. I'm willing to bet that their account was probably banned because most people that Perspective 7, because most people that oh, that's not it. No, they're no longer around. Another. That sucks. All right, I'm just gonna have to drop the video to myself. Give me a second, and then I'm gonna have to edit it and stuff because it's gonna be too large with all that stuff. So just give me a little bit.
Yeah, no worries, bro.
We'll do it though. Yeah, it's a cool video. So just to give you the premise, so he takes like from one point left to one point right, and it's 17 miles. Okay. But he's showing it's completely horizontal. This goes back to so you think the boat's curving away from you at 3 miles, but when you go left to right, it's perfectly flat. And they go, no, well, you can't see the curve left to right. Well, why? How can you see it directly in front of you, but not left to right? But they're like, well, we need, like, you don't know how wide it is. Okay, this guy, he films like not an island, but like the land on the left, the land on the right, and then he goes to Google Maps and he shows you like this is what I'm measuring from here to here. And watch, I'll show it to you. Oh shit! Did I accept it right? Oh yeah, this is it. Okay. Let me edit this. I can upload it. This one. Yeah. Save it to save some. Okay, so it's 17 miles per year. Gotta drop it down in size. 17 miles, really level water. Yeah, so he's looking from 20 miles away. He's seeing 17 miles left to right. Maybe I should label that somewhere. Here, let me text that in.
Oh, awesome! Yeah, share that picture.
Yeah, 17 miles.
You know who loves these observations? DJ. DJ's got so many of these photos of different perspectives of horizons.
Right. He does.
He loves that refraction conversation.
20 miles away. Okay, now let me make this a little small here. I'll put that at the top. Dress it up for you a little. That's completely horizontal. Okay, then he goes to Google Maps. I'm going to turn off the volume. When you add volume, it adds to
size of it. So, he's looking out to there. 17 miles across, and he's 20 miles away. And here, I'll do a little I'm gonna have to do a little faster, I think, because it's. Oh no, it's 16.8. I gotta speed it up. We'll go to 1.7. That's perfect. Okay. Save it. All right. Here you go. Put in the side chat.
Yes, sir. Let's have a look.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. I got a lot of good fucking old shit though, bro. That's from how long? Let me look at the. This is from 2020.
Oh, hold on. How did you determine that was 17 miles though?
He does. Watch the video. He'll do it. He shows you where he starts from and where he ends it to, because he goes.
Oh, so that's that island that you see on the far left in the distance. Okay.
Yeah.
So you're seeing this whole coastline.
Right. He shows you the whole coastline of the island, and he shows you that it's 17 miles across
and 21 miles distance. Yeah, that's pretty cool, bro.
Yeah. It's like, it is flat, bro. It's not fucking curved. Like, you could literally put a ruler on it and fucking show that it's just flat, bro. Yep. I got a lot of cool videos, and I used to put them in my first server. I used to just dump mad videos in there, dude, and then it got nuked.
Oh really? How? What happened?
I nuked it myself.
Oh.
I shut it down, and then I started another one, and that one got nuked, and then the other one. And I had like 5 versions of my server back in the day.
Yeah, you do, bro. I've noticed that a lot of the time when you're talking and I'm just listening in the background, I notice you're always posting. But I do tend to save a lot of your pictures. You tend to have a lot of sort of rarer pictures that I've not seen before.
Yeah.
So I can only imagine what your library looks like on your phone.
Dude, that's what I'm saying. I have so many, like 7,000 photos and videos, bro. Like, it's crazy. I have a lot of old ones.
To the point where I bet you can't even find what you want to find when you want to find it.
No, I can't. Like right now, I'm literally, this whole time we've been talking, like for the past hour, I've been looking for one particular fucking photo and I can't find it. But I'm coming across all these other ones like, oh, I remember that one. I remember that one. Like I wish I would have like been more organized. Like as I went along, I have like I've come through so many different like buoys like that are used for like, you know, like it has a radio, GPS, or radar, meteorological sensors, electronic equipment, like gyro, like all these like technology on buoys in the middle of the ocean. Like I have a bunch of them. And I used to like show like, oh, what do you? They're like, there's no buoys. Oh, really? Here you go. And then like, yeah, and there was a website I used to have that you can track them. They have a website where you could track like all their telecommunications, like their relays in the middle of the ocean, bro. Like I'm telling you, we used to smash on Globers back in the day.
And now they're too afraid to come around.
Well, they have they have McToon and Craig just chanting. It's almost like they think like, what's that saying? Like the more you tell a lie, the more it becomes real to them. And like, so they have to chant it. They have to chant it over and over and over and over. Like the globe is victorious. The globe's victorious. And then like it becomes true to them. So many videos.
I'm posting a meme of diverging plumb lines being true. Evidence of it being true.
Oh, nice.
Did you see it? Oh, you don't see it yet, do you?
No, not yet, not yet. I'm just saying, nice for like to see this phenomenon that I've never seen before.
Yeah. Once you see this meme, it's over for Flat Earth.
Pack it up. Close up the shop, guys.
I don't know why it's taking so long. What's going on here?
I don't know what.
Let me repost it. No, it's
Oh, dude, here's my old video when I was in the plane, and I saw the most coolest. I'm gonna share this one with you guys. I saw the coolest fucking cloud formations that I've never ever seen before. Oops. I'm gonna show you. Oh, I could share it right now. So freaking cool. Yeah. You're gonna be like, oh damn. Let me see here. What can I do? Did you post it yet? No, still hasn't. Okay, I'm gonna go make this video real quick. You gotta condense it. Volume. Just such cool video, bro, that I caught. I think, was this when I flew back from? I don't remember exactly. I don't remember if I was coming or going. I guess when I forgot what side of this window I was sitting. I think this one I was flying over there.
Good morning, Flat Earth.
Morning. How are you?
Staying blessed, avoiding stress. I hope all is well with you.
That's right. Good
Just
stuff.
not
Good stuff.
For me, it's 6:20, and it still feels like I woke up late.
For some, it is late.
Yeah, I'm used to getting up at like 6, 5:30.
Yeah.
It do what it do.
That's right. Let me see. I'm gonna post a video right now.
Welcome to whoever joined. I didn't see, but welcome. Oh, somebody's on mute. Could have been that person.
Most likely.
Such low-level trolling. Side chat, I mean.
Oh, yeah.
I'm disappointed. Do better. I'm not angry. I'm just disappointed. No, really. Like back in my day, if you wanted to troll somebody with graphic design, you used Photoshop and you graphic designed the thing yourself. You Photoshop somebody's face into another picture and made fun of that person using your own artistic skills. None of this fancy new age AI generator bullshit. You trolled somebody directly with your own skills.
You know what's interesting is when you try to upload someone's photo in AI, it says, I can't do that. And it's because they say it violates their guidelines because they don't want to, how does it say it? They don't want to Miss. I forgot. It's like a whole long thing. It tells you why they can't do it.
There's always a legal thing, but really it'll ask you, do you have permission to use this picture? Or is this a picture of you? And anybody can lie and say, yeah, I can use this picture. I have like whatever Creative Commons licensing on it. It's public domain. I can do whatever I want. So people can technically do that if they want to and bypass that just by saying, yeah, it's my picture.
Yeah, true. Why do you
my picture doesn't mean it's my picture. It could mean I took it or I own it. It's mine. It don't have to be a picture of me.
Right. What happened to Root?
What? Roots?
He was going to post something.
Yeah, I don't know why, but I'm trying to post it, and I keep getting the message, the file cannot be empty. It's like a GIF.
I
think it might be corrupted or something.
If you send me the original source, I'll get you I'll make a new meme out of it. If it's a video, I'll do my thing.
All it is, John, you might have this. Have you seen the meme of the dog who drops a ball, and there's an upside down dog who catches the ball, and then they just keep dropping the ball to each other?
I'll do what I do.
That reminds me of this. Watch. Look, I'm gonna post something. This is funny. Watch. Where is it at? Like I said, I have 2 minutes. So I'm already
made a great point. A lot of the old flat earth, the reason why they look so bad is a lot of the memes are from 10 years ago. And that's why I find the original footage or the original source material and make new memes. I love doing that shit. Bring people into freaking 2025.
Master it, like you're like a remaster. It's a remastering of it. Like when they take old films, old movies.
Yeah, they're remastering. It's kind of like old dead memes are called necro memes, but I'm like a necro memeser. I bring old memes back from the dead.
There you go.
But I always do it with better quality because 10 years ago, damn, graphics sucked. Got to upgrade.
Yeah, and the thing is that I also on Discord, if you don't have Nitro or something, you can only do up to 10 megabytes. So I purposely have to drop something from 1080 to like 480. So that also dampers things. Because
listen up.
Cheap.
Listen up. There isn't a flat Earth, but there is a hollow Earth, and that's the truth.
Man,
here we go.
Real quick, that AI meme is actually from a globetard. So you should just tell that person the same thing. You're not mad. You're not angry. You're just disappointed.
Which what? What meme?
The AI meme. It's like, do better. Come on, troll better.
Oh, the one with the wolf and the lady?
Yeah, just do better. Be more offensive. What the fuck?
Be more offensive.
Yeah,
I mean, if you're going to stick it to him, right?
Exactly. Come on, man. Up your game.
Damn, where's that?
I'm not even angry. I'm just like, I'm laughing because it's such low quality. Come on, man. Make me mad. Piss me off.
I had this one funny video, and it was an explanation. Watch. I just gotta find it. I can't even explain it to you. I'll give it away.
Oh, that other guy left that quick. Man, 8-second attention spans. Damn.
They're used. It's that social media, dude. It's getting them into that, conditioning them for that swipe. 10 seconds or longer. Yeah. Can't stand it.
You want to know what's funny? I love pointing out that the first person to give me the whole flat Earth label was a globetard who called me a flat earther for asking questions about flight dynamics. My questions had nothing to do with flat Earth, but they called me a flat earther because I asked questions. I was labeled that by a globetard. So, thank you. I appreciate the label. I accept it.
Here's an old one.
Oh, geez. And welcome to whoever joined in.
There's an old one I put. I found it on my phone from a long time ago.
Yeah, that's a real old meme.
Yeah. That, Roots was just telling me, he's like, I noticed when you post stuff, like, I don't see those, they're not as I'm like, yeah, I have a lot of old ones, man. Like, my old phone.
2016 called. They want their meme back.
I know, right? Like, bro, I have so many old fucking photos and videos. But this one was funny. I've never seen it before, and I saved it. I can't find it. Where is it at? It's along the lines of Roots saying like the dog and the upside down dog catching the ball, and it's along those lines. So a little humorous.
Yeah, I'm still trying to figure this out.
Just screen record it.
You could do that. If you're on your phone, I use the GIF or screen recorder thing all the time to make animated GIFs out of phone related stuff. I prefer to be on the computer though. It's so much better to get the high quality stuff.
True. No. Where the hell is it?
That's my new thing for this whole year. I'm just going to blame globetards for being a flat earther. Like, you're the fuckers who called me that. I didn't self-identify. I am the monster you created.
I can't find it, dude. What the fuck's going on?
The way I look at every single anti-flat earther has nobody to blame but themselves. I am the monster they created.
Here it is. I found it. Watch, check it out. Oh, shit. I lost it again. Hold on. What the hell? Oh, it's backwards.
What? How does that work?
Because I went to my photos and I found it, and then I came back to Discord and it's like on the uploads, but I was like way off. Here it is.
Okay, we got the source part for the thing. I'm gonna look for that. It's likely a video.
Here you go. Watch. Check this out.
I put the screenshot in of the one I was trying to post, John. I'm sure you've seen that one before with the two dogs.
They keep dropping the ball to each other.
Also,
the dog looks really dumb while he's doing it. It's just hilarious.
Check out the one that I posted right now. This is them talking about how gravity. What would gravity do? Fall to the center of the earth, and then watch. The penguin kills me. Fucking penguin, like, hey. Like they actually think this, bro. And you'll just be stuck in the middle floating.
What the hell?
That's great. This is one of the fairy tales told to children.
Right.
Yep, this is some childhood nostalgia. Sorry, Snufkin, go ahead.
Hello, fellow flat earthers. Hello. Enough?
Fellow flat earthers? Are you Flat Earth Society?
No, I'm not. No. As a glorified anti-flat earther. He's... It's not one of the best flat earthers ever.
So,
yeah, dude.
The horizontal horizon is an observation.
It's like, please.
No, I'm just saying, like, he goes like, hey, come hang out with me.
Howdy doody, my fellow.
I'm not creepy.
Yeah, literally, howdy doody. I promise.
Howdy doody, how are you?
No, I mean, I joined his server and it's just a bunch of degenerate shit posted wall.
It is a lot of degenerates. It's not me doing it though. It's them. It's the others.
Do you know? I mean, it was like 10 days. Mez posted like anal pictures to me.
Yeah.
Like a bot. He had a bot every 2 minutes posted an anal photo.
Dude,
is that you, Mez? Yeah.
Yeah, Mez. Yeah.
No, it's Britnat. It's not Mez. Mez is a mod on his server.
So you're like collecting degenerates or something?
It's like a zoo. Yeah, like a Pokemon. He wants to collect them all.
Are you going to breed them? What the fuck?
Wait. Sorry, brothers. I just walked in. What are we talking about? Whose server?
Britnat server.
Britnat? Who's that?
Yeah.
He goes under the new name here.
Oh no! Thanks for the catch-up, boys. Or brothers and sisters, for who's present. I see Miss Doves is here as well. Good day, good day.
Yeah, so what's funny is how like Mez says, if you DM me, I will DM you anal photos. And then he gives up after a couple days. And he tries again. And then a couple more days gives up. And then tries again. I post the news to him again. He gets upset by the news, spams anal photos to me again. Then I'm like the fourth time. I mean, maybe some pattern recognition will happen. So the fourth time, like he stops, and I post anal. I post the news. And he sends anal photos. Now the fifth time, he finally stopped this morning, just a couple hours ago. So I post the news again to him, and said, "Are you now ready? You sent like some 10,000 anal photos to me. Okay, at what point are you going to realize it's not working? Okay, the effect you're looking for isn't working." And the thing too is like a bot. Like he thinks he's doing it. Just programming the bot to spam someone's inbox with anal photos until the bot fucks up at some point. I mean, dude, like,
I hope his girlfriend checks his phone. Good luck explaining that, Mez.
Yeah, I mean, the first one you could explain. I got triggered. I didn't like that you were DMing me news, so I sent you. And then the thing too is he had me blocked for like 2 years, and then he randomly unblocks me. I'm like, oh, okay, I guess he must want the news now. He unblocked me, but he unblocked me to tell me, here's the deal. I've unblocked you, but if you message me, I will send you anal photos. Well, don't
I think he unblocked you to send you the photos.
Well, yeah, then you have a bot because, like, we bought some bot that just spams photos like anal photos.
He's sharing with you a huge part of this culture.
Yeah, I know exactly. It's like, sure, let's do it. Let's follow. I mean, at some point, I mean, with the cause and effect. What effect did you think this was going to have?
He's trying to get to know you, brother. Seeing what tickles your fancy. Pardon the pun.
Yeah, but then like you think that like is that it? Just trying to get to know me? Like, so now 4 iterations.
Is this like a carnal way of doing unto others what you'd have them doing to you? Is that what he's doing here? I don't get it.
No, he's sharing his globe proof.
Okay. There you go. Sharing proof of globe. Got it. That tracks.
Bunch of ass.
It's a I was gonna say the butt is rather curvy, so drop over distance. Let's get it.
Yeah.
That's the foundation of its belief in the core of the earth.
You notice that all the anti-flat earthers have their own little shtick. Like, they have their angle that they use that they think is funny to try and attack or abuse flat earthers, and they all engage in it.
What's my shtick?
This one's just one of the worst, but all of them do.
Yeah, I think that's kind of a hasty generalization.
Well, I'm saying I look at it like there's a difference between the glober, a globetard, and an anti-flat earther. The anti-flat earther is obsessed.
I like how you're categorizing it. There definitely needs that clarity in there, so yeah, I can go with that.
Yeah, they can't let go. Crit talks about these type of people all the time because they're always in a constant spiral. They can't get out of it. They're in orbit, so they're always falling.
Yeah, it's like as above, so below. They see things spiraling above them, so they just spiral
with it.
Yeah.
I wonder if we can come up with some kind of personality test that we could ask them right off the rip that would like class them, and then we can further psychoanalyze them. Go ahead.
You do you. You ask them, hey, if you do something, did you do that? Or did I do that if you did that? Because look what the Mez logic here. Here's the deal. If you DM me, then I send you pictures of gaping anus.
If this, then that, right? If P, then Q?
Like, he's an NPC. It's like I can get him to trigger at any time I want. Full control.
By running the script. That's actually a really good point, brother. Yeah. Good call. NPC.
It's like I push this button and dance.
This happens. Yes. Oh, jeez.
And that's the big litmus test, because what they'll say is like they want to engage with flat Earth, but they can't. Well, why can't you? Because of flat earther. Something's wrong with the flat earther. They're scared. They whatever. Some error on your end. If that's the case, if that's truly the case, why are you here? Wouldn't you follow the logic that say, I would join that channel, but I can't really engage with those people because they're insufferable or whatever. But they join the channel anyway. Because they think they're being rage. This is rage bait, they think. Like, if you know it's bait and you know it's rage bait, why take the bait?
Well, this is, I mean, you guys are familiar, and Crit, I'm pretty sure you realize this. You know what fishermen do, right? What those boats do with the big nets and the huge lines when they're catching, like, big fish off the coast?
Yeah, they're trolling.
Exactly. Right? So it's like, yeah, got the line in the water, and whoever bites, bites. Trolling for bites. Let's go. But they like being here because definitely know how to run their scripts, push their buttons, if you will.
The question is,
I haven't heard Brit in a while, though.
Yeah, let's get Brit in here. I mean, it's like, I know he kind of like left the debate for a while. What brought you back?
I haven't heard Brit for a long time.
Well, I just want to see how you guys are doing, really.
Well, nothing new under the sun.
No, there is nothing new under the sun. That's true.
This is what we do here. We document the downfall of Western culture, and we spend some time doing some things we enjoy with some people we can tolerate.
Yeah.
Britt, you can't say that there's nothing new under the sun as a glober. We can say that. But remember, you introduced something new under the sun, a curve.
Yeah, a heliocentric model. This heliocentric model was supposed to be a giant leap forward. I mean, not a little step, not a little, like hopscotch. This was supposed to bring humanity into usher in a space age of global cooperation. So that is what I should see, but we don't see that. I wonder why.
Instead, we got quantum physics. Thanks, Globers.
Global.
Instead of like an overview effect, a massive change of human consciousness and development, a radical switch away from tribalism to a global conscience, we got Katy Perry kissing the ground, and she didn't really like it.
I bet you've missed us, Britt.
I have, yeah, missed especially Crit. I don't get to hear enough of Crit from time to time.
How about that, Britt? Like, that old people, right? Are they stubborn or they're not stubborn?
Old guys, what, in like flat Earth or?
No, just old people in general, like scientifically.
I'd say old people are probably more stubborn a little bit.
Yeah, like it's just scientifically proven, right? Old people are stubborn.
Yeah.
So you've got some young guy who believes in science. Would he try to out-stubborn an old dude?
That's a good question.
I mean, like a losing battle.
They are dumb. The young ones are dumb, though, Crit.
Yeah, like they know. Like they've read articles. There's peer-reviewed papers of how stubborn old people are. And then they're going to come in here and try to out-stubborn the old guy. I mean, sure, I'm the youngest of the old guys. Okay, give you that. But still, I'm an old dude. You're not going to out-stubborn me. You can't. Okay?
Impossible.
It's impossible, yeah. And if you do by chance out-stubborn me as an old guy, then holy shit. You are more stubborn than an old dude? Really? And how old are you? Damn.
Yeah, actually, I agree with you.
So, Britt, in all the time you've been away, have you come across any new globe proof or evidence for us?
There's always new globe proof. That's what you gotta understand.
I got something new. It was a toss-up between what news to post. It was either NASA losing like a 25% of their funding, or here, check it out. I'm not sure if I'm gonna turn this into a game or not. Think of the craziest.
The answer is
thing.
yes, always game.
Yeah, think of the craziest batshit thing that NASA could come out with at the last minute ditch to try to save their funding. What would it be? What would the last they find like something less than they found alien life? Okay, like that would be the biggest trump card they would play. Don't defund us. We just found an alien civilization. Okay, what's slightly less than that? What would be their big gambit to save their funding? Well, think of something. Let's just turn it into a game. I'll tell you, warmer or colder.
The biggest gambit to avoid losing their funding. That we're gonna go to outer space.
Well, yeah, I mean that's what it'd be, right? Because they're exploring space, so they would find something in space.
Oh, find something in space.
Yeah, but it's not an alien civilization, so that would be colder.
Right. Okay. An Earth-like planet.
There we go. Warmer.
Warmer. Okay.
Yeah.
They find God.
No, colder.
Wow. Okay.
They found God already. That was Space Jesus. They wrote a book about it last year.
Hold on, Crit. There's always some shred of truth to what you say. What is this Space Jesus?
It's like one of the astronauts last Easter. One of the astronauts wrote a book, a children's book, about how he found Space Jesus.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah. It was on the New York Times best-selling list for 9 months or some shit. Okay, so colder, it was not an alien civilization. Warmer, it was a planet, but then colder, it wasn't God.
A planet which could harbor life. I don't know.
All right, you give up?
Yeah, I give up.
They found a 9th planet in our solar system.
Oh.
It's not Pluto.
What?
Okay.
What? Is it Planet X?
Yeah, Nemesis or Planet X.
Finally, they found it. Bro, this is a great big day for you.
Yeah, it's huge.
This is the last big gambit to save their funding. You ready for this? You ready for the 9th planet to be introduced back into the solar system?
So ready for this?
Yeah, you thought you were
This
ready.
changes everything.
You had space. You thought you were ready for Space Jesus. You're ready for Nemesis. And maybe it would be sci-fi shows have talked about there's an alien civilization, like another Earth on the other side of the sun. But this is supposed to be further out. This is another another planet.
Yeah. That nation's been entertained for decades.
Yeah,
just so happens that we can never
Earth.
see it, right?
Yeah, it's one is good Earth and the other one's evil Earth. I mean, you don't know which one you're on.
Right, okay.
Better get ready for space travel, Brit. I think it's coming soon.
It is?
So what do you think? What's your take on that? That a 9th planet was found?
I don't have one. I feel like whatever that they're probably referring to is going to be
Is it clickbait?
Well, just yeah, basically, yeah.
Surprise, surprise.
So nothing new under the sun. Another clickbait. Yeah, clickbait bullshit. But say this was true. They find a 9th planet. Would that be enough to get the globalist or anti-flat earther back curious about the heliocentric model again? Because they found 9. Maybe they can find 10, 11.
Yeah, I don't
12.
know.
Keep looking.
I feel like would it make him interested in the globe again? I don't know. I feel like whatever it would be like, oh well, there's this little rock. It's just a bit bigger than Pluto, enough to be called a planet. That's quite far away. You know.
I'm about to throw some dirt up in the sky. I take pictures of it and say I found it.
That's right.
What do you think it would take then to get people actually interested in heliocentric again?
To get them interested
Space
again.
Mohammed?
I think they'd have to go to
Space
Mars.
Jesus didn't do it. What about Space Muhammad or Space Buddha? What if they went up there and they found, Space Jesus and Space Buddha were sitting around like a poker table playing Dungeons and Dragons or something like that. You're like
Space Shiva.
I think they'd have to go to Mars or something, I don't know.
Yeah, on a train, yeah.
Yeah.
Any people in here? Who's close danger?
Yeah, I'm here. Hi.
How you doing, brother?
A day in paradise. How about you guys?
Very good, very good.
Phil Collins.
Oh, good.
It's another day in paradise.
You said FEMA in your stuff. I prefer Amish.
Excuse me, sorry, say that again.
I thought it said FEMA.
He prefers Amish, he said, instead of FEMA. Is that an American joke?
Yeah, actually it is. Very American joke. But he said AMA.
Yeah, ask.
Too bad you didn't realize you were talking to a Canadian.
Yeah, it's flat Earth.
Oh,
AMA.
man. Mark Carney, listen, he's your Joe Biden. After him, you get a conservative. Let it get worse before you get...
Brother, read the room title. Actually, no, you're right. Room title versus we are in a politics place, so I can't fault you for bringing up that.
Oh, I wanted to see how you were doing, and
Well, how about you got a question? Here's a chance to talk to a flat earther. What questions you got?
We're doing well, by the way. We're sturdy. We're stationary. We're fixed.
Yep. Can't find no evidence of spin, drop over distance. Sorry, go ahead.
We're static, baby.
So, Close, what do you say about this place that we're in? Looks like he's stuck on.
And he's not talking about Discord room.
Well, he's turning on a camera, looks like.
Oh, yeah, I know. Okay, I remember now. Danger Close. I used to talk to you a long time ago. Do you remember?
Yeah, it was I've been around here forever.
Yeah, well, no, like Rhetoric. The server Rhetoric.
Yeah, Rhetoric.
Rhetoric, there we go. I don't know why I always fuck that name up. You change your setup. You
all right, no.
A wall.
I'm with a lot of you before. We're all right.
Yeah, he's
talked to me before.
Progression.
Danger Close follows a lot of the news all through the day. All the different media's reporting. This is one of the great talking points he has. It shows you how each news source is reporting on the same thing, but each one's given their own spin to it. So it highlights that they're all lying because they all can't be right, and they're all reporting on the same thing, saying different things. Which one's right?
As am I. And then I find the differences.
Okay, so what's everybody saying about Katy Perry going to this fictitious place called space?
She was in Disney World. That's an Epcot Center, bro.
So she was just on a magical ride?
That's right. A magic carpet ride, Katy Perry. Hasn't she been her whole life doing that thing?
So, question.
She's been on the carousel.
So question being then, when she eventually made it to altitude, did she actually see the moon off in the distance?
I don't think she ever went to space. I think she's always been in space. He's spacey or whatever.
Space cadet.
So she didn't actually go up in the air then, is that right?
But 9 hot women into space, bounced around in the capsule, had no control over the craft whatsoever. Now they're astronauts. Katy Perry, what does Katy Perry have to do with your personal life, man? What is she for? Is it something you want to laugh at, or I just don't get it?
I used to like.
She just engaged in a historic moment for mankind. Why are you hating, bro?
Yep, you're the
I
one
am not
reviewing
actually
news.
hating it. I'm with it. All right, fine. It's just it's not accomplished. I use
She's like an American hero now. You should be proud.
Yeah, like Brother Crit.
Do you have, brother?
Brother Crit edified you as the guy that researches the news, does all the comparisons. So I was curious to know what you came up with this research of this latest news that broke about this lady rock star going to this place called space. I was curious to know what you researched, because if you didn't research it, you're obviously not following the news.
Well, as soon as I got Captain Kirk into space and he came back down, that was it. My mission was accomplished. I don't know what stardate you're in.
And so what is your mission?
A mission?
You said you accomplished it. So if you accomplished it, what was said mission? No, you said you accomplished your mission. So what was your mission?
Said the space mission after Captain Kirk was given his place in actual space instead of on a movie. That mission was accomplished, except he wasn't captain anything. Just like Katy Perry wasn't captaining anything. That's the point.
Are you saying they didn't go to space?
No, I didn't say that. I just said that they didn't control anything to do with any of that.
Okay, that's good. Because it's clearly 100% truly obvious they went to space, right?
Yes.
They braced the Van Allen radiation belt.
Yeah, but
they withstood
according
the
to
G-force.
the astronauts from the old space program, they went to space in Disneyland. You understand what I mean? That's what the old guys said. You didn't have any capsule problems. You didn't have any control. You can bounce around up there. Yes, they went to space.
I mean, all that astronaut training is just a waste of taxpayer money, right? I mean, if we can just put Katy Perry and old man Captain Kirk in space, then what's the point in astronaut training, dude?
Oh, no. That's not a waste of taxpayer money. No.
Well, if Katie can do it, then I'm sure you can do it, dude.
It has nothing to do with people in space. It's an advert, all right? Hot chicks in space sells. I can deliver a nuclear payload into space in less than 2 months with Elon Musk. You can send these hot chicks into space in 19. All right, listen, this is what we do. Let's be realistic about how the world competes. The nature of man never changes. You want to be on top. The Lord wants to fight with the side with the biggest guns. And even if not, I'll do with that. Right now, I love America. God loves America. And you guys are setting the world onto more peace. I want to be on top of it. Even if you have your little flat earth, I'll make it flat.
It's pretty big, actually. It's definitely not little.
Really
America's
big.
fake.
We're up to 1 billion almost.
Let me tell you something.
It's not little.
There's balance towards none. He's towards all.
Is America?
Is he breaking up for everybody or just me?
Is America a society, or is it just an area of land?
A minute.
No, his audio's trash because he's in a room with a mic and he's, oh, I have your attention, and I'm going to jump around like a monkey.
Anyway, hello guys. Are we live? Good morning.
We are live.
Shush. Hello, hello. Yes, we are live indeed, brother.
Let's get the show started.
So, drop over distance. Anybody find it? Evidence of a curve. Anybody find it?
Yeah, on your mama.
Oh my gosh.
Bad.
Sorry.
That's a bad place to be looking for a curve, I gotta tell you.
You ever been up there? You haven't seen a curve? Ask Katy Perry if she saw a curve.
Oh, close. Give it a rest.
That's kind of sad. Yeah.
Ask Katy
Perry had a curve.
Yeah.
Well, she is an expert now, right?
She's an astronaut.
Oh, we all.
She's an astronaut, yeah.
Well, I don't detract that. That's a little bit of merit. At least she got on a spacecraft. You haven't done that.
How pissed would you be if you tried to become an astronaut and they failed you for some sort of, I don't know, training or medical reason, but then Katy Perry gets to go? That's like a slap in the face.
Could you imagine all the NASA students? Could you imagine all the NASA students right now looking up, going, "I've been here for 5 years studying this crap," and she shows up, sings a couple of songs, and she gets to go up for free?
Hey,
what the hell?
Wait a minute. Why are we paying NASA to do this? I got private entrepreneurs who will do it without taxpayer money. All I need is the control method. Don't you get it? Cheap.
Of course.
Cheap.
Duh. Stupid me.
Man, you guys, I tell you what, this is why your government sucks ass.
So I have a question. Close. I noticed in your little, RGB in your RGB setup, you have a TV hanging on your wall. Is that correct? Mic check. Am I coming through?
Coming through.
Yeah, you're good, bro.
Clear, brother.
So again, Close, you were so kind and polite to show us your magic room full of lights. Did you hang that TV on the wall? Or did he leave? Yeah, so is there a TV hanging from your wall, or is it just upon a level surface?
It's on an inclined surface against the wall.
Okay. So do you think quick question, question for you, that wall that was constructed, was it constructed plumb?
What's that?
That wall that your TV is attached to, was it constructed plumb?
What do you mean? I don't have anything attached to any walls.
Didn't you say the
It's all
TV?
built up on
Didn't you mention the TV was affixed to an incline or something like that at the wall? I thought. I apologize if I missed.
I put it on a bunch of wooden boxes and shit, and inclined it so that it can't come out of the wall. I don't want to put. I didn't put anything on this as a vaulted ceiling. You see?
Yeah. So vaulted ceiling. Yeah.
I make sure it doesn't. Oh.
It looks like it has probably like a 30-degree incline to it. I'm totally good with that.
Yeah.
But I'm asking you from a standpoint of that wall itself when it was constructed. Was it constructed to a profile of plumb?
This is an office. I've got 10 outlets up here.
I'm asking about the walls in your office. Are you tracking?
Yeah, but what about the walls in my office? I don't
Were
use
the
them.
walls constructed to a profile of plumb?
or not, or curved.
See, here's the crazy part, right? Close comes into this room. He makes fun of us, right? But I ask him basic questions about the room that he's in, about Plum, yet he can't answer this. It's unfortunate that you come to a place to make fun of us, yet you can't answer simple questions about the place that you're living in. You're making fun of us, so I'm flipping it right back to you, brother. It's unfortunate.
What do you mean, your Plum Bob? This was designed by an engineer, and everything is exactly on.
Right. So is Plum perpendicular to level?
Yes.
Is Plum perpendicular to level? Okay, so do you think that changes for other people?
Depends on your lymph nodes.
Depends on your lymph nodes. Are you referring to the vestibular system?
Tell me it changes without telling me it changes.
Come on, Close. Talk curvy to me.
Are you trying to use me to give you some credence? Because that ain't working.
Dude, trying to get you to talk.
Be more happy and
like for example, if I was to use your level where you are right now, and I'm in Australia, would my TV be like on the wall? Would it be like upside down or what?
What are you talking about? Your toilets flush a different way. You got typhoons. You got hurricanes. Everything's the same everywhere, bro. You know that.
Wow, so you're saying that storms change the profile of the ground?
I didn't say that. What did I say? Come on, bro.
Did you get mumbled to storms? Close. Because T-Dub asked you a very direct question, and you seem to escape.
No, it's a typhoon that is different to poles. You have to have a pole here and a pole there. You have to turn the earth this way and that way. Sometimes they switch.
Okay,
Sometimes
so
the ice goes to the south. Sometimes the ice goes to the north. Because
okay.
Sun is 33 million times bigger than you.
So what's the radius of that spheroid?
I don't know. What's it to a dying star 33 million times bigger than you?
I don't have to refer to a star. I'm asking you about
you
your
do
spheroid.
geography right now? No. Trigonometry you're looking at.
You might need to dumb it down. You might need to dumb it down a bit, Killian.
Because
the penny's not going to drop like this.
Gravitational pull has to be done by not only one satellite but many. You have to be spinning at a certain something amount of miles an hour.
Okay,
I think we're spinning at about 67 million miles per hour. This Earth is.
Jeez, that's really fast. Like,
yeah, well,
that's
really
something.
Slow.
How fast? So 65 million miles an hour? Did you say? That's really slow.
And look at Jupiter and their storms.
How do you get to a worldview where 65 million miles an hour is slow?
It's slow for the universe because most planets don't have that gravitational pull that is so perfect to keep you wedded right here. If you went to Jupiter, you'd feel like you're 300 pounds. You go to the moon, you feel like you're 20. There are different poles. Everything is specifically put in a gravitational pull and a sphere
Are you saying
to maintain.
But you're saying pole.
Flat Earth is
So you're using all these relative words. So like relativistically, like a space fly to a space fly, 65 million miles an hour is slow. I get you. That's really profound.
Very slow. In a very violent universe, with a sun, a dying star right next to you, that will burp and change your weather tomorrow if it wants to. 33 million times bigger than you. And you're spinning faster than that.
So why don't we just say one squillion times faster and just make it more fun?
Zillion.
Why stop at 65
Billionaires,
million? Why don't we say quadrillion? Yeah. Now we're cooking.
Trillionaires.
Is this Globy fun? Are we having fun?
No, we are having fun. I love this universe. Perfect.
What else?
Do you
Sorry, go ahead.
truly believe in the globe?
Yeah.
Are you stumbling because the globe's spinning?
Globe car. No, I can turn it. If you want to change, no, don't change a damn thing. God
doesn't
is
change anything.
a flat Earth. You have a round Earth.
I do.
Virtual world is here. We're all the same, right here, together, that way. But I didn't put a magic chessboard in the middle of the universe when everything else is round. You cannot have a gravitational pull unless it's round.
So is that why you have to have it round? Because you think that gravitational pull's real?
I can't do anything unless everything is round. The molecules, atoms, everything is round. Everything in the planet, apples, oranges, everything is round.
By your logic, wouldn't everything then have just been compressed into itself?
We are live.
What happened to bananas, bro?
Bananas are half round.
They're for you.
They're not done yet. Damn it.
Yeah, they're not finished. They're still
They're
in
not
process.
finished. God gave up. He's like, I'm done with those.
Beta mode.
Yeah.
I didn't give up. I told you what happened to bananas.
Oh, let's hear it.
I don't want to hear. I don't want to hear what you do with bananas.
They're good for your memory.
That's you.
What is that?
It looks like a rule.
So do you,
Obelisk? It's a phallus.
so I guess you disagree with Michio Kaku then, right?
My monkey. Oh, bananas.
Hey, closed anger. Closed anger. Do you closed anger. Do you disagree with Michio Kaku?
What?
You obviously disagree with Michio Kaku. You know, theoretical physicist.
Mizuho Hong?
He's all bless you. He's all bless you.
What's up with
You think I'm
the?
sneezing?
Yeah.
He said there's no such. Michio Kaku, theoretical physicist,
you're disagreeing with me.
No, so-called science communicator, theoretical physicist Michio Kaku said
Science?
there's no. He said there's no such. Well, yeah, he said there's no such thing as gravitational pull. We lied to you.
Oh, well, I have only one thing to say. Come fly with me. Come fly with me.
Frank Sinatra fan, huh? You love Frank Sinatra? Kind of look like
man. He thinks that there was no such. He thinks that if there was no gravitational pull, he'd be floating. He'd be flying.
You kind of resemble old Blue Eyes.
Bullshit.
He does a little bit actually, a bit taller though. No, but he's too tall. He's a bit taller.
But look, when he looks straight at the camera, he kind of has it like he looks like he could be his brother or something, like his cousin or something.
Oh, kind of.
Yeah,
why are you being like me?
You look like him. You legit look like him. I swear. Put a top hat on you.
I see a bit of Jimmy Carter in there too.
Way.
Bro, how many mouses do you have? Holy shit. You got like 10 mouses over there? What's going on? Why are you controlling them?
He has like 10 computers. Look at it.
Do you ever get confused and grab one mouse and it doesn't work and you're like, oh shit, wrong one?
Yeah, and it doesn't move right, and then I already know where they are. You know,
all that shit to play Warcraft is a little excessive.
Hey, you know who you remind me of? Hey, closer
with what you can.
Hey, Close Danger. You know who you remind me of? Just more modern.
Do you know who? Fuck. How can I go blank right when I'm about to say it? The voice of Principal Skinner from The Simpsons. Harry.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I love it.
The reason why I say that is because way back in the day when I used to do some big salad dishes, he had one in his backyard, but multiple ones, and he, just like you with all your screens, he's a famous actor and stuff, but he was obsessed with the news, and he records all like 7 different news channels.
That's what I do.
That's exactly what Harry. What's his fucking name? I forgot his name. Harry something. I have a cell phone number on my phone.
There are millions of us that are doing this by the Spirit of the Lord.
And you're just more modern.
Recorded, and we want the things were being changed. History's being changed. I need a legal record. And since everybody on the planet Earth now has the internet, there's no excuse. No excuse for not having records of all things said and unsaid. This way, we can verify with each other and not have the argument that we need to have, like about how I'm going to feed the world with water. For shit that counts.
Hey, to date myself, he did it with VCR tapes, though.
By me, dude, that's all I want. Record history. That was the second order given by God. The first order given by God was you go up there and record the state of the new moon. When there is no moon, that's the beginning of the month. And now I want you to record history from this day forward forever.
So how do you feel that Globers ruined that? They took away from God's perfect clock that he made for us.
Don't worry about the perfect clock.
You don't want to talk about that. You want to step away, huh?
Listen, I got 9 calendars. You don't want to fuck with me about it, all right?
Yeah, your head is younger than your feet, right?
My fault. Listen, their fault.
I would blame it on the Catholic archbishops that pushed it. The heretics.
Jesuit priests.
Yeah.
What's the time? What's the time at the center of the earth?
The Lord gets to.
If you're at the center of the earth, what would the time be?
What are you saying?
How would you establish level at the center of the earth as well? Which direction would be level?
Yeah. Yeah. How would you have?
Well, I don't know.
Desk for your monitor.
That's what Globers spiral out. They don't know.
Have you ever seen a gyroscope that keeps the same constant direction all the time?
Yes. It's because the Earth isn't a globe.
No, they say there's no such thing, bro. They say there's no... bro.
Okay. Well, it never changes direction, and we know this is due east.
Nah, it doesn't exist according to your side, bro. Welcome to Flat Earth if you think that's the case, because the globals say that...
earther.
Well, then you got to say that no such thing as a gyroscope maintains its rigidity in space exists, because they all deviate. They all precess because of the motion of the Earth, right? They all precess.
Right there. Due east.
He's not listening. He does. He's the center of the tension.
Hey, Close Danger, I have a question for you. Are you listening? Are you listening?
This is a slow cook.
Close Danger, are you listening? You there?
Hurry up.
Oh, okay, sorry. Okay, so since you keep quoting God and it sounds like you're a believer in the Creator, then how do you hand wave the fact that multiple times he states that the earth is stationary and immovable? And how do you defy the fact that Joshua prayed to God to give him longer light so that way he could win the war, and God stopped the moon over that city and the sun over that city?
That's right. He did.
Okay. I'm glad you acknowledge that.
But you said immovable. What do you mean immovable?
He says that the earth is stationary and unmovable.
Yeah, the
That's
earth doesn't
correct.
move.
You know what that means? Hey,
It can't go anywhere.
Yeah, that it can't move. But you know what, Globers? You know what
to get the thesaurus out to help you?
You know what the heretics told us? They
I
told
know
us.
what it means. I know exactly what it means if you would shut. 7:22 in the morning. It means that there are things
you 2 minutes ahead of
happening in
me?
the past.
He's 2 minutes
There are
ahead. He's a
things
teacher.
happening in the future. And there are things happening right now. Which means none of this is changed. It's the same as it ever was. Same
That's
as
another
it
point.
ever was.
That's
But
another
God
point.
is not your planet.
No.
So it
Not
didn't
a
go
planet.
anywhere then. It
Yeah,
didn't
so
go
it didn't go
anywhere
nowhere.
then.
Got it.
We're not
So-
a planet.
Yeah, we're not a planet, bro.
Any planet.
We're not a
Things
planet.
are happening today, tomorrow, and forever.
Planets are in the
We're-
sky,
not
man.
Is
Earth's
Earth?
not in the sky.
Listen,
Hey, is Earth a wandering star?
it doesn't only repeat itself.
Close danger.
It's kind of
Is
coming out.
Earth?
coming in.
Yeah, I know.
He
He's
doesn't
like,
want
yeah,
to.
that
He doesn't want
connection.
to listen. He wants to preach.
Close danger. Is the Earth a wandering star?
No, I'm the wandering star.
Well, because wandering star is a planet.
You're not a. You're fucking. The star is a dying star. It's the sun.
No. Hold on. You're missing the point.
Just for you.
The planets. If you look into the scriptures,
Here.
you
see,
a dinosaur.
It lives in them.
Now we're living with
There's anything
dinosaurs.
kind of sensual about how this place is.
Do you think dinosaurs existed billions of years ago?
Yeah, billions of
man.
years ago. More than 4.
Really?
Oh,
You're lost in it, man. You're lost.
You are very, very indoctrinated. That's for sure.
He is very, very fried.
indoctrinated by
His
what?
head.
By
By
the educational system.
What do you mean educational system? The one that tells you that the Earth is flat?
No, that would
The
be
one that tells you that
opposite.
Well,
communism.
yes,
Whoa.
actually. Yes, they do.
Well, technically, yeah. They tell us one thing and then they tell us another and then
Tell you to believe another. Yeah.
Well, I'm
Yeah.
not here to
They
teach you what to believe. I'm here to tell you how to learn.
well, I'll tell you how you can learn something.
Well, welcome to Flat Earth then.
Yeah, you can learn by starting with casting out all the lies that you've been spreading.
I don't know what you're talking about. You're just here to mess with me again.
Oh.
Well, yeah,
Well,
not with level, because level's level and not curved.
You don't have any levels.
Do you think level is curved?
What do you mean levels curved?
Do you think level is curved? Because we know that water.
I'm a landscaper, baby. I pull shit out and I put
Welcome to
shit
Flat
in.
Earth.
Okay, so that's awesome. So that means you understand the way level works, right? And level isn't curved. Would you agree with us that it doesn't curve, right?
Doesn't matter. You wouldn't have any fucking level without gravity.
All right. So
Anyways,
do you think?
6th grade fuck science and whatever. I don't know.
So gravity makes
Why do you
level flat.
No, it's fine. I have things to offer you, help you understand. You spend your time doing this with me.
Oh,
No,
You're not helping us.
acceptable.
You're a walking encyclopedia, bro.
Yeah, I mean, what a comment to make. You've literally not offered very much so far. That's
he
a very
left.
high estimation of yourself. Ah,
He did. You
He
heard
dipped
him
out.
or what? You heard his feelings?
I think so.
yeah. The slow
Level is
cook
level.
got to him.
Level is level. Yeah.
What is level?
It is.
Did you
Level
did you
is
guys
level.
see it? Did you guys see the meme I made of him?
Level is also flat.
Level's flat. Someone get Bevan here now.
Yes, it's horizontal, flat.
Yeah, that's facts right there. I don't care what. Did you guys see? Did you guys?
The Matrix coming in very low.
You're really
Yeah,
quiet.
you're
mate.
really low, Matrix.
I know how to fix that bit. Drive time.
He's like, well, you guys wait. You guys ask for it. You're gonna get it.
Yeah, right.
Oh shit.
Better.
Yeah, we don't. Hold on, we gotta fix that shit.
Hey, did you guys see the meme that I made of Close Danger?
Yeah, the clown.
No, I had to look. Oh, this.
Right,
Yeah.
I even used his fucking room, bro. That's funny. Huh? Oh, bro, that's just hilarious. Next
You
time
gotta
he comes
DM
in,
him. You gotta DM him that.
oh yes, that's yeah. Let me tag him so I can get his name real quick. At Close Danger. There he is. Quartermaster.
Just put come back anytime.
Yeah. I'm gonna message him. With that
Shit,
photo.
So his connection, even old dude's into it.
I was when I got to the channel, I was surprised to see the image in the top. I couldn't understand if it is a video. I was thinking that it was just an image made by an AI, and then I saw the guy moving. I just made that video bigger. I saw mini screens, so many mouses.
Necros, what's the best argument for the Earth being flat? I've not heard you in a while, so I feel like you'd be.
It's measured flat.
I was not. Yeah.
Well, that's not.
Oh, here we go.
Flat.
Yeah, it's observed flat. It's practically used flat. We experience it flat every day. You, me, everyone. It's motionless too. So.
Okay. There's two things here, right? I don't know which one I'm going to pick up, right? The Earth being measured flat doesn't mean it's flat, and it would be begging.
Okay, so if something's measured flat, that means it's a triangle or some other fucked up shape. You serious?
No, I want
might need the triangle quiz.
Hold on. I'll give you an explanation very quickly, right? If you say the Earth is measured flat,
We don't want an explanation. We want you to justify when something is measured a particular way, and then you say it's not something. For example, I've got a fish in my oven, and you go, "Oh no, I like purple crayons." See how it's not fucking related?
Yeah. Well, I'm not going to give you an explanation per se. I'm explaining why you're misusing logic, right? So if you say Earth is measured flat because we use elevation angles to get an angle to Polaris, right? And then what you're saying is that there's a flat baseline for which you use.
Oh no, when I say it's measured flat, I'm talking about laser transitions picking up zero drop over distance. That's when I say it's measured flat.
All right, I mean,
right, yeah.
You can say that as well, but you know that light doesn't move in straight lines, so it's fine. It's neither here nor there.
It just follows the law of identity. It doesn't need a formal.
No, it
doesn't need a formal
You're
argument.
still wrong, but you're not wrong because you've bastardized
I'm
logic.
wrong because you don't like it and you've got nothing to back it.
I'm about to tell you why you're wrong. If you just be patient,
Well,
you're not wrong
which you already
because
are.
you're not
Getting
patient.
old,
Obviously, you're not patient. Obviously, right?
No, I'm not. I'm not going to
Alright,
pretend to be.
All right, so I thought initially you were going to do what Nathan Oakley said, right? Which would be begging the question, right? But instead of just
as you know, I'm not Nathan Oakley, so get on with it.
he's the one who he's
It's
the one
not begging the question. It's not
he
begging
taught
the
you
question.
that, right? But anyway, the second thing would be you're talking about lasers. Light doesn't move in straight lines, so it's not even empirically true. You can't even establish that fact with light.
Yes, it does. Yes, it's a fundamental fucking principle of the way light behaves, you fucking idiots.
You know it doesn't because you know refraction
It
exists. because you
fucking
need refraction
does.
to explain things like-
Refraction
So hold on a
doesn't.
second. Hold on a second. You,
One sec, no.
Snuffleupagus, or whatever your fucking stupid name is,
Britnet.
has got to justify refraction. You got to prove that now.
No,
So
no,
if
no,
we
it's
go and
okay.
do a
No,
28.6
one sec.
laser test. Oh,
Yeah.
sorry, Tito. Send it.
Refraction is a phenomenon, okay? It does happen, right?
Yeah.
I'm not saying it's happening the way you're using it to try and justify why you can't see or measure your fucking geometry, but most definitely you're going to measure the angle at which it changes direction because that's Snell's fucking law of refraction. It travels in straight lines.
That's fine, right? So what would refraction imply? Like if I got a lighter and a laser, and I hit use the laser pen, and I put a lighter in between that and the laser pen, do you think the light would travel straight onwards?
So last time you were out in the real world, how many
Yes.
people were standing around with fucking cigarette lighters?
You know that's not the case.
That's not
Exactly.
That's not the
So why are
case.
you trying to sell it?
Not you, Matrix. You know that's not the case, and you need refraction as much as I do. Because if I get Princess Paul,
we fucking don't. We don't care.
All right then. Well, hold on then. Without using refraction,
You're misrepresenting something.
It's
You're
not
misrepresenting the
refraction.
behavior.
When you have the lighter, when you have an object and you have the lighter between you and the object, and you see that the object moving, that's not refraction. Try again.
Now I want Matrix.
Try again. That's not refraction.
Without using refraction.
Oh fuck!
Explain this.
Can you hear what I just said, and can you just think what I said?
You're the third person. You have to take wait your turn. I've got T-Dub Matrix right now. You're
No. No, we're not going to do a dog pile. I'm going to seriously one person, one-on-one. Okay.
Yeah.
It's not going to work if people are just jumping in. So Britnat's back. He took a little break. Who do you want to talk to, Britt? You pick who you want to talk to.
Oh, goodness me. I don't know now. I kind of want to speak to Necros over Matrix, but I'll speak to Matrix because he started the thing.
Okay, so Matrix and Britnat. Anyone else practice mic discipline? In other words, keep your mouth shut.
Let's see.
It's
How do I open the side chat here? Is there a way to open the side chat?
I'm just impressed that somebody allowed.
Oh, there it is. I'm on my PC. I've not done this. You don't have permission to message this channel. Someone help me out, please.
Yeah, give me a sec.
Jimmy,
Like a moth to a flame, hey Britnat. Always come back.
It's been away.
they love it. They can't help themselves.
It's been away. It's in politics. Like 2 days ago with Sea Lion and his whole little crew of people trying to get under people's skin. Do exactly what they do. They say they're going to come and debate us, and they're like, make sure you get on people's nerves. It's like little raids, right? He's trying to get people upset right now. That's what he does.
No,
he's been chill. He's been pretty chill.
He broke away from that group.
Well, and stuff.
They were in the VC together, but I
never raided anybody.
By the time Mez started talking, I was asleep. I wasn't even there.
Yeah, he kind of broke
DJ.
Shut up, drunk guy. Hey, Roots, how's it going, man? Nobody was talking to the brain-fried drunk guy, right?
Hey, Close Danger. If a couple more people join the room, you're gonna have to turn your camera off, buddy, because it restricts it to 25.
Kind of hungry.
Thank you. Hang out.
He's sick of looking at you.
Okay,
here we go. Try now.
Okay, thank you.
I think people want us to see them on camera. That's weird shit. What do you want me to do, man? What do you want me to do?
It says you still
use your words.
Oh yeah, it's okay. We'll skip that. We'll just go to Necros. Necros, what did you want?
Want me to move out of the room? I can.
Don't claim that other phenomena being refraction, like when you just use the fire between the object and the observer. That's not refraction. That's called haze. Haze.
Yeah, we can use the glorious Mahuta and the Princess Pola if you want. That's just you, water, and two boats and the beach. How about that? Do you think light doesn't bend? Is that what you're getting at, Necros?
Me, water, and two boats. I'm not. I don't care about light bending and how it bends. I'm telling you, refraction is a specific name for a specific phenomenon happening. So
we're talking about light. I don't care about quibbling.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Well, actually, you should be somewhat cautious about what you're quibbling over because there's very specific names for very specific effects. So, what effect are you dribbling on about?
So
we're just talking about the idea that light doesn't travel in straight lines. Whether or not you want to say it's refraction.
Yeah, that's great. I get that. Light does fucked up things.
What it's
there
called
is very specific names for very specific effects. Which effect are you talking about?
Refraction. We can go over the Princess Paula.
Excellent. Refraction is based off Snell's law.
Yeah. Princess Paula, Glorious Mahuta, one boat's below the other boat, and you can't zoom in to bring the boat back into view. We have the conditions of the day, and you're going to have to tell me why that's the case. There's no water swell. without.
So you're claiming a specific effect is refraction. Is it actually refraction, or are you just claiming that?
Like I said, if there's two boats,
as I said beforehand, before you started dribbling shit, there is very specific effects with very specific names. Which one
irrelevant.
are you referring to?
So listen. I'm laying this out for you, right? There's a boat.
Yeah, you're not laying shit.
Matrix.
What effect are you dribbling on about?
Matrix.
Stooping, looming, towering.
This is what I'm going to ask for you to tell me, right?
This is your claim.
Oh my god!
So you've got to stand up like a big boy now and stand up and back your fucking claim.
Because the boat is below the horizon.
Right. If you're gonna make a fucking claim, don't ask Happy Old Matrix to fucking help you out. I'm not here to help your hand, wipe your nose or your ass. You make the claim, you back the fucking thing. Not my job to help you out. So if you're claiming refraction, be a big boy, claim refraction. If you say it's towering, grow some balls and say it's towering. Don't just drop a fucking photo and expect us to wipe your ass.
You don't. What? Okay, listen. You don't understand what I'm trying to show you, because I'm not trying to show you that this proves refraction.
I don't give a fuck what you're trying to show us. I'm not going to lose any sleep either way. You make your claim, you back it.
Arguing with me. You're scared of arguing with me. It's obvious, right?
No, there's no scared of arguing. Your problem, you're a fucking coward, and you haven't got the balls to make a claim. Step up to the plate, make your fucking claim, and don't be a whiny little bitch.
It's hard to talk to someone who's screaming, right?
No, you just like talking through people. Make your fucking claim, get it over and done with, and stop being a whiny little bitch, which you always have been. Is it towering? Yes, no. Is it refraction? Who gives a fuck? That's a you problem. Make your call, boy.
My claim is that light can bend. Your claim is it can't bend. So you need to, if I say refraction...
Who said it? Who said light can't bend?
I have not made a fucking claim that light cannot bend.
Right, we'll get a clip then, shall we? 1 second. Now, you concede, Matrix, that was basically what I was arguing over when I get this clip.
I'm trying to get you.
No, don't act dumb. Don't act dumb. That was before we realised
now
you were
he's
trying to
fucking
invoke
sidestepping.
refraction.
Make your claim.
I wasn't trying to argue for refraction. I was trying to just say that you need refraction as much as I do. In this video, you often argue when I present it that light's obviously bending.
No, we don't.
Right?
We don't need nothing. We don't need it. We don't.
So what you're saying is I don't believe that refraction is a thing. That's what you're saying to me.
No, I'm saying that's exactly what I was arguing about, but you were screaming and not paying attention.
No, it's because you're dribbling shit. You're not making a claim. You're sidestepping.
Let's get all the meta here. Brett, can you post in text chat yet?
Yeah, 1 sec. I think my permissions are too low to post an image. Can someone else post it for me?
But the text chat is open, but your server perms are too low.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Yeah,
it wasn't open before. You opened
low level Glober.
But,
yeah, DM it to me and I'll post it.
Okay, thank you. There it is. Okay. When Kurt posts this, the point that I was trying to say was that there's now, like I would say, when you zoom into that, the boat doesn't come back into view. You might say, well, there's some light bending that's going on to create that effect.
No. We don't need to. We don't need to. You just make your claim about it.
How else could it be?
No, don't ask. You just make your claim about it.
Yeah, the Earth is curved, right? For instance. But like you would say, without saying refraction,
so many times, this exact image, dude. You don't have the ship radar that you claim that you do.
Showing you a refraction.
We're not arguing the image. We're not arguing the image. Like, everyone's confused.
Hold on, no, I'm not confused. We've been over this 100 times, and you've conceded that there's.
We're not arguing that. We're not arguing We're not arguing.
You're using this as globe evidence, dude, and it's not. It's good globe evidence. You've agreed to this before.
I'm using it to say that in this image, in this effect of a boat going below the horizon, that you must concede that light can bend, right? It's possible.
No, don't have to concede anything.
I'm going
Who are
to
you
try and
asking
get
to
the clip 1
concede?
second.
Well, you're asking us if mirages exist or what?
So I introduced this idea that Earth being measured flat doesn't really demonstrate anything because it's begging the question. But the Matrix clarified, but I'm talking about lasers, right? And I said, well, light doesn't always travel in straight lines. To which someone said, I think it was T-Dub said, and I'm close to finding the clip. No, that's not true. It always travels in straight lines.
Yes.
And then I brought this image up to say, well, without using or introducing refraction, explain this effect, right?
No, I don't need to, bro. When I say that light travels, bro, do you? When I say light travels in straight lines, always travels. Are you saying that? Do you think I'm saying it can't change direction?
Say that again. Sorry.
Do you think that when I say light always travels in straight lines, that I'm saying necessarily it can't change direction? I'm not saying that.
Yes.
No, I'm not saying that, you idiot.
Well, then
bro, listen, shut up for a minute. Shut up for a minute and I will explain.
Okay, calm down.
Okay, so in whatever direction light is traveling at the time, it's moving in a straight line.
Right. Can a straight line curve?
No.
Okay, excellent. Right, so it still could be curved.
No, you fucking idiot.
If you're saying that light can change direction, and it can change direction along the surface of a curve, right?
No, I'm not saying that.
Right.
I'm not saying that.
So wait, it can't change direction over the surface of a curve.
Doesn't curve.
I'm not saying that either.
Okay, so you're ambivalent on it.
I'm not, bro. I'm just telling you that when light's traveling along, it's moving in a straight line. If something changes, it's the direction, the vector it was going. It's still going to be moving in a straight line. It changes at an angle.
Yeah, exactly. Correct.
Perfect, right? So my point would be then, right, that if the Earth was curved and it was changing a direction along the surface of a curve, right, that would appear to be bending, right? It would not literally bending, but it's changing direction. That's fine. Then the Matrix's flat Earth proof with his lasers could be, there could be a problem there, right? Do you not think?
No, you go ahead and make a claim about that. You don't stop relying on other people to make claims about something that they haven't said anything about. If you're going to bring that up, then you make a fucking claim about it.
Don't gaslight me. I know what he said. Right? I know that he is saying that his lasers are demonstrable of Earth being measured flat. Therefore, the Earth is flat.
Well, that's between you and Matrix. Your Matrix brought something up about lasers. Yeah. Laser transit over the surface of water or something like that.
All right, then. So Matrix.
Yeah, okay.
Matrix. So now we've got the straight line befuddlement sorted. Do you think that it's possible that if the Earth was curved, that laser could change direction, bend along the surface?
Your claim, you've got to back it.
No, it's a counter argument to it's basically suggesting an alternative possibility, right?
No, it can't. No, curve along the surface. No, it doesn't. That light travel in straight line. And T-Dub tried to explain that to you in simple words, but it didn't work. So light travel in straight line.
T-Dub and I just clarified our positions, and we're fine. You're way behind. You're way behind.
Yeah, Necro.
When light changed.
Come on, dude. Just control your mic.
And me and T-Dub have agreed that we're talking about, we've clarified our terms, we're talking about particular things, and there's no contest between me and T-Dub right now. The contest is between me and Matrix, right?
Because what I heard from T-Dub is not what I'm hearing for you. You are saying that light curves. He's saying that light change angle.
Yeah, that's fine. But I was using a colloquialism when I was saying bend. Bend along the surface, appearing to bend, but it's actually changing direction. Fine, right? We're in an agreement. No contest.
Oh, okay. So
right. We agree. Me and T-Dub agree. It was just quibbling over terms, right? Matrix, are you there?
Yes.
Right. So you say that it necessarily demonstrates that the Earth is flat, measurably, right? And I say, but is it possible to have light bend along the surface of a curve or change direction. Again, quibbling over terms. And you're saying
bend along a curved surface. Along. Meaning that the surface
you
is
decided
hard.
not to finish the straw, man, because you just realised I didn't fucking say anything other than there's a laser transition.
well, no, the conversation started. And me saying that Earth is measured flat is begging the question because elevation angles to Polaris can't follow to saying that the Earth is flat, right? And you said, aha, but I'm not talking about that, right? You said you're talking about lasers, right? Am I misunderstanding how the beginning of the conversation went?
Pointed out laser transitions. So?
Right, okay.
What's wrong? You've just realised that I didn't say much more about the laser transition and that your so-called straw man that you're trying to build has just been pissed up the wall.
It's not a straw man. I'm just saying what you've said, and I'm trying
You're trying to build one and you've just gone cunt up. That's what you're
just saying Earth measures flat, so it is flat, right?
Well,
is that straw man?
If it measures flat, it's not something else.
So that's what you're saying. I'm not straw manning. I'm
So
saying
if you
exactly
measure
what
a particular fucking surface, i.e. flat, then it can't be curved.
Excellent.
If you measure a curve, it can't be flat.
Yeah,
It's not
excellent. So I'm
hard
not
to work
straw
that out.
I'm not trying to straw man you. You just I've just said what you said. You said that's not what I'm saying. You're straw manning, and then you just said it back to me. What I said, you said.
So it's taken you 15 minutes to finally confront me about what exactly.
So Earth is measured flat, and I ask you why, and would you say lasers demonstrate that?
Laser transitions.
Yeah. Okay. Right. And then if you're going to use a laser over a large body of water, for instance, would you say that? Would you say that that's the proof you need to necessarily demonstrate the Earth is flat?
So if I grab the military tri-band laser and shoot 91 miles, which is about approximately 150 kilometres, and it hits its target, and it's out by 7 millimetres, which is expected, would that be acceptable in your paradigm of bending around a fucking ball?
Yeah, you know, get me the information surrounding this, right? Get me the.
Isn't that amazing? All of a sudden, when I mention something that we've known for quite some time, it's citation and get me the information, which you've got
don't
access
complain
to
about being asked for a citation. That's not very good, is it?
You're a slimy fucking weasel. You always have.
Why are you freaking out? I asked for you to just show
I'm
me.
not freaking out.
I asked you to show me.
You haven't been banned or blocked or fucking
me.
muted yet.
Okay, that's fine. But if you block me for asking you to,
The only saviour you've got here, fuck smart ass, Britnat, you're a shit stain. You always have been. The only saviour you've got tonight is the fact that I'm 13 beers deep and I'm too fucking lazy to reach over and press the mute button.
All right. Well, I'll stop after this. Right. All I need, if you want to continue,
All you want is what? Get to the
like I
fucking
said,
point. I'm getting bored.
All I want to close the conversation is to be able to read whatever it is you're referring to, right? And if you can put that in the chat, I'll read it and we'll come back to it later.
Here's an idea. Why don't you type into Google the fucking government tri-band laser, military tri-band laser, and see how far they go for yourself. Do some homework.
You're talking about
instead of being a lazy
incident.
little bitch.
You're talking about very particular.
Well, better still, I posted up a 28.6 mile laser transition for you. Is that good enough?
I want the military one. I want the military one you referred to.
I don't have to. I've got a 28.6 mile one there. That's easy enough.
No, I want
so
the one.
You're the one that claimed refraction. You're the one that's got to back that now. You've made the claim. You're the one that's got to fucking sort it out and back
I want you
I'm
to
sitting
use
back
the
here
one.
laughing at you.
Yeah,
So, how about you step up with your refraction claim and prove it to the people of the panel?
Yeah. So I want.
Yeah.
whatever
That's
you were
right.
referring to
You made
at
the
beginning.
refraction call, Britnat. You're the one that made the refraction call. You back it for the boys and girls of the panel. Come on, step up now.
There's a very good phrase I'm going to use right now.
Yeah, there's a very good phrase. You're a whiny little bitch and you won't back your fucking
support his claim can be without he who refuses to.
You're the one that made the claim.